Fiona Green. She had an unfortunate childhood as the illegitimate daughter of a count. However, as she grew up, she revealed a talent for magic, hailed as a great mage of the future. It was the typical hollow setup for a protagonist. Yet, Fiona could absolutely never become the main character. Suddenly, a wooden staff tapped sharply on the ground, and a voice called out, "Fiona, are you even listening to your father?" It was Fiona's father, Count Green. Fiona Green shot to her feet and said, "My apologies, father." Count Green clicked his tongue and said, "Youth these days, so disrespectful." Seeing this, Kindle sneered, "Why does the family bother with such lowly things?" This was the eldest son of Count Green, Kindle. Hearing this, Fiona Green gritted her teeth, thinking, "Oh, I really want to slap that mouth of his." She was the main character of this story. Despite her lowly status, she had to endure her anger. Fiona was now almost 13 years old, just a burden to the Green family, an illegitimate child with no power whatsoever. Fiona Green thought to herself, "That's right. I've now become this child, Fiona Green. Thank you for watching. Right now, I'm just an illegitimate child being mistreated. However, in the future, I will be hailed as the genius mage Fiona. But even so, becoming Fiona isn't necessarily a good thing. Indeed, no matter how bright her future seemed, Fiona was not the protagonist but the final boss, destined to die at the end by the power of the main couple's love. As much as I want to deny it, this is the end that fate has already decided. The Emperor and the Sphinxes. This was a world inside a novel where the male lead, the Emperor, and the female lead, the Sphinxes, would fall in love and save the world. And in this world, there was absolutely no mercy for the villain, Fiona. In the final scene, Fiona nearly achieves immortality and threatens the main couple. Then the male lead would decapitate Fiona with his sword. Finally, he would plunge that sword deep into her blackened heart, which was still beating even after being ripped out. Fiona's head was displayed for all to see in the castle square as the people cheered. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Sphinxes! Her remaining body was burned to ashes. Tears welled up in Fiona Green's eyes. She thought to herself, Fiona's soul sank deep into darkness, suffering an endless torment. Back in reality, she looked at her teacup and thought, "This is Fiona's fate. I don't know if it will become my future or not. On the other hand, if I were to die now, wouldn't it be a cleaner end?" Fiona Green shook her head and thought, "Wait, I shouldn't think about that right now. If I keep losing focus like this, I'm going to get a beating from Father's staff." Count Green said, "As you all know, the war situation is not looking good. The Imperial Palace has issued an order to recruit mages to be sent to the Northern Front." To our family, everyone at the dining table was shocked. Fiona Green thought, "The main story hasn't started yet. There are still 6 years to go. This is the period when monsters are attacking, and the Empire will be at a disadvantage for a while." Thank you for watching, and see you again. Even though it's just a background setting for the male and female leads to save the world by defeating an evil dragon and monsters, this is the reality that's closing in on me. Count Green said sternly, "Therefore, one of you must go to the Northern Front." Zen cried out in alarm, "Father, did you say go to war?" "US?" His sister worriedly exclaimed, "Oh my." She thought, the Green family is one of the Empire's mage families. It's natural to receive orders from the Imperial Palace. But the problem is, who among us will be the one to go to the battlefield? Count Green said, "I wonder if any of my children will volunteer for this glorious duty." The sister glanced at Kindle, who pretended not to see. Then, he jabbed Fiona Green's hand with his elbow, causing her to cry out in pain. "Ah," Kindle said arrogantly, You go. You freeloader, Fiona Green thought. Except for me, everyone here was born of the Countess. Everyone in this family thinks I'm useless, an idiot, a half-breed. They see themselves as the real deal. And they all want a useless child like me to go to the battlefield, even if that illegitimate child is not yet 13 years old. Kindle pulled Fiona Green's arm up. He said, "Well, how admirable. Our youngest sister will volunteer." It seems she's too shy to say it out loud. Fiona Green said anxiously, "Wait a minute." Kindle let out a sly, sinister laugh. Fiona Green cursed him internally. This bastard. Count Green seized the opportunity. He laughed heartily and said, "Oh, is that so? You'll go?" She thought, rich families really are a dramatic bunch. Isn't this just a play the two of you wrote and directed yourselves? Fiona Green decisively pulled her hand away. Kindle said, "It's a glorious position, representing the family. I think you should be grateful for this opportunity." The blonde sister added, "That's right, Fiona. Kindle has to inherit the family. I'm about to be married, and Zen is preparing for his engagement. In this situation, it would be best for you to go." Fiona Green was on the verge of tears. She thought, they call me an illegitimate child, so they never even taught me magic. They just lock me in the attic every day. All they're good at is insulting me. Although I know some basic magic, she then stammered. But was met with fierce, glaring eyes. Well then, every hostile glare was fixed on her. Fiona Green thought, that's right. From the very beginning, there was no choice. She was even bullied by the servants in the mansion. She could only sit huddled alone in the attic. In this house, no one was on her side. The predetermined past of the villain Fiona was summed up in a single line. She grew up as an illegitimate child, oppressed by her own family. Then she said, "I understand. I will go." Hearing her answer, this nest of bloodsuckers smiled with satisfaction. She clenched her fists and thought, even if I get rid of this family, I'll just end up in prison. If I go, on the other hand, I can walk on my own 2 feet. Count Green, Kindle, and Zen laughed with satisfaction, saying, "That's right. That's the correct choice. I'm proud of you. My efforts in raising you weren't wasted after all." Fiona Green thought to herself, now I understand why they called someone like me, who isn't even treated as human, and is locked in the attic all day, to a family meeting. She suddenly felt a pang of self-pity, and tears welled in her eyes. Amidst the laughter of all the Green family members, she thought, a year ago, when I realized I was reincarnated into this body, I wasn't this sad. Thank you for watching, and see you again. Did the real villainous Fiona feel this way too? The feeling of not being treated as a human? Fiona, who had never received love from anyone her entire life, resented the world. In the end, because of her wrong choices, she fell into a swamp from which she could never return. Fiona Green quietly opened the door and left, thinking, however, unlike her, I have no intention of resenting anyone, because this is a world that I myself wrote. She was the author of the original story. In the far northern front, Halo was surrounded by vast white snow. Fiona Green sat in a carriage, looking out the window and thought, this is the fortress of Duke Halo. As she followed the guard inside, Fiona Green thought, this feeling is so overwhelming. In the end, my family pushed me to the northern front, a place known for its ruthless ruler. The place was pitch black. She looked around and thought, just looking at it makes you shrink back, like being in a demon king's castle. I've dug my own grave. The guard gestured with his hand and said, this way, please. Before them stood a massive, imposing gate. The guard commanded, open the gate. Fiona Green was stunned and thought, the gate, it's huge. Creak, The gate slowly opened. Her jaw dropped. Seated imposingly on a throne above was the Duke of the North, Aban. Aban said, "I was clearly told that a new mage would be arriving as reinforcements. What is this sickly child?" Fiona Green heard this and felt a knot of anxiety in her stomach. Aban was the character who would later become the master of the male lead, Sigran. As the male lead's aide, this was a character deeply loved by readers, someone who would protect the male lead. The problem was, Aban was only friendly towards the male lead. When others begged for mercy, he would sentence them to life imprisonment without hesitation. Even now, he was much younger than in the original story, but as mentioned, he acted on a whim. She bowed her head in greeting and said, "Greetings, Your Grace. You may call me Fiona Green." Aban turned to his guard, Sigran, and asked, "What is the meaning of this?" Sigran said, although Count Green claimed to have sent a mage of the direct lineage. Aban gritted his teeth. He roared in anger. "So in the end, they just sent this brat to pester us?" He said menacingly, "Does that man look down on us so much?" Aban said coldly, "When this damn war is over, I will destroy the Green territory first." Fiona Green thought worriedly, "Ah, I'm screwed. The most powerful duke in the north is furious." She thought glumly, "No, compared to the Green family, I'm the one in trouble now. Please stop glaring at me." Aban continued to glare at her with an impossibly fierce gaze. Then suddenly, Aban stepped down towards her, which surprised her slightly. Fiona Green looked up, and in an instant, Aban was towering right in front of her. He said, "Hey, kid." Aban said coldly, "Explain to me. Why did Count Green send a kid like you here? Is the Count's family that short on talent?" Fiona Green then recited the exact words they had told her earlier. "My eldest brother must inherit the family. My second sister is about to be married, and my third brother is currently planning his engagement. So," she hesitated for a moment, then continued, "as the youngest, I had to come." This explanation made Jaren look on with understanding. Aban sighed and said, These people, they look down on the battlefield so much. I think I understand the reason now." Aban thought for a moment, then said, "You must have a lot of determination, kid. However, a child like you is not needed here." Then he turned away and said, "Go back home." Fiona Green was a bit surprised and thought, does he mean he doesn't want to waste time on someone useless? Aban didn't know that the current me had nowhere to return to. In the original story, Fiona, unaware of her hidden magical talent, was cast out by both the Green family and the House of Halo, receiving the wound of being abandoned by the entire world at this moment became the decisive factor that later turned Fiona into a villainess. She clenched her fists and thought, however, the current me knows that very well, that this body holds an overwhelming innate talent. She said loudly, "Your Grace the Duke, please wait a moment. I have something to say to you." Aban frowned slightly. Fiona Green said, "I cannot obey that command. A truly powerful mage will be well treated wherever they go. Being kicked out like this, I might as well prove my own talent and build an initial foundation for myself. Anyway, the war will become less intense once the male lead appears. I just need to endure and earn money until then, avoid that desperate end, and go live in a rural village." Fiona Green walked towards Aban and said, "I will not go back. But I will not beg you to let me stay out of sheer stubbornness either. Thank you for watching and see you again." Fiona Green said with determination, "Please, give me a chance. Give me a chance to prove my worth." Aban said skeptically, "A kid like you, are you planning to do housework?" Fiona Green said firmly, No. Just once. Please let me go to the battlefield as a mage. Fiona Green said confidently. I will show you that I can be useful in this war. Thank you for watching and see you again. Fiona Green quickly ran right behind Aban, thumped her chest firmly, and said loudly, I will show you all that I can be of use in this war. Hearing such a spirited declaration, Aban was quite surprised and intrigued. He turned around, frowning as he stared at her. Seeing Aban remain silent, Fiona stood frozen in fear, crying internally, This doesn't feel good. What nonsense am I spouting? This audacious little girl. Didn't he just try to kick you out? Aban snorted. He held out his hand. Towards Fiona. He said with a smirk, All right. That's the funniest thing I've heard recently. This kid's little act isn't bad. Fiona gulped, thinking anxiously. What act? I'm being sincere. Aban took her small hand and nodded, saying, All right, I'll give you a chance. Show me where your value lies. A while later, the wind howled outside the window. Snow had fallen heavily, clinging to the tree branches, creating a sense of extreme cold. Jaren walked tiredly towards where Aban was sitting with his arms crossed and said, I've returned. Aban frowned at him and asked, How did it go? Jaren shrugged and replied casually, I've shown the young lady to her room. After hearing this, Aban nodded, resting his chin on his hand in thought. I can't believe how arrogant and proud that kid is. Let her prove her worth. Suddenly, Aban looked up at Jaren and asked, Jaren, what do you think of that girl? Jaren answered honestly. For her age, her personality seems quite fragile. Jaren recalled a moment ago when he was leading her to her room. She had curiously asked him, You said this is my room? It's completely different from that attic. Jaren could only smile at her adorable childlike reaction. Back in the present, Jaren asked Aban with confusion, but in the end she's just an ordinary child. Are you really planning to send her to the battlefield? Aban closed his eyes and said nonchalantly, Yes, I said I would, and I will. In 2 days, send her to the Second War. Jaren looked as if he'd been struck by lightning, asking Aban in disbelief, What? Jaren worried, his brow furrowed as he thought, The Second Wall is where the demonic beasts congregate. Isn't that the most dangerous place? Aban stood up and said with a smirk, Don't worry. I plan to go with her. Hearing this, Jaren was stunned and asked in bewilderment, You're going too? Aban walked towards the window. After a long moment, he spoke. All right. If she's of no use, just throw her to the demonic beasts to be eaten. In her room, Fiona collapsed onto the bed, exhausted, letting out a loud sigh. Honestly, the pressure from before was no joke. Fiona sullenly rolled over, burying her face in the bed and muttering, Am I scared of what I said to him? How pathetic. Fiona had no energy left to even stand up. She hugged her pillow tightly, completely drained, thinking, The battlefield or whatever. I'll figure it out later. I'm too tired today. I can't do anything more. 2 days later, Fiona quickly boarded the carriage that would take her to the location Aban had designated. He rode up swiftly on his horse, parallel to her, and called into the carriage. Hey, kid. Now's the time to prove what you said when you arrived. Fiona saw his cheerful expression, like he'd caught some tasty prey. She sighed and thought, Look at the way he talks. There's really nothing to say to him. She looked at Aban, nodded once, and calmly replied, I know. Seeing that she didn't seem flustered or scared, Aban raised an eyebrow, smirked, and asked, You're really not scared? Fiona sat up straight, placed her hands on her knees, and answered honestly, being scared won't do any good. Fiona mused. To be honest, it's not that I'm not worried at all. I'm from the 21st century and now I have to fight demonic beasts. But if I think about Fiona's future, there's no other choice. Aban Halo continued lazily, I won't protect you. In other words, you might lose your life. Fiona looked out the carriage window and said plainly, That's fine, because I'm not afraid of death. After saying that, she began to ponder again. The most frightening thing is my future. A future without dreams or hope. Even if, by some means, I were to die right now. Wouldn't that still be better than having my very soul damaged? She sighed, silently blaming herself. Why did I have to be Fiona? A short while later, Fiona arrived at the second wall as expected. Just as she stepped out of the carriage, she heard the commanding officer shout, followed by the majestic roar of cannons monsters. All units to your positions. Fiona panicked, ran to Aban Halo, and whispered fearfully, You're kidding, right? Aban Halo looked down, straight into her eyes, and smiled. This is the perfect time, kid. Show me your worth for once. Fiona was stunned, completely frozen. She stood still, listening to the deafening sounds of gunfire and explosions in the distance, along with the fierce shouts of the commander. Hurry up, they're getting very close. Don't fear death. Her heart was filled with fear. She thought to herself, in this situation, I must clearly remember my purpose. But how am I supposed to do that now? Fiona stared at the stairs leading up to the city wall in front of her. She turned to Aban Halo and said immediately, I'm going up to the wall. Without waiting for him to say anything, she ran ahead, thinking, since this is my first time, I must get a clear view of the battlefield surroundings. I've heard it described, but seeing it with my own eyes is different. Fiona ran quickly up to the top level of the wall. The sight before her made it hard to breathe. Her face contorted. Her eyes widened as she exclaimed, How did it come to this? Aban Halo quickly followed her. He approached and asked with a smirk, What's your first impression of the battlefield, kid? Fiona didn't answer Aban Halo's question. She just silently looked down below. A battlefield drenched in blood. Countless corpses were strewn about. The loud, fierce screams were relentless. The entire barrier fence had collapsed. The trees had been stripped bare. The commander below roared, Burn the demonic beasts. Don't let them regenerate. A brave warrior had been sacrificed. He lay in a pool of blood. He struggled to speak. Help me. Witnessing such a horrific scene, Fiona's body began to tremble. She had to hold onto the wall just to stay standing. She bit her lip and whispered, this is terrible. She frowned, staring down below, thinking, the battlefield isn't the worst part. It's me, the one who caused this scene. I really don't want to leave the scene before me like this. After a long while, Aban Halo approached her again, arms crossed, and said, Too scared to move. If you realize this is too much for you, you can still go back. Fiona immediately looked up and said seriously, I won't. With that, she stretched out her arms and with a whoosh, focused her power forward. She told herself, I created this situation, so I have to take some responsibility for it. From now on, I have to begin. Fiona tried not to let herself get distracted, focusing her power, speculating. The standard for judging a mage's skill is how large of a natural phenomenon they can create with a small amount of magic. In other words, efficiency is key. Fiona tried to breathe evenly, to avoid anything unexpected that she couldn't handle. She thought to herself, I can feel the gentle flow of mana. This is the first time I'm using such a large amount of magic with Fiona's body. Now I can try. Trust in Fiona's abilities. Aban Halo, standing beside her, suddenly looked up at the sky. He frowned and muttered, "A storm?" With that, Aban squeezed his eyes shut, thinking to himself, "It looks like one, but it's a little different. What I want right now." In the sky above, dark clouds gathered thickly. The surrounding demonic beasts also looked up curiously. Awu, OWWO. Then a massive bolt of lightning struck down. A screeching sound echoed to the horizon. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At that moment, Fiona's eyes flew open. As if she were controlling the lightning itself, that massive bolt struck a tall demonic beast. Hit by the lightning, it jolted violently, its body glowing, followed by a series of fierce and frantic explosions. Boom, boom, boom. Even Aban couldn't help but look down at the giant demonic beast. After the long and intense series of explosions, the demonic beast fell to the ground with a loud thud, stunning everyone around. It had been struck dead by the lightning. Seeing this, Fiona let out a sigh of relief. With a flick of her wrist, she withdrew her power and lowered her hands. Aban, intrigued, broke into a mysterious smile and said cheerfully, "I didn't expect that." With that, he turned and swept Fiona up into his arms without warning, nearly making her fall. Aban looked at her and said with a laugh, "It seems divine retribution came at just the right time." He joked, "This is the first time I've seen a mage with this kind of skill. Are you even a human child?" Fiona replied in confusion, "Of course I am." She suddenly thought to herself, "If I were to tell him the truth, I'm the future final boss." Aban was satisfied. He turned and stood with her on the parapet of the wall in front of him. He clicked his tongue and said, "Is that so? Well then, thank you for watching and see you again." Fiona stared blankly down below, thinking, just a few more steps and I'll fall. Was I so flawed that he had to throw me out here? Aban looked down below and said to her with a frown, "Look, the demonic beasts are retreating." Fiona looked down skeptically, but it was true. Ah, they really are. Fiona watched as the demonic beasts, black, big, blue, and others retreated from the wall. She smiled, thinking, this is the first time I've ever felt the sensation of defeating something in this world. Fiona suddenly noticed the soldiers below. They were all staring at her, which made her panic. She wondered, why are the soldiers staring at me like that? Fiona gave a nervous laugh and raised her hand, waving at everyone. She could only laugh awkwardly. Haha, Fiona thought in embarrassment. It must be because I'm being held like a child. How embarrassing. Suddenly, everyone below shouted in unison. They all raised their right fists, pumping them up and down with a loud cheer. Hurrah! Hurrah! It's the mage. Our mage. Thank you. Because of you, our lives have been saved. Fiona, overjoyed, smiled brightly and turned to Aban, asking, "Did I meet the standard?" Aban broke into a satisfied smile. He set her down, ruffled her hair with his hand, and said, "Welcome to Hayland, Fiona." Fiona was overjoyed, thinking happily, "Aban has acknowledged me." She grinned from ear to ear and replied to Aban, "It's an absolute honor." Satisfied, Aban turned and walked away. Fiona touched her head, suddenly realizing, did he just call me Fiona? Is this the first time he's used my name? So he did know my name, yet he kept calling me kid, this and kid, that. She glared at the smiling Aban, thinking irritably, "Just you wait. You." A month passed. 3 maids stood before her, holding a cake and lollipops, smiling and calling her name, Lady Fiona. "Please have this, and this one too, my lady." Seeing all the sweets in front of her, Fiona was overwhelmed with happiness. She reached out to take them from everyone, smiling politely and saying, "Thank you." As Fiona happily enjoyed her treats, she thought to herself, "Everyone is calling me Lady, the young genius mage." It seems they were deeply impressed by the lightning strike on the wall. There are no other children in the fortress, so I'm very well liked by everyone, especially Aban. Fiona thought of Aban Hylo's face and his words, and she couldn't help but sigh. Aban had pointed and instructed everyone. "She's too small for a 13-year-old. Fatten her up." Fiona beamed, thinking, and just like that, my pockets are always full of snacks. She expressed her feelings inwardly. "I'm so happy." Suddenly, she saw Jaren walking ahead with a gloomy face. She thought with a start, "Oh, it's Jaren." With that haggard look, like a walking corpse. It's obvious Aban has been working him to the bone. "Oh dear, you poor assistant." Fiona quickly took the candy from her mouth, walked up to Jaren, offered it to him, and said with a bright smile, "Jaren, this candy is for you." Jaren happily accepted it, not forgetting to thank her. "Ah, thank you, my lady." Fiona asked curiously, "Where are you headed?" Sigran looked at her, smiled, and replied, "I'm heading to the fourth wall. I heard there was an attack this morning." Hearing this, Fiona was startled. She frowned and thought, the demonic beasts attack relentlessly, day and night. The second wall, which I'm in charge of, has improved somewhat. But the situation elsewhere is not so stable. This will keep repeating until the original story begins in 6 years. Fiona looked at Jaren with pleading, sparkling eyes and said, "I know this is sudden, but can I go with you?" Hearing her request, Jaren was startled but immediately nodded and replied, "Are you sure it's okay?" Fiona said decisively, "It's no problem. Sigran, you remember I was startled when I saw the corpses of the demonic beasts. There's a big difference between looking down from the wall and seeing them up close." She sighed and continued, "That's why I only dared to trail behind Aban." Jaren smiled and, covering his mouth, whispered to her, "In that case, please keep it a secret from the Duke." Fiona nodded eagerly and replied, "Of course." She then wondered again, "I don't understand why Aban hates it when people touch him." Jaren said with satisfaction, "All right, let's go together then." Fiona and Jaren quickly made their way to the fourth wall. At that location, people were hastily giving each other instructions. "We need more fire over here. Hurry up." A nearby soldier said with difficulty, "Captain, we're short on men." The captain clenched his fist, unable to control his frustration, and said irritably, "Damn it, when will the reinforcements arrive?" That soldier quickly replied, "I heard that Lady Fiona of the Green family will be here soon." After a long while, Fiona and Jaren finally arrived at the fourth wall. The guards on duty rushed to greet the two of them. The soldiers quickly saluted and seriously reported the situation. Reporting, "We are currently handling the bodies from this morning's raid." Sigran listened with a stern expression, then frowned and asked, "What is the exact extent of the damage?" Fiona ignored Jaren standing there and quickly walked up to the wall, silently observing the extent of the damage around her. She pursed her lips and thought, embers are flying everywhere. The smoke is thick and choking. The smell of burning flesh is acrid. This tragedy has become all too familiar to me. Fiona stood on the wall, looking down through a small opening to where Jaren was standing. She saw he was still talking with the soldier. He asked, "Are you short on any equipment?" The soldier carefully replied to him, "Ah, yes. We're short on carts, dry firewood," and Fiona turned away, her face grimacing as she thought, with the situation like this, I can't just stay by Jaren's side. She walked towards the area where the bodies were being gathered. The soldiers were preparing to carry out the task of burning the corpses of the demonic beasts. Seeing her approach, they quickly stopped what they were doing. They looked at her curiously and said, "A mage? Are you the mage?" Fiona smiled, extended her hand and said, "Let me burn those bodies for you." Fiona closed her eyes tightly and seriously performed the spell. She thought, "First, I must concentrate and feel the flow of mana." As she felt the flow weaving around her, she directed the spell to large corpses, causing the dry bodies to quickly ignite, flare up brightly, and then vanish completely. Fiona let out a breath, looked at the soldiers beside her, and said with a smile, "See? I'll take charge here." The remaining soldier nodded and quickly replied to her, "In that case, we'll head over there." Fiona accepted, waving her hand and saying, "All right." After that, she focused all her energy on incinerating the monster corpses. She burned, and burned again. The fire blazed and crackled, showing no signs of stopping. Fiona took a short break, looked at the remaining corpses, and sighed to herself. Sigh, still not done. Despite this, Fiona tried her best to complete the task well. She turned to the other side to continue burning. She pursed her lips and said, "Let's see continue burning." Suddenly, she noticed among the corpses of the demonic beasts, someone was lying unconscious in a pool of fresh blood. Fiona stared at the face with tightly closed eyes, frowning and thinking, "Isn't that a child?" She immediately knelt down, looking the unconscious boy up and down. She muttered, "Probably my age. But judging by his clothes, he's probably not a soldier. Looks like a mercenary." Fiona sighed and clasped her hands in front of the boy, saying sadly, "Rest in peace." Fiona lowered her hands, her head aching as she thought, "Irrelevant, but I have the body of a child but the mind of an adult. This child, however, is different." Suddenly, the boy let out a groan. Fiona, who was lost in thought right next to him, jumped in surprise. Fiona trembled and thought, "A zombie? Can corpses talk too? This world is truly strange." Fiona flinched, telling herself, "No, this boy is still alive." She quickly found a long stick nearby and used it to lift the heavy, dead leg that was pinning the young boy's body. Her face turned red, her whole body shaking, as she yelled to inform the other soldiers, "There's someone still alive here." After a long while, she finally managed to pull the large leg away. The young boy didn't seem to be stirring anymore. Fiona cautiously looked at him, frowning and thinking, "There's a wound on his stomach." Fiona turned his whole body over, whispering, "Anyway, it's still better to have him on his back. Feel all right." The boy finally opened his eyes. Fiona was relieved and thought, "He's opened his eyes. Is he awake?" Fiona quickly patted the boy's face and said urgently, "Can you hear me? You're safe now. You absolutely cannot pass out." The boy coughed once, then opened his mouth and asked hoarsely, "Who are you?" Fiona was secretly overjoyed, thinking, "Good, if he's still conscious, he might just survive." But looking closely, this boy is really handsome. He must be even more handsome when he's healthy. After all, why would a child like this be here? Also, even though we've just met for some reason, he feels familiar. Suddenly, there was the sound of heavy footsteps heading towards her. Because she was lost in thought, she didn't notice it. Luckily, the young boy saw it. He struggled to sit up and said to her, "Dan danger." A soldier in the distance shouted, "Get out of the way, mage." Fiona was stunned. Before she could turn to see what was happening, a hand grabbed her. It pulled her down, successfully helping her dodge a blow from the giant demonic beast. The other soldiers rushed towards her, shouting, "Mage, are you all right?" The demonic beast is still alive. Prepare to attack. Fiona was now lying flat on the ground. The young boy was half lying, half sitting opposite her, his face only a few centimeters from hers. Feeling how weak he was, constantly panting, her heart pounded rapidly. She thought, it was aiming for me. If he hadn't pulled me down and rolled away, I would have really died. Just as she finished the thought, the boy couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground. Fiona looked at the demonic beast slowly approaching her, her eyes wide with terror as she thought, the person I thought was dead is now just barely breathing. She worried. What should I do? Because he shielded me, his wound has gotten worse. If I try to move him, it's beyond my strength. She saw the demonic beast raise its hand, about to strike at her. The soldiers saw this and shouted, "Mage," then turned to his comrades and yelled, "Continue the attack." Fiona struggled. That got everyone's attention. Magic flared in her hands. She aimed at the terrifying demonic beast and unleashed a barrage on it. Struck by her magic, the demonic beast flew back several meters before collapsing, dead on the spot. Seeing it motionless, Fiona let out a breath and whispered, "All right." Fiona suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest and groaned. Ack. She turned to look at the boy, dazed. I hastily used magic, which exhausted my body, but compared to this kid, the soldiers quickly ran to her. The commander said urgently, "Mage, are you all right?" Fiona supported the boy's head and said quickly, "I'm fine. He's seriously injured." She looked at the boy, frantically patting his face and saying loudly, "Wake up! Hey, wake up!" Suddenly, Fiona paused for a moment, staring intently at the young boy. She frowned and thought, that moment when I calmly faced the child, I realized a truth. The tattered clothes, I thought, belonged to a mercenary. The jet black hair like the night sky. The beautiful grey eyes. Though he was dirty, his appearance hadn't changed. He was younger than I thought, so I couldn't recognize him. This boy is actually the male lead, Sigran. Fiona was startled, quickly letting go of his hand. She clutched her head in panic, thinking, isn't this guy the male lead, Sigran? According to the original story, it's still 6 years until it starts. Why is the male lead already lying sprawled out in front of me? At this point in time, he should have already met Aban, right? Fiona looked down at Sigran lying motionless on the ground, hesitatingly thinking, no, now is not the time to think about that. If he really is the male lead who saves the world, and he dies saving me, then the world will be destroyed. Fiona looked as if her soul had left her body, her face turning pale. She turned trembling to the soldiers and said urgently, quick, call a doctor." 2 days later, Sigran lay still in bed, being examined by a doctor. The doctor said gently, although he was seriously injured. Luckily, he's past the critical stage. Fiona was overjoyed and said happily, "Really?" The doctor nodded with a smile and replied to her, "Yes. If there are any problems, just call for me." Fiona let out a breath and slumped into the chair beside his bed, saying dejectedly, "Thank goodness. The world's crisis has passed." Fiona looked at Sigran, who was breathing steadily but had yet to open his eyes. She rested her chin on her hand and thought, that looking at him like this, I can't believe he's the hero who saves the world. She rested her chin on her hand, watching him sleep and whispering, "Around now, Sigran is almost 14 years old, right? I'm just guessing though. Sigran's past was never mentioned in detail. Sigran, born as the male protagonist, had a very mysterious background. He was a prince of the empire I'm currently in. To be precise, he was the undisclosed illegitimate son." Fiona sighed, lightly tapping her fingernails, and clicked her tongue, thinking Sigran was born to a mother of commoner origin. Many people saw him as a thorn in their side and wanted him dead. From a young age, Sigran lived with danger. Because of this, to protect her son, Sigran's mother tried to flee with him to another country. But the woman's escape failed, and she met her fate. She recalled that at that time, Sigran and his mother were being chased by a group of men who shouted to everyone around, "Split up and search. It's a young woman and a brat." Seeing the dire situation, his mother took him to a nearby tree, covered him with leaves, and said gently to him, "Sigran, you hide here, okay?" Young Sigran naively asked, "What about you, Mom?" His mother couldn't help but hug him tightly, her shoulders trembling. She said falteringly, "I'll be fine. I'll come back for you, my beloved son." Just a few seconds later, his mother was beaten mercilessly by those men. Blood flowed everywhere. Exhausted, she could only lie on the ground. Still not satisfied, those men quickened their search for Sigran. "The son must be hiding around here. Search every nook and cranny for me." After the men left, Sigran peeked out from the bushes. Seeing his mother, tears streamed down his face. He rushed to his mother's side. "Mom," tears and snot streamed down his face as he cried out, "Mom, Mommy." His mother smiled, whispering her last words before dying. "Sigran, you must." She couldn't finish her sentence. Before finishing the sentence, she collapsed, her heart no longer beating. For that reason, Sigran was left all alone from a very young age. He fled to the northern region of Haaland. Since it was the farthest corner of the empire, his pursuers wouldn't set foot there. Later, Aban, recognizing Sigran's talent, decided to take him in as a disciple and teach him. Fiona sighed, resting her chin on her hand in thought. This is Sigran's childhood story. In the main plot, I only had him briefly introduce himself to the female lead with a few lines. A character's past is just a setup to showcase their personality. Moreover, it's a very common setup for the fantasy genre. But Fiona clutched her sleeves, her heart aching as she thought, to think that he actually had to go through all of that. With that, she placed her hand on his hair, stroking it gently. She whispered, "It must have been so hard. I'm so sorry." Fiona pursed her lips, thinking to herself that she had planned to leave this place when the time came. But while she was still here, she had to treat him well. Besides, Sigran is supposed to kill me later on. All the more reason to befriend him now. Big Sis here will definitely take the best care of you. When you grow up, you have to live well, okay? No, you have to know how to save people. Fiona felt tired. Her body wanted to rest a little. She yawned and then slumped down beside him, thinking, having to keep an eye on Sigran has kept me from getting any sleep. I'm so sleepy. I'll just take a short nap. I'll think about this after Sigran wakes up. After a long while, Fiona woke up with a start, whispering in confusion, "Ah, how long was I asleep?" She looked to her side and saw that Sigran had woken up and was staring at her. She thought with a jolt, "Ah, that look. He's awake." Fiona smiled and asked him, Did you sleep well? It's nice to meet you." Fiona glanced at him, surprised by her own admiration. Wow, he's so handsome with his eyes open. But maybe because he's still young. He's like a cat that likes to puff up its fur. Thanks for saving me. Since he's the main character, I thought he'd be very easygoing. Sigran frowned and was silent for a moment. A while later, he asked, "Where is this?" Fiona shrugged and replied, "This is Haaland Fortress." Sigran looked at her and asked, "Who are you?" Fiona smiled and replied, "I'm Fiona." "And you?" Sigran held up his bandaged hands, frowned, and said, "Sigran, why am I still alive?" Hearing him say that, Fiona thought to herself, did he forget about pulling me into a role? Helping others unconsciously, he really is the male lead. She smiled and looked at him, saying, I brought you back here and had a doctor treat you. Sigran frowned and said with annoyance, What? Seeing his reaction, Fiona thought with concern, why is his attitude so strange? It makes me even more worried about him. Though he's the male lead, he's still just a child. The difference between imagination and the reality right before my eyes is enormous. Seeing Sigran injured like this, I feel even more guilty. Why did I make the male lead's past so unfortunate? Fiona asked him caringly. Oh right. You don't have a fever, do you? She reached out to touch his forehead, but he dodged it. He snapped, Don't touch me without permission. Despite that, Fiona replied gently, Well then, if it hurts anywhere, just tell me directly. Sigran frowned and shouted, Just leave it. I can take care of myself. As if ignoring his words, Fiona playfully poked him in the side with her index finger to test him. Sigran flinched, crying out in pain. Oh, wow, ow. Fiona chuckled to herself. So a 14-year-old boy pretending to be strong can only hold out for this long. Sigran gently touched his aching wound, his eyes welling up with tears. He said, But what are you doing? Fiona let out a sigh and said seriously, You are a patient in need of special care. If it hurts anywhere, you must tell me immediately. Sigran turned his face away, pursing his lips and saying, We've only just met. What do you mean by doing this? It's so weird. Fiona smiled brightly and replied to him, But didn't you save me too? Sigran frowned, looking skeptical. What are you talking about? I never. Before he could finish his sentence, he was cut off by the sound of a door being slammed open. It was Aban who had arrived. He looked towards Fiona and said loudly, Hey kid, you're too young to be bringing men home. Fiona pouted and replied, He's just a boy, not a man. Aban crossed his arms and replied nonchalantly, Same difference. Fiona noticed his attitude, frowning as she thought, It seems like he's angry about something. It's best not to add fuel to the fire. Fiona tilted her head, looking at Aban and asked quizzically, Why did you come here? Aban walked straight to Sigran's bed, looked at him and said, Because of this brat. Aban clicked his tongue in exasperation. So a second stray rock has rolled in here while I was away. Fiona coughed, thinking in confusion, Does he mean I was the first rock? Fiona looked up at Aban her mouth agape, and said he was seriously injured, so I temporarily kept him in my room for treatment. Hearing this, Aban nodded, resting his hand on her head as if it were an armrest. He looked at Sigran and asked, Where are you from? You don't look like you're from around here. Fiona frowned, trying to push Aban arm away, and thought quickly, Now that he mentions it, I never really thought about things like Sigran's origin. Sigran bowed his head and answered ambiguously, A mercenary group. Aban raised an eyebrow and repeated, A mercenary group. They're recruiting brats like you now. Fiona sighed, thinking, That doesn't seem to be the main topic here. Seeing Sigran remain silent, she leaned in and whispered in his ear, Because that is Duke Aban. Hearing her words, Sigran pondered for a long time. The Duke, could he also be someone who's after me? Or perhaps... Seeing him lost in thought, Fiona poked him on the forehead with her finger. Sigran recoiled and said with annoyance, Stop doing that. Fiona giggled and said, I just wanted to tell you not to worry too much. Sigran remained adamant, saying, Even so, just stop it. Seeing his expression, Fiona smiled brightly and thought to herself, Something must be wrong with me. No matter how I look at it, he just seems so cute. Aban suddenly walked over and lifted her up. he said in a stern voice. This little girl. I told you it's too soon. Fiona was startled and exclaimed, He's just a child. Wah. Fiona thought with annoyance. Lately, he's been carrying me like this all the time. They look like a father and daughter. Hearing such words might be a bit, but since both our hair is silver, it's understandable why they might think that. Fiona looked at Aban and said gently, But can we let him stay here until he recovers? Hearing her, he raised an eyebrow, implying, This is the first time I've seen you ask me for anything. Fiona was a little surprised, tilted her head and smiled. Is that so? But normally, I don't really need anything. Aban nodded and replied reluctantly, Although I'm quite displeased with what you just asked, fine. I'll provide a room for that brat until he's well. Hearing this, Fiona was surprised and said with a laugh, Wow. You're giving him his own room. Aban frowned at her and retorted, So you want to share a room with that brat? Hearing this, Sigran's face turned completely red. He hurriedly said, But what's wrong with you? A young lady like you, how much more do you plan to meddle in other people's business? Seeing him like that, Fiona pouted and thought to herself, He's disliked me since we first met. I wasn't even coddled like that when I was a child. But there's no need to tell Sigran the reason why I'm here. He just needs to grow up healthy, fall in love with the female lead, and save this world. Of course I intended to witness all these events with the heart of a parent. Aban carried her out of the room. Fiona beamed and said, Anyway, thank you, Your Grace. I'll work even harder from now on. Aban said as he walked, Don't bother. The way you are now is enough. Fiona stared at Aban, her arm draped over his shoulder, thinking happily. Come to think of it, his tone is always like this, but his attitude has softened a lot. Still, I'm confused as to whether he's actually treating me well or not. Fiona sighed, tiredly pondering, but I guess he's not planning to kick me out. Everyone faces difficulties. This is so stressful. That night, Sigran lay in bed, his mother's words from that time echoing in his ears. You must survive, Sigran. Sigran squeezed his eyes shut, thinking in anguish. Kalia, my mother, worried about me until her very last breath. As she was being beaten to death by those men, she held on, waiting for me to run to her side. She caressed my face, gasping for breath as she instructed me, You must. Survive. Okay? Sigran. Those words were like a curse etched deep into my mind. After that, I found a safer place, as my mother wished. I then made my way to the north. After temporarily escaping the threats to my life, I had to worry about how to make a living. Luckily, I found a job running errands for a mercenary group. Thanks to that, I didn't starve to death. He remembered that time. They were all adults, surrounding him, grabbing his shoulder and mocking him. Hey kid, I told you to come here. Sigran said bluntly, I can't. I still have to mop the floor. The tallest man in the group suddenly reached out towards him and said angrily, You little brat, you're ignoring my words. He grabbed Sigran and growled, I saved your life when you were about to starve to death. Don't piss me off. After saying that, he shoved him forcefully towards the water barrels, not caring if he lived or died. The mercenaries would always beat me for any reason. Before long, my body was covered in scars. But, why do I have to live? A young Sigran lay huddled on a pile of dry straw. The wind blew in strongly, and he only had a thin cloth to cover himself. Sigran, covered in dirt and wounds, was all alone. He clenched his fists, dreaming and thinking, I'm so lonely. I often thought how nice it would be if someone stopped me. What's the point of living a life worse than an insect's? As time passed, The Mercenary Group was tasked with protecting the territory of Haaland. Fighting monsters was very dangerous, but in return, they would get money. Sigran remembered that time on the fourth wall, his limbs trembling as he looked at the huge demonic beasts surrounding him. If he wanted to live, he had to fight back, but he had nothing in his hands to defend himself with. Sigran let out a sigh, thinking, I didn't even get a proper weapon. I had to survive by picking up someone's sword on the battlefield. If I had to pick one good thing to say about this war, it would be that I've become much stronger and more experienced through these life or death battles. After that, he had to fight with all his might, protecting the Helen territory as well as his own life. And finally, he was able to drive them away. Sigran panted, thinking, I'm alive. But then, everything reached a breaking point. The nearby military commander shouted, They're coming! Retreat quickly! Let's retreat! Retreat! Suddenly, a member of my squad turned and yelled at me. What are you still standing there for, you slowpoke? Then, with one hand, he pushed me down, cursing me. Ha! If you're that useless, just stay here and be a shield. My strength couldn't withstand his push, so I just fell to the ground. With the world, that I must live. Live, no matter what. Sigran got up, picked up the sword beside him again. As the demonic beasts advanced, he moved forward to fight them hand to hand. Sigran gritted his teeth, reassuring himself, I must live. I've endured so much to live, but no matter how much my abilities improve, I don't have enough strength anymore. However, those terrifying beasts were not only large but also numerous. It was impossible for him to defeat them all by himself. They took the opportunity and grievously wounded him. Sigran collapsed to the ground. His entire body was covered in blood. Sigran lay collapsed on the ground, completely exhausted, unable to stand up. He gasped for breath, only able to scream in his mind, In the end, I'm still going to die. But for some reason, that thought brought me a sense of peace. If I have any regrets, it's having to be a substitute for a scumbag like that. When I have to die for someone, I want to find someone who shares my plight. That's right. Someone who needs help more. I want to extend my hand to that weaker person. Because when I was lonely, there was no one to help me. Sigran let out a breath, his head spinning as he thought, So, even I want to be able to help someone truly weak, hoping that no one will end up like me. Sigran curled up, thinking to himself, to think that my end would be to die like this. I still want to believe that my wish is not meaningless. Somewhere out there, a light will surely appear, or I will become someone's light. Something I can no longer do now. While he was drifting in and out of consciousness, Sigran could only feel one thing. Deep in the darkness, someone was comforting him. That hand was so gentle it made him cry. The next morning, Sigran was awakened by the crowing of a rooster. He frowned. He struggled to sit up, looking around dazedly and thinking, Where am I? Suddenly, he looked to his side and saw a girl slumped over by his bed. He was bewildered, thinking with a start, Huh? A girl? Sigran froze. He stared intently at the silver-haired girl who was deep in sleep. The girl wasn't moving at all, just resting her arms on the bed and lying perfectly still. Sigran's heart skipped a beat. His eyes widened as he gazed at her without stopping. He thought, This is the most peaceful sight in my dull life. That day, at the dining table, Fiona approached Sigran and said, Is your wound okay? Let me see if it's all right. Fiona reached out to take his hand, but he still pulled away. Sigran said grumpily, I told you not to touch me. Fiona sighed. Seeing that she couldn't reason with him, she sat down in the opposite chair, clicked her tongue and said, Fine, have it your way. Sigran looked at her, frowning as he thought, As expected, there's no reason to befriend a villain, is there? All this time, I've only known his name, but haven't gotten to know him at all. Fiona spoke again, cutting through Sigran's thoughts. Even if you hate me, if you feel pain anywhere, you have to tell the doctor. Okay? Got it. Sigran was stunned. He stared at her for a long time before replying, "You're so strange." Fiona took a sip of milk. Seeing his eyes fixed on her, she thought shyly, "He's looking at me like he's never seen another person's child before." She looked up at him, smiled, and asked, "What is it?" Sigran immediately asked her, "Why do you care about me? Is it the sympathy of a young lady who grew up in luxury?" Fiona looked at him seriously and said sincerely, "That's true. To you, I'm probably just like a stray cat or dog picked up in the rain. But that's not it. Thank you for watching." Fiona frowned, thinking to herself, "It seems Sigran thinks I'm a close relative of Abel. That means he thinks I'm a spoiled noble girl who knows nothing about the world. Does a girl like that make him uncomfortable?" Fiona tilted her head, looked at him, and replied, "I didn't bring you here with such a carefree attitude." Seeing her stammering, Sigran grew impatient and slammed his hand on the table. He said angrily, "If not that, then what is it?" Fiona didn't answer him right away, thinking for a moment. "Of course, if I get closer to you, it will be more beneficial for me later on. I did have such a selfish thought. However, over such a long time, I've gradually developed feelings for Sigran's existence." Fiona looked at him with wide, round eyes. She smiled brightly and said, "Can't I just simply want to save you?" Hearing her say that, Sigran asked skeptically, "We just met." "For no reason at all." Fiona nodded and replied, "That's right. You thought the same thing, didn't you?" Sigran lowered his head and stammered, I never thought that way." He clicked his tongue and continued, "TSK. Only kids who grew up sheltered like you would think so lightly of things." Fiona thought angrily to herself, "There he goes again. I've been on the battlefield too, you know." She let out a sigh and said evasively, "Wait. I'm not just some young lady living here." As she was speaking, the sound of a door opening cut her off. Fiona ran to open it and saw that it was the doctor who was treating Sigran. Fiona smiled and said, "Please come in." "Ah, it's the doctor." The doctor replied gently, "You're here again today, Lady Fiona. As expected, being of the same age, you've become close very quickly." Sigran walked over to the doctor, turned his head to look at Fiona, and said, "Now you can leave." Fiona shook her head, still standing there with a smile. "I want to see if your wound has gotten better too." Sigran chuckled, sneering. I hope you don't faint when you see them." Fiona giggled in reply. "It won't be that bad." She thought to herself, "I've seen so many horrifying corpses on the battlefield already." Sigran was at his wit's end, trying his best to shoo her away. "Get out. I can't change the bandages because of you." Fiona, feeling helpless, had no choice but to leave. She stood leaning against the wall, her hand on her forehead, thinking, "He's in his puberty years, so he's too shy to laugh in front of me." Fiona walked away, thinking leisurely, "If I think of it that way, it's actually kind of cute. I'll come back later and see." In the room, after a quick examination, the doctor asked as he changed the bandages, "All right then, Sigran. You don't feel any pain at night, do you?" Sigran quickly buttoned his shirt, smiled, and replied, "No, I'm fine." Fiona returned to Sigran's room, standing at the door for a long time. She frowned and thought, "This is taking longer than I thought. I didn't expect changing bandages to take so much time." Fiona turned away again and sat on the bench opposite his room, thinking irritably, that look was like he was screaming, "Foolish girl who knows nothing of the world. I tried to tell him the story I didn't want to tell before, I've worked so hard, so why does Sigran still hate me? Fiona sighed, her brow furrowed in thought. Actually, I never really thought about Sigran's personality when he was a child, so I probably don't understand him well. Because this story is told from the perspective of the female lead, Eunice. Sigran's role in it is also quite simple. Handsome, dedicated, and affectionate. The perfect lover who only loves Eunice. Hasn't everyone dreamed of such a fanciful love once? Someone who always believes in and stays by your side. Fiona was now completely confused, struggling to think about Sigran. Because I only imagined Sigran's personality like that. Now I don't know how to handle this. Maybe it's because my intentions aren't entirely pure. I want to get closer to him with a mix of these regrets, feelings, and calculations. And it seems he's wary, because he sees it as unprompted goodwill. Approaching him rashly will only make him hate me more, making the future even more uncertain. A while later, the doctor opened the door and saw her sitting there, seemingly lost in thought. He quickly spoke up to interrupt her, my lady. Hearing the doctor call her, Fiona scurried over to him and asked urgently, "Is it done?" The doctor smiled and said, "Yes, but..." Seeing the doctor's hesitation, Fiona frowned and asked, "Is there a problem?" She grabbed his sleeve and asked forcefully, "What is it?" The doctor swallowed, glanced furtively into the room, and said in a low voice, "Ah, no. His wound is recovering very well." But the doctor stammered on. "That child I heard, he came from a mercenary group. But I don't know if we should let him go back there when he's recovered. Although he doesn't say anything, his body is covered in old scars." Fiona felt as if she'd been struck by lightning. She rushed into Sigran's room. She called out loudly, "Sigran." She was anxious and worried, thinking, "This can't be. I can't believe it's like this. What have I done?" Sigran was sitting on the bed. He had just finished drinking water and was wiping his mouth, asking curiously, "What's wrong?" Fiona ran to his side and said urgently, "Sigran, sorry, let me just lift your shirt a little." As soon as Fiona finished speaking, she pushed Sigran forcefully down onto the bed. Seeing her so aggressive, he was frightened and a bit embarrassed, stammering, What? What are you talking about all of a sudden?" Fiona frantically pulled at Sigran's shirt to get a clear look at what she needed to see, quickly saying to him, "Please forgive me." Sigran's face turned beet red as he shouted, "If you know it's rude, then don't do it." Fiona, losing patience, reached into his shirt, fumbling over the skin beneath the fabric. Fiona said cautiously, "Just a little, it's okay." Fiona frowned, thinking, "I can feel some swelling here. There are many indentations here, these are definitely scars." She used all her strength to lift his shirt to get a clear view of the scar. She saw that from his neck down, it was covered in scars, both large and small. Fiona was startled, her eyes wide as she stared at the scars, thinking, "They're everywhere, how could this be?" Sigran, in a state of panic, pushed her away with all his might. He screamed, "I told you not to." Sigran, in that moment, couldn't control his strength and pushed her, making her fall to the floor. The sound of her fall seemed very painful. He was startled for a moment, thinking, "I didn't mean to push her that hard." Sigran looked at her on the floor and stammered, What? Are you made of feathers? Why are you so easy to push over?" Fiona didn't pay much attention, dusting off her hands and immediately getting up, her eyes welling with tears as she looked at him. Seeing her like that, Sigran froze. He panicked and rushed to her side, carefully asking, "Hey, did you get hurt when you fell?" Seeing her just sobbing without answering him, he grew impatient and said urgently, "Hey, don't cry. Tell me, where does it hurt? Your shoulder? Your leg?" Seeing that the situation wasn't looking good, Sigran frowned, stood up straight, and said seriously, "No, this won't do. I have to call a doctor." He was about to leave when she grabbed the corner of his shirt. He turned to look at her, asking anxiously, What is it now?" Fiona took a deep, pained breath and said sadly, "Oh, I'm fine. It's just," she thought with a heavy heart. "Scars cover Sigran's chest, arms and hips. And the bruises, those aren't just injuries. They're marks of being burned. Signs of one-sided violence. Hidden in those wounds is a malice that has existed for many years." Fiona, with tears in her eyes, looked at him and said shyly, "Sigran, who did this to you?" Sigran was momentarily surprised. Then his face darkened, and he replied with annoyance, "You heard the doctor, didn't you? Did you take off my shirt just to confirm it?" Fiona pulled her hand back and nodded in agreement. Sigran scratched his head, coughed once, and said, "What's with that? Coming here for that reason? That's why I told you to get out while I was changing the bandages. Crying when you see my wounds, you always..." Sigran suddenly stopped as Fiona rushed forward and hugged him tightly, not letting him continue. Fiona closed her eyes tightly, tears streaming down her face, thinking hazily, "Sigran's body smells like disinfectant, and I feel so guilty about that. Because of me, he had to endure such horrible torture. All for a simple, gentle sentence about an unhappy childhood. The difference between literature and real life is so vast." Fiona sniffled and whispered, "How could this happen?" Sigran sighed and answered her, "It's not a big deal. There are a lot of rough guys among the mercenaries. I just happened to be the youngest and the weakest, so I became their target." Fiona let him go and grabbed his shoulders, comforting him. "Sigran, it's okay. Don't think about it anymore." Sigran frowned at her and asked, "Are you sympathizing with me?" Fiona just shook her head. Then she thought to herself, "It's not sympathy. It's closer to a sense of guilt. In reality, regarding Sigran's existence until now, I haven't truly felt this world, even though he has experienced the cruelty of the battlefield. Even though everything feels like something from a distant world. No, it's more like I've been ignoring it. That seeing his wounds moved me greatly. The fact that young Sigran endured prolonged abuse is my fault. I feel ashamed for complaining about how difficult it was to befriend him like this." Fiona gripped Sigran's hand tightly, thinking with conviction, "Even if Sigran hates me from now on, I will always be by his side. That's the biggest apology I can offer for those scars that will never fade." Fiona looked at Sigran shyly and said sincerely, "Sigran, I'm sorry." Sigran was bewildered, clicking his tongue and saying, "Could it be? You're not apologizing for taking off my shirt?" Fiona coughed and lowered her head, saying, "No, that's not it." Seeing that she was still crying, Sigran reached out and patted her head. He said softly, "Don't cry. It's not your fault. So why are you crying?" Fiona took his warm hand, thinking to herself, even though he complains a lot, his hand is so soft. Sigran really is an affectionate person. Fiona reached out and cupped his cheeks, saying seriously, "Sigran." Sigran froze, asking in confusion, "What is it now?" Fiona replied to him with sincerity, "I won't hurt you." She thought to herself, "It's like casting a spell I want to say to him. From now until the female lead appears, Sigran's wounds won't heal. Even so, I still want to do something until then. I wish he wouldn't be so wary of me anymore. Just that small wish." Fiona stopped crying, a bright, sincere smile spreading across her face as she looked at him and said cheerfully, "So let's be close friends, okay?" Sigran looked slightly embarrassed. He quickly turned his face away and said softly, "What are you doing? Being all alone? Crying one moment, laughing the next, and now this. Anyway, you always do as you please. She saw that he didn't seem to be avoiding her anymore. She smiled and thought, he doesn't seem to hate me. Fiona continued, yes, we have to be good friends. After a while, Fiona had grown closer to Sigran. Fiona was overjoyed internally, thinking, I wonder if this is just my own delusion. At the very least, it's not like before where we couldn't even touch. This is a huge step forward. Initially, if Sigran was continuously abused, it's only natural for him to be sensitive to others' hands. Thinking back now, it seems I couldn't touch his scars because of that fear. Fiona brought a box of pastries to Sigran's room. Just as she was about to knock and enter, she saw him open the door. She looked at him in surprise and said, You'll get hurt. I told you not to move around. Fiona handed him the box of pastries, then stood behind him and pushed him to sit on a chair. Sigran was startled and said, What's the big deal? I'm almost better. Fiona shook her head, walked over, and slammed the door shut, saying seriously, No. Until you're fully recovered, you have to listen to your big sister here. Sigran sat properly on the chair, turned to look at her, and asked with a frown, I've been curious for a long time. Why do you keep calling yourself big sister? How old are you anyway? Fiona gulped, feeling a pang of guilt. Physically, I'm a year younger than him. Fiona whispered her answer to him, 13 years old. After hearing this, Sigran nodded and offered his assessment of her. Older than I thought. I thought you were only about 10. Hearing this, Fiona's eyes widened, and she shot up, shouting, What? Then she swallowed her anger and sat back down on the chair, thinking irritably, Aban always treats me like a child. Am I really that small? What can I do when I was a picky eater during puberty? Fiona said with a sigh, Anyway, I'm still a year older. Mentally, I'm older than you, little brother. Sigran took a pastry, ate it, and said with a smile, That's just your own delusion. The Duke of Hayland has been feeding you diligently. What on earth have you been doing that you haven't grown at all? Fiona slumped onto the table sadly, complaining to him. She thought to herself, actually, my stamina is also terrible. That's why I can't use magic for long. In terms of running, it's like I can only run short distances, not long ones. She just sighed, closed her eyes, and told him briefly, I'll try to grow more in the future, so it's okay. Sigran smiled brightly and said softly, All right, make sure to get plenty of sleep. Fiona squinted, glancing at him eating the pastry, and thought, Sigran, he's in a better state now. The atmosphere has softened too. He shines as brightly as an angel. Even though he's just a kid, I'm really looking forward to how he'll be in a few years. This kid, he should be using his dazzling good looks on the female lead. Seeing her staring at him and giggling, Sigran asked skeptically, Is there something on my face? Iona quickly shook her head and said, Huh? Not at all. Sigran looked at her and asked curiously, Then why are you staring? Fiona sat up straight and said with a serious smile, Because you're handsome. But even so, in the future, you must keep your spirits up and go on dates, okay? Fiona thought to herself, Even if you make my lovely female lead cry, I won't forgive you. Hearing her say that, Sigran frowned and replied, I always think like that, but sometimes you'll really know. Fiona asked curiously, What? With a soft whoosh, Sigran leaned forward, gently ruffling her hair with his hand. He said slyly, I don't know who has the higher mental age. Come to think of it, you're not afraid of anyone, are you? Fiona craned her neck and argued back, That's not true. And before she could finish her sentence, Jaren burst into the room. Jaren panted, saying seriously, Lady Fiona, a large number of demons are approaching the second wall. In any case, all combat personnel must assemble now. Fiona quickly stood up and said urgently, I know. I'll go right away. Jaren nodded and replied, Thank you, my lady. Thank you for watching. Fiona was about to run to the assembly point when a hand grabbed her, pulling her back. Sigran frowned and said, What are you talking about? Why are you going there? Fiona just then realized. That's right. I still haven't told Sigran that I'm a mage participating in the battle. Fiona looked at Sigran and said seriously, I'm just a mage participating in the battle here. My main job is to protect the second wall, you understand? So, let go of my hand. However, Sigran still held onto her hand tightly. He gritted his teeth and muttered, That's impossible. Fiona asked in confusion, What? Sigran suddenly shouted, How can you say that now? The second wall is the most dangerous place. Do you know that? Knights and cavaliers who have fought their 4 lives can die in an instant. You could die and end up in a tragic state. And you have to protect a place like that. Sigran then turned to Sigran and said loudly, Be reasonable. Why are there no people in Haland? Aren't they the strongest shield in the north? Sigran stepped in front of Fiona protectively and said seriously, A tiny child like this. How can she protect a place like that? Sigran loudly protested, Why is there no one in Haland? How can a tiny child like this protect that place? Sigran was slightly taken aback, while Fiona, seeing him protecting her, silently lamented, Ooh, if you keep this up, Sigran will kick you out, Sigran. He gripped her wrist tightly, not letting go. I know why Sigran is angry. Sigran is a person with a strong sense of justice, in my opinion. The act of sending me to the battlefield is something that makes him feel uncomfortable. Why did you call my name? She calmly told him I'm fine. Sigran couldn't keep his composure and turned to her, saying, What? You're not scared? Even so, if I'm not here, I have nowhere else to go. I need a place to stay, and the Halant territory needs a mage. We both need each other, so why are you angry about that? Fiona's calm expression, devoid of fear, and her steady gaze silenced Sigran. That's right, staying here was my decision from the start. There's no reason to be angry and criticize the move to the battlefield. I need a place to stay until I'm old enough, and Helen needs a powerful mage. The important thing is that it's a practical relationship. Sigran still held her hand tightly. What about your family? I am an illegitimate child. My father and brothers sent me here, hoping I would never return home. These words caused Sigran's expression to darken. Sigran has also been through something similar, so he should understand, right? In this world, no one protects me just because I'm a child. If I want to protect myself, I have to pay a price. In this world, there's no goodwill without a reason. Sigran held Fiona's hand with one hand, not letting go, while his other hand clenched into a fist. Aren't you scared? What if you die? Fiona cut him off. That would mean I'm not capable enough to survive. Anyway, it was my choice, so you don't need to worry. It'll be fine. Sigran looked at her silently. Well, I'm off then. Fiona nagged him with all sorts of instructions, just like a child. Be careful not to get hurt, and eat properly. Sigran exclaimed, What? He was a bit flustered and asked her doubtfully, Why are you so worried about me? Being injured like that, it's only natural to be worried. Sigran silently watched her retreating back. He reached out his hand, wanting to touch Fiona, but he just said, Remember to come back quickly. Fiona was worried about you, Sigran. When she turned around, she saw that Jaren and Aban had been waiting outside the door the whole time. She felt a bit embarrassed and apologized for being late, Jaren. Aban is here too. He must have heard everything. Is that expression one of anger? Fiona gave a forced laugh. I was supposed to hurry, but I got into an argument with a kid, so I deserve this. Sorry for being late. It's not haha. For the time being, I won't say Aban reached out and lifted her up. Fiona, do not leave my side, even on the battlefield. A flicker of warmth appeared in Fiona's eyes. He was already like that from the beginning. So why did he need to confirm it again? Fiona obediently nodded. I know. That day we safely protected the second wall. And from then on, ordinary days passed. And there has been new progress between Sigran and me. After learning the truth that I'm a mage, Sigran no longer dared to be sarcastic. However, while we talk, his eyes always seem flustered. Do I look that strange? Finally, Sigran's wound healed. It seemed he no longer had any reason to stay in Hayland. Still, I feel a bit uneasy about sending him back to the fourth wall. That abusive mercenary group is still there with Sigran. For the past few days, Fiona has been constantly thinking, what should I do? A maid cheerfully came to call her Lady Fiona. The Duke summons you to his office. Does he have a task for me? Anyway, Aban is always by my side. The fact that he keeps deciding to pursue these matters, should I trust him or not? She arrived at the office door and knocked gently. Aban's voice came from inside. Come in. You called for me? It's a long story, so just sit down first, Fiona. She felt a little anxious. What could be so important that he's even using my name? From what I've heard from the doctor, the wound of that brat you picked up has almost healed. Don't tell me he's planning to kick him out right away. I still haven't decided how to deal with those mercenaries yet. Yes. As you know, I'm not the type to welcome strangers into the fortress. That's right. Aban smirked. Fiona didn't understand. What's going on? After all, how much do you really know about that kid's true nature? I'm curious if he's heard anything from this castle yet. Aban has investigated Sigran. So what's with this peaceful atmosphere now? Now that he knows Sigran, Fiona felt a little anxious and lowered her head. There's no other way in times like these. She forced a bright smile. I don't know what you're talking about. It would be very suspicious for an illegitimate child of a minor noble to know the secrets of the imperial family. And I only heard that Sigran is an orphan who constantly does odd jobs in a mercenary group. Aban's sharp gaze stared intently at her, a look that seemed to pierce right through her. Although she was screaming internally, on the outside she still maintained a forced smile. Let's just drop it. Aban snorted. You're right. Compared to your existence, that brat situation isn't that important. Yes, I can't understand you. Sometimes you're as innocent as a child, and other times you become more rational and cold than anyone else. I don't know what your true personality is. I think that's normal. Only you would think so. Anyone who looks at you would have no doubt that you're a genius. Honestly, for a while now, I've been considering whether I should be wary of you or accept your existence. You're strong and capable, but having abilities that surpass others is a double-edged sword. Fiona froze. Wait, could it be? Are you going to kick me out? Abel immediately retorted, No, quite the opposite. I've decided to keep you. So, it wouldn't be bad to slowly assign you other tasks, right? Fiona was overjoyed. Yes, I don't have to worry about being kicked out anymore. Thinking back, I remember that Aban used to be an enemy of the imperial family. If a strange girl like me was sent to support the imperial family and acted beyond her age, there would be no other choice but to be suspected. Recently, a petition has been submitted by the people of the Fourth Wall. Mercenaries are using violence and harassing women. Daring to touch the people in the land I protect, just imagining their foolish courage. Aban smiled. This smile is terrifying. Truly savage. Aban handed her a list of these mercenaries. Read it. Fiona took it, yes. Fiona looked at the paper surprised. This is the mercenary group that Sigran used to belong to. I think I know why Abel assigned this problem to me. What should I do? Sigran is gone. Although I didn't say it, it seems I've realized my worries. Fiona, I will grant you temporary authority to deal with the soldiers of the fourth wall. Let those arrogant fools pay the price. I am proud of Helen. Favors will be repaid tenfold, and my enemies must also pay tenfold. What a place with a clear local color. Anyway, the boy you care about is Sigran, right? That's right. Anyway, you're going to recruit that boy all the way to the fourth wall, right? Take care of this too. Deal with it, then come back. Fiona's spirits lifted, and she said brightly, Yes, I will handle it thoroughly, and then return. The very next day, she and Sigran set off for the fourth wall. Wow, the snow has piled up so much. Fiona sat in the carriage, unable to help but exclaim, Look, someone made a snowman over there. Let's make one later too. Sigran was a little unhappy. Honestly, what are you going to do with it? Fiona glared at him. Why are you so cold? You should show the side of a child who's happy looking at the snow. He turned away. It's better than you hesitating and then giggling he. Wait, are you still mad at me? For not telling you in advance that I was going to participate in the battle? Mad? What are you talking about? She was helpless. Sigran was always like this. Later, if you have time, I'll do it with you. Anyway, you have to complete the Duke's task. Promise. If the Duke requires the work to be done quickly, then we can go play together. He thought to himself, what's so fun about playing with a guy like me? I don't know what girls my age find interesting. I can't think of a single nice thing to say to her. And I can't believe she's a mage. It's probably because I haven't seen her fight yet. Will she also be like the winter fairy from the fairy tales? Red eyes like roses with silver hair as white as snow. Her skin is also so pale it's almost unreal. Running on the snow, she's like a white rabbit. But a little girl like this is the mage defending the second wall, the most dangerous place. I'm so angry at the people who pushed her to her death. And it's just that. We just need each other. So why are you angry? The way she spoke, accepting reality so lightly. If you have time to worry about me, you should be worrying about yourself. Why is Fiona so worried about me? She's taking care of an orphan from a mercenary group. I wonder if Fiona knows I'm of imperial blood. Either kill me or use me. Could it be that she's approaching me with a plan? Although I want to trust Fiona, at the same time, I can't. If I get betrayed, I won't be able to bear it. Seeing him lost in thought, Fiona spoke up, startling Sigran. What? How are the rules set among you mercenaries? I mean, what's the method for controlling them? It's very simple and direct. You submit to those stronger than you, and you act confident against weaker opponents. If you want to control them, there's no other way but to threaten their lives. She thought to herself, so that's how it is. Is that the typical alpha type? As expected, the punishment must be severe. Fiona then smiled cruelly. I understand. Anyone can understand it immediately. Thanks for your help, Sigran. Honestly, why are you asking how to deal with those mercenaries? Fiona was still cheerful, huh? Because it's a job the Duke told me to do. I don't know much about those mercenaries, so I asked. Then what did the Duke tell you to do? Suddenly, the carriage lurched, almost making the two of them bump their heads. Hey, why did the carriage suddenly stop? Sigran looked over. Hey, we've arrived. This is Fortress number 4. She threw open the carriage door. I came here to do the work that Lord Aban assigned me. She was about to step down when the male lead grabbed her hand. Huh? What's wrong, Sigran? This carriage is too high. If you get down like that, you'll fall. He immediately jumped down first, turned around, and held out his hand. Let her grab onto me. and then get down carefully. Fiona, please. His actions. Laughed wickedly. You. Still took his hand and stepped down. Sigran said shyly. Why are you laughing? Hoo, sorry. Sigran held her hand tightly, an indescribable feeling washing over him. She's a strange girl, someone who treats a stranger like me so well. Although I still find her warmth and affection hard to believe, I really want to be able to repay her. Fiona smiled. Thanks for the help. I could see her smile shining brightly. His heart felt a little hard to describe. Bit by bit, even by doing small actions like this. Maybe one day I'll be able to repay her. Suddenly I had that thought, that I always want to be a gentler person. Is this for real? That's right. It was stamped by the Duke's family. This man looked skeptical. But you guys are just kids, aren't you? This is an unbelievable task. Kid. Stop talking nonsense and go home. Since I don't know anyone at Fortress 4, it's natural for them to say these things. Sir, whether you believe it or not is up to you. But of course you can still handle it, right? Let me read it first. This is clearly real. Suddenly he spoke respectfully. Fiona bowed gently and introduced herself. I am Fiona Green. I came here under orders to deal with the shady business at Fortress 4. You are Fiona? Do you know what the shady business here is? Of course. I know everything in that document. If you don't believe me, I can read the entire contents to you. No. Please tell me how I can help you. First, have the soldiers arrest the criminals. Second, gather everyone in the village square. And third is, Sigran, do you know where the mercenaries usually gather? I know. They usually gather at the tavern near the wall. You heard that, right? At the tavern. Fiona tiredly waved her hand. Preparing these things will be enough. Even if they look down on children like us, they'll still do their job well, right? Sigran asked curiously, what did the Duke assign you to do? A specific plan or the future of those mercenaries? I didn't intend to look, but considering Lord Aban's demeanour, it will be severe. It will be a punishment of cutting off a part of the body. She felt a bit awkward. Sigran is only 14. I probably shouldn't talk about these things yet. It's nothing major. I just came to deliver my own judgments. Anyway, he won't be following me, so I just need to come up with a suitable excuse. Either way, you're not coming with me, right? I want to go with you. She heard it like a clap of thunder. Sigran repeated, I said I'm going with you. Am I not allowed to go with you? It's not that. But she was worried. This is a bit too cruel for a child to see. Did you forget I'm someone who's struggled on the battlefield? The scars you saw are still there from before, not from recently. In this situation, I'm not the type with poor physical strength. Yes, I know that, but going there with me is a different matter. Anyway, that has nothing to do with you, right? He sounded a little annoyed. Fiona, that's not what I meant. What I want to say is what I mean is, I can be your shield when you need one. The people here are mostly not well-intentioned towards you, and two people are obviously better than one. Sigran turned away. If you understand, then let's go. She saw his hand was slightly red. Although I'm not sure. Could it be that he's worried about me? Anyway, even if he's not, there's nothing I can do. Fiona happily followed him, I understand. At this time, in the square, a large crowd had gathered. The people's eyes were fixed on Fiona and Sigran. Look over there. They're here. Is that the Duke's representative? It's not a scam, is it? This is so confusing. The people around were buzzing with non-stop chatter. As expected, just a child, this isn't good. I didn't expect people to react so loudly. I didn't expect that even though he suspected me, he would grant me such high authority. Why did Aban assign this task to me? Jaren is older than me. He would have been a better choice. Whatever, I'll just think about it slowly. As long as I finish the mission. First, how should I deal with these mercenaries? Actually, it's the same as punishing those who caused it. The importance of this punishment is also very necessary. As the name suggests, a prime example. A warning that if they re-offend, they will suffer the same fate. If this is done well, the safety of the village will be strengthened. But if the punishment is too light, it will be counterproductive. If I use a light punishment, will I be able to do it? Because human psychology is like that. Fiona kept thinking about what kind of punishment would be suitable for the northern region. If it's theft, maybe I could cut off their hand. And for those who harass young women, there's no other choice but to cut off that important part. Her words made Sigran shudder. He stammered, cut what? No, nothing. As expected, Sigran will tell me to turn back. Fiona continued to think, if I don't cut it, then will those powerful demons be expelled from the city walls? All right. Then I have to choose one of the two. Sigran called her Fiona. We're almost there. The villagers were still whispering and gossiping. Oh my, so small, I don't know what the Lord is thinking. Is that really the Duke's representative? He was angry with them. Look here. They won't even get out of the way. Fiona quickly stopped him. Calm down, Sigran. What? Okay, thank you. He was visibly annoyed. You're like this, and you're not angry. Getting angry won't solve the problem. Suddenly, a girl rushed out and stood in front of Fiona. Wait a minute. What is it? Fiona quickly stopped him. I'm fine, Sigran. The girl was frantic. Miss, I don't know why you were given such a difficult job, but they're not easy to deal with. Fiona remained calm. But if people like them continue to run rampant in the village, won't it be inconvenient for you too, sister? Even so, I can't stand by and watch children face such dangerous men. May I ask your name? It's Sunlot. She took Sunlot's hand and comforted her. Thank you for worrying about us, Sister Sunlot. Let's go, Sigran. The fierce shouts of the mercenaries never stopped. Damn it. Let go. Without us, you would have been food for the monsters long ago. Sit still. Not moving, huh? Why the sudden punishment? Get lost, you bastard. Fiona looked at them. They're those guys so strong. Even 2 or 3 people wouldn't be able to handle them. The man glared at the 2 of them. What are you brats doing here? Suddenly he recognized Sigran. What's this? You're here too. You're still alive. His hands wouldn't stop shaking. Fiona gently touched his hand. Calm down, Sigran. She stepped in front of the abusive mercenary. Harassing villagers with that large body, beating Sigran, not to mention robbing and assaulting women. Besides murder, you've done everything you possibly could. You despicable scoundrels. I came here under the order of Duke Aban Haylant. So stop your useless resistance. Ha! He swung his arm, hitting a soldier beside him, and shouted loudly. A brat like you. Who do you think you are to give orders? A brat like you. Who are you to be giving orders? Huh? You're treating us like this. If the mercenaries leave this village, then you're all finished. He roared in anger. Who's going to stop the demonic beasts from attacking, huh? Right, you ungrateful bastards. The villagers couldn't help but feel resentful. That despicable scoundrel. She closed her eyes and cast a spell. That's right. A conversation requires understanding each other's words. A bolt of lightning struck right where that one guy was. He fell down in terror. She cheerfully walked closer. Isn't it better when you listen? All right. Everyone seems to have settled down, but these guys still don't seem to be listening. Still no good? Phew. I clapped my hands a few more times. Another bolt of lightning struck down. That's enough for now. These men were now trembling with fear. She gave a friendly smile. Just like the Duke. You must kneel down obediently, okay? These stubborn soldiers finally knew fear. All right, if everyone has calmed down, then let's finish the remaining procedures. Let's finish the rest. She softly read out the crimes they had committed. 3 days ago, causing a disturbance in the tavern, fighting with 5 other men, and robbing them. Sigran stood beside her, looking at Fiona with admiration. That guy, he's really the mage who fought at the second fortress. Moreover, he's not like other mages. Based on the way he creates fire with his fist, this is the first time I've seen a mage reach a level comparable to Fiona. Now I think I understand why Duke Halen kept him around. And whatever the purpose, in front of men with such fierce appearances, she still stood tall. Whatever happens here, everyone will surely remember this sight clearly. And also remember one thing. Fiona is no ordinary little girl. Then that rumor will spread throughout the village. Furthermore, Fiona's treatment by everyone in Hayland is very good. So delicious. My lady, I've brought the book you like. Huh? But the Duke is not the type to act without reason. What on earth does Duke Aban Hayland want from Fiona? I wonder if I can get an answer to this question. Just an orphan like me from that mercenary group. It's unlikely I can be of any help to Fiona. Will I be able to see Fiona in the future? Although we've become friends, if I return to the fortress, she might forget about me. So, I will give you 2 choices. First is to go outside the city naked. Well, what? Second, her eyes darkened. That part will be cut off. She smiled nonchalantly, causing the surrounding villagers, Sigran, and the mercenaries to freeze in shock. What? Really, couldn't you have predicted a punishment of this level? Of course, I've been as generous as possible. Get out of the city or get it cut off. The decision is up to you. He gritted his teeth, sneering, hilarious. Why should we have to endure that? Anyway, you can't really deal with those savage and backward northerners. If it weren't for soldiers like us, the demonic beasts would have already breached the city. Duke Halen paid a worthy sum to the soldiers. Aban, though a cold person, was very fair. Anyone who accepted the danger and fought the demonic beasts was duly compensated. Moreover, the people standing there also collected a lot of resources from the corpses of the demonic beasts. Depending on the species, they could make a lot of profit. In short, it means they are pursuing their own interests. Hayland needs military strength to protect its territory, and the soldiers need money. If you still stubbornly refuse to choose a punishment, then I'll decide for you. You can't resolve this matter like this. These guys were still stubbornly shouting. I need to end this quickly, because of the villagers gathered in the square in this cold weather. Actually, I've been feeling a bit shaky myself for a while now. I don't understand why everyone is so quiet. Is it because of the mood? Or has the surrounding temperature really dropped by 2 degrees? Suddenly, a person appeared leading a group of troops. That's Duke, what will you choose? Only then did she turn her head to look. Ian. So this is why the temperature dropped. Just his presence makes you feel cold. Duke, why are you here? Do I need a reason to inspect my own territory? Jaren whispered to her. My apologies. So that's it. The Duke suddenly lifted Fiona up. The mercenaries who had just seen the Duke began to tremble. What choices did you offer, kid? That I don't know from which part you heard. Aban smiled coldly. Huh? From the part about savage and backward northerners. Fiona felt a shiver of fear for them. They're doomed. If they're lucky, they'll only get bruised. I told them to choose one of 2 things. One is to go outside the city naked, and the other is to cut off that reproductive organ. I like both. Then why did you give them a choice? Well, I thought both seemed cruel, so do you care? Aban laughed again. Why would I care? Fiona, I've told you many times. Those who dare to lay a hand on the people of Highland territory. Aban kicked him hard right there. Don't need it. You are... A blood-curdling scream echoed everywhere. Fiona, though no less ruthless, still found this act chilling. Even though I've lived long enough, this killing intent still gives me goosebumps. Daring to call the territory I rule savage. Then it's only proper that I live up to that expectation. Apply both punishments. First, cut off the parts that committed the crime, then throw them out of the city. All right, let's begin. It's clear, Fiona. Stop worrying about useless things. That's a life or death decision. Thank you for watching. I understand, sir. Aban, this dangerous man. In the end, why did this villain intentionally come here? She didn't notice the gazes of the people looking at her. If the Duke is the reason you had to come all this way. No, it's because I was worried about you, my lady. Worried? I'd sooner believe the world will end tomorrow than believe that. It's because your personality is so difficult, my lady. That's right. Actually, we weren't very good. Not good, but very bad. My lady is getting more and more unruly. So it might be a bit hard to believe, but this time I really did come because I was worried about you. At first, who would have thought the Duke would send Lady Fiona to carry out that mission? Really? Didn't you come to supervise? The Duke would not entrust a task to someone who needs to be supervised. Anyway, Lady Fiona, you can be a little more confident. Although I don't know exactly what he's thinking. I'll find out soon enough. I'll buy you something warm to drink, my lady. Please finish making the snowman. Okay, I'm too worried. I'll think about it carefully. Now I have to play with Sigran. Siren, I want to attach the head to the body. Help me, okay? All right. I'm done. Thank you. You have to make it really beautiful. She meticulously sculpted the snowman. He looked at Fiona, his face slightly flushed. Fiona, what are you planning to do in the future? Let's see for now. I'll probably just keep living like this. No, not that, Sigran. He said softly, will you? What did you say? Until death? Will you come visit me? Huh? You said you'd come visit me. Fiona realized something. So now? Is Sigran asking if I will come visit him? Sigran turned away in embarrassment. All right. I won't make it difficult for you. After all, back then you were just feeling sorry for me. He clenched his fists. I know, I am truly useless. She took his hand. No, I will come visit you. Sigran's face grew hot. My hand, I will come every day. Every single day. You don't have to come that often. Why not? You were the one who told me to befriend you. She smiled cheerfully. That's why I will definitely come visit you. Do you understand? Sigran was silent. Huh? Why aren't you answering? Did I say something strange? This awkward situation just counts sheep. 1 sheep. 2 sheep. He spoke up, Fiona. For the time being, you'll have to come visit me. Of course, that's because Sigran can't come to Highland Castle. But I will try. To visit you. But since we're friends, it's not fair if only you visit me often. It's tiring for you too. The Highland Castle where I'm staying is not a place just anyone can enter. To get in here, you have to be at least one of the most important people in the Highland territory. Meaning to come see me, of course. For a penniless orphan like me to say that, even I wouldn't believe it. No, I believe you. Sigran, you can do it. Not only that, someday you will definitely have a lot. After he grows up, he will have a brilliant future. wealth, fame, power, and also living happily with a lovely girlfriend who can heal his emotional wounds. I promise you, I will help you achieve that. Because after seeing your wounds, I was determined to do it. This matter is settled. Now let's finish the snowman. All right. On a certain winter day, I became true friends with Sigran. And so many days passed. And 5 years. Later. I'm going to die. Why did they have to set up Halen in a cold region? Winter isn't even over yet. Does this even make sense? It's so cold. I've been in Halen for 5 years and it's still cold. The life or death battle isn't over yet. I'm 18 years old. The weather right now is so cold, so cold. Lady Fiona, please focus on the front line. What if a demonic beast comes? Arko looked at this young man. He's the new recruit who joined today, right? His name is Alan. Don't worry, I'm highly focused. She used her magic to strike the wolf, causing Alan to fall down in fear. If I hadn't spotted it, it would have been a big problem. Don't mind me. Prioritize observing your surroundings. If you're not careful, you'll become dinner for a demonic beast. Alan was still terrified, trembling. He's more scared than I thought. Let me try to calm him down. Fiona went and placed a hand on his shoulder to comfort Alan. Don't be afraid. That won't happen. I'm here to guard this place. Therefore, we must also find a way to help others. Let's work hard together. Fi. Lady Fiona Allen saw the head of the demonic beast and got scared. Please step back. He ran into a tree stump, the head of the demonic beast. Fiona shook her head in exasperation. Sigh, honestly, what a waste of my comforting words. He's still a rookie. He needs to pay more attention. Don't stand there spacing out. Move aside. However, I always found Sigran very beautiful before. Now, even standing in a bloody scene like this, it's not scary at all, but rather very harmonious with it. Sigran has become a sharp, handsome man. Why is he still in his teenage years when he's already 19? Why? If you startle someone, you should apologize. Aban clearly said to train the new recruits. If you get startled that easily, what good will you be? This, he smiled friendly, is just the beginning. The new recruits were also trembling. We're dead for sure. Sigran, what's wrong? Aban said he's still normal with everyone. So why is he always like this in front of me? Wait a minute. Everyone, don't worry. She encouraged them. At first, I was just like you all. Everyone will surely do well. One of them raised his hand. I have a question. I heard that one person will be chosen from among the soldiers to protect Lady Fiona. I'm a rookie, but if I try hard, can I be chosen? An unexpected question. The soldiers accompanying me are all veterans. From the rookie's standpoint, it's reasonable for them to wonder. Of course, I'll be waiting. Sigran's face darkened and he gritted his teeth. On what basis are you so confident? Stop it. You'll demoralize the soldiers, you know. I don't know why, but I increasingly feel that Sigran is gradually becoming like Aban. 5 years have passed since I came to Halong. This means that it won't be long before the original story begins. Just like that, I'm already 18 years old, and Sigran is 19. Of course, a few months later, we both turned a year older. During that time, Sigran kept his promise. Just like in the original story, he studied tactics with Abel. And now he is also in a position to freely enter and exit the city of Halong. Now, everyone here is wary of Sigran's power. I have my first goal for my future life, which is to do my best to regain peace. I received a pretty good amount of money from protecting the city walls, and the money from selling demonic beast materials was also quite good. Honestly, now I can live comfortably without worrying about money anymore. Now, all that's left is for Sigran and Eunice to meet, and to see the two main characters holding hands on a sunny path. So happy. At that time I just need to enjoy life. But someone is obstructing this plan. Fiona, kid, have you carefully considered my proposal? That this is the biggest factor hindering my future plans. Aban pointed at her. Call me Dad. She sighed in exasperation. Sigh, that's right. Recently, Aban proposed to adopt me. I will refuse. Aren't you even a little tempted? Fiona replied slowly. But my life has been clearly planned since I came to Halong. Wait for Sigran to get married, and then I'll choose a peaceful place to spend my old age. The Duke whispered, Poor boy. Sigran. Fiona, the status, power, wealth, and fame that Halong brings, are you not interested in any of these things? She answered bluntly, Not interested. I will do whatever you want to become your father. Wow, Aban as my father. Just imagining it is stressful. You heartless brat. You mean now that you're grown up, you want to be independent, is that it? Alright, since you don't like it, I won't persuade you anymore. Besides, you've worked hard for the past 5 years. Personally, I'm always grateful for that. Fiona fell into thought. What is he suddenly saying? Is he about to die from some illness? I feel embarrassed too. So just listen quietly. You chose to fight demonic beasts since you were a child. Because of that, this proud land of Halong might just be a chain binding you to boring tasks. Now that things have stabilized a lot, the number of demonic beasts has also significantly decreased, and there are many strong knights and warriors like Sigran. So now, if there's somewhere you want to go, you can go, Fiona. If there's a place you want to go, just go, Fiona. You've grown up now. You can freely do what you want. With your magical abilities, you can enjoy a life of luxury in the capital. If you're still worried about being an illegitimate child, I will grant you guardianship under the name of Halong. Then no one will dare to treat you carelessly. Oh, this is really unexpected. What? No one would make such a good offer. I'm just paying a worthy price for the effort you've put in. Wasn't the money I received before enough? Do you see me as that kind of person? Aban was serious. That was just regular payment. That and this are two completely different things. I never thought Aban would be so sentimental. I'm sorry for calling you a heartless, cold-blooded monster all this time. The Duke took out a letter and placed it in front of her. Here, take this. It's a letter from your family. If it's from family, then it must be from Count Green's household. She remembered the scene from before when they forced her to go to this place. Our youngest sister will assist. She's still shy, so she hasn't dared to speak up yet. The people who forced me onto the battlefield. So for 5 years, there has been no contact. Why send a letter now, after all this time with no correspondence? Let's see, I haven't opened it either. So I don't know. Oh, and Fiona, if you want. I can destroy those who pushed you to this place. Over the past while, I've found quite a few of their weaknesses. He laughed coldly. That able means Fiona quickly interrupted. I have no interest in revenge. Honestly, I have no connection to that family anymore. Well, if it's your personality, then maybe so. But if it were me, as soon as I had the power, I would grind them into dust. Anyway, now is definitely the time when the original story begins. Exactly when the female lead appears. If I'm still by Sigran's side, it won't be good. Anyway, thank you for your offer. If you're thankful, then call me Dad. I will refuse that. Aban sighed. You cold girl. Why is he so difficult today? Let's see him. So that's why. They want to confirm that I'm dead. The gist of the letter is that my father, Count Green, is currently in critical condition. Therefore, matters related to inheritance must be handled. Please send me Fiona's death certificate as a member of the Green family. It seems that from the very beginning, they were certain I would die. She felt a real headache coming on. What immoral people. 5 years ago, they sent me to this place of death. If it weren't for handling the inheritance issue, they surely would have never even remembered me. This family hasn't changed at all. I don't care one bit about the Green family's assets. I have no obligation to Count Green, my biological father. However, why did this happen right when Abel said to live and do what I want? If they find out I'm still alive, they'll probably be furious. Firstly, it's because I'm on the Green family register. If they can't confirm I'm dead, they'll know I'm alive. Or maybe I should sign a waiver of inheritance first. Aban said I could take revenge, but I don't want to do that. I don't want to get caught up in feelings about the past, or to personally end them and cause them great harm. If I don't want to go to prison, the most peaceful and easy method is just sign the inheritance waiver and become a stranger. If I want to do that, I have to go home first. I also want to return to the capital comfortably. Suddenly, Sigran's voice called out, "Fiona, are you in there?" She stepped out and opened the door. "Sigran, you can't come in." "All right, I'll talk here." She felt a little disappointed. "Is that so?" "A few years ago, we were close enough to sit on the bed and talk since he grew up. I heard from Aban." Fiona reminded him, "You should call him Master. Master said you can leave here any time." "Perhaps." "Hey, where are you going?" Sigran frowned slightly. "I just received a letter from my family saying my father is critically ill, so I plan to return to the capital. The Green family is middle class. They have a house in the capital. Even though you were abandoned, you still consider him your father." Fiona thought to herself, if I have to be honest, no. "So, are you planning to come back here after you're done with his funeral?" "No. I'd like to take the opportunity to tour the capital. Staying in Halong all the time is getting boring." Sigran was silent for a moment. "So, when will you be back?" I know what Sigran is misunderstanding. "Sigran, for now I have no intention of coming back here." Sigran couldn't keep his composure. "What did you say?" Fiona repeated, "I said I have no intention of coming back here." "Why?" "Now I have no more reason to stay here." "That's right. I've been friends with Sigran for the past 5 years, and sometimes I've protected him. Now that the original story is starting, it seems I can't help him anymore." Sigran took a few steps forward. "Wait, let's talk for a bit." Sigran grabbed Fiona's shoulders. "You're planning to leave?" "How could you decide in a flash without saying a word to me? The Duke told me I'm grown up now and can do whatever I want." Sigran angrily cursed him. "Aban, that bastard. What's your words? Is that all you have to say to me right now? Have you forgotten we've been together for 5 years? Don't be too sad. I'll write to you." He still held her shoulders tightly. "That's not the issue." "Then what is the issue?" From beginning to end. With Sigran. His eyes were sad. "Did you ever think we would be together forever? Siren, did you really think we would be together forever? We're all grown up now. Even if we've known each other since childhood, there comes a time when we have to go our separate ways." "Oh, you're so cold. Can you be a little more rational? Are you planning to settle in the capital for good?" I'm not sure. First, I want to go somewhere a little warmer." Sigran laughed coldly. So that's how it is. I hope you won't look so sad. Now we are no longer children anymore. Is there something wrong? Did he really believe we would be together forever like this? But I guess the reason why Sigran became like this when he heard I was going to the capital. There are people there who want to kill him. For Sigran, the capital is his hometown, and a place for him to escape to. Fiona touched his face. Don't be sad, Sigran. Anyway, if things follow the original story, Sigran will probably come to the capital too. She comforted him. No matter where you go, I will always be looking out for you. Whenever you need help, just tell me, and I will come to your side. That cold face now no longer held coldness, but sadness. So, what if I want you to stay here with me? That would be difficult. If you stay here, the story can't continue. Fiona, I'm married. Except for that. You're contradicting yourself. Where on earth is it? How important is it to have a friend to help in times of crisis? He asked Fiona gently. What do you think of me? Well, you are the most important person to me in this world. If that's the case, then if I go somewhere, what will you do? Sigran, if you go somewhere, then of course I will wish for the best for you and say goodbye. When you need help, I will come. That's what friends are for. Sigran felt as if an arrow had pierced his heart. All right, I was a fool to ask that question. What? Anyway, I feel so cold. I should probably put on something extra. It seems the maid has washed all my clothes. Where did she put them? Fiona. He walked up from behind. He came and hugged her tightly. Sigran. I feel so strange. Sigran hugging me from behind like this feels like he's trapping me in his arms. Anyway, since you're leaving too, just go to the capital. Thinking back, it's not really anything new. After all, things have always been this way. No matter where you are, I will definitely be behind you. Sigran clearly, even before. I tried to come here so I could see you. He had promised that. Therefore, you wait for me in the capital. After saying that, Sigran immediately left. Sigran. A few months later, the day she finally left her long palace arrived. Arriving at the capital, everyone was busy preparing luggage and a carriage for her. The Duke of Halen also came. This is all my luggage. Yes, my personality is also quite simple. So many people came to see you off. Haven't you seen that Sigran guy? Honestly, I'm very sad to be leaving here. Is there anything else you want to say? He said he would follow me there. Well, if the main character deviates from the plot, he might die. Here, take this. It's a letter of introduction. If you want to stay at the Halong Mansion in the capital, use this. The Halong Mansion, since this is the last time. The reward is huge. I'm not sure if this is the last time. Well then, Your Grace the Duke. Thank you so much for everything. All right, at times like this. Aban is also very laid back, isn't he? Have a safe trip, Fiona. The servants from the castle also came to see her off. I will miss you very much, my lady. See you again. Aban, It seems Aban is saying something, Fio. Oh no, Fiona. It seems he said something, Fiona, we will meet again. She felt tired. Min? I just want to rest a bit. He really doesn't understand anything. The carriage started moving, and Fiona began her journey to the capital. Outside the window, it was raining cats and dogs. The eldest son of Count Green, Kindle, said to his younger brother, As you know, father is in a coma. The doctor said that he is no longer conscious and told us to prepare ourselves. Zen sat on a chair, a teacup in front of him, his arms crossed over his chest, casually watching his older brother bluster before him. While Count Green lay unconscious in his sickbed, his son Kindle not only showed no concern for his father, but also bluntly sought to claim the inheritance. He said, The problem is, this happened before father wrote an official will. So, thud, he slammed his hand on the table. He said loudly, I am the eldest son and the heir to the family, so of course I have the right to decide on matters related to the inheritance. Faced with his brother's arrogant and overbearing attitude, Zen smirked. resting his chin on his hand as if in thought, and said, "Brother, you say the most interesting things. There's no law that says the heir must be the eldest son." He gave his brother a provocative look, a casual smile still playing on his lips. After looking his fill, Zen slowly uttered his precious words. "The Green family is a family of mages. Naturally, the heir must be the one with the strongest magic." Hearing this, Kindle jumped up in anger. He questioned, "Are you saying your magic is stronger than mine now?" In response to his brother's rude and emotional gestures, Jin said nonchalantly, "Isn't that the case? Try using your magic and see. Our levels are too different." Hearing this, Kindle couldn't stand it anymore and gritted his teeth. "Are you tired of living, daring to oppose me? Get out of this house right now." His angry shouts echoed down the hallway. Following that was Zen's reply. "Why should I be the one to get out, when you're the one tarnishing the reputation of this mage family? You bastard!" Kindle ultimately couldn't win the argument against his younger brother, so he could only stomach his anger without being able to utter a single word. Unexpectedly, this argument reached the ears of Countess Green, who had been standing outside the room all along. She sighed once and then opened the door. Brothers fighting over such a small matter? It would be so embarrassing if word got out. The eldest brother, Kindle, still had no intention of lowering his voice. "Complaining, mother. Look at how Zen is acting towards me before you say anything." The more angry the elder brother got, the happier the younger brother became. He laughed so hard his eyes crinkled, saying, "Still better than a useless brother who just leeches off the family." Hearing this, the Countess suddenly flew into a rage and shouted, "What? That's enough." She stood at the head of the table, looking at her two sons, and warned, "I can't stand the sight of you two fighting all day anymore." Then, the Countess uttered a sentence that stunned both brothers. "I will handle the inheritance issue. You two, stop fighting over the assets." Jun disagreed. "Wait a minute. Even if you are our mother, you don't have that right." Hearing her son's words, the Countess couldn't help but find it ridiculous. "What?" "We've noticed. You have a lover on the side." The son's words hit the Countess like a bolt from the blue. She was both stunned and furious, her eyes wide with anger. Seeing this, Jen still wouldn't stop. "I know you give him a lot of money, so I'm afraid that this family's assets will sooner or later fall into that man's hands. Is that how you talk to the person who gave birth to you?" The Countess was furious. This time, it was Kindle's turn to laugh and say, "Mother, don't be angry. We don't care who you meet." Rarely did the Green brothers agree and finish each other's sentences. But if that news gets out, I'm afraid our noble mother will be hurt. After Zen finished speaking, he lifted his teacup and drank as if he didn't care, despite his mother seething with anger beside him. "You too." Suddenly, a knock came from the door. A voice from the butler called out, "My lady, young masters." "What is it?" In a fit of rage, the Countess shouted. The old butler was so frightened, he stammered, It's just that. A guest has arrived, so I need to confirm," he said fearfully. Inside the door, the Countess was curious. A guest? Who could it be? She yelled at the butler, but he still hesitated, not daring to speak. After stammering for a moment, he finally replied, "It's the person who left here twice, 5 years ago. Lady Fiona Green has returned." The shocking news made the mother and her 2 sons turn pale. Impossible. She's still alive. Kindle slammed the table, showing his disbelief. Zen speculated, "It must be an imposter. There's no way a 13-year-old girl could survive on the northern battlefield. Besides, she doesn't even know magic." While he was analyzing, the Countess's face was still filled with worry. They all knew about Fiona Green. She was the useless illegitimate child that, Count Green had brought home and locked in the attic. The three of them had prepared a meticulous plan to push that child to her death. Despite doing something immoral, they felt no guilt. Even now, the Countess still raised her voice, wanting to drive the person away. Get her out of here immediately. Am I an imposter? Suddenly, a voice rang out. How cruel. Mr. Butler stammered in shock, trying to stop the girl who was trying to enter the room. You cannot enter without the lady's permission. Unexpectedly, the girl paid no mind. She walked up to the mother and her two sons and spoke first. It's been a while. Although Jean didn't believe it, even calling the girl in front of him a liar, his eyes couldn't hide his shock. After finishing a long journey, I have returned. Fiona Green replied slowly and confidently. I received the death certificate you sent. She held out the letter in front of the mother and her two sons and continued. But I'd rather not show you my face than the death certificate. However, I thought you would prefer to meet in person, so I came here. Fiona slammed the letter on the table. Her calm and authoritative words left the three people in front of her speechless. Suddenly, she clapped her hands once. With a bright, innocent, and lovely smile, she said, The cute youngest sister has been away from home for a long time. Surely, she be welcomed, right? It seems the family hasn't changed at all. I'm very happy about that. The more naturally Fiona acted, the more flustered the brothers Kindle and Zen became. Seeing their little sister's dazzlingly beautiful smile and hearing her bell-like, clear voice, for that moment, even they subconsciously wanted to believe her words were true. Early in the morning, the warm sunlight streamed through the window, and the cheerful chirping of birds woke the young girl from her deep sleep. Fiona woke up, suddenly feeling something was a bit strange. Come to think of it, this isn't Holland Castle, but Count Green's house. She sat on the bed, breathing in the fresh morning air, and thought to herself, luckily, they gave me a good bedroom, so I slept very well. I was planning to turn hostile if they still put me in the attic room like before. But seeing their foolish expressions yesterday was quite amusing. Fiona gloated inwardly. Those people, it seems they're divided and fighting over the inheritance. I don't want to get involved. She lazily lay back down on the bed. It's better to sign the inheritance waiver and leave soon. While she was lost in her own thoughts, a voice called from outside the room. Lady Fiona, I've brought water for you to wash your face. Come in, she told the maid. The maid quickly brought a basin of water into the room and set it down. Fiona also politely said thank you to her. However, when she saw the water splash onto the floor, she thought to herself, she should be more careful. The water is splashing everywhere. The servants at Harland would never make a mistake like this. Suddenly she noticed a problem. Why is the wash basin so dirty? And the water has a strange smell. Fiona thought for a moment and was shocked. This is water for washing rags. Fiona looked at the cloudy basin of water in front of her, feeling incredulous. Giving me rag water? You're not joking with me, are you? How can you be so blatantly childish? After all, I am the one who represented the family and went to war for 5 years. Is this any way to treat me? Standing in front of the filthy basin of water, her mood grew worse and worse. At that moment, Fiona suddenly heard a giggle near her. She looked in surprise towards the sound and saw a girl trying to suppress her laughter so much that she was shaking. The one laughing so shamelessly was her handmaiden. Fiona thought to herself, I feel like I've seen this handmaiden somewhere before. She suddenly remembered. 5 years ago, it was the same face. Recalling the past, Fiona saw an image of 2 maids laughing at her, and one of them was the person standing in front of her now. The maid had once said scornfully to her, looking at her like this, she must have been born this way. This handmaiden was the one who had constantly tormented Fiona, just because she was an illegitimate child. That's right. Looking at the maid who didn't even bother to hide her disdain right in front of her, Fiona realized that just because she was given a good room didn't mean she could be careless. The fact that this kind of behavior was still accepted meant that this family still saw her as a useless, illegitimate child. Either way, the people in this house seemed to be confused about something. An image of the mother and her two sons appeared in Fiona's mind. She reached her hand towards the basin of water. They still see me as the 13-year-old illegitimate child from before, with no money, nowhere to go, and no power at all. Treating me like this has already made me hate them. Thinking about how Fiona has had to endure even more suffering than this all this time, I'm getting even more. Leaving things as they are doesn't seem right. After some thought, Fiona realized she had to do something. She asked the maid, "May I know your name?" "I am May," the maid replied boldly. Hearing this, Fiona praised her with a single word, "Excellent, May. As I recall, we've met before," Fiona said as she sized up the handmaiden in front of her. "Come to think of it, this handmaiden keeps staring at me. If this were a normal noble family, this would not be easily tolerated. The reason she can act so freely must be because she is valued by the Countess, and what she is doing represents the Countess's intentions. Because the Countess never liked me to begin with, and now with the inheritance issue, and even more of a thorn in her side. Will a lowly illegitimate child get even a single gem? No, not just her. But the entire Green family is worried about that." While Fiona was thinking to herself, the maid was also confused and cursed internally. What is this? Such a boring reaction. Doesn't this stupid illegitimate child realize she's being insulted? If you don't know, then let me teach you. The Countess wants you to cry your eyes out and then be kicked out. Although the maid pretended to bow her head, the corners of her mouth curved up in a malicious and contemptuous smile. She thought to herself, "Fiona Green, a little girl who just grew up. It seems you were lucky to survive and are planning to come back and leech off the family, huh? How absurd. A lowly illegitimate child like you is just an opportunity for me to strengthen the mistress's trust. I'll show you that there's no place for you in this house." As the maid sneered, Fiona softly called her name, May. "I know what you're trying to do. I don't understand what you're talking about." The maid acted as if she knew nothing, but her eyes couldn't hide the contemptuous look she gave Fiona. She paid no mind, covering her face with her hands and bowing her head slightly. Then Fiona's whole body seemed to tremble. Seeing this reaction, the maid thought the person in front of her was crying. She sneered, "Don't tell me you're actually thinking you're a real noble." Unexpectedly, Fiona quickly removed her hands. Suddenly, a sharp slap landed squarely on the face of the maid, who was still smugly arrogant. After being slapped, she seemed to snap out of it. "Huh? Did she just slap me? Is this still the same Fiona who was abandoned in the attic?" Fiona smiled innocently, as if nothing had happened, and said to the maid, "Even though I said this yesterday, I'm very happy that this family hasn't changed." Hearing this, the maid couldn't contain her anger anymore and said loudly, "But what are you doing?" Unfortunately, the Fiona of today was no longer the little girl from 5 years ago. She wouldn't tremble in fear at her scolding. Fiona at this moment just calmly asked, "Do you know what you did wrong?" The maid frantically clutched the side of her face that had been slapped and was starting to swell. This is strange. It's clearly her. Even that smiling face is hers. But why is it like this? Looking at the smile of the girl in front of her, a smile as beautiful as if it were untouched by worldly dust, the maid suddenly felt an unfamiliar coldness. What was this terrifying feeling that made it seem impossible to breathe? Out of fear, her heart beat faster and faster. Do you know that you'll get in trouble for this, Lady Fiona?" The maid shouted, "I will report this to the Countess. Right now. If the Countess finds out about this, she definitely won't let you off." Before she could finish her sentence, another slap landed coldly. "I asked if you knew what you did wrong." "May, what did you bring me?" Fiona calmly asked the handmaiden. The terrified maid avoided the girl's gaze and replied, "That is Lady Fiona's washing water." Seeing that the maid still wasn't being honest, Fiona cast a cold glance at her. This time, she was truly angry. The room suddenly burst into red flames. Everything shook as if it were going through an earthquake. The maid named May cried out in alarm. "My lady, what on earth is?" May collapsed to the floor, unable to believe what was happening before her was real. "What's wrong with you?" "May, aren't you going to answer me? What was your mistake? Since you don't want to answer, how about we talk the Halent way?" She looked down at the handmaiden who was frozen with fear and issued a threat. In Halent, a servant who teases their master so carelessly will have their tongue cut out. I wonder what punishment the capital will apply. Hearing these words, May's face turned pale. She trembled as she called out to the girl standing before her, as if seeking confirmation. "Well then, since you refuse to say anything, I have no choice but to cut out your tongue like they do in Halent." Fiona reached out and touched the maid's tear-streaked face, causing her to break down and scream. I'm sorry, Mai." Seeing that she still couldn't finish a sentence, Fiona spoke up and asked, "May, who am I?" "Lady Fiona of Count Rena." "So, what should you do?" Fiona asked the maid. I won't do it again. Please forgive me." She bowed her head, kneeling on the ground, and sincerely promised not to repeat her mistake. Fiona, seemingly satisfied, turned away and said, "That's right. That's how it should be." With tears streaming down her face, the maid looked up at her retreating back and thought, "Is her mood better now?" Then she stood up, trembling, intending to leave. "I have to report to the mistress immediately." Seeing that Fiona wasn't paying attention to her, she quickly tried to run out, her mind filled with thoughts of tattling. "If I do, the mistress will surely step in and deal with her properly." Who knew that the entire basin of dirty rag water would be thrown at her from behind by Fiona? She remained as calm as if nothing had happened. "Where are you going? You have to deal with this." The once arrogant maid couldn't even utter a sound, her eyes still filled with terror and fear, as if she had just seen a ghost. "If you pull another uninteresting trick like that again, then you'll really have to pay the price. I hope you understand." Fiona warned the maid one last time before pushing the door open and walking out, leaving her standing there, soaked in dirty water, rooted to the spot. After getting ready, Fiona walked down the hallway, her mind replaying the recent events. That was so infuriating. She remembered what Sigran had said before. "Fiona, you get angry too easily." At that moment, she suddenly agreed with her friend. I think Sigran was right. I thought I was an easygoing person. No, it shouldn't have been like that from the start. Not only have these people not improved, they've gotten worse. Right after, Fiona immediately dismissed her own wrong thinking, because it was clear that those people had provoked her first. Then a voice from behind Fiona rang out, "I wonder why you're wandering around here. It seems you have nothing to do." Hearing this, Fiona turned around. She saw the Countess walking towards her arrogantly. Fiona suppressed her anger and thought, trouble always knows how to find its way. On the outside, she acted nonchalant, as if nothing had happened. "I'm just taking a walk around my house." Hearing this, the Countess chuckled, fanning herself with a clean flick of her fan and asking casually, "This is your house? It seems you're a bit delusional." She laughed contemptuously, while fanning herself with her exquisite fan. Seeing this attitude, Fiona felt an urge to hit her. Oh, I really want to hit her. Before she could say anything, the Countess turned away. As she walked up the stairs, she said evenly, "Get rid of that fanciful delusion and pack your bags and get out of here. Thank you for watching and see you again. You're not a sewer rat, so stop trying to cling on here for a bite to eat." Although Fiona was angry, she tried to control herself. Calm down, calm down. I am a rational person. But right after, she thought, why should I hold back? From the very beginning, they were the ones who started it. I've had enough. When a fight is necessary, you shouldn't avoid it, but rush right in. That's the Helen way. However, Fiona pondered. If I want to settle the score with this family now, I'll have to stay longer. Then there will be a lot to do and a lot to consider. Thinking this, Fiona knew how she should behave. Well, now I see things clearly. She called out to the Countess who was walking up the stairs. Thanks to you, my lady. This made her stop in her tracks and turn to look at the girl who had just spoken. Fiona smiled brightly and continued her unfinished sentence. Thank you for helping me feel that what I'm doing is right. The Countess heard but didn't understand, so she asked again. What? But Fiona had no intention of explaining. She was still thinking, I don't want to be tied to anyone, including the Green family. So this time too, I plan to neatly waive my inheritance rights and sort out my household registration. Remembering the maid named May, the maid acted on the lady's orders. Thanks to that action, I know what her intentions are. Thinking this, she continued, my lady, I won't take anything from here, so you don't need to worry. Fiona smirked. But I don't intend to let you have those gems either. My lady, I won't take anything from here. If possible, I want you all to become even greedier. Fiona's smirk reached the Countess's ears, startling her. Did she just laugh? Meanwhile, the girl in front of her was still calculating how to deal with the mother and her two sons. That way, when they lose what they want right before their eyes, the pain and anger will be even greater. Suddenly, Fiona's voice became even gentler. I'm considering leaving everything behind and leaving this place. That day, I wrote a letter to Aban. The content was very simple. The allowance you mentioned before, can I receive it now? Halen, at this time, the forest was covered in white snow. On an exquisitely carved chair, Abel was reading a letter sent by Fiona. The man thought, sooner than I expected. After all, the girl is a bit soft-hearted. Leaning back in his chair, he gazed thoughtfully at the letter written with neat and clean handwriting. Aban thought to himself, actually, this is what I've been hoping for recently. Even so, Fiona is a strange child. Ever since she was a child, she has always been an unusual child. Most of the time, she is also very sweet and gentle. But there will also be times when she becomes stubborn and cold. Are you there, master? Suddenly, a voice called from outside the door. The man named Aban replied, Come in. You're late. Sigran pushed the door open and replied, I came as soon as you called. May I ask why you called for me? Aban put the letter on the table and said to Sigran, It's the same as always. I received a letter from Fiona. Sigran looked at the letter and marvelled, because it truly only wrote about necessary matters. Hearing this, Aban speculated, Are you planning to complain because there's nothing in the letter related to you? Sigran replied, I didn't expect anything from the start. And that's not important anyway. He handed the letter back to his master, saying firmly, Because I plan to go see her. All right. Aban looked at the letter again. I don't get along well with the current imperial family. I know you're actually just an illegitimate child of the imperial family. You said so a few years ago. Sigran recalled the past, his eyes slightly dim. Yes, you asked what would happen if I were officially recognized as a prince. Aban still remembered this. That's right, you didn't answer then. Yes, sir. Sigran didn't argue. He thought to himself, because at that time I was hesitating between taking revenge or living a peaceful life. Abel spoke again recently. You've often given your opinions on my proposals. But Sigran, if you want to return to the capital, you must do something more worthy. Right now, you're just an illegitimate child of the royal family with nothing to your name. But with the support of the Hayland family, things will be different if the people of the capital open their arms to welcome you. Therefore, something is needed to emphasize the existence of Prince Sigran. For example, the story of the prince who fought the leader of the demonic beasts in the barren land of Highland and saved countless people. If you meet the requirement, I will prepare the stage for you. Aban concluded with a single sentence. So, you want to reclaim your position as prince and return to your homeland. Play the hero for once, Sigran. Master Abel's words and Fiona's voice telling him he must live intertwined, making Sigran unable to help but ponder. The severance pay you mentioned before, can I receive it now? That was the content of the letter Fiona wrote. At this moment, Aban sat on the chair, his face with its mature, masculine features, intently focused on the paper before him. In his hand, he held a quill pen, slowly writing each character of his reply. To Fiona, all right, do as you wish. Instead, when you're done, you must come to the Hayland mansion to confirm. On this side, when Fiona received the letter, she was relaxing on a chair. The beautiful young woman wore a comfortable and pretty pink outfit. The young lady let out a sigh of relief and said to herself, "Luckily, I don't have to call him father. It's not that I hate Aban or anything, but in the original story, Fiona and Aban were enemies. Yet now, she herself had caused things to change. The current Aban wanted to adopt her as his daughter. If this ends, it would be a real shame." Fiona got up from the chair, stretching as she pondered. Right now, it's close to the starting point of the original story, when Abel and Sigran return to the capital. If Sigran can kill the cursed dragon in the north, he will return to the capital and receive praise as a hero. The royal family, due to public pressure and issues of face, will have to recognize Sigran as a prince. Then right after that, it will be the female lead's turn to appear. The blonde young lady in a splendid pink dress, beautiful as a rose. What would that feel like? Honestly, I want to see it once. Fiona rested her chin on her hand, her head tilted, smiling with anticipation. What? V. Sigran always relies on me, although I'm very shy about what will happen later. Sigran is still Sigran. Compared to before, Fiona glanced at the letters. She realized that the more important issue to deal with now was the Green family's problem. Let's see how to use the Green family's weakness. Those who have dabbled in the drug business. The Green family has made a lot of money from drugs. Of course, anything related to drugs in this country is forbidden. In cases involving this, all illegal assets will be confiscated by the state. And those involved, even if they are from the same family, will also be punished. But Fiona remembered the Countess and her son. She calculated. Jin and the Countess don't know about their family's involvement in drugs. Thinking of this, Fiona suddenly didn't know what to do. What should I do? After thinking for a moment, a faint smile finally appeared on the young girl's face. Her eyes, with their ruby-red pupils, also glinted with a deep, smiling light. Her hands, held out in front of her, burst into a brilliant flame, like the excitement of their owner at that moment. First, let's try pushing them into a corner a little. With that, she went to find her second brother, Jean. At that moment, he was reading a book on a reclining chair. Seeing the uninvited guest, he was very surprised. Ho. Fiona, what brings you here? Fiona smiled and replied, I have something to say about the matter of the family's heir. Hearing this, Jeanne frowned and said bluntly, You have no right to interfere in that matter. Without waiting for Jeanne to say more, the young girl in front of him spoke in a very sincere voice. I really hope that you can inherit the position of Count. Hearing this sentence, and looking straight at the girl standing opposite him, Jeanne was both confused and incredulous. Fiona explained, The Green family is a family of mages, so I think the best mage should sit in that position. She spoke as if in great distress, however. Brother Kindle is trying to seize the position of heir, just because he is the eldest son. Jeanne's jaw dropped, his eyes wide as if to confirm his sister's credibility. Actually, Fiona had already considered that there was a problem with Zen. According to Abe, Zen was in debt due to gambling, and the amount was quite large. Therefore, he planned to use all the family's assets to pay off the debt. Actually, Aban had bought that debt beforehand, and had given me the authority to handle it before I left Hayland. But for now, that's still a secret. That's why Fiona wanted to attack from Zhen's side first. She said, Yes, brother. Do you agree with me? That's right. What you said is completely true. Although Zhen disliked this younger sister, seeing her say that, and wanting to be on his side, he didn't deny it. He rubbed his temples and said, Entrusting the family to an incompetent brother is unbelievable. That there are many problems now. You don't know, but he's been the heir for a long time. Second brother, Fiona took out a small, tightly sealed red bag and gave it to Jeanne. I got this from our eldest brother's room. Do you know what it is? After opening the bag, Zen was so shocked he stammered, This is drugs. The servant found this in our eldest brother's room. Fiona pretended to cover her eyes in pain and said, Oh my goodness. The heir to the family is involved in drugs? Jeanne frowned, looking at the red bag containing the white powder in front of him, and replied, It seems you know an important truth. Thanks to you, things seem easier to resolve now. He gave a cunning smile. Zen continued to ask, But who was the servant who discovered the drugs in my brother's room? Fiona hesitated, then made a condition. I will tell you everything. But before that, I have a favor to ask. What? Zen replied impatiently. If you inherit the family, please adjust my household registration for me, Fiona said in a pleading tone. Hearing this, Zen was even more surprised. He asked her in disbelief, What did you say? That's actually detrimental to you. Actually, I came back home for this reason. Fiona explained the reason for what, in Jin's eyes, was her foolish action. Even though I'm misunderstood as having returned to seize the assets, that's not the case at all. I just wanted to see my family members one last time. Now I'm very tired of being scorned as an illegitimate child and misunderstood by my own family. And more than that, at this point, tears streamed down Fiona's face, as if she had been holding them back for a long time. My existence is a nuisance to the family. That truth is so sad. I love my family very much. With a superb performance, Fiona successfully won Jun's trust. He said sincerely, Fiona, I understand everything now. If I become the head of the family, I will grant you your freedom. The touching sibling drama was reaching its climax. On the outside, Fiona was crying tragically, but inwardly she was cursing, Understand my foot. Weren't you the one who sent me to the battlefield? Finally, Zen got to the main point. So now, tell me the name of the servant who found the drugs in our eldest brother's room. Fine. Fiona leaned close to Zen's ear and whispered, Actually, the story about the servant accidentally discovering the drugs is a lie. The truth is that Fiona had bribed several servants to search Kindle's room. Those bribed servants will tell Jeanne that they found it by chance while cleaning. And by chance, Lady Fiona discovered it. Now let's just watch for a bit. And as I predicted, a few days later, while Fiona was enjoying a relaxing cup of tea, the sound of an argument broke out just as she had predicted. Somewhere in a corner of the house, the two brothers of the Countess, one scolding, the other refusing to back down. "The one who is unqualified is you," the other replied. "No, it's an incompetent person like you." "What did you say?" Fiona lifted her teacup and calmly confirmed her prediction. Just as expected, the argument will get more and more heated. The Countess, out of sheer frustration, will not return to the mansion. Jeanne will exaggerate Kindle's mistakes and spread rumors. The rumors spread like a snowball, and people in the social circle began to question Kindle's qualifications. Fiona looked at the chocolate the maid had just brought, a clear look of joy on her face. In the end, Kindle was expelled from the family, ending the sibling rivalry. Finally, it will be my turn to appear, Fiona calculated to herself. In the meantime, I've gathered documents exposing the Green family's illegal business, and I plan to submit them to the Imperial Palace's finance department, removing the final brick of the family like Zen, and appearing to completely destroy the tower. Just the other day, a letter from Aban had just arrived, and today, Fiona received a second one. In the letter, Aban wrote, to Fiona, "Fiona, this job, you still haven't finished it." Fiona was still wondering, I just received a letter last week, not long ago. Why send another one so soon? When she became furious at Aban's words. She lay down on the bed, thinking wearily, not yet. Do you think destroying a family is that easy? Today, Fiona sent an anonymous letter to the Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs with the content exposing the Green family's illegal business. She believed that if they could verify the content of the letter as true, then all of the Green family's assets would be confiscated. After all, the Green family's assets were quite substantial. This was a good opportunity for the Imperial Palace to fill the national treasury. 2 days later, the sky was clear and blue. Fiona happily went to congratulate the new head of the family. "Brother Jean, congratulations on becoming the head of the family." Although Jean had gotten his wish, he still didn't dare to let his guard down. But this is only temporary. Fiona paid no mind to his words and continued to flatter Jean until he was puffed up with pride. After all, if not you, who else is worthy to sit in that position? Hearing his younger sister's words, Jeanne was stunned. Well, that might be true. While he was feeling smug, Fiona took out a document. "This is the document I mentioned last time. If you stamp this, my name will be removed from the household register." Hearing this, Jeanne didn't hesitate and replied, all right." He decisively stamped the paper and then, "I order you to be expelled. Now get out. I still have a pile of work to do." Fiona was speechless, looking at his empty desk, and lied, "It does look that way." "Oh, and I have one last thing to say to you." Fiona leaned in closer. "The thing is, I heard you're addicted to gambling. Moreover, you're heavily in debt." She chuckled. Jeanne, having been caught, was stunned and stammered, How did you know about that?" However, Fiona had no intention of revealing it to him. She quickly slipped out the door, saying goodbye with an innocent smile. "I'll be taking my leave. You take care now," despite the angry shouts of her second brother behind her. After settling the matter, Fiona skipped outside, humming happily as she went. How can I contain this joyous mood? Suddenly, Fiona heard a shout. "Fiona, you're still here. You really are shameless. Don't even think about gutting your brother. Get out of here now." It turned out to be the Countess and her maid. Seeing Fiona, she immediately wanted to throw her out. Fiona was in a good mood, so she didn't argue with her. She smiled lightly and replied, "Even if you don't kick me out, I'm leaving right now, my lady. But before that, I suddenly remembered, there's one last thing I have to do. Hearing that, the Countess screamed even louder. Something to do? Even if you try to flatter me in every way, it's useless. Slap. A sharp slap landed squarely on the meticulously cared-for face of the Countess. The forceful slap sent her hat and jeweled earrings flying, and she herself fell to the ground, stunned, unable to believe what was happening. The maid behind her worriedly called out, "My lady." As for the noble lady, her eyes were wide with fury, and she said menacingly, "You dare. You dare hit me? Come to think of it, I still wanted to hit you once." Fiona waved her slightly numb hand from hitting someone and looked down at the still kneeling Countess. Kindle has been exiled and become penniless. Jean will also be hunted for the rest of his life because of his debts. So it's only fair that you let me hit you back once, right? The Countess replied in confusion then. "What on earth are you mumbling about?" she shouted, with such lowly, dirty blood. "Even your mind is not normal. Someone, lock this madwoman up. Wait a minute." Suddenly, a servant ran up to report, "My lady, there's big trouble." The Countess was in a fit of rage and didn't hear what the maid was saying. "Can't you see the situation right now? Quick, drag this." Before she could finish, she was cut off by the maid. "It's not that. Right now, the royal soldiers have surrounded the mansion. It's the Emperor's order." Hearing this, the Countess was utterly horrified. The maid beside her was also trembling with fear. "Well, that was faster than I thought." Fiona kept her smiling face, reached out and touched the Countess, explaining, "Did you know? Father and our eldest brother are involved in the opium trade. Therefore, I reported it to the Imperial Palace. But you know, my lady, if it's verified that the assets were acquired through illegal business, then they will all be confiscated and put into the national treasury." The Countess's face turned pale. She replied, You're lying. If so, you won't escape punishment either." Fiona replied nonchalantly, "What do you mean by that? I am no longer a person of this house. If I have no more rights, then I have no more responsibilities either." "No, impossible." The Countess stood there as if struck dead. "So now you're repaying our kindness in raising you with resentment?" Fiona replied, "Actually, I was planning to just let it go, because I was wondering if I needed to take some level of responsibility." Indeed, Fiona had once thought, "That's right, I don't like to waste emotions," and had hesitated about her own responsibility. If I could meet the Fiona from the original story, I would want to apologize to her. But thinking back, I should have realized this truth 5 years ago. You all too. With that, she handed the gem-encrusted earrings to the Countess, coldly glaring at her and threatening, "From now on, keep these things safe." After handing over the earring, Fiona looked up and returned to her graceful and gentle demeanor. Her voice was as clear as a silver bell. "You won't be able to see it a second time. Thank you for watching." As for the Countess at this moment, one hand supported the emerald on the earring, her eyes filled with terror, her face pale, and her whole body trembling uncontrollably. At this time, the army had already entered. Someone said, "A Countess of Green is here." The maid beside the Countess shrieked, "Someone has reported that the Green ducal family is engaged in illegal business. Therefore, by royal decree, from now on all family assets will be frozen." Fiona hummed to herself and thought, the Ministry of Internal Affairs works really hard. Come to think of it, I think one of the characters who appeared worked in the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Fiona remembered there was one person who was obsessed with money. Yes, this is the feeling. She nodded and said, "I don't know where maybe I should think about going to the Hayland mansion." Meanwhile, at the Green family estate, the Countess and her son were screaming and fiercely resisting. "No, It was so hard for me to get rid of my brother and become the head of the family. Now, don't touch that. As tragedy struck the Green family, in far off Hayland, a land of white snow, a blood-stained sword appeared. Sigran covered his face and moaned. He's not the ruler of the demonic beasts of the northern mountains, but he's the most annoying one I've had to deal with so far. Looking closely, Sigran was sitting on the white snow. Behind him, a massive dragon had been subdued at some point. Sigran leaned his blood-stained sword into the ground. Leaning against his prize, he rested. His handsome face, though filled with exhaustion, still held a hint of a smile. "I'm dead tired," Sigran thought to himself. The battle with the fierce dragon just now had drained all his strength. Right now, the young man's face was covered in sweat and dirt. Even so, it seemed to only enhance his masculine and captivating charm. At this moment, Aban appeared from somewhere, smiling as he said, "Sigran, your contribution is great. How does it feel to have killed one of the leaders of the demonic beasts?" Sigran sat leaning against the massive dead dragon and replied flatly to the man standing before him, "It's just average." Before, he had resolved that if he wanted to return to the capital, he had to be officially recognized as a prince. To do that, it was necessary to achieve feats like this. He only killed them for that reason. Looking at his wounded hands, Sigran realized he didn't feel any sense of accomplishment at all. But now he could go back. Sigran clenched his fists, silently vowing in his heart, "To my homeland, where the people who killed my mother are." Moreover, Fiona is there. Remembering the girl he longed for day and night, a gentle expression involuntarily appeared on the young man's face. Sigran hesitated, then said, "I don't know if that kid is still in the capital. That kid said she doesn't know people's hearts and just had to go sightseeing." Aban heard this and gave a slight smile. He said smugly, as if he had everything well in hand, while Sigran could only look on in confusion, "You don't have to worry about that. For my poor disciple, I've already prepared a final weapon at the mansion." With that, Aban turned and walked away, not forgetting to wave goodbye to his young disciple. "Well, I'm off to see the soldiers." Sigran looked after his masters retreating back in confusion. What? How on earth did Master manage to keep Fiona here? Sigran pondered as he pulled his sword from the snow. He stood up, looked up at the dawn light shining on the snow-covered land of Hayland. She is like the wind. Involuntarily, Sigran recalled the words Fiona had said to him before she left. "I will not hurt you. Moreover, one day you will surely have many things." The sunlight spread further and further. Sigran gazed at the view, yearning for his beloved. He silently called her name. Fiona until now. The thing I've always wanted is only one thing. In his mind, the image of the young girl placing her hand on his, her smile as pure as a descended angel, filled his thoughts. But to obtain that one thing, I need to have many other things. Sigran turned to look at the massive dragon corpse behind him. The dragon now only had its white, dead eyes and a mouth with sharp, gaping teeth. The dragon's heart will bring me much fame. Just wait, Fiona. With that, he swung his sword, and with a decisive posture, plunged it into the dragon on the snow, as if to guarantee his ideals. The sound of the swinging sword seemed to shake the very sky, causing the hidden birds to fly away in fear. On this side, Fiona, dressed in a vibrant yellow dress, arrived at the Hayland mansion. When she arrived, she herself was incredibly surprised by its magnificence. She thought to herself, compared to that Demon King's castle in Hayland, this is far more splendid. Thank you for watching, and see you again. Walking in from the outside, Fiona admired it with a sense of wonder. The outer walls and the training grounds were all very well maintained. In the garden, seasonal flowers were in full bloom. From the outside, it looked like they were meticulously cared for. It made her want to praise the gardeners here. But in their eyes, she probably looked like a supervisor looking down from above. Fiona felt as if she were a subordinate of the fearsome Duke Aban. I probably won't be very welcomed by everyone. I have no intention of staying in this uncomfortable place for long. I'll finish things up quickly and leave. As for the job, I already told the gatekeeper. He must have relayed it to the people inside, right? While Fiona was lost in thought, a maid came out with a warm welcome for her.
Please come in, Lady Fiona.
I am Sigran, the manager of this mansion. I have heard a great deal about you from His Grace the Duke. Now, Lady Fiona. The maid gestured for her to step inside the mansion. As the large doors opened, Fiona saw the luxurious and exquisite architecture. Incredibly opulent and magnificent. Welcome to the Hayland Mansion, my lady. Lady Fiona, please come in. It wasn't just the extravagantly grand mansion. The line of maids arranged in the hall to welcome her also left Fiona quite impressed. She broke into a nervous sweat and a forced smile. What is this? Seeing all the maids smiling warmly, Fiona couldn't help but think. Normally, noble families don't give such a grand welcome. You must be tired from your journey, my lady. I have already prepared a room for you. The maid led Fiona to the most high-class room in the mansion. Before leaving, she added, "If you need anything, please let me know." Afterwards, food was served. Fiona couldn't help but praise it as the food was perfectly to her taste. She sat down at the dining table, savoring the delicious dishes with delight, thinking to herself, it's so true, people live to eat. She suddenly reacted. How does she know what dishes I like? Fiona warily eyed the maid's overly friendly smiling face. She thought to herself, no, this isn't right. Besides, I came here with a purpose. Celine, Fiona called out to the maid. I came to supervise this mansion under Aban's orders. The maid confidently replied, of course. I have everything prepared. After you finish your meal, I will give you a tour. After giving Fiona a tour of the mansion, the maid said, with this, I have now shown you the main areas of the mansion. And now, will you be checking the mansion's revenue and expenditure records, my lady? The maid presented the ledger to Fiona with a gentle smile. She held the ledger in her hand. On the outside, she thanked the woman, but on the inside, she was sweating profusely. It's so thick. To her dismay, the maid added, there's more. I'll bring it right away. Flipping through the pages of the ledger, Fiona recalled the events up to now. First, their attitude is very friendly. But you can't judge a book by its cover. I have to re-examine this carefully. But there were no signs of falsified books. Fiona had examined the ledger very carefully, but there wasn't a single trace of forgery. She thought to herself, the most likely thing to happen is embezzlement. That's something that cannot be overlooked. The income and expenses were recorded very meticulously and in detail. Looking at the pile of books stacked on the table, Fiona let out a faint sigh. Going through all of this might take a few months. Did Aban give this to me because he hates looking at ledgers? At that moment, Duke Aban was speaking very smugly to Sigran, who understood nothing. That little brat will be tied down there for a while. On this side, Fiona was determined. If that's the case, I have to get this done quickly. Fiona had thought so, but the number of books was truly overwhelming, and she could only scream internally. How did things turn out like this? On the road outside the mansion, carriages bustled, and everyone was eagerly heading to the flower viewing festival. Fiona was one of them. At this moment, she was sitting in a carriage, excitedly watching the bustling crowd outside, thinking to herself, there are so many people. It feels more like people watching than flower watching. The maid accompanying Fiona explained with a warm smile, it's beautiful, isn't it? This is the flower festival, one of the capital's signature festivals. Hearing this, Fiona smiled back and replied, "Yes, it is." She thought, after looking at that pile of ledgers all day, getting to go see flowers like this feels amazing. That day, while Fiona was busy with the pile of ledgers, the maid beside her poured tea and said, "Lady Fiona, now is the best time to see the flowers." "But I still have a lot of work to do at the mansion." Fiona rested her chin on her hand and replied to the maid. She placed a delicious-looking cake on the table and answered her, "Sometimes you need to relax your mind. I've always wanted to go flower viewing with a young lady like you. If you don't go now, you'll surely regret it later. Lady Fiona is so busy. When will you have another chance to go?" The maid's words weren't enough. She even put on a sorrowful act with tears streaming down, which made Fiona feel quite flustered. I'll go with you. Let's just go see the flowers." Fiona thought with resignation, "I can't say no." But she also quickly rationalized it. Taking this opportunity to go out and get some fresh air would be good. Back to the flower viewing trip. Fiona happened to find a rather quiet area. She leaned against the railing to relax. Celine said, "This is a park exclusively for the nobility. It's much easier to breathe than before, isn't it?" Suddenly, from a distance, the sound of conversation was heard. "Is that really so? What is it?" "Impossible. I'll bring it to try next time." Hearing the clear laughter and carefree conversation of the other girls, Fiona thought to herself with admiration, so peaceful. She rested her head against the railing. She remembered the death and dark days of the past. This place was the complete opposite of Hayland. "Sometimes I feel empty and think about the fantastical things of this world. This is the world I created, with existing characters. Everything that is happening was prearranged. However, if you don't know the characters beforehand, this isn't entirely a world in a book. The fact that I established the basic worldview of this world, the creation of the male lead, the female lead, and all the events that happen around the other characters." Fiona mumbled as she counted the characters that impressed her. 1, 2, about 10 people, huh? Wait, in this vast world, there are only 10 people. As Fiona walked, she found it hard to believe. Far fewer than I thought. Because she wasn't paying attention to what was in front of her, Fiona suddenly bumped into someone. She held her forehead and looked up to see a young man with brilliant red hair. Seeing the person in front of her, she thought in a panic, "I was so lost in thought that I bumped into him. I absolutely never make mistakes like this." "Miss," the young man called to Fiona and asked with great concern, "Are you all right?" Fiona touched her forehead and said, "I'm fine. No, I'm sorry." This person is about 20 years old. His clothes are neat and elegant, and he behaves very politely. Just by looking, you can tell he has a high status. This person has red hair and golden eyes. Thinking this, Fiona suddenly seemed to realize something. Looking at the young man smiling at her, with sharp eyes, nose, and mouth, an appearance as special as this only exists in the world of novels. The male lead, Sigran, is handsome. The second male lead, Aban, is also handsome. This formula of special appearances equal to the main character is applied in every novel. A radiant face like this must belong to one of the main characters. Fiona froze because she herself was wondering, who on earth is this person? "Are you all right?" The young man opposite her was still asking about harm Fiona with concern. But she, like a frightened bird, avoided his gaze. "Yes, I'm fine. I should be the one to apologize." Suddenly, Fiona saw a brooch that had fallen on the ground. She bent down to pick it up. "It seems this fell because of me." The moment her finger touched it, the gemstone on it lit up. Fiona was startled and stammered, "This how did it?" But the young man immediately explained to her, "You don't need to mind it. This is not just a simple gemstone, but a magic stone. Fiona thought, a magic stone is an item that assists ordinary people or mages with unstable magic. It's designed to react to other mages. I'm proficient in using magic, so I've never used a magic stone. Seeing Fiona's reaction, the young man's eyes sharpened. Judging by your reaction, miss, you are a mage, aren't you? Fiona was startled. Then she said, it's embarrassing to be called a mage. The young man didn't think so. You're too modest. For it to react like that with just a light touch, this is no ordinary ability. Moreover, a bright red light like this, Fiona smiled shyly. Come to think of it, the more brilliantly the stone's light changes, the stronger that mage's power is. It seems that young man knows this too. He really is a person with outstanding abilities. Fiona didn't want to linger any longer and intended to leave. Yes, thank you. Well, I'll be going now. Wait a moment, the young man said. My name is Aaron Clovis. Hearing this, Fiona froze. I remember who this person is. The young man continued to speak. Pardon me, but may I ask for your name, miss? But Fiona just smiled, thinking, I already know who you are, so I can't tell you my name. She made up a name. I am Celine. Aaron Clovis replied, It's a great honor to meet you, Lady Celine. I hope we can meet again next time. Fiona replied politely, Yes, it is also a great honor for me to meet the Marquis Clovis. Well, I'll be going now. Fiona quickly left. Her pace grew faster and faster, as if she were running away. I forgot about that bastard. I'm going crazy. Going crazy. I was too busy with the ledgers that I forgot. This is the character with outstanding abilities in the Ministry of Finance. Aaron Clovis's main characteristic is that he is a wicked and cunning person. His position is the attacking second male lead. Of course, in front of the female lead Eunice, he always behaves friendly and politely. But these things are not important. For Fiona, the owner of the body I possessed, it was Erin who was the decisive factor in making the character Fiona the final boss in the novel. The reason Fiona became the final boss was because she couldn't control her dark power. Even though she had many reasons for using that power, the main decisive factor was Aaron. And the body I'm possessing is Fiona's. To be honest, the reason I forgot Aaron is very simple. Is because until now, I've only been paying attention to Sigran. Aaron appears from the second half of the original story, but I didn't expect him to appear where I am before the original story even begins. There are so many people in this capital, but why did I have to meet Aaron like it was fate? Even if you calculate the probability, it's very low to meet him. How unlucky am I? Aaron Clovis is a cunning and extremely wicked person. He always looks down on others, but in front of the woman he loves, he always acts affectionate. If you look at it from the female lead's perspective, this is a rather interesting and affectionate character. But from my perspective, I already disliked him. So why did we have to run into each other? Just thinking about him gave her the chills. This is the most annoying character to run away from. Unlike his appearance, Aaron's personality is incredibly filthy. I don't know anymore. If things get out of hand, I might have to assassinate Aaron first. If I write about all the characters who could turn me into the final boss, then I could live as a good Fiona. Lady Fiona. Over here, Aaron was still thinking about her. She ran away so fast. At most, she's a teenager. It seems she recognized me. Although I never revealed my position, it's probably not strange that she knows who I am, since I'm quite famous in the capital's high society. Just the part. That reaction, this is the first time until now. For a girl to look at me and have that kind of expression. Moreover, she just touched it lightly, and the magic stone changed like that. Clearly, she is a high-level mage. But what's strange is that with that skill, she should be very famous in high society. It's clearly a face I've never seen before. Her name is Celine, right? He smiled wickedly. If she's a mage with such high abilities, she'd be very useful for my future plans. I have to find her. Please don't go. Returning to the mansion of... She had a headache. Ah, really, there's no end to it. As expected, Aban didn't want to do this. So he sent me here. She cried silently. I really want to meet him and confront him. But it's only a matter of time before both Abel and Sigran come to the capital. Because the time Sigran appears before the nobles is during the flower festival. It's about a month away. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Celine, miss. Do you have a moment? Great. I can take a little break. What is it? The maid smiled, which made her a little confused. The room was filled with sparkling dresses and dazzling jewelry sets. Celine, this isn't an ordinary dress, is it? It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Sally. Arent appeared before her. Fiona is a bit scared. Why is Arent here? Don't call me lady. I'm not a noble. Not a noble, yet you can use the Marianne fitting room. Fiona paused. How did you know I was coming from the Marianne fitting room? I saw you coming out of there just now. If I was rude, I apologize. Not at all. And it's just that I know someone, so I was able to use the fitting room. He smiled. Then I will call you Miss Sally. May I sit with you? Fiona's inner self was screaming. I want to tell him to leave, but I'm not a noble, so I can't chase away a marquis. Yes, please. So there is something you want to talk to me about? Miss Sally, if you are not an official mage in the capital, then I would like to make a proposal. As expected, Arent is interested in my magical abilities. This is exactly like the plot of the original story. Fiona refused. Thank you, sir, but I have no intention of becoming a mage. Whatever conditions you propose, I will agree. I'm fine, so please just tell me. How much money do you want? Suddenly, a fluttering cloak appeared, surprising everyone around. No, I don't need money. So what about honor? If you come with me, I promise I can give you honor. That will never happen. It seems you still don't know who this kid is, Marquis Clovis. She was surprised. Duke Aban. So it's Duke Abenhelen. I didn't know you were coming to the capital. Oh, so that's Marquis Aaron Clovis. The two of them looked at each other as if sparks were flying. Why all of a sudden, don't put me in the middle. Fiona gripped Aban's arm tightly. Duke, what are you doing here? I came to show you the dragon I caught. You've never seen a dragon before, right? What? He says it like he bought fried chicken and brought it over. He caught it already, not just went to catch it. But how did he catch it? Sigran caught it. That guy was in such a hurry. I thought he was going to die. But I don't know. If the Marquis has anything to say to this kid. I was having a very important conversation with Miss Sally. Aban glanced at her. Sally? Fiona returned his gaze. Please just go along with it. Aban smiled friendly at Armin. So that's it. But that conversation will have to be postponed until next time. Though it's a pity, that seems a bit difficult, because I still have things I want to say to Miss Sally. That means please get lost. How dare he say such things to Aban? Pardon me, but may I ask what the relationship is between Miss Sally and the Duke? And that means, if it's none of your business, get lost. What should I do, Duke? If I say it's a superior-subordinate relationship, the Duke will be pushed away. Marquis Clovis, this child is actually my daughter. Fiona was shocked by Aban's bluff. What did you say? Does the Duke have a daughter? My adopted daughter. I just recently adopted her. It seems this is the first time Miss Sally has heard of this. The girl just found out too. Aban reached out and patted her head. Don't force yourself too much. Well then, I hope you'll leave quickly so my daughter and I can have some warm time together, Marquis Clovis. All right, then I will withdraw. But I have nothing to say to you. Duke, hello. What is the real reason you came back here? I came after winter ended. The bustling city speaks as follows. Have you gone back to work? Me? I didn't ask for leave. I resigned. It's the same thing. How can it be the same thing? More importantly than that, next time if any annoying flies swarm around you, just ignore them. If Sigran were here, it would be much more interesting to see. Fiona still didn't understand. Annoying flies? Are you talking about Marquis Rovis? Oh. Ah. A citizen suddenly screamed. What on earth is that? A monster? Run. Fiona was about to cast a spell. Everyone, please hide in a safe place. I have to protect everyone. Aban stopped her. Don't, Duke. That's a group of monsters. We don't have time. It's okay, it's not what you think. Everyone, don't run. Don't run. Stay and watch. Sister. There, up ahead. Look now. Those aren't monsters coming to bully everyone. That is the name of the name of the name of the kid who came to chase after you. Sigran. Sigran and I have been inseparable since we were little. But every day, this is the first time he and I have been apart for so many days. Maybe that's why. So now seeing him again, I feel like he's grown a little taller, more majestic, and gives off a sense of having matured since we parted ways. Oh my, how did they catch that thing? This is the first time I've seen such a big monster. Was it killed by the young man riding the horse in front? Of course, Fiona. That is exactly what I wanted to show you. She was surprised. Huh? You really caught a dragon for me to see? Of course. After all, you've never seen a dragon, have you? Take a good look. Don't say those things in a tone like you're buying pizza and asking, do you want some? Sigran worked hard to kill that one. Anyway, because of this, Sigran has left a deep impression on the people of Kindle. This is not a bad performance for Sigran, who needs to secure his position as soon as possible. There's only one problem. I couldn't have killed that one. I remember writing this scene. There's something called the butterfly effect. If situations that I can't predict keep happening like this, what if those butterflies flap their wings and create a storm? The story I know is also could change completely into a story I don't know. Fiona kept thinking, oh, Lady Fiona. Some soldiers waved at her. Lady Fiona, are you well? I really wanted to see you. I heard this kid even cried because of you, my lady. The surrounding people whispered, what's going on? They seem to know each other. The lady is famous. Aban, I'm going ahead now. Why don't you go with the parade? I'm going to walk, so embarrassing. In the evening, it rained as if pouring down. A young man, drenched to the bone, was running happily. What's the point of parading and making an impression? If that damn teacher of mine hadn't forced me, I wouldn't be doing this. I don't even have to look to know he's very pleased to see me in this state I hate. Instead of doing this, I'd rather be doing something else. For example, quickly being with Fiona. Fiona's voice suddenly rang out gently, Sigran. He was surprised. He looked at her with gentle eyes. Fiona, it's been a long time. For now, you'll be staying here, right? I was so worried because I didn't see you at dinner. That's right. It really is, Fiona. It's not a dream. Fiona touched his face. You seem to be wet. Is it raining outside? I want to hug her so tightly. Does she know how much effort I put in just to see her again? She handed him a towel. Here, take this, Sigran. Anyway, it's spring now. If you stay wet for long, you'll catch a cold easily. You have to dry off completely, okay? Sigran took the towel and wiped himself perfunctorily. Hey, really, she snatched the towel from his hand. Sit on the chair. It will dry on its own if you just leave it. Fiona dried his hair. Sit still. I know if I let you do it yourself, you'll do a sloppy job. I really can't leave you alone. I can't follow you every day. Fiona accidentally touched Sigran's neck. It made him jump, and his face turned red. This girl, how you did that on purpose, didn't you? Meanwhile, Fiona remembered. Didn't Sigran refuse to talk to me before I left? Isn't he still mad? There was that too, suddenly remembering it makes it feel awkward. It's better to pretend nothing happened. She continued to dry his hair. Hey Sigran, was it hard catching the dragon? No. That's good. Actually, I know he'll have to fight an even stronger dragon later on. That is, if the story goes as I wrote it. Alright, you can stand up now. But, wait a minute. So amazing and so proud. That little kid from back then is now all grown up and even killed a dragon. So praiseworthy. Sigran looked at her. What's with that expression? Sigran, although a bit late, she raised her hands and threw her arms around him. You've really worked so hard. Well done. You must be tired. So I'll be going now. Before she could leave, Sigran wrapped his arms around her waist. Huh? Sigran, if you do that, I can't leave. Sigran hugged her tightly. In the dark room, the two of them embraced, the sound of their heartbeats thumping loudly. Sigran held Fiona tightly. Hey, Sigran. You thought I would just stand still. He hugged her even tighter. Fiona, what are you planning to do in the future? I guess for now, I have to finish the task the Duke gave me. The work in the mansion? Anyway, you always look so frail. Ever since I first met you, you've always been like that. You're always gentle and kind, even though you have no intention of staying in one place, or giving all your affection to that place. After all, if you want to leave, Aban will completely let you go. If I do that, the Duke will probably chase me to the ends of the continent. If so, even I can't deny that I'm a bit soft-hearted. Because that's your personality. As for me, I've always squeezed through the gaps. That's why I've been able to stay by your side until now. You probably don't know these thoughts of mine. What are you planning to do after you're done with the work at the mansion? I'll buy a house somewhere. Before, I was planning to go live in the countryside, but it seems living there is more inconvenient than I thought. So I'm planning to buy a house in a quiet suburban area. Fiona Sigran seriously grabbed her. I have something to say. His action made her a little flustered. What's with him today? What is it? Do you remember what you said before? What I said before, what did I say? That if I needed help, you would come to my side at any time. That's right. I think now is that time. Why do you think so? Isn't your life very bright now? You really don't know, so you're saying that. 2 years ago, I met him. I told Fiona about my origins, that I actually carry the blood of the royal family. Because of that, my mother and I had to live in hiding, and my mother died protecting me. Even now, I can't forgive the one who killed my mother. Sigran Fiona gently hugged him. You will definitely be happy. I cherish you very much. Do you understand? The pain, the anger, the hatred, the resentment. Fiona had washed away all those negative emotions. Without Fiona, would I have been able to continue living peacefully? Fiona, right now I'm all alone in a strange land. Moreover, I'm surrounded by enemies on all sides. Of course, I'd want a long-time friend by my side. Wouldn't I? But the Duke is here. Do you really think I'd get emotional comfort from Aban? Come here, my beloved student master. Wow, just imagining it is weird. Oh, right. And there's the female lead too. She spun around excitedly. But Sigran, you'll soon be able to meet the beautiful, elegant girl of your destiny. My destined girl? Fiona stopped. That's right. Sigran is really slow on the uptake. I mean love. As soon as she said it, the atmosphere suddenly became silent. Right from your perspective. I might be the annoying one right now. Not at all, no, I understand. Because most people think of me that way. Anyway, maybe I made an unreasonable suggestion. Just forget I said it. She panicked. It seems he's hurt. Sigran left. I'm going. Wait. Was I too serious? Anyway, Sigran is only at the age of a high school graduate now. When? I don't know. 6 Sigran. Well then, I'll stay by your side if my presence can help you. That's right. It's not like it's a loss for me either. He is truly soft-hearted and happy. Still treasures me as before. Sigran smiled. I know. Fiona's eyes filled with tears of joy. Thank goodness. It seems he's more at ease having an acquaintance here. And time passed peacefully like that, with nothing for me to do. In a flash, the time for the original story to begin has arrived. The day of the royal family's festival is approaching. Fiona, Abel said, get ready to go down. Yes. Ooh, is it time already? Sigran stared at her, mesmerized. Tell him I'll be down right away. Fiona, is Abed planning to officially introduce you today? Probably not. I already told him to save it for later. Is that so? I wanted to escort you, what a shame. In Hayland, you could do that as you pleased. Humph, you're both too relaxed. You little rascals. Playtime is over. The stone has to roll on its own now. The first stone, come with us. The stone? Fiona sighed. Yes. The first stone is rolling over here. Suddenly she slipped. Fell down. Oh no. Sigran and Abel rushed to catch her. I know something would have happened in a little bit. Thank you, both of you. Fiona, you need to be more careful. Hey, take my arm until you get used to it. Let's go to the carriage this way. You walk carefully. I know. Come to think of it, Fiona, I heard you've decided to stay here. Was it because that brat Sigran's sweet talked you? I can't ignore the loneliness of my friend. You know you have to take over the affairs of the Helen family. But it seems you want to delay it, huh? Helen will be fine even without me. Come to think of it, aren't you curious why I chose you? Because I know Aban's situation well. Aban belongs to the bloodline of the royal family, but hates the emperor very much. Because the current emperor killed and drove away all blood relatives who could threaten his own position when he was young. Aban's family was also a victim. If Aban had a child, that child would also carry the blood of the royal family. And no matter how distant, it would also have the right of succession. But it would be strictly controlled, and furthermore, it would threaten the child's life. Fiona, anyway, from now on, your name will be Fiona Hayland. I know. Rejoice, you brat. From now on, call me father. Fiona was exasperated. He's really persistent. The carriage rattled along towards the Imperial Palace. Inside the Imperial Palace, the band played lively music. A magnificent and lavish banquet had been prepared. The nobles were gathered, discussing something. Have you heard? I heard that illegitimate child is coming today. Watch your words carefully. There's a rumor that His Majesty will not make him an official prince. I heard he's very handsome. Oh my. I heard he's a very dangerous person. Well, of course, He's from the barren land of Halong. Fiona was at the banquet. She saw a young lady with brilliant red hair looking at her and smiling very brightly, which made her feel very confused. Fiona initially thought that the girl was looking at Sigran because he was extremely handsome, very attractive, and also the center of attention at the banquet. When she realized the girl was actually looking at her, Fiona felt extremely shy and couldn't help but blush. That older sister isn't looking at Sigran, but at me. She also felt unnatural and unconsciously hid behind Aban Hilo. Anyway, it's really strange. Isn't this different from the original story? Aban Hilo, seeing her hide behind him, looked at her, feeling confused. Standing high above, the king looked down at the nobles gathered below and began to speak in a loud voice. My loyal subjects, thank you for coming. Aban Halo and Fiona also looked towards where the king was standing. Aban even said, he's appeared. Then everyone fell silent to listen to the announcement from the head of this country. I believe that everyone here has heard the good news. My glorious bloodline has achieved a great feat in the north. Now, come forward, Sigran, my proud son. Sigran smiled and approached. But who knew that in his heart, he had a different thought? Back then, you cast me aside. The king was the same. He couldn't understand what was going on in the boy's mind. He was still very proud, looking at his son and smiling. Show everyone here your great achievement. Sigran bowed low. I understand, your majesty. Then a soldier brought up a large object. Sigran didn't hesitate for a second and immediately introduced it. The heart of the dragon I captured. I offer it to your majesty, the master of this empire. The king felt extremely happy. Oh, you have shown that no matter how strong a monster is, it becomes useless before the great blood of the empire. The wealthy nobles and merchants below also started to buzz. Is that really the heart of a dragon? Seeing everyone's astonishment, the king began to boast. You've all seen it, haven't you? The excellence of the royal family and the empire. Fiona was silent on the outside, but inwardly she was silently despising him. He's emphasizing unity too much. Then he began to speak in a loud voice again. Therefore, I will place my son, who has achieved great merit, and will be recorded in the annals of history, in his rightful position. Today, in this place, I officially crown Sigran as prince. Seeing him extend his hand towards him, he just gave a slight smile. The sound of clapping rang out. Everyone was applauding and congratulating him. Congratulations! Blessings to the new prince of the empire. Fiona looked at their actions, her heart filled with contempt. Wow, so many people hate him in their hearts, huh? They really know how to live. She peeked her little head out from behind Aban's back and looked up at the person sitting on the throne. Compared to those people, the crown prince seems very displeased, to the point where he can't control his expression. Just as she had said, the crown prince, now left behind, felt very resentful. His teeth began to grind against each other. He was so angry that his legs were trembling, because it was clear that when the new prince appeared, it would threaten his position. If things in reality play out like in the story, he will become a villainous side character who specializes in bullying the main character. Following her words, we can immediately imagine that when Sigran is surrounded by people praising him, this older brother will definitely scream in a fit of rage. Immediately, seize that man for me. Sigran and Eunice probably know how to resolve that themselves. After thinking, she no longer maintained her curious expression, but smiled and started clapping along, her mouth also whispering his name, Sigran. Aban beside her still had his arms crossed, his face still emotionless. Sigran, standing up high, also noticed her Fiona. Seeing him notice her, she winked one eye and gave a thumbs up, using her mouth shape to tell him, "You're so cool." Seeing her action, his face involuntarily turned red with shyness. that fearing she would notice he was blushing, he quickly turned away. Fiona was still smiling and giving him a thumbs up. Not bad. Abel, seeing this, felt a bit of an eyesore. The grand office was now filled with melodious music. Sigran was surrounded by many nobles asking him questions. How did you capture the dragon? You were so brave. At Aban and Fiona's spot, a male noble also came up to ask, Hello. How did you meet the prince? When he saw her giving him a professional smile, he couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, Who is the young lady beside you? Aban held a glass of wine in his hand, his eyes not even looking at him, and just replied indifferently, I will clarify it at a meeting between the 5 families. Right behind them, a lady was whispering. At the meeting between the 5 founding families of the nation. As expected, an illegitimate child. Fiona felt uncomfortable. Hey, I can hear everything. Unable to bear the stuffiness inside, she said to Aban, Aban, I'm going outside for some fresh air. He didn't stop her. Go ahead. Once she got out to the balcony, she let out a sigh. It felt like she could breathe again. The wind blew her hair, making it look beautiful. She began to think, even I got so much attention. They really like to gossip about other people's business. Hearing a rattling sound nearby, she instinctively turned around, wondering who's there. In a nearby room, behind a vibrant red curtain, and the light it emitted, there were voices. Ravi, why don't you stop pushing me away, and slowly come to my side? The person over there didn't remain silent, but immediately replied, Could you please not call me by my intimate name, and call me Lady Priscilla instead? Also slowly approaching, pulling back the curtain, Priscilla. It's good to be arrogant, but being too curt is boring. You're exaggerating. Realizing who the 2 people inside were, she was extremely surprised. What is this? It's the Crown Prince and Libya Priscilla. The Crown Prince had a very perverted look on his face as he looked at Libya Priscilla, who was standing there holding a fan to cover half her face. If you please me, you can become the Crown Princess. She paid no mind to the prince's advances and turned sharply to one side. She slowly moved to increase the distance between herself and the prince. Your Highness, I will take my leave now. Feeling scorned, the expression on the once respectable prince's face became even uglier. Oh. He grabbed Libya's hand. Her fan fell to the ground. Do you dare to go anywhere without the Crown Prince's permission? Fiona, seeing his sudden action, also became agitated. He couldn't keep his composure anymore. Anyway, I've let you off for so long just because you're beautiful. Libya, on the other hand, faced his anger with an unchanged expression. To prevent him from doing anything to hurt Libya, she bravely threw open the curtain and walked in. Her face was beaming as if she hadn't seen the actions and words of the 2 people just now. Lady Libya, so you're here. The 2 were completely stunned by her sudden appearance. Both of their states fell into a moment of stiff silence. Fiona maintained a cheerful expression as she walked closer. Earlier, Duke Priscilla was urgently looking for you. I was also helping the Duke look for you. Having his good time interrupted by her. The prince was very unhappy. Who are you to interfere? She pretended that only now did she notice the prince was there. Oh my! His Highness the Crown Prince is here too. I greet His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. I am Fiona Ola. He also slowly let go of Libya's hand. Ola. Fiona was still bowing her head, silently thanking her lucky stars. Even if he's the Crown Prince, he can't easily mess with the Halo family. Thank you, Du. Lydia quickly caught on to her cue and cheerfully walked over to her, linking her arm in a friendly manner. That's right. Ho said she had something to talk to me about. I completely forgot. Looking at her from Fiona's perspective, she looked truly beautiful right now. Thank you for looking for me. Lady Fiona also cried inwardly, admiringly thinking, so beautiful. I'm willing to look for you 100, 1,000 times. Thank you for watching. But when she turned towards the Crown Prince, Libya no longer maintained the bright, friendly expression she had just now. She looked so cold it was hard to get close. Well then, I must be rude then, Your Highness. His face quickly hardened. His hand clenched tightly. Slam! As Fiona and Libya stepped outside, they heard his angry roar. Damn it! Fiona remembered. I don't know if His Highness will come looking for you again. So let's just link arms for a little while longer. And with that, she handed back the fan that belonged to Libya. I secretly picked it up earlier. Libya took the fan and, out of habit, held it up to cover half her face. But looking at her squinted eyes, one could tell she was smiling. Thank you. Fiona once again felt a sense of admiration in her heart. So beautiful. Then she linked her arm with Libya's. Well then, shall we go? Libya didn't refuse in the slightest. Yes. Fiona couldn't know that right now. Libya was thinking, although the Crown Prince really made things difficult for me, he helped me meet an unexpected fate. The wicked mage of Haloa. She secretly glanced down at Fiona, who was still oblivious, happily linking her arm and walking ahead. After accidentally witnessing an inappropriate scene involving the Crown Prince and Libya Priscilla, Fiona helped her escape his anger. After walking for a while, the two returned to the banquet, which was still as noisy as ever. Upon entering, Libya was still holding her arm. It should be fine here now. She also smiled and replied, Yes, with so many people, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince can't do anything. Thank you for watching and see you again. Then the two of them let go of each other's hands. Well then, allow me to make a belated introduction. I am Libya Priscilla. She curtsied in introduction, looking so polite and elegant. Fiona quickly replied, Oh, and I'm Fiona Halo. This is the first time I've met Lady Fiona at a noble's party. Fiona immediately explained that it was because she had only ever been in Halo before. This was also her first time attending a banquet in the capital. Hello, it's truly a place that piques many people's curiosity. Libya always had that gentle smile for Fiona. She shyly raised her hand to scratch her cheek. Is that so? Anyway, I want to repay you for helping me. My family is planning to host a small tea party soon. May I invite you to attend? She was a little surprised by the invitation. Oh, a tea party? A tea party hosted by Libya herself, In short, that's a place any noble young lady would want to be invited to. Seeing her surprised look, Libya added, Repaying you with this isn't quite right. But that tea party will help Lady Fiona quickly adapt to the world of nobility. She didn't refuse. Since you've said so much, my lady, I will accept the invitation with a grateful heart. She turned to leave. Before she left, she turned her head back and said, I'm the one who should be thanking you. I'll send a formal invitation to the Halo Mansion later. Fiona showed no signs of rejection, smiling so brightly her eyes crinkled, and waved goodbye. Yes. And now she suddenly realized, I've accidentally become friends with Libya. This is also different from the original story. I wonder if it will be okay. Slam. The wine in the glass sloshed out. The Crown Prince on this side was cursing under his breath. A bunch of insolent fools. All of them. Libya Priscilla, I want her for her beautiful appearance and her solid family background. She is the perfect woman to place by my side. If a family that has always remained neutral like the Priscillas were to side with me, my position would surely be further strengthened. She could even become the Crown Princess. That's not a disadvantageous condition for her. Yet she dares to repeatedly refuse me? While, except for my father, I am the noblest person in this empire. He was so angry that his whole body trembled. Then he slowly walked outside, still mumbling, "If she dares to refuse one more time, I will." He didn't finish his sentence. He left his sentence hanging because his attention had been drawn to Fiona, who was standing below, chatting happily. He put down his wine glass, his face filled with interest. "Oh ho, is that Fiona Halo?" Looking at her again. She's quite beautiful. Platinum hair, rare in the capital, with sharp red eyes. A slender figure that stimulates the protective instinct. Moreover, I have no memory of Duke Halo ever marrying. That must be an illegitimate child. Thinking this, he couldn't help but curve his lips into a faint smile. Then playing with that little girl for a bit shouldn't be a problem. Unable to resist, he blurted out her name, Fiona Halo. Then he began to fantasize about what he could do with her, how she would cry and beg him, and how he would coldly reject her. He imagined it all. As he turned to leave, he thought, she will be drenched in tears, begging, "Please, please don't leave me." And then he will act annoyed and leave, just as he had done with the others. I've played with you, even though we're in different leagues, but you're too annoying." After imagining that scene, he stroked his chin with great interest. Not bad. Then a voice rang out, cutting through his thoughts. "Your Highness." "What are you doing there?" It was Sigran, approaching with one hand on his hip. So surprised, he took a few steps back, startled. Sigran didn't let him off, moving closer and asking, "Who are you looking at?" He raised his hand and rubbed his head, his eyes glaring with intense anger. "You're already starting a conversation before I even ask, you older brother. It seems that with only half royal blood, you don't know basic etiquette." Sigran didn't even bother to reply to his sarcastic remark. And to think I used to pay attention to this guy's actions. Seeing no reply, he grew angry and pointed straight at his face. "Answer me now." Then he returned to his original position, looking down below. "That's right. You're also from Halo, aren't you? So you must know that girl." His gaze fell on Fiona, who was sitting and slowly eating a cake. The girl with red eyes and platinum hair. He was still very carefree, unable to sense the person behind him looking at him with pure killing intent. "I don't know what you mean by that question." The interest in his eyes didn't diminish, but only grew. "She's quite beautiful. I want to keep her by my side from now on. Anyway, I've been a little bored lately." What a pitiful reason, not even worth a reply. Sigran, hearing the very clear intention in his words, was furious and said sarcastically, "Being spoken to like that, the Crown Prince was so ashamed he became angry. What did you say?" He lunged forward and grabbed him by the collar. "You insolent bastard! You dare speak to your older brother, the Crown Prince, like that?" He swung his arm to punch him. His face didn't change expression in the slightest. He quickly caught his brother's punch. "Brother, keep trying." His hand not only blocked the punch but also squeezed tightly, causing him to scream in pain. You bastard, let go." His eyes were as cold as ice. "Oh, is it my turn now? I didn't expect you to say that." He was both startled and felt a sense of dread in his heart. He grabbed Han's collar and lifted him up. He hurriedly tried to stop the next action. Wait a minute. What for?" With a grunt, he was pushed into a corner. So scared he was panting. In his fear, he heard his brother's warning. "Let me warn you once. I don't care about your position. Or the throne. The thing I desire most in this world is only one. However, if you dare to touch that girl, I don't care who you are. I will do everything in my power to make you die in the most painful way possible." Brother, he was still clutching his collar tightly. He suddenly let go. The fear made his legs so weak he collapsed to the ground. After some time, the banquet also came to an end. Fiona was finally able to return to her room. Sitting in the comfortable room, she poured wine into a glass. The deep red wine shimmered as if about to spill over. Cheers! With that, she downed the entire glass of wine in one gulp. Remembering the recent scene, she couldn't help but curse the Crown Prince. That Crown Prince made me so mad. I need to change my mood. After drinking, she even smacked her lips and praised it. So sweet. Then she sat there giggling. Suddenly, a knock-knock sound was heard. Fiona, are you there? Sigran entered the room and was immediately hit by the strong smell of alcohol. The smell of alcohol? Are you drinking? She walked over and grabbed his arm. Just warming up my throat a bit. Then she pulled him inside. The fun is just getting started. Come in. It's been a long time since we drank together. Seeing her actions, he couldn't help but frown. This girl first, drinking alone in her room. Second, drinking alcohol. Third, and then casually pulling someone into her room to drink with her. Just how unguarded are you? He just managed to let out a sound, about to say something, but then stopped. Fiona asked curiously, "What were you going to say?" He let out a sigh, unable to voice his recent thoughts. Nothing. Nothing. Yet nothing. While she spoke, she looked at him and noticed that his shirt was open at the chest, looking quite cool. She immediately laughed. Haha, what's with your tie? Did you get into a fight with someone? Something like that, he answered with a very calm expression. Then she was so shocked that she couldn't speak properly anymore. Grabbing someone by the collar on the very first day of your debut as a noble. I'm not that kind of person. Wait, am I? She asked excitedly. With whom? It wasn't a big deal. He touched the button on his shirt, and then paused for a moment. He softly called out Fiona. Seeing him call her, Fiona hummed in response. His next action was very unexpected. He leaned down, his voice very natural. I'm too far away. I can't see clearly. Sorry, but could you please smile for me? His words made Fiona stare at him, stunned. Since he was a child, Sigran hated having his neck touched. She also didn't refuse the suggestion. Help me take off the button. All right. Fiona reached out to touch the button, but accidentally brushed against his collar. In her heart, she was comforting herself. I'm just helping him unbutton it. Unexpectedly, he reached up and stroked a lock of her platinum hair. At this action, she was completely stunned. Oh dear, why? She unconsciously looked up at his expression. His face was calm, his eyes incredibly gentle and tender. He glanced at her, which startled her. She quickly turned her head away. The atmosphere suddenly feels strange. I should hurry up and unbutton this. After taking off his outer jacket, she placed it on the table and said, All right, it's done. Right after, the awkward atmosphere from before vanished. She excitedly raised her wine glass to him. Now, let's drink. He looked at her, not forgetting to remind her. Drink slowly, you get drunk easily. After drinking, she rested her hand on her chin and looked at him. So, who did you fight with? Sigran didn't look at her, still very calmly saying 3 words. The Crown Prince. Hearing those 3 words, Fiona shouted, Really? He watched her gulping down her wine. He's a more despicable person than I thought. Fiona immediately affirmed. That's right. He's a truly disagreeable guy. Then he immediately reminded her. You shouldn't get close to him. She was also very obedient and replied, I know. As she poured more wine into her glass, she continued, I just hope nothing happens that forces me to confront him. With a clink, as if she had discovered something earth-shattering, she pointed and said loudly, Siren, your face is splitting in 2. He, who was already too used to this sight of her, just let out a sigh. She's drunk. Fiona still tried to argue, I'm not drunk. And with that she passed out. Sigran looked at the little girl who had passed out and was now snoring, and grumbled, I told you to drink slowly. He had no choice but to go over and lift her up. She now lay nestled in his arms, breathing softly as she slept. He looked at her peaceful sleeping face. He said with a soft sigh, You don't know what's in other people's hearts and you just fall asleep like that. He placed her on the bed, very considerately pulling up the blanket for her. He sat there looking at her. Sometimes I want to open up your head to see what you're thinking. You don't expect anything from me. Why, from the very first day we met until now, have you always cherished me? There is no affection that has no value. I still can't understand you. It seems you have no hopes or anything particularly important. Like a dandelion wandering without being able to land and set down roots anywhere. I wish that one day you too would go in search of something you desire. Anyway, at least for this moment, have the happiest of dreams. My most important girl. And with that he quietly left. And with that, she would never know what he had hidden deep in his heart for so long. Nor would she know that she was the most special, most important person to him. The girl he wanted to protect the most. At this moment she had no idea. Hopefully, in the future, she will know of Sigran's precious heart. The next day, in the carriage, Your Grace, what if Sigran is ostracized in the imperial palace? Fiona looked at Aban with great anxiety. Hearing her say that, Aban just sneered. Is that brat someone who needs to be worried about if he gets bullied? No need to worry about the brat who has been officially recognized as a prince. Instead, worry about the upcoming meeting between the 5 families. The meeting of the 5 families. This is a regular meeting of the representative families who contributed to the founding of the empire. Fiona felt quite disheartened. She closed her eyes tightly, rested her chin on her hand, and turned her head to look out the window. Sigh, even so, I can't help but worry about Sigran. When they arrived at a very magnificent villa, her expression became serious. That must be the mansion where the meeting is taking place. At that moment, she didn't know that because of something that happened at that meeting, I met the original female lead, Eunice, and was drawn into something she could never have imagined. The sun was so bright. The huge mansion couldn't even block the glare of the sun. Fiona and Aban were walking in. Aban couldn't help but give her some instructions. Listen here, Fiona. No matter what you say, Duke Ernest will object, so just ignore him. She immediately let out a gasp and asked for confirmation. Is it okay to act like that with the current Empress's family? Aban didn't look at her, confirming her words. Yes, that's really overbearing. She was speechless and didn't say another word. Just because she wasn't speaking didn't mean her brain wasn't thinking. What the Ernest family supports the Crown Prince, so they will definitely confront Hilo, which is protecting the new prince. But is it okay to ignore them? Aban spoke up, cutting off the train of thought in her head. Not just Knees. The Erez family also supports the Crown Prince, so ignore them too. She didn't hesitate and immediately asked about the other 2 families. What about the Priscilla and Clovis families? They are neutral. Both families just stand by and watch. Following Aban's words, Fiona was slowly able to deduce everything. So that's it. Thank you for watching. Although I had a rough idea of that already. Arriving at the door, the male servants there immediately bowed respectfully. Please come in, Your Grace the Duke. Everyone is already inside. As the door was slowly opening, Aban didn't forget to add. So Fiona, in short, seeing him pause, she asked curiously, In short? Aban turned his head to look at her. His mouth curved into a faint smile, but his eyes and his entire face were incredibly gentle. You just act as you please. Hearing this, Fiona felt a little helpless. Even though this is a very normal way Aban talks to her, it's a saying that's truly characteristic of Aban. The door was thrown open. A voice immediately rang out. "You've arrived." Duke Aban hello. Aban pulled out a chair and sat down, casually saying, "I'm the last to arrive, aren't I?" She went and pulled out the chair next to Aban to sit down, unable to help but marvel at the atmosphere. Wow, look at this atmosphere. She looked at everyone, slowly able to deduce the identity of each person here. Definitely. The one filled with dissatisfaction is Duke Ernest. Sitting next to him is Marquis Erez. On Aban's side is Marquis Priscilla. And the one who soon knew my true identity, Marquis Arend Clovis. Aaron seemed quite surprised by her appearance, so he kept staring at her. This made her cry silently in her heart. Why am I sitting opposite him like this? Ernest looked very annoyed. Duke Halo, I don't know who the young lady sitting next to you is. This is a place where only the head of the family and the heir are allowed to participate. Aban put on a cheerful face to reply, just as I was about to introduce her. He gestured towards Fiona. This child is Fiona Halo, my heir. Duke Ernest and Marquis Erez were both extremely shocked. Marquis Erez was speechless. Duke Ernest could only utter a single word. Go. Marquis Arend Clovis was also surprised but didn't react as strongly as the other two. Then someone asked curiously, your biological daughter? Aban didn't hide or conceal anything. No, she's my adopted daughter. Marquis Erez, having regained his composure, immediately joined in asking about her. So, which family was she originally from? Without letting Aban answer for her, she spoke up. The Green family. In her heart, she had already answered the question of why she didn't hide it. After all, this can be found out with a little investigation. Ernest, who had been annoyed all this time, frowned. The Green family? She spoke up. Isn't that family suspected of being involved with drugs? So all members of the family are under investigation. Although I heard that except for one daughter who was married and thus pardoned. Right after, he was cut off by the person sitting next to him. No, they have another daughter. I was the one responsible for the Green family's case, so I know it very well. The speaker was Marquis Arend Clovis. He was very calmly sipping his tea. Then they continued to hear Fiona's calm voice. Yes, I'm sure everyone has guessed by now. I am the illegitimate child of the Green family. Everyone was shocked at this moment. Then, she continued to speak. The reason I was pardoned is because I had already been removed from the family register. Thank you for watching. Duke Ernest was trembling with anger. In his mind, he replayed what she had just said. Not only from a bankrupt family, but also an illegitimate child. Moreover, just a girl who has just come of age. The family should have been passed down to a son. That's the proper way. At this moment, his mood was extremely angry. He raised his voice in fury to ask Aban, "Are you testing us, Duke Halo?" Aban's expression was very firm. How could that be? Ernest grew even angrier. I cannot accept this. An illegitimate child of a bankrupt family, inheriting the position of Duke of Halu. The Halo family is one of the key families of the empire. If you continue to act so arrogantly, what will become of the discipline of the nobility? Aban put his hands behind his head, leaning back in his chair very comfortably, as if he paid no attention to the old man's words. I'm also curious to see what that discipline turns into. But I must pass down my position to my daughter. At the calmness of the father and daughter, Ernest was furious. He gritted his teeth as if he wanted to grind them down to dust. Seeing this, Fiona also exclaimed, "How savage!" Anyway, I know what Duke Ernest is thinking. He's a very stubborn person. From the fact that I'm an illegitimate child to the fact that I'm just a girl, He absolutely cannot acknowledge any aspect of me. If this continues, he'll surely be very angry. Thinking this, she smiled. Your Grace, Duke Ernest. I completely understand why you feel uneasy. You're worried that if I take over the family with limited abilities, it will be very difficult, right? As a member of the nobility, Ernest's angry mood had calmed down quite a bit. That's right, you understand things better than the Duke. Fiona once again said seriously. So how must I prove my abilities to make the Duke no longer feel uneasy? Ernest clenched his fist and slammed it on the table. He once again said as if he wanted to scream. Prove it. What can a child like you do? Suddenly he paused, as if he felt something good. He gave a slight smile. Ah no, this is also good. Without hesitation, he immediately stated the good thing he was thinking of to make things difficult for Fiona. Halo is the shield of the Empire. As the lord of that region, you must naturally know how to fight monsters. So, you must win the upcoming hunting competition. Shocked by his words, Tellin. If you win, I will not interfere in this matter anymore. He was no longer trembling with anger as he was initially, but was now smug. Is it a done deal? That's right. A girl who has never even held a sword, let alone fought a monster. Then he imagined the scene of Fiona encountering a monster and fainting from fear. Aban, beside her, supported his daughter and looked at him very smugly. Just seeing the monster's tail would probably make her faint. A good opportunity to embarrass Duke Halo. But he never expected that right after, there would be a sound of agreement. All right. This made him open his eyes wide. What met his eyes was the image of Fiona smiling brightly. I will win the hunting competition. In her heart, she was also very happy. So surprising. An easy matter beyond my expectations. Marquis Aaron Clovis also quickly spoke up to add to the fun. Then we will bear witness to Duke Ernest's proposal. Marquis Priscilla, sitting beside him, after hearing this, had to turn her head sharply away. He could only say gently, well then. Ernest's face immediately turned pale and trembled. Do you even understand what it means to hunt a monster? Fiona still smiled cheerfully. Of course I understand. I won't run away or find a place to hide, so you don't have to worry. Aban, sitting beside her, smiled with great satisfaction. Fiona smiled beautifully. I will handle it very neatly. Let out a sigh. She finished washing her hands. Her face was a little tired. Luckily, the meeting ended peacefully. She walked out with the thought, perhaps the Duke has already gone down. Lady Fiona. Suddenly someone called her. This voice is so familiar, this voice. Realizing it, she could only reluctantly turn her head. Aaron Clovis smiled at her. I didn't expect to see you here again. He then said with great meaning, each word clear, Miss. 4. Celine. Fiona seemed a bit panicked, her heart crying out. His name Aaron Clovis. Fiona turned back to get a clear look at the person who had just called her, and thought in surprise, Aaron Clovis. As for Aaron, at this moment, he was flashing a very charming smile. She turned to face Aaron. At this moment, her mood was seething with anger. Why on earth did I have to run into this guy here? Aaron, with an emotionless face, began to question her. You said your name was Celine Cormagme. Fiona, hearing the deadly threatening tone, cried her eyes out. It seems he has it. He's not going to drag me into some corner and interrogate me, is he? Thinking this, she immediately clenched her fists and silently resolved, at this rate, I'll have to eliminate Aaron first. Seeing the girl in front of him still not responding, Aaron let out a helpless sigh. He said, anyway, it's good that you forgot my previous offer, because there's no better position than the master of Hilo, right? After saying that, he looked at her with affectionate eyes again. Fiona, after hearing him speak, was quite surprised and stared at him. She put on a thoughtful expression, thinking, he gave up faster than I thought. I thought he would hold on for a little longer. Perhaps, unlike the original story. Because Halo has become my backer, he doesn't dare to approach me without reason. That makes it even easier for me. She doesn't need to think of a way to eliminate Aaron anymore. Thinking this, she then gave Aaron a friendly smile. Seeing her suddenly smile at him, he was a little confused. Aaron spoke up again, asking, "And you're not worried about Duke Anista's proposal?" She replied nonchalantly, "What's the point of worrying?" Hearing her answer, he praised her with a single sentence, "You are truly brave." Flora, hearing his advice, laughed. But in her heart, she was silently proud. "I'm not worried simply because that is my area of expertise." Aaron still had a question that he hadn't found the answer to yet. He asked Fiona, "Actually, before I go, there's one more thing I'm curious to ask. About the anonymous document exposing the Green family's ledgers, was that sent by you, my lady?" Hearing his question, she thought for a moment. "That's right." Aaron said he was the one handling the Green family's case. No wonder the matter was resolved so quickly. Fiona answered frankly, "That's right." Hearing this answer, Aaron let out an ah. Then he put on a mysterious expression, as if he were contemplating something. Then he spoke up again, "That helped me a lot." However, hearing that, she opened her eyes wide in anticipation of his next sentence. Aaron cautiously voiced his thoughts. "I'm curious if you feel any resentment towards me, because I was the one who contributed to your family's bankruptcy. So he's afraid Fiona hates him." She thought to herself, "Does he think that's the reason I'm not in the family?" She looked up at the young man who was a head taller than her and replied, "Not at all." Hearing this, Aaron let out a sigh of relief. He bowed his head slightly in a gesture of gratitude and said, "Thank goodness. I don't want to confront the Ola family." After saying what he needed to say, he turned to leave. Before he left, he didn't forget to flash a bright smile and say, "Well then, I hope you achieve a good result." Fiona, on the outside, put on a smiling face and waved goodbye to him. But on the inside, she was getting fed up. Seeing him leave, she let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness I don't have to assassinate him anymore. Then she smiled cheerfully and said, "Now, shall we go home?" While she was happily about to go home, a hand reached out and patted her head a few times. Being patted on the head unexpectedly, she resisted a little. "What is it?" She turned around to see that it was Count Green. She spoke up and asked him, "Your Grace, I thought you had gone home already." Hearing this, he replied, "My daughter is here. Where can I go? It seems you were using your full brain power earlier. You intentionally made Duke Ernest make that offer, didn't you?" Fiona, while fixing her hair that her old father had messed up, thought to herself. As expected, he noticed. She looked at him and said nonchalantly, "This is the simplest way. If we just leave it like that, he'll go and complain to the Emperor, which would be troublesome. And if my status among the nobility drops, it will be difficult to operate." The Count, hearing her say that, smiled slightly. He patted her shoulder and said, "That's right. Well done. I really know how to judge people." Then he flicked her on the head and said, "Well then, now call me father." She, while rubbing the spot where she was flicked, thought to herself, "He still hasn't given up." She replied, "I don't want to." The Count said again, "Calling me Dad is also fine." She paid no attention to his words and turned to walk away. "I told you I don't want to." He asked again, "So when are you going to call me that?" She turned sharply away and replied, "Probably never." Hearing that, the Count stood towering in front of her. The two of them looked at each other without saying anything. The Count replied dejectedly, "I know." Seeing him with that expression, she was also a little flustered. "Oh dear." As the Count walked past her, he said, "Let's go home." She thought in confusion, why on earth did I lose my composure at this very moment? She hurriedly ran after the Count's retreating back and said, "Let's go together." She thought, or maybe I should have called him father just once then. A few days later, at a beautiful mansion, Fiona, while holding her teacup, was deep in thought. How should I put this? It's a bit unbelievable that I actually came to Libya's tea party. At the tea party, she was courted by quite a few noble ladies. Everyone whispered and asked her, "It's a great honor to meet you, Lady Fiona." Another girl chimed in, "Me too." Remembering a few days ago, Libya had said to her, "I'm about to host a tea party. May I invite you?" Originally, she thought she was just saying it, but she actually sent an invitation. Libya turned to her and said, "Please enjoy the tea party." Fiona smiled happily and replied, "Thank you." "Thank you." As she took a sip of tea, she thought, Libya isn't the type to be nice to someone for no reason. What on earth is she thinking? A young lady turned to ask her, "That's right. I heard you made a bet with Duke Annecy." Another young lady asked, "Lady Fiona?" "Wow." Another young lady asked again, "What kind of bet?" The young ladies looked at her with sparkling eyes. Fiona spoke up to explain, "It's not really a bet. It's just a small promise. If I win this hunting trip, Duke Ernest will recognize me as the heir of Halo." Everyone, hearing her say that, started whispering amongst themselves, but only Billy remained seated, quietly enjoying her tea. Win? Isn't that too dangerous? We will cheer for you, Lady Fiona. I can't believe you're doing that to win the family inheritance. So cool. Fiona politely replied to everyone's enthusiasm. Thank you, everyone. Suddenly, a young lady said urgently, Lady Fiona, I have a question. I heard that in Halo, there is a very fearsome mage. Hearing that, her face froze, and she let out a huh. Another young lady also said, I heard that too. They say that person kills monsters while laughing, turning the surroundings into a sea of blood. Hearing this, she screamed internally. Who spread that rumor? Belia, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. But I heard a different rumor. That is the mage who protects Halo all year round, a place where there is only a cold winter. The people of Halo praise and call that mage this. Belia continued with a smile, the guardian of winter. Hearing Belia say that, Fiona's heart couldn't control itself and started to pound. At the training ground in the Imperial Palace, Sigran was practicing his sword skills with other soldiers. What's wrong? Where did your spirit from before go? Sigran knocked the sword out of the soldier's hand. He trembled. Don't tell me that's all you've got. The Crown Prince's escorts are just this. Then who's going to protect whom here? Hey, stop it losing to a new soldier, aren't you tired yet? I'm sure you all think I'm just an illegitimate child. A young brat who just turned 20, right? As expected, we should rearrange the hierarchy based on a duel. He smiled friendly, a smile just like Aban's, which made these guys tremble. That monster. Your Royal Highness, a guest has arrived. A she-grun raised an eyebrow slightly. A guest? I don't like to be disturbed while I'm training. If it's just a normal guest, see them off. Yes, sir. Then I will relay the message and see Lady Fiona Halo off. Hearing Fiona's name, Sigran froze. He turned back, his smile bright. No need. I'll be right there. I can't meet Lady Fiona looking like this, covered in sweat and dirt. Quickly, prepare a bath for me immediately. The soldiers were surprised. In the meantime, entertain Lady Fiona with great ceremony so she doesn't get bored. As for you all, run 50 laps around the training ground. Oh yes, sir. Who on earth is Lady Fiona Harlow to be able to move that monster? I can't believe Fiona came to see me first. Sigran, do you know what they call me in the rumors? She whispered. They call me the Guardian of Winter. The Guardian of Winter? In Halo. She also has people who call her that. Really? Really? Ooh, you just never pay attention to your surroundings. So you don't know. How embarrassing. No need to be embarrassed. Because you really are that amazing. The way you say it so confidently makes me even more embarrassed. But I was worried that Sigran was being mistreated here. Luckily, it doesn't seem to be the case. It seems he's also very popular with the court ladies. She giggled. What is it? So cute. Hey, I felt a little flutter when the other person called me the Guardian of Winter. Just like that servant. Sigran froze, his face darkening. Who was it that said that to you? Use a nicer word. Your Royal Highness. Why are you so curious about that? Sigran clenched his fists, his smile full of killing intent. As a friend, I must send my greetings and thanks to the person who made you flutter. He's saying strange things again. The person who said that to me was Lady Libya. Do you know her? Libya, clearly, she's from the Priscilla family. Wait a minute, that's a girl. I've never been moved by a man. I have to thank her later. Suddenly, his mood became cheerful again. I don't know why, but as long as he's happy, that's all that matters. He looked at her. Why are you staring at me like that? Sometimes he looks at me with that gaze, I don't understand why. Fiona, he heard you have to win the hunting competition. That's right, you heard about it too. Aban, no, Master told me. Actually, I will also be participating in that hunting trip. Really? So we're rivals now? Sigran asked, puzzled. Rivals. Tisk, she smiled. You and I are rivals. Actually, I already know I can beat the Crown Prince and the other knights. But I didn't expect you to be there too. Sigran took her hand. Fiona, if you told me not to participate, and I won't. Huh? Why? Sigran smiled. He kissed her forehead. Her hand. This level of contact is still common among the nobility, because I'm not his enemy, but his comrade. But when Sigran does it, the impact is completely different. Fiona pulled her hand back. Hey, don't say things like that. This is the first hunting competition you're participating in after becoming a prince. You can't just easily lose this good opportunity to show off your abilities. If you're interested in a certain young lady, you can use this competition to show her your cool side. My face is all red. He looks so embarrassed he can't say a word. Actually, in the original story, there's also this event. Sigran wins the competition and presents the monster to Eunice. The hunt is not just about catching monsters, but also a romantic event for young nobles. The person who catches a monster will give it to their lover or someone they admire. That's how many people have gotten married. The young lady I like. Of course, there is one. She slammed the table. Huh? Who? Akko suddenly froze, then looked down. Could it be that he met Eunice while I wasn't looking? That's great. Sigran lightly tapped her on the head. You're thinking something weird, aren't you? It's strange. I don't know why I feel a little sad. The day of the hunting competition has arrived. Fiona is very excited. Each camp has its own family crest. Which family does that red crest belong to? Duke. Aban was visibly annoyed. This weather. It's terribly hot, isn't it? The weather in the capital is a bit hot compared to Helen. Your Grace, are you not planning to participate? No. I prefer to sit and watch you all make fools of yourselves. Make fools of ourselves? This weather is also quite hot for you, kid. So finish the competition with a high rank before you get exhausted. There can't be high-level demonic beasts in the hunting competition. If there's such a dangerous competition just for the royal family and nobility to enjoy, then. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Excuse me, Duke Halen. May I have a word with Lady Fiona?" "Lady Lee. Libya. The horse I caught in the hunting competition." "That's right. Can you give me the horse you catch?" "Why?" "Because you will definitely win the competition." Fiona was a little flustered. "Thank you for believing in me, but the competition hasn't even started yet. You don't need to be modest. I've learned the truth that you are the guardian of Helen's wall." "Ooh, really?" She was a little embarrassed. "I bet Lady Fiona will win. It seems the other top candidates, Prince Sigran, have no ambition at all." "Sigran," he just yawned. "You said you had someone you liked. So what do you mean by asking me to give you the demonic beast? That's usually how knights and priests show their affection to nobles. If that's not the case, then the crown prince will give the demonic beast to me. If I, the winner, give the demonic beast to Lady Libya, then the crown prince won't be able to give another demonic beast because his pride would be hurt." "Exactly. If you help me, I will help you strengthen your position in society." "How?" "My lady is a member of the Helen family and supports Prince Sigran. The Queen will absolutely not have a good opinion of you. To be honest, in society, there are definitely many people who want to make a fool of you. So, I will help you. Don't be fooled by my appearance. My position in society is also quite stable. It's clear that I have many weaknesses that can be attacked in society. Even if I am the heir to the Helen family, I am still just an adopted child. Because I'm also in a position where I have to oppose the prince at any time, it seems that building a close relationship with the neutral Priscilla faction isn't too bad. All right. I'll make the lovely Libya the person who receives the most demonic beasts in today's competition." Libya burst into laughter. Laughed. "I'll be waiting for you." The sound of the horn announced the start of the hunt. Fiona looked at them. They rushed off to find a demonic beast. Wow, what great spirit. Even though it's just a hunting competition, the nobility and royalty are still well protected. "I'm sure Sigran is too." A knight shouted, "Lady Fiona. It's dangerous." A bird swooped towards her. She snapped her fingers. The demonic beast was immediately incinerated. Everyone around was instantly shocked. "Hey, isn't starting a fire here dangerous? In Helen, there are many dense forests, so it's fine. But here it could cause a fire." Fiona Helen unexpectedly has such an ability. If this continues, victory will clearly belong to Fiona. If that happens, what will I look like in society? I'm changing locations. Where are you planning to go? Go outside the boundary line. But there's a high chance of high-level demonic beasts there. Let's go. I can't lose like this. I'm coming. You arrogant brat. I'll make you discouraged. The sound of galloping horses, clip-clop, rushed past like a gust of wind. Two knights rode like the wind, not looking back. If the main character was surprised, she sat on her horse and watched. She realized they were the knights of Duke Ernestima. In such a hurry, I wonder what's going on. Suddenly, there was a sound of laughter. I think I know what that's about. An orange head popped out, causing Fiona to turn her attention to the familiar face. Marquis Clovis, she called him, the handsome orange-haired young man. He said, "I'm sure he wants to aim for a big target so as not to lose to you, my lady." The Marquis also rode his horse over to her. He closed his eyes and smiled. Friendly, on the way, I approached and asked, "My lady, are you also moving to another spot to hunt?" Fiona immediately smiled and refused, replying, "No, my stamina is a bit weak, so I'm planning to rest for a bit." "Is that so?" His face hardened. a little regretful and dissatisfied. That the brooch on Marquis Clovis's chest shone brightly, a stark contrast to his expression. The Marquis lowered his voice. He said, "My lady, you have faced the monsters of Halo for a long time, right? I would like to hear your opinion on monsters." Hearing this, Fiona immediately tilted her head, showing a friendly attitude. "If I can help you with an answer." The Marquis's face became serious. He asked, "I wonder if you have ever heard of the Shadow?" Hearing this name, Fiona's eyes widened in surprise. A question I had somewhat anticipated. The shadow Aaron is talking about is not a word used in its usual sense. Fiona felt a little uneasy. She avoided his gaze, nodding. "Yes, I have heard of it. I remember." The biggest reason Fiona in the original story became the final boss was because she failed while trying to deal with this shadow. Because of that, she encountered a terrible danger that affected her life. The shadow is an entity without a fixed form. It often appears without warning, so there's no way to avoid it. The crystal has such a dangerous power that if it appears, the land will become barren, and the surrounding monsters will become violent, crazy, and bloodthirsty, roaring. Fiona closed her eyes calmly. "I heard that if the shadow phenomenon appears, the monsters in the area will become much stronger and more violent." Aaron smiled and replied, "Yes, that's right." The name Shadow was given by the scholars of the Academy when they first discovered the phenomenon. He frowned. However, the scholars couldn't confirm anything related to the shadow. Because the people who directly saw the shadow, Fiona quickly understood the hidden meaning in his words. She continued, "No one survived." Although it was a painful truth, Aaron smiled a little suspiciously. "Yes, that's right. So you know too. Usually, those who touch the shadow cannot survive, because no one has directly witnessed the phenomenon. Naturally, the amount of information about it is very limited. However, there is actually one person thinking about the truth." Her eyes drooped. "Who survived after touching the shadow is the person right in front of me. Aaron Clovis, holding his own brooch. As a child, even though he witnessed the moment the shadow appeared, he still survived, although it left him with a major after-effect. And to minimize that after-effect as much as possible, he always had to carry with him a magic stone that had been processed and set into a pin. He just kept delaying time like that, and was looking for a way to eliminate the existence of the shadow, as well as the after-effects that were eroding his body. Thinking this, Fiona immediately turned her face away to avoid being discovered, because this was something Aaron had confessed to the person he liked, Eunice. So I can't pretend to know. She immediately turned to change the subject. Halo is also paying close attention to the shadow. But since that phenomenon has never appeared, information is very scarce. "That's right," Marquis Clovis replied. Aaron had proposed a hypothesis. When he held up the pin with the magic stone for Fiona to see, he had said, "This is not just a simple stone, but a magic stone." A magic stone is something that helps delay the after effects of the shadow. And a magic stone is influenced by magic. If that's the case, then wouldn't a very powerful mage be able to use their magic to manipulate the shadow? A face flashed through her mind. And the mage who fits the conditions to test that hypothesis is Fiona. She is the right person to confront the mysterious shadow sphere. Of course, right now I have no intention of helping Aaron. As Fiona was thinking this, she was surprised by the sound of horse hooves clip-clopping behind her, accompanied by a voice. "Hey, what are you two doing here alone?" Sigran, or His Royal Highness as the other two called him, was riding towards them. His aura shone as brightly as a proud white rose. Aaron bowed his head and replied with a smile. "We were just taking a short break." Fiona followed suit and bowed as well. The sound of horse hooves drew nearer. Sigran spoke. "I heard you made a bet with the Duke at Knees." But you look quite relaxed. Don't you, Lady Fiona? The prince smiled slyly, his eyes darting over to her teasingly, which made Fiona a little annoyed. Ah, he's calling me lazy, isn't he? She retorted. Your Highness seems quite bored with this competition too. Your monster cart still has plenty of room. It really is bland, Sigran said as he conveniently kicked up a stone with his foot, intentionally. So I'm planning to rest with you two. With that, he rode his horse over and squeezed in between Fiona and Aaron. His strange action made Fiona's jaw drop in shock. What kind of game is this? But contrary to his aggressive and provocative actions, Marquis Clovis Aaron smiled cheerfully, his face shining brightly. Oh my! It is my honor to have a moment of rest with your Highness. Helpless in the face of this farcical scene, Fiona reluctantly bowed respectfully and forced a smile. Then I will take my leave and end my rest time here. The atmosphere was so strange. Then she led her horse away with a clatter, and she didn't forget to smile. Well then, I'll be on my way. This left the two men speechless as they watched her. She said, Good luck to you both. But before she could finish speaking, suddenly the crows flapped their wings fiercely, flapping wildly. They all soared into the sky at once. Soon, the sky was covered in black crows. As they flew, a screeching sound was heard. A strange but familiar phenomenon made Aaron and Fiona look up. Fiona frowned in confusion. A horn in the middle of the competition. Isn't that the signal that the hunting competition is over? Aaron grimaced and denied it. No, it's still a long way until the end time. But for them to blow the horn like this, that means something has happened. Sigran, standing behind, spoke up, causing Aaron and Fiona to turn their heads in surprise. And in a bad way. Before they could react, he had already spurred his horse on, his face serious and urgent as he galloped back, returning to the camp in a hurry. Look, Fiona. Aban, standing beside her, pointed. Even Fiona was stunned by what she saw. He crossed his arms, looking at Fiona thoughtfully, as he spoke about the dangerous prize. The monsters that the other hunting party brought back on the outside. They look like the usual low-level monsters. But if you look closely, you'll see their teeth and claws are much larger than normal. Fiona bent down to observe more closely, a sense of unease appearing. The muscles in their legs and their skin are also firmer. They are usually very susceptible to fire. But with an outer layer as hard as this, even a large flame probably wouldn't do anything to them. Aban continued, frowning. Actually, there's only one reason for them to transform like this. I'm sure you've already guessed it. Aban's hint made Fiona's face scrunch up. She realized it was the appearance of the shadow. Suddenly, at that moment, a scream rang out. Someone's injured. Call a doctor here, quick. Immediately, Aban and Fiona turned to look. The victim's wound was so deep that even though the bandage was wrapped tightly, blood still seeped through and stained it. He managed to say, "Ah, I saw the blackened, dead land." As he spoke, he was panting heavily, exhausted and weak, his whole body covered in scattered bloody wounds, and he was still being treated with bandages on the side. The soldier trembled, struggling to speak. I encountered incredibly strong demonic beasts, transformed by the shadow. On the other side of the controlled area. We only fought them for a short while, but the knights were dropping like flies. Hearing this, Tune felt worried and pained. Aban remained calm and composed as he listened to him speak. Luckily, it seems that's just a piece of land where the shadow once appeared. If we had run into it right when the shadow appeared, we would have all been dead. And then he shouted an order, everyone, retreat from the camp. Quickly confirm if anyone is left in the hunting area. He waved his hand, signaling. The cape on his back flew with the motion. Just then, a female knight ran up to report. The monsters have followed the scent of blood and appeared at the southern entrance. Her face was terrified and uneasy as she quickly shouted, "In huge numbers!" At that moment, a bloody battle broke out. Fierce screams, corpses, and blood splattered everywhere. The ferocious monsters rushed forward to bite the soldiers' arms, looking so fierce, but their immense strength couldn't be overcome. Sigran had already jumped onto his horse. Immediately he gave the order, "Those not participating in the fight, fall back immediately. Those who can fight, take up your arms." He waved his hand to the entire populace, quickly causing the soldiers to shout, "Yes, sir," and run off. Aban turned to Fiona. He was about to say, "Fiona, you," but she had already run off, seriously cutting him off. "I will fight." Aban narrowed his eyes. He said, "I was about to tell you to retreat to a safe area because you look quite exhausted." But Fiona refused. She turned her head back and smiled brightly. "That would be too much of a waste of manpower. For now, we must quickly find those who need help." Thinking this, she ran like the wind, thumping forward. "Then I will charge to the front lines." But just then, a voice called out, startling her awake. "I will take care of the victims first, then go." "Eunice," Fiona said, feeling strange as she ran past. Over there, the maid was worried. At Lady Eunice. Eunice was kneeling on the ground beside a victim's body. She looked up and said, "Someone needs my poison right now. I will treat these people first, then I will go with you." Eunice frowned, resolute. "A person with healing abilities like me cannot abandon a patient." With that, her two hands were placed on the body of the soldier in critical condition. A sparkling aura radiated out, her strong will as beautiful as sunflowers. That aura caught Fiona's attention, and she watched, mesmerized. The other young ladies, seeing this, felt a pang of guilt and left one by one. Well then, I'll be going now." Eunice didn't care. At this moment, she was focused on lifting the soldier's hand to examine it. Her beautiful appearance made Fiona exclaim in surprised admiration, "Eunice, wow!" She peeked from behind. Her eyes shone with a sparkling light as she observed her beautiful and brave female lead treating the wounded. At this moment, Eunice was highly focused. "I will treat the poison right now. My beautiful and brave female lead, wow." Fiona was excited, her eyes sparkling. She hid behind Eunice, watching her concentrate on treating the seriously injured soldier. She cried out, "I will treat the poison immediately." In her heart, she was extremely admiring and laughed strangely. He. While everyone else ran away, she alone was so brave, so praiseworthy and talented. While Fiona was still admiring her, Eunice, having just finished the treatment, turned her head back. She tilted her head and asked, "You are?" But Eunice quickly stood up and ran to Fiona, pleading, "Hey, you can't be here. The monsters are coming." Fiona suddenly realized, as if waking from a dream. She quickly reassured Eunice, "I'm fine." Thud. A furry shadow suddenly appeared, along with loud and scary sounds. Fiona's eyes widened in surprise. She knew what that thing was. She called out to Eunice. "Get back," she shouted. But before the young lady could react, the monster had already roared and advanced right behind her, roaring fiercely. Roar! The bloodthirsty monster roared. This forced Fiona to grab Eunice to protect her. "Damn it, don't leave my side," she shouted, one arm holding Eunice safely in her embrace, the other extended to summon magic. Immediately, a crackling bolt of lightning appeared. A strong wind rose, and with it, bolts of lightning from Fiona's magic quickly suppressed the demonic beast and electrocuted it, rendering it unable to move. Boom! After a high-powered electric shock, the monster quickly collapsed. The corpse was charred dry, smoke rising from it. The wind howled and then fell silent. Fiona now turned to ask, "Are you all right?" Eunice looked at her, dazed, not yet fully recovered. She blinked her eyes. "Miss, who on earth are you?" Eunice forced a smile. Fiona immediately smiled brightly and introduced herself. "I'm Fiona." "Hello." Eunice awkwardly bowed her head to thank her. Thank you for saving me, Lady Fiona. I am Eunice Acklin." Fiona smiled. "I know. I've heard your name before." But actually, that was the name I gave her. In the midst of that, the injured soldier from before suddenly moaned in pain, making the two girls look over. He was trembling violently, crying, Ooh, it hurts." So Eunice rushed to his side and knelt down. "I'm sorry. I will heal you and get you out of here right away." Fiona watched her with a gentle expression. "I suggest let me protect you. You don't need to worry about the surroundings and just focus on treating the patient. There's a patient over there too." Eunice felt very strange. Actually, I have something I want to ask her. But seeing Fiona so cheerful, she also had to be happy. "Yes, thank you." Fiona nodded with a pretty smile. "So I annihilated a few monsters to protect Eunice." An electric shock slammed down. A painful jolt that instantly immobilized the monster. But Fiona was showing signs of fatigue. She wiped her sweat, wondering what to do. A heavy sigh escaped her. Looking at the swarm of monsters still coming at her, even though their corpses were piled up in front of her, their roars made Fiona uneasy. No matter how many I kill, the numbers don't seem to decrease at all. From what the knight said earlier, it's unlikely we can expect reinforcements from the Imperial Palace. Remembering, the knight said, "I've sent a report to the royal family, but because they have to prepare for a long journey, it's unlikely they'll arrive immediately." Moreover, dark clouds were also gathering. Fiona looked up at the dark sky, a worrying sign. If it rains, body temperature will drop, slowing down movement and restricting vision. On the other hand, the monsters were almost unaffected. "TSK." She clicked her tongue and immediately summoned a flame that burst from her fingertip. "First, I'll fight the monsters while thinking," she shouted. Then she launched the crackling flame towards the pack of monsters. One of them dodged it. Fiona frowned and snorted. "Damn it." But a strange thing made Fiona's eyes widen in surprise. "Huh?" The flame from her hand made the monsters flinch. They were becoming cautious and wary of her flame. "They're afraid of fire," Fiona wondered. Originally, before they were transformed, that type of monster was susceptible to fire. No matter how tough their exterior is, they might still retain their innate survival instincts. Thinking this, Fiona stroked her chin thoughtfully. Most of the monsters are of the wolf species, so maybe I can use this method. Though it's a bit crazy. Her eyes were stern and sharp, but suddenly, a terrified scream was heard. "No, don't come here. You're not allowed near the patient," Eunice shouted, spreading her arms wide to block the monsters from getting near the soldiers. The demonic beasts roared loudly. They lunged at Eunice, making it impossible for her to avoid. She had to close her eyes and brace for impact. "Eunice!" Fiona shouted, her hand extended, about to cast a spell. But someone was faster. He held his sword and shouted, "Get down!" Instantly, the monster's head was chopped off. Sigran arrived just in time to save Eunice before she was harmed. Eunice covered her head in fear. She opened her eyes and looked up to see a black-haired prince who had saved her life. Seeing the cool and handsome scene, Fiona could only cover her mouth. Her jaw dropped, blushing with admiration. Her heart pounded, thump thump, thump thump, non-stop. Could this be? The first meeting of the two main characters? In her heart, a garden of flowers bloomed. Her inner self cheered with excitement. But contrary to Fiona's expectations, Sigran stared at Eunice, and Eunice had no opinion of Sigran at all. The two of them just bowed their heads. "Thank you for saving me," Eunice said sincerely. Sigran nodded in reply. Then they both turned and walked away. Sigran said, "Well then, excuse me." And Eunice quickly returned to her hurried state. The patients everyone must have been so scared, right? Completely indifferent. Fiona felt extremely strange. She shouted with regret, "Is that all? Where's my romance?" This made Sigran, who was walking towards her with his sword on his shoulder, raise an eyebrow in confusion. Fiona was dejected. "But amidst my regret, I feel a little happy. Why is that?" She pondered deeply, forcing Sigran to tap her on the head and whisper, "You're thinking something strange again, aren't you?" "It's not a strange thought, but I have a very good idea," Fiona replied. "What is it?" he asked back. "Come to think of it, we don't need to kill all the monsters. The safety of everyone here is the top priority," Fiona replied. She continued, "No matter how good you and the Duke are, you can't protect everyone. So isn't it enough to just chase them away?" Sigran stopped. "So?" Fiona then pointed out, "These monsters, compared to their physical abilities, their minds are not very intelligent. They only act on instinct. Right now, even a small fire makes them hesitate to cross." Sigran scratched his neck. "An experienced person like you has judged it so it must be true." "So, Sigran." Fiona suddenly looked at him with a gentle, meaningful smile. "Let's turn this place into a giant bonfire." And just like that, a massive flame erupted fiercely in the center of the camp. Crack, crack. There was the sound of wood splintering all around. Fiona ran over, breathless. Seeing the giant firestorm, she felt anxious. She ran to the knights. "Hey, sorry, but I heard that Lady Fiona performed this magic. I wonder if Lady Fiona is all right," she asked loudly, causing Aaron and Libya, who were observing, to turn around. They suddenly burst out laughing, which made Lady Eunice worried and confused. Aaron nonchalantly raised an eyebrow. "I was a little worried too. But it seems Lady Fiona possesses a more overwhelming power than I thought." Libya smiled in agreement. "You're right. It is indeed overwhelming." Everyone was fixated on the center, where Fiona stood amidst the surrounding flames, blazing and erupting. Her two hands glowed brightly, the intense heat of the fire rising high, astonishing the nobles. Fiona closed her eyes, focusing her power to summon a fire tornado that surrounded her, roaring and whipping around. Though surrounded by flames, she remained elegant and beautiful, serene amidst the sea of fire. Eunice thought with a moved heart, if it were a human, they would naturally be incinerated. But her appearance is frighteningly different from a human's. Sigran and Abel stood behind, observing. The prince muttered, "What a foolish plan." But his foster father smiled smugly. "But it's not just simply fear. On the contrary, it's even more captivating in an overwhelming way. Fiona is as gentle as a white flower blooming amidst a fierce and blazing sea of fire. It made it impossible for anyone to look away. Sometimes people paradoxically both reject what is different and are drawn to it. It was the firestorm that made everyone admire her. The red and orange embers flew with her platinum hair, yet not a single strand of hair was singed. What a strange and surprising person. All the soldiers were agape in amazement. Aaron and Libya watched, mesmerized. Later, those who were present would reminisce like this. The sight of the burning embers like gems set in her hair, both overwhelmingly powerful, captivated Eunice's mesmerized gaze, and was alluring to a terrifying degree. That was Fiona's aura. That person is Fiona Halo. That day, thanks to her power, the events at the hunting competition were settled peacefully. Fiona recalled the memory of the day she summoned a terrifying fire tornado. Then, back in the present, a mountain of gifts fell, piling up in Fiona's arms. She cheered with excitement. "Oh! Are all of these really gifts for me?" "That's right," Aban replied. "These are gifts expressing gratitude for your help in the hunting competition." With that, he placed a tiny gift on top of the boxes in Fiona's hands. She smiled brightly. "So that's it." Aban crossed his arms and pondered. Kindo suffered no damage from the demonic beasts, and I even provoked those apathetic people. In the end, scholars and a sweeping army were dispatched to the dead land. Anyway, he suddenly frowned, his anger rising. His mouth twitched, his fingers drumming on his arm, his eyebrows knitted together. "You only start acting when things get close, don't you?" What a bitter pill to swallow for Halo. Fiona, seeing this, gave a forced, uneasy laugh. There's no other way. It's human nature to only get serious when faced with a personal crisis. Fiona said this, but in her heart, she was thinking, actually, I was the one who came up with the plan. Anyway, you've changed now, right? Fiona cheekily rested her head on the table and winked at Aban. He closed his eyes and said irritably, "I don't know." At that, she fell silent and pensive. Looking closely, Aban was also gradually becoming world-weary. It's understandable. At least Aaron stood up to discuss the demonic beasts. So I told him everything. She suddenly remembered how dedicated he was during the hunt. Aban suddenly turned and asked, "And are you still in good health?" Fiona leaned back in her chair, feeling refreshed. "Yes, I'm fine now." She recalled that during the hunting competition, because she had used too much power, she had fainted. Aban had come to support her, a step faster than Sigran, so the prince could only watch regretfully. Aban, on the other hand, complained, "I told you my adopted daughter needs a lot of care. After waking up, I still had to stay in bed for several days to recover my health." Aban stood up and smiled, pointing at Fiona. "While you can still rest, rest well. I think there won't be many days like this in the future." Then he tapped on the pile of invitations on the table. Following his gaze, Fiona also gave a forced smile. "Are these all invitations from the nobility?" Fiona asked, looking at the pile of letters on the table with a tired expression. "And to think I've officially made my debut in high society." Sigh. She sighed. "Actually, I'm not confident in my communication skills." Aban said nonchalantly, "What's the big deal? Just be careful of the noble ladies on the Queen's side." Remembering Lady Libya, Fiona thought to herself, "I wish Libya could help." The hunting competition was suspended midway, so my deal with her also turned into a blank sheet of paper. 2. Fiona pouted. Her cheeks puffed out as she sighed. Aban glanced over. Her heart was heavy. Has the time finally come for me to stand on my own 2 feet? A change of scene to the palace. "Fiona, what did you say?" Sigran rushed out to ask her. He had just finished sword practice, so his body was drenched in sweat. Sigran rested his sword on his shoulder with one hand, and with the other, he lifted his shirt to wipe his face, revealing a beautiful, firm six-pack that girls crave. Fiona leaned against the fence, handing a water bottle to Sigran. She smiled. "I said you've been training a lot lately." He took the water bottle from her and said tiredly, "Corrupted demonic beasts have appeared in the forest near the capital. I have to train while I still can." Fiona warned, "But don't overdo it. You have countless enemies in the palace. She glanced at the field where 4 soldiers lay sprawled on the ground, smoke rising from their heads and a few bumps. It was clear they had been outclassed by Sigran and were knocked out. He said, "It's too late. You know, I'm not good at socializing." With that, he raised the water bottle to his lips and drank. Fiona looked over, speechless. This is the problem. She knew Sigran had no one to confide in. He was always alone in a crowd. Although there were people in Halo who admired Sigran, there was no one worthy of being called a friend. Fiona looked over at him, without a single friend to confide in. So on the outside he looks quite sad. Fiona glanced secretly at Sigran, then followed his gaze. There must also be problems that he can't talk about with a friend of the opposite sex like me. If I had known, I would have created a friend for Sigran when I wrote the novel. Feeling guilty, Fiona lowered her head and whispered, "Sigran, although I've said this many times before, but—" Sigran knew what she was about to say. He sneered and glanced over. "Hoping I'll have everything and live happily." That's right." Fiona nodded. Sigran walked away with a clatter. "Thanks for worrying about me, Fiona. However, trying to trust others is impossible. And also, you don't have any friends besides me either." He pointed straight at her, speaking bluntly without hesitation. The truth made Fiona clutch her head in shock. So true, I can't argue with that. I don't have any friends either. Sigran laughed heartily. "You're not worthy of complaining to me." A fatal blow. Fiona covered her head in frustration. "Right, I have to make friends first, and then show Sigran the happiness of having friends." The prince stood with his arms crossed, suspecting Fiona. "You're thinking in a strange direction again, aren't you?" Fiona denied it. "No, my thinking is very sound. I'll show you what socializing is." Hearing that, he fell silent. Then he suddenly said seriously, "Anyway, you're officially active in the political world now, right?" Fiona nodded. For now, I have to deal with these invitations." "In that case, for the time being, don't come to my palace anymore." Sigran's immediate refusal shocked Fiona, like a weight had suddenly dropped on her. "Am I hindering you?" she asked worriedly. A burst of anxiety exploded in her heart. Did I come looking for Sigran too often because I had nowhere else to go? Or is it because I kept nagging him to make friends? It seemed he could read her thoughts. He grew angry and poked her forehead. "No, stop thinking nonsense. It's neither of those things." "Then why?" she asked. Sigran replied, "A new knight has just been assigned to my palace. He's from the Ayres family." A name popped up. The Marquis of Ayres' family is the representative family for the Crown Prince's supporters. Fiona frowned. "Someone from that family and in your palace. The intention is too obvious." Sigran obviously knew. "They probably want to monitor me. Actually, I was planning to kick him out, but unfortunately, I couldn't find an excuse. So for now, don't come here, just in case," he said, pointing a finger to warn her. "At least until I can get him out of the palace." Seeing Sigran's serious expression, Fiona reluctantly agreed. "I know. Although Sigran can handle this matter well on his own, I feel sorry for that person. Getting kicked out Halo style," she thought dejectedly. Meanwhile, in the Queen's palace, "Oh, Libya, come here." The Queen turned her head and called her closer. She praised her. "You look so elegant today." Libya immediately curtsied elegantly. She placed her hand on her chest, her smile radiant and joyful. "You are too kind, Your Majesty the Queen." The Queen stood before her and continued to praise her. "I can't believe a charming person like you is still single at the age of marriage." Libya waved her hand, thinking to herself, "You're not my mother. Why bring up marriage?" But her mouth replied respectfully, "I've only grown older in age. I still have many shortcomings." She gave a slight smile. Such a beautiful virtue of modesty. But everyone has their time. Let's see, what do you think of my son, Enoi? Although his personality is a bit hot-tempered, he's very good at heart. Libya remained obedient and humble, but she found the Queen's description amusing. The Crown Prince is only a little hot-tempered. The Queen smiled. Have you noticed that Enoch also has feelings for you? I'm sure you know, right? A handsome young man and a beautiful young woman, both at their prime. Standing next to each other. What a beautiful couple. Although she knew her intentions, Libya still replied gently, Yes, you are right, Your Majesty. However, a person who is not yet mature enough like myself can only follow my father's wishes. The Queen's chamber door opened and Libya slowly stepped out. As soon as she left, she let out a weary sigh. Her footsteps were heavy, thudding one after another. In her heart, she thought with frustration, she probably thinks that if I become the crown princess, the Priscilla family, which has always been neutral, will side with the prince. Although my father doesn't unreasonably force me to marry someone I don't like, how long can I use the excuse of following my father's wishes? How much longer will that refusal be effective? I need to find a way soon, Libya thought. She thought about her future prospects. The young man qualified to be engaged to my family is only Marquis Clovis or Prince Sigran. But if the other party is Prince Sigran, then father would have to abandon his neutrality. So that's not good. As for Marquis Rovis, while she was walking angrily and thinking, Fiona appeared right in front of her. Hello, Lady. Oh, she was surprised. His Royal Highness Lady Fiona. The two of them appeared before her, more beautiful than the white flowers growing there. Fiona cheerfully asked, Are you also visiting the palace? But Sigran wondered, Who is this woman? He looked at the two of them curtsing. Libya said cheerfully, I thought I would see you again at the banquet hosted by Her Majesty the Queen. I didn't expect to see you here. Ah, the party where many young people will attend, right? Yes, I heard that many people's relationships have deepened there. Libya smiled as she told Fiona, which also made her excited and look forward to it. Really? I wonder if you have any plans to invite anyone as your partner yet? As Libya saw something that made her chuckle with amusement. Oh ho! She saw Sigran's eyes glued to Fiona. He thought, as expected, in this imperial palace, besides her, there is no other young lady as lovely. Libya giggled. So passionate. He can't take his eyes off that young lady. Oh ho ho. Lydia laughed knowingly, leaving Sigran and Fiona looking bewildered and confused. Libya teased, I'm so jealous because you don't have to worry about a marriage partner. A marriage partner? Fiona asked, puzzled. I wonder if there will be an interesting event at this party. She tilted her head and smiled. Who knows if someone is diligently preparing something? Libya's words hit Sigran right where it hurt. He was flustered, embarrassed, and scratched his neck, while Fiona was oblivious and didn't understand anything. Preparing what? She tilted her head. Sigran quickly turned away to hide his red face. Libya pretended not to see it and acted normal. Have you received an invitation from Her Majesty the Queen yet? Yes, Lady Libya. I'm sorry, but see you later. With that, Fiona bowed. Sigran, his face still red, hadn't turned back yet. This amused Libya. Yes, Lady Libya. Speaking of the Queen's invitation, it was a confirmation of being invited to attend one of the annual parties hosted by the Queen. I heard that the annual ball is held at the beginning of the season, and many young people from the nobility attend. Young here means from the late teens to the late 20s. According to Libya, it seems that many people have deep connections there. But that has nothing to do with me. Fiona smiled as she held the invitation from the Queen, admiring it. but a hand reached out and took it from her. Fiona was startled. "Your Grace," she exclaimed. Abel closed his eyes, his voice strained. "An invitation from the Queen? It's already here." "So," Aban frowned and asked, "Is your partner Sigran?" "Is your partner Sigran?" Aban furrowed his brow, holding the Queen's invitation. Fiona shook her head. "I haven't asked yet." "Then it's me." He put his hands on his hips and affirmed naturally. His words made Fiona freeze. "I didn't invite you, Your Grace." That Aban stubbornly replied, "If it's not Sigran, then it can only be me. Who else could it be? But going with a guardian when you're already an adult is truly embarrassing." Fiona refused, but was tapped on the head by Abel. He smiled. "What's embarrassing about it? I'm your father, after all." Ben. Fiona rubbed her forehead where she had just been tapped, but her heart was filled with joy when she heard Ben's words. He smiled smugly. "You're touched, aren't you? Then call me Dad," he said excitedly. "No way." But he was bluntly rejected by Fiona. "I'll take back that touching feeling." Fiona was extremely annoyed. As time passed, the Queen's ball arrived. The scene was bustling. The banquet hall filled with young lords and ladies chatting animatedly. But there's Lady Fiona. Her presence caught everyone's attention. Admiring, fond. She came with Duke Aban. Everyone was buzzing about Fiona, because today she was dressed beautifully in a white dress adorned with roses. Fiona tilted her head and asked, "Should we greet the host first?" Aban agreed. "All right. Though I'm not in the mood, Aban and the royal family's relationship is very bad." Fiona just realized this truth. The Queen was standing above, greeting another noble. Oh my. The Queen then opened her peculiar red fan. Fanning herself, the Queen smiled in greeting. "I didn't expect the Duke to be here. It's rare to be invited, so I must attend to fulfill my duty," Aban replied curtly. The Queen asked, "Who is the young lady beside you?" Fiona immediately curtsied. "Greetings, Your Majesty the Queen. I am Fiona Halo." Fiona respectfully and properly introduced herself, her beauty shining like a pristine white rose. The Queen glanced at her, her face smiling. The person in the rumors that are spreading, huh? I heard this is the adopted daughter of Duke Halo. The little girl is attending with her foster father. What a rare sight." Aban smiled and replied, "Because there is no one yet who pleases me." His answer made Fiona shyly avert her gaze. "Wow, hearing it with my own ears like this is so embarrassing." The Queen held her fan to her lips. "It seems you cherish your adopted daughter very much. And it seems all the rumors I've heard about Lady Fiona are misunderstandings." Abby forced a smile. "Yes, if I don't know about them, then they are surely not worth worrying about. I hope that Her Majesty the noble Queen will not be swayed by those rumors." The Queen's words sharpened. "Your Grace's arrogant attitude hasn't changed in years. Indeed, a person who is consistent." A chill seemed to hit their conversation, like the trigger for a cold war, making Fiona force a humble smile. She knew what she meant. He's old but still arrogant. Aban was no pushover either. He retorted in kind. "Every time I meet Your Majesty the Queen, I am dazzled. It's wonderful to see you so nobly and gently embracing the flow of time." Meaning she's very old. Fiona grew even more frantic as she translated. She felt her heart race, terrified. It's really no wonder Aban doesn't get support from the central government. It's like sitting on a pile of fire. In the midst of that, a footstep approached. "Excuse me for a moment." "Prince Sigran," Abel exclaimed, as the black-haired prince arrived right beside the Halo father and daughter. The Queen immediately snapped her fan shut in agitation. Prince Sigran." Why are you interrupting our conversation like this? How rude. But Sigran stopped her from getting angry. Please forgive me, Your Majesty the Queen. Lady Fiona, Sigran asked. Yes? She asked, turning back. Sigran held out his hand, politely asking, My lady, will you allow me to have some time with you? Fiona looked at him, bewildered. The prince's invitation made the other nobles exclaim in surprise. Oh, are you trying to ignore me? Aban stepped in front of Fiona, blocking her view, and seriously refused outright. No. Aban. Fiona stared at her foster father, feeling helpless and confused. But he seemed determined and unyielding. What is your opinion, my lady? Sigran asked, looking over her. Fiona could only smile, her face flushing red, and reply, Of course. Then she gently pushed a bee aside. Sigran's hand reached out for Fiona's, and she gently took it. My honor. Taking Fiona's hand, he brought it to his lips and kissed the back of her hand. This made Fiona flustered. See, Sigran. He said nothing, just winked and smiled. His dazzling and gallant beauty made Fiona blush, tremble, and stand still, her lips pursed, unable to speak. What is this? This feeling of being captivated, on the contrary. Aban felt a shiver of anger as he glared at the bold man who dared to invite his adopted daughter. Well then, Sigran stood up, startling the queen, who looked at him with hatred. I'll take my leave. With that, Sigran took Fiona's hand and led her slowly to the center of the dance floor. Siren, what did you eat? Fiona linked her arm with Siren's for show. She raised an eyebrow and scolded him. Why? He asked back. Your attitude just now, Fiona complained, blushing as she rubbed her face. Sigran cheekily tilted his head up and smiled slyly. What attitude did I have? Fiona looked at him with an annoyed pout. She played with her hair, not knowing what to say. It feels like you've bewitched me. But kissing the back of a hand is something the nobility often does. But the more I think about it, the less I can find a convincing reason. Fiona pouted and turned away. Seeing this, Sigran was satisfied. Suddenly, he led her to a spot near a pillar, and then turned to face her, parallel. Thud. Sigran leaned down, trapping Fiona against the pillar like a cabadon, not giving her a chance to escape. Fiona, he called her name, which surprised her. Ha! Because the other guys kept staring at you. I did that on purpose. It seems you're only just now noticing my attitude, huh? Sigran asked pressingly, his head lowered, his expression slightly annoyed. Hearing that, Fiona blushed and looked at him, blinking. Ah, she was flustered. He's strange today, she wondered, remaining silent. Sigran spoke up. Fiona? She replied. Why are you here? He asked. Fiona was silent for a while, not answering. Then she spoke up. Well, last time you wanted me to stay and help you, right? I remember, but do you listen to all my requests? Fiona was flustered. If I can help. If you can help. Sigran wondered. He reached up and touched his collar. Seeing this, Fiona immediately reached up to help him loosen his tie. Is the tie bothering you again? I have to help him take it off. So Fiona, Sigran spoke up. She replied again. Why are you helping me? He asked, and then suddenly his collar came undone completely. Oh, it's all undone. She was stunned, her mouth about to answer. Well, because I cherish you. Before she could finish, Sigran leaned his head down, resting it on her shoulder, which surprised Fiona. Thank you for watching. Siren, she stammered, her mind in a whirl, her hands frozen, not daring to touch him. He mumbled, You really know how to make a person flustered. With that, he slowly lifted his head. Fiona was bewildered. Make a person flustered? What do you mean? Sigran stood up, exasperated. That's enough. If you keep this up, I'll do as I please. His actions made Fiona even more confused. He covered his mouth and called her name. Fiona, tomorrow and the day after, the night market will be open downtown. Oh, really? That must be so much fun. Fiona clapped her hands and smiled with excitement. But her expression made Sigran fall silent and pensive. Let's meet up. He summoned all his courage to say it. Then he gripped her hand tightly. I want to go out with you. Just the two of us. He blushed, bravely asking her out. Let's meet up. I want to go out with you. Just the two of us. Sigran blushed as he held Fiona's wrist tightly. The two looked at each other, their faces slightly flushed, their eyes blinking dreamily. The scene was incredibly romantic. Okay. Fiona softly accepted, her voice a little hesitant. She looked a bit flustered, her eyes gazing into the distance. And 2 days later, the evening twilight was slowly descending upon the Halo mansion. Just the two of us going out, Fiona thought to herself as she slowly walked down the stairs. Her mind wandering. Like a date. Fiona felt a little nervous, her heart pounding. Today she wore a simple, rustic yet very cute outfit. Fiona immediately corrected herself. She turned her face away and covered her shy cheeks. I'm being silly. Don't overthink it. Oh dear. But while she was turning back and forth, Sigran was already waiting at the door. He leaned against the door with his arms crossed and called her. Fiona. I've been waiting for you, Sigran said. Today he also wore a simple outfit with a shirt and a red scarf. At his side was a sword, as if he had just come from training. The evening sunlight made him look even more handsome and dashing. Fiona was surprised. Oh, Sigran, how did you sneak out? She covered her mouth in shock. He bowed his head and asked back, What do you mean? Don't royals usually sneak out through a secret passage? Suspicious, Fiona ran back and forth, making Sigran dizzy and helpless. She thought, It's written like that in movies and novels. He said bluntly, The gate is still intact. Why would I do that? Fiona still didn't believe him and asked further, So, are you bringing a secret guard? Sigran turned his face away. Bringing one would be showing off. Stop talking nonsense and let's go. Hey, Fiona frowned in confusion. Wait for me, she chased after him. But Sigran didn't turn back to wait. Because he was so shy, his face was red. He had to sigh. Sigh, this girl always thinking of nonsensical things. A stark contrast to someone who had lost sleep thinking this was a date. He sat with his arms crossed in the carriage, sulking, which made Fiona have to rush to catch up. I told you to wait for me. She pouted. Soon, time passed quickly until nightfall. The moon was high and bright, but not brighter than the scene of the night market filled with oil lamps. The magical, sparkling scene made Fiona exclaim, Wow! Fiona was in awe. She clasped her hands together. In contrast to her excited expression, Sigran's expression remained unchanged. Looking at the bustling, lively scene of the night market, Fiona turned back and forth, pointing. It's bigger than I thought. But Sigran replied coldly, Yeah. So many people. Before she could finish her sentence, she bumped into a stranger. A stumble that made her struggle. Getting separated in a place like this would be a big problem. She thought to herself with resignation. She reached out and took Sigran's hand. He was startled, his body freezing for a moment. He turned to look at Fiona, only to see her smiling mischievously, her eyes crinkling. He's so innocent. It's not a date, So holding hands is fine, right? Her hand held his, but Sigran remained silent. He's not holding back. Fiona looked over awkwardly and started a conversation, asking, Siren, you don't like it because it's something kids do? Or should we not hold hands anymore? Fiona frowned worriedly, looking at Sigran's pained and helpless expression, which made her a little nervous. He sighed and covered his face. No, he denied, his hand immediately gripping Fiona's tightly. Then suddenly, Sigran strode forward quickly, pulling her along with him. Fiona was startled and surprised. Sigran didn't turn his face back. He continued to stride forward. Holding your hand is not the problem, Fiona. She looked after him, bewildered. Sigran said, The problem is with me. Sigran's face was flushed red. He was shyly hiding his tomato-red face, so he didn't dare to turn back and look at Fiona. But she was suddenly stunned and wondered, What does that mean? Sigran had no choice but to reply, I'll tell you later today, when we part ways. Then the two of them continued to walk. Sigran, sulking and shy, closed his eyes tightly and led Fiona by the hand, while she, dazed, was lost in thought. Even though Sigran is saying confusing things, but I'm still enjoying this festival. Just then, Fiona noticed a beautifully decorated glass of lemonade. She called out happily, Siren, want some juice? Sure, he replied, especially when things like this happen. Hey, lovely lady. A man pointed at her, winked and smiled brightly. Are you alone? He asked. Fiona held her juice, feeling shy and uneasy, and moved away. Sigran had just gone to buy some snacks. If you're alone, then let's take a stroll through the market together. After saying that, he casually and intentionally placed his hand on Fiona's shoulder. But just then, thwack, a blow pushed him away. Sigran had appeared in time. His face was dark with anger, his aura threatening. And if she's with someone, that person is me. Ooh, the man stammered. Oof. Immediately he was pushed and fell backwards. Seeing this, Fiona was impressed. Wow, so amazing. Siren, it seems my face is quite famous in the capital. She seemed to have just realized a rather insignificant fact. Oh, well. And yet, for some reason, I wasn't famous at all in Halo. Sigran stood with his hands on his hips, speechless, because he was one of the culprits who made Fiona unable to become famous. He asked her, sighing, You look so happy. He handed her a small bag of things. She smiled and replied, But I'm not happy at all, he replied to her, then took Fiona's hand again and pulled her along to her surprise. She let out a bewildered, huh? Siren, look what they're doing over there. Fiona pointed. She looked at the dancer in red. The graceful, gentle, and impressive dance moves quickly drew cheers and applause from the crowd. So beautiful and alluring. The beautiful dancer moved Fiona a little. Suddenly, she remembered, I think Sigran's mother was also a street performer. She held up their joined hands and asked, Shall we go watch? Sigran smiled gently and agreed. Thank goodness. She felt a sense of relief in her heart. It seems Sigran is also enjoying the festival, Fiona thought. She and Sigran watched the dancers' performance together. The party ended. The outing was over. They returned to the mansion by carriage. Fiona, Sigran called her. Fiona, we're here. He gently shook her. At that moment she was dozing off, her head nodding. Sigran had already gotten down, not forgetting to remind her. Get down carefully. Fiona, sleepy, rubbed her eyes. And even let out a yawn. Helpless in the face of her state, Sigran sighed. Come here. He held out his arms to support her. Looking at you, I feel uneasy. While Fiona could barely keep her eyes open, Sigran lifted her down. Fiona landed gently, extremely safely. She whispered, "Thanks." "Ah, wait a minute." Suddenly, Fiona's eyes lit up. She grabbed his arm. Sigran was confused. "The thing you said you'd talk about later. You haven't said it yet. When we were holding hands, what did you mean by, 'the problem is with you'?" Fiona asked, bewildered and naive. "Is it because our statuses are different now, so he feels awkward?" He replied, "If I tell you now, I'm afraid you'll forget it as soon as you wake up." She refused, saying firmly, "I'm wide awake now. Tell me." Hearing that, Sigran fell silent. He raised his hand. "Here, this is the problem." His fingers intertwined with Fiona's, hand in hand, affectionately. "Because when I hold your hand..." Sigran's eyes drooped dreamily, making Fiona's ruby-red eyes widen in surprise. "Unlike you, I have thoughts that go beyond that." The two of them held hands, their faces flushed in a pink romantic haze. The young man gently looked into Fiona's surprised, ruby-red eyes. "Because when I hold your hand, unlike you, I have thoughts that go beyond that." The two of them, their faces flushed, looked at each other with deep affection. "First, I would want to hold you tight, touch you." As Sigran spoke, he slowly moved his face closer. And then, the sudden silence made her mind race with thoughts of what he would do. "Oh, wait a minute, could it be?" Without giving her a chance to speculate, he lightly touched her forehead. "Wake up, Fiona." "Really?" he sighed. Fiona, embarrassed and flustered, turned her head away, thinking to herself, "So it wasn't a kiss?" She fumbled and gently pushed him away. "To summarize the situation then, I was sweating as I asked him, 'You want to do this and that with me physically?' Sigran replied to me, 'I've had this thought since last time. Can't you summarize it more reasonably?' He asked doubtfully, 'Did you really take what I said in that way?' She hesitated before answering, It's probably just the instinct of a young person." "Or perhaps," he chuckled and asked Fiona, "do you think I'm a pathetic loser who leers at every woman I see?" "I only have those thoughts because it's you," he said with deep affection as he gently stroked her white hair. "To be precise, only you." Hearing those words, my face suddenly flushed red. I asked hesitantly, "Is this a confession?" One hand was still gently stroking my hair. The young man blushed. "That's right." His hand slowly stroked upwards. The night sky was dark, and the wind rustled through the beautiful purple flowers. The petals fell romantically. A man and a woman. The young man took the initiative to say, "It is a confession." Then he affirmed his confession to her. "I like you." Fiona. Her sparkling eyes were moved, and her blushing cheeks called out Sigran's name. Sigran gently comforted her. "No need to be tense. You can think about it for as long as you want. I'm just quickly taking a step in case someone else gets in the way." With that, the young man lightly kissed her forehead. "Well, good night, Fiona." Before she could react, he turned and was gone. The sound of his footsteps, click-clop, click-clop, left Fiona standing there, stunned. She gently raised her hand, placing it on her head in shock. This. Hey, her face was as red as a tomato. She asked doubtfully, "This is just a dream, right?" The petals fell like rain. The scene shifts to the sound of a rattling carriage, and Sigran is sitting in the carriage, silently covering his shy, stammering face with his hand. The scene fast forwards to the next morning. The sunlight streams through the window, along with the beautiful flowers. At the dining table, Fiona, with dark circles under her eyes from lack of sleep, was absent-mindedly holding a knife and fork, cutting her meat, unable to close her eyes. Every time she remembered Sigran's confession from yesterday, she would blush and get a headache, thinking to herself, last night's events weren't a dream, were they? Fiona, the sound of a glass being set down by someone. Did something happen between you and Sigran yesterday? Aban Halo's words made her feel a slight pang of guilt. My heart pounded as I said, as sharp as a ghost, the plan, no, she stammered in reply. He rested his hands on the table and asked, which one is it? Fiona paused and asked, what? Aban Halo seriously picked up his fork and analyzed. First, you were confessed to. Second, Sigran did something that made you uncomfortable. With that, he stabbed the piece of meat on his plate forcefully. Oh, he said. If it's the first one, I'll spare his life. But if it's the second one, then I'll arrange for a natural death. Hearing him say that, she felt helpless and asked in her heart, Ika Sigran? She replied helplessly, It's the first one. Hearing her answer, he was a little disappointed. Is that so? I'm so disappointed to hear that. Look at that. What's with that regretful look? She thought. Even so, I thought you were the type who would smile and reject someone when they confess to you. Aban Halo said nonchalantly. She immediately reacted. Do you think I'm that heartless? He then swung his fork past her neck. If it's just a confession, you can handle it yourself. But if it's more than that, I'll take care of it for you. Fiona replied in a panic. But you can't handle Sigran. In response, he let out a cheerful laugh. After returning to her room, she collapsed onto the table, her mind blank. I'm screwed. At that moment, I felt both sad and weary. It's all Sigran's fault. In my mind, I was thinking, I can't ask Aban for his opinion because he'll demand to arrange a natural death. By now, Sigran should be in a relationship with Eunice. But he confessed to me instead. Tears welled up in her eyes. I worked so hard to arrange a fated love. And yet I can't even ask him why he doesn't like Eunice. Remembering what had happened, she lowered her head sadly. Why on earth does Sigran like me? Originally, we were good friends. No. To be more precise, I wanted to become a good friend to Sigran, because I thought that would help the younger Sigran emotionally. Looking back, maybe it was all just to satisfy my own desires. Being nice to Sigran made him like me more. And at the same time, it helped me reduce my guilt. To be honest, even though I hoped Sigran would be happy, I didn't completely offer him a sincere friendship. For Sigran to like me without knowing about this pretense of mine is truly a sinful thing. The feeling of guilt was welling up in my head. And again, this situation itself is worth pondering. Fiona recalled the plot. From my perspective, whether the plot follows the original or not is a problem. If things follow the original story, my ending will be a bad end, and I'll suffer both physically and mentally. But if the story doesn't follow the original, there will be some problems. In the future, the darkness will continue to appear, and the demonic beasts will become more and more ferocious. The ending will surely become harder and harder to prevent. To eradicate the darkness, Eunice's power is needed. And the turning point that awakens that power, fundamentally, is Sigran's love. Returning to reality, my mind is now constantly thinking about the consequences if Sigran and Eunice can't be together. If Sigran has nothing more to do with Eunice and she never realizes her own power, the world might just be doomed. With that, my hands clenched tightly. Eunice and Sigran's power could help push back a part of the darkness. But it's impossible to say that I wouldn't die. I clutched my head and screamed. No, the problem I'm facing right now is the issue. How do I deal with Sigran's confession? Suddenly, I realized something. Come to think of it, it's not like he proposed to me. It's just a confession. Can I just swallow my tears and give him a swift kick? I asked myself. A tall, healthy figure was standing at the door of Fiona's room, knocking. Knock. Knock. Sigran, in an elegant and luxurious outfit. His face flushed red, asked, "Fiona, are you there?" Previously, "Fiona, are you there?" Sigran asked. An idea immediately came to mind. But first, we have to negotiate with each other. Fiona's hands clenched. He came sooner than I thought. With a silent resolve, "All right, on this occasion, I'll get rid of the horns." Fiona's determination and nervousness were directed towards the door. "I have to kick Sigran out immediately." Standing at the window, her hands on her hips, Sigran's feelings are just a simple imprinting effect. That's all. It's just the fluttering feelings for the first girl who befriended him since childhood. To be honest, it's my fault for always being by Sigran's side. What kind of repaying memories is this? It's so scary. With that, she told him, "Come in." Click. The sound of the door opening. Sigran, shyly, one hand on his shoulder, one in his pocket. "Good morning." She turned to him, feigning a cold expression, and asked, "What is it?" In her mind, she tried to reassure herself. "Be cold." He said nothing and closed the door. Then he locked the door. Sigran's action of locking the door made Fiona panic. She stammered, You locked the door." He replied with a straight face, "I locked it. Don't misunderstand. I'm just afraid Aban will come and disturb our conversation." She replied cautiously, I see." Seeing Fiona looking quite tense and uneasy, he gently said, "If you feel uneasy, I'll stand here." Hearing Sigran say that, her face turned slightly red. She thought to herself, "All right." Remembering the memories of herself and Sigran, the other person is Sigran after all. It's true that his confession made me feel strange, but there's no need to treat him like a stranger. His words brought her back to the present. He was leaning against the wall and said, "Fiona, but if I stand this far away, it's hard to talk." She replied without thinking, "I know." She said, then walked up to Sigran and said, "Sigran, about your confession yesterday," she stammered on. "That." He cut her off and asked, "What do you hate about me?" Hearing the sudden question from Sigran, she was a little surprised. "Huh? I hate you?" I lowered my face and thought, which part? One can't think of anything. I couldn't think of anything, so I tried asking, but in front of that handsome and sparklingly refined face, there's absolutely no possibility of hating it. So I had to turn to the other side and continue thinking. He replied to me, "When we were little, you said you liked my face the most. So then, personality?" Sigran didn't answer her, which made her speechless. "I said that? That's really speechless. My personality isn't that great either." "What do you not like about my personality?" He sighed and asked. Fiona leaned forward. "Are you saying you'll fix it if I tell you?" "That's right." Sigran's serious expression surprised me a little. Wow, this kid is really serious. A crown prince who is both handsome and capable, and also tries to accommodate everything I want. Entering contemplation mode. This must be in a novel. In real life, there's no guy like that. He placed his hands on her shoulders and said, "Fiona, before, you said that if you have someone you like, you must treat them well, right?" She hesitated and replied, "Ah yes, that's right." While looking at her, he continued, "That's right. I remember everything you've ever said. I also said that sometimes you have strange thoughts, saying that you're thinking of me. But this time, if you still have thoughts of wanting what's best for me and avoiding me, I won't let it go either." His eyes looked at her with affection. My mind kept wandering. I just hope Sigran is happy. The greatest happiness for Sigran that I know of is falling in love with Eunice as in the original story. But things didn't turn out as perfectly as in the original story. This is the only thing I can know for now. I raised my small hand and stroked Sigran's face, asking, Is your personality originally like this? That's because I thought you always understood me the best. His hand gently took mine. Then you will realize this is the biggest mistake. His hand is so big and so warm. Thinking about how she was always soft-hearted towards Sigran, she thought, I won't have the confidence to be cold and reject him. If I agree, then the two of us will start dating, right? A romantic relationship in this world. Is there any relationship as deep yet fragile as a romantic one? Actually, the relationship between Sigran and Eunice that I once wrote in the novel was just a fated love. In real life, that's not how it works. If it were the old me, I wouldn't believe in love. If you look at reality, even if I become Sigran's lover, we'll break up in the end anyway. Once Sigran's feelings for me cool down, I just need to gently let him go. First love, confession, innocent love. The image of Sigran and Fiona standing affectionately in a meadow. He looked at her under the clear blue sky. The gentle waves flowed. Everything now is as beautiful as the twinkling stars in the night sky. But once it ends, it will vanish as quickly as the foam of a wave crashing against a rock. All the passion of one person will one day cool down. Therefore, her dazed face and chaotic thoughts. If I can't refuse, then what if I just go along with Sigran? Maybe there won't be any major problems. She looked at him affectionately and said, I understand, Sigran. He asked what? Before Sigran could react, Fiona stood on her toes. She wrapped her arms around his neck. He tried to avoid her in confusion. Theo, before he could finish calling her name, a soft kiss was placed on his cheek. After Fiona kissed his cheek, Sigran blushed and looked up shyly. Fiona, he asked her. She then replied, You said you wanted to do this, and that with me. Why are you surprised by this? He cautiously asked. You said that. My heart keeps pounding. My face is all red. I will accept your confession. Hearing Fiona's answer, Sigran's face turned as red as a tomato. Sigran's hands gently wrapped around her waist and shoulders. The thumping of their two hearts. He said, Fiona. Hearing her agreement, he moved his face closer to hers. In his heart, he thought, so adorable. Just as they were about to kiss, they were interrupted. A loud thumping sound came from outside the door, startling Fiona and Sigran. A voice shouted, I know you're in there, Sigran. Get out here now. A foot pressed against the door. I'll count to 5. Sir Aban, with a grey, dark and furious face, stood before Fiona's door. The two inside were shocked, knowing the person behind the door was Aban. A wave of killing intent gradually seeped into the room. 1, 2, she thought helplessly. Only at times like these does he act like my guardian. She raised her finger and gently touched his lips. Let's do this next time. The young man, not content, scratched his head. I know. She smiled brightly. That's it. Don't think just start with small things. It's dating, after all. I'm counting to 5 now. The Duke's angry voice boomed. He kept banging on the door. This made Fiona have to shout, The door is going to break. The scene changes to a garden in a vast imperial palace. A foot was stepping. That is the eldest son of Marquis Erez, Kai Erez. He has yellow hair and eyes that are a mix of orange and gold. He thought, so this is the rumoured imperial palace. Clearly for me. I remember the scene of my father talking to me. A person with purple hair, shoulder length and eyes like amethyst. Your wound is about to heal and recover. After you recover, go to the prince's palace and monitor the second prince. The father said seriously. Hearing this, his son was surprised and asked, Yes, sir, but I'm currently working in the palace of Her Highness, the Grand Princess. He turned to leave, decisively saying, I've already changed it for you while you were on leave. Why? Kai stammered. He turned around and pointed at his face, seriously warning him. Monitor him carefully. If there's anything strange, you must report it to me. This is important for the family. Back in the present, he sighed in annoyance. I don't want to do meaningless things. This boring political struggle should end with my father's generation. Yes, I was already tired of this cumbersome task. As he was walking, he suddenly heard the clash of swords and someone's voice. Kai turned to look and was startled. Oh, when he saw several knights lying scattered on the ground, they were crying out in agony. What happened? His heart filled with fear. A young man with dark purple hair was trembling and begging for help. Ah, Kai, I heard you're back to work and have been transferred here, so it's true. He looked down at the unconscious people lying scattered about and asked, That's right. Why is everyone like this? The purple-haired man trembled and said, Because the training is too hard. Kai said arrogantly, Honestly, a knight complaining that training is hard. What's wrong with you? This made the other young man a little angry, and he shouted, It's because you're a newbie here that you're talking like that. Hey, what's wrong? While they were talking, someone approached. Why is everyone lying there? Sigran asked. I see it's His Royal Highness the Prince. Kai was surprised and stood there with his mouth agape. Sigran asked, Who are you? His heart jumped. Ah, my apologies for my rudeness. As quick as a flash, Kai bowed to the prince. I am Kai Ayres. It is my first time meeting your Royal Highness Prince Sigran. By His Majesty's command, from today onwards I will be in charge of protecting the prince's palace. He bowed before the prince and continued, Even though my body is not yet well, I will do my best. Sigran's face turned pale as he looked at Kai, wondering, What is this? This over-the-top guy. Seeing my spirit deflated and the luxury that Kai wears, this is the first time someone has greeted me with such formal etiquette. Meanwhile, he was sweating and thinking, Why isn't he saying anything? The scene fast-forwards to the Crown Prince's palace at night. In a certain room, a heavy, murderous aura filled the air. Wine bottles were scattered everywhere. There were also torn pieces of cloth stained with wine. The sound of crashing and breaking. Damn it all. The crazed voice of a man. That bastard Sigran. A man was screaming in anger and smashing things. His actions made the servants outside too scared to speak. He lowered his face and gritted his teeth, thinking, My life has always been perfect. He said as he panted, I am the only son of His Majesty the Emperor. The image of him happily sitting on a golden throne, surrounded by gold coins, being lifted up by others like a king. No one dares to go against my will. And yet, a scene of a carriage with the people cheering and welcoming, along with the trophy of a huge dragon's head. Today, Sigran was officially crowned as a prince here. His handsome face was smiling. For that illegitimate child to appear in this manner, even though I thought he was just a small mouse, and I could tolerate him. He pondered as he picked up a wine bottle and drank, then crazily tore off his shirt. But he even participated in social gatherings where many people came. The scene of Sigran grabbing his collar and pushing him against the wall, and he even dared to grab my collar. And the reason was because I was just talking about a woman. Returning to reality, he still couldn't stop thinking about Sigran. When I become emperor, the first thing I'll do is take that bastard to the execution block. He wiped the wine from his mouth with his hand. That day is still far away. Sitting and looking out the window, he said, Is there no way to bully him? Suddenly he had an epiphany. In his mind, he suddenly remembered someone. Oh, the only woman who made that brat show some emotion. It was the image of Fiona wearing a dark green dress, standing on the balcony, her hair fluttering in the wind. Fiona, I'm satisfied. I remembered the scene of Sigran grabbing my shirt and his words, "If you dare to so much as lay a finger on her," and those sharp eyes. Just one look and you know that guy is crazy about that girl. He smiled faintly. Then let's see what happens if I try to touch her. Although it's a bit difficult to touch the girl that Duke Hylon protects. A frame of Aban Hylon protecting Fiona. But if I can't do it myself. Thinking this, he shouted, "Let's see," which made the maid outside jump in fear. Using someone else is fine, right? After thinking this, he laughed loudly, ha ha ha, and shouted, "Quick, call my aide here." After a few days at the home of Duke Hylon, Fiona Green walked with Sigran along the vast corridor. Fiona's face showed a hint of helplessness as she lowered her head slightly. Her words held a touch of helplessness. "I can't go with the Duke. If we go to this place and that place, we're bound to cause trouble." Fiona couldn't help but remember the time before when Duke Aban or Lon had said bluntly, "Do you think my house is a pigsty? Don't you see a living person right here?" Which made Fiona, beside him, look downcast and tired. Fiona grumbled to Sigran after telling the story, her face clearly showing her helplessness. "The Duke is scary." Sigran glanced down at Fiona and then said gently, "Even so, if Aban were like that, he wouldn't have been able to protect Highland until now." Fiona paused for a moment and muttered, "Well, that's true." Then she looked up at Sigran and smiled. Fiona gently raised her hand and tenderly placed her palm on Sigran's cheek, saying cheerfully, "HMPH, so you admit it, huh?" In her mind, Fiona thought, praiseworthy. Sigran's eyes looked down at Fiona. A slight blush appeared on his cheeks as he gently took her wrist. He gently pulled Fiona towards him, carefully pressing her palm to his lips. The atmosphere was incredibly romantic. Fiona's surprised voice was heard. Sigran smiled, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly as he said teasingly, "Don't be surprised. Because we're used to each other, from now on, as long as you start it, I will always respond." Fiona's cheeks flushed a light pink. She looked at Sigran with a slightly wronged expression and said, "When did I ever start anything?" Just then, the guard following Sigran appeared from a distance and ran towards the two of them. Sigran frowned and muttered, seeming to mock his guard's excellent ability to find people. Meanwhile, Fiona, beside him, whispered, "Who's that?" Sigran looked towards the guard who was running towards them, now standing before them, and said, "It's the man from Marquis Erez Kai's household and my palace, Kai Erez." Kai stood before the two of them, panting heavily with beads of sweat on his face, and looked at Sigran, saying, "I've been looking for you everywhere, sir. Please don't leave every time I'm on guard duty." Just then, Kai glanced over at Fiona standing beside him. He bowed his head and said, "So there's someone else here. My apologies for my rudeness." Fiona smiled and introduced herself, while Sigran looked down at Kai with a somewhat unfriendly gaze. Sigran walked away, saying that he didn't need a guard today. Kai's voice sounded dissatisfied as he said to Sigran, "Why do you only not need a guard on the days that I'm on duty?" Sigran ignored Kai standing behind him, quickly turned, and said to Fiona, "Let's go, Lady Fiona." Fiona quickly ran after Sigran, replying, "Yes, Your Royal Highness." As she walked beside Sigran, Fiona turned her head slightly to look at Kai behind them, seeing his somewhat stern and helpless expression. Fiona couldn't help but think that Kai's sulky expression actually suited Sigran quite well. Then she covered her mouth and giggled as she continued to think, "But it's not like they're Romeo and Juliet, so why can't they be friends because of their families?" Sigran narrowed his eyes in confusion as he looked down at Fiona, then muttered, "You're thinking something strange again." As the two of them entered the hall of the Duke's palace, a servant bowed to them. Then he told Fiona that the Duke wanted to see her. Fiona was a little surprised and confused, pointing to herself. Fiona appeared in Duke Aban office. Fiona's eyes widened in bewilderment when she heard that Duke Aban had decided to return to the High Loan territory. Duke Orlon replied simply, "That's right." Meanwhile, Fiona was a little curious. Did something happen in High Loan? Aban just replied, "Not really, but Jaren is about to kill me." It was the Duke's man, with a letter full of sorrowful words. Fiona felt helpless, knowing that without her and the Duke there to help, Jerome must have had to do a lot. Duke Aban continued, "I've neglected the territory for too long. I need to go back and check on it." But deep down, Duke Hylon knew that when he left, the number of people staring at Sigran and Fiona would not be just one or two. Duke Aban continued to think, "Although I probably won't see that Crown Prince become Emperor in my lifetime. But with the appearance of the shadow, the attacks of the demonic beasts are getting more and more ferocious. If that foolish Crown Prince becomes Emperor, he won't be able to come up with a single decent strategy." Aban continued to think, "At that time, Halalong will be the one to bear all the consequences. That place will bear all the pressure from the north. I have no intention of standing by and watching that fool destroy my territory. So the reason I brought Sigran to the capital." Thinking this, a dark aura emanated from the Duke. Fiona, on the other hand, was oblivious. Then she smiled faintly and said, "I don't know if it will be okay without the Duke." The Duke also looked at Fiona and said that he felt the same way. But in the next sentence, the Duke added, "About your relationship with Sigran." Fiona's face flushed red. She said, "So the Duke was worried about that?" The Duke, Aban Orlon, nonchalantly replied, "That's right." Fiona helplessly touched her forehead. The Duke's eyes drooped slightly to look at her. "It's almost time." Then he gently reached out his hand, while thinking that Fiona and Sigran were both grown up now. "So what if we take the final step?" Then he reached out and pinched Fiona's cheek. This made Fiona bewildered. In the Duke's thoughts, "But as a father, I tend to worry too much." The Duke's tone was teasing Fiona. "Without me here, don't you two do anything too outrageous, at least not before I close my eyes." Fiona resentfully told the Duke to stop pinching her cheek, or it would fall off. Fiona sat in a carriage and took a trip. The guards rode on horseback beside Fiona's carriage. Her playfully joked that perhaps their young lady would not demand to go back like when she was in High Loan. Fiona resentfully denied it, but was reminded that back then, she had even beaten soldiers number 2 and number 4. Fiona let out an "ah," and then said that it was just to teach them a lesson. The guard riding beside her carriage continued to smile and say, "At that time, Fiona looked very lovely with her cute smile and pink dress." Fiona was a little skeptical, wondering if she was really like that. The guard chuckled. "Are you going to say something else?" But suddenly I felt, "There's something wrong." He quickly reached out and locked the door of Fiona's carriage. Fiona's eyes widened slightly, a hint of fear in them. Her guard. He quickly realized there was a group of strangers and quickly warned, "Fiona, don't. Go outside. A group of strangers is attacking." A man in a hood pointed at Fiona's carriage and shouted, "The girl is in that carriage." Fiona frowned and looked outside to see. I saw many hooded figures with dangerous weapons rushing towards us. Fiona quickly pushed, "Open the carriage door." The 2 guards quickly shouted, "Fiona." Fiona quickly walked towards them. Fiona smiled and then said softly, "As usual." Her eyes turned cold as she snapped her fingers. Snap, snap twice. A long line of light appeared on the ground beneath the attackers' feet, while the group was in a panic, shouting at each other. Then a large flame erupted into the sky before Fiona's eyes. Her 2 guards, Isaac and Ryder, turned pale and thought to themselves, "The young lady's magic every time I see it." Fiona turned to look at the two of them, smiled, and said, "Isaac Ryder, I'm counting on you to protect me. I'll take the lead." After successfully capturing all the attackers, Fiona dusted off her hands lightly, looked at the group of people tied up and scattered on the ground, and said, "These guys are all knocked out. Just this one." Then she turned to look at one who was still conscious. Fiona had a scary look on her face. The heel of her shoe pressed down lightly on his thigh of the man, making him scream in pain. The air around Fiona was extremely cold as she interrogated the attacker. He said he was a nobleman's man. Fiona had asked who had commissioned him, but even he didn't know who it was. Meanwhile, the guard standing behind Fiona couldn't help but see the shadow of Duke Aban in Fiona. Fiona called out, "Ryder." He ordered them to deal with the attackers, because someone had already died here. She thought that softness and weakness would get her killed. She couldn't leave any more dangers behind. Then Fiona paused for a moment and said, "And also I need to go ask around a bit." The door slammed open. Fiona and the two guards behind her appeared. Inside, the man jumped up from the sofa and shouted, "Who's there?" Fiona sat down in the opposite chair, smiled, and said, "Hello, I am Fiona Hylon." The head of the Merchant Guild's face paled when he realized Hylon was one of the four most powerful families. "There's no reason to use mercenaries." He laughed, rubbing his hands together and inviting Fiona to speak. Fiona leaned back in her chair, her tone a little sad as she said that she had had an unpleasant encounter with some mercenaries and had come here to inquire. Fiona continued softly, "From the beginning, his guild has always been neutral, so I don't want to be petty." At this point, the smile on Fiona's lips vanished. Her red eyes stared straight at the head of the Merchant Guild. A cold, murderous aura surrounded them, causing the head of the Merchant Guild to break out in a sweat. The name of the client, that the head of the Merchant Guild refused to say. This sparked a thought in Fiona's mind. Perhaps this person has an even greater backing than the Hylon family. Sighing softly, Fiona decided not to press any further. The head of the Merchant Guild let out a sigh of relief. Fiona glanced at him and asked if he would guarantee this wouldn't happen again. The head of the Merchant Guild hesitated noticeably. Fiona immediately glanced at Isaac. Noticing her gaze, the guard immediately approached the head of the Merchant Guild. He grabbed him by the hair and slammed his head on the table with a loud thud. Fiona looked down at him. "Answer." The head of the Merchant Guild nodded quickly in fear and gave his assurance. Ryder Dunh, standing behind, broke into a sweat and thought, "So savage." Fiona smiled and said that she would make sure not to speak ill of this matter to the Duke. Then she left that place. On the way, Fiona thought to herself that knowing the information that the client had a higher status than Hylon, she needed to investigate thoroughly, because now she was responsible for everyone at the Highland House. She needed to act decisively. That night, in the master's sleeping quarters, an assassin appeared. He jumped in from the balcony. Looking down at Sigurd sleeping soundly on the bed, he muttered, "I heard he even took down a dragon, so I was a little worried. But it seems my worries were for nothing. Not a single guard." He slowly drew his dagger. "I'm sorry, but—" His dagger plunged down. "For my client, you must die." The assassin was about to swing his knife down, but the knife was held tightly by Sigran. He stood up, his eyes terrifying as he looked at the assassin and asked him, "Just how much do you look down on me?" Sigran pressed the tip of the knife to his neck, drawing a little blood as he continued, "If you want to kill me, don't be so arrogant." Sigran flashed a terrifying smirk. "At the very least, you should have brought Fiona Hallowney with you." Kai burst in from outside, shouting, "Your Highness!" Sigran's collar was stained with blood. At his feet lay the corpse of the assassin from before. He looked towards Kai and then said, Don't make a fuss. Just close the door and come in here. Kai entered, complying with Sigran's request. At that moment, Sigran's voice rang out, calling Kai's name. Kai had just managed to utter a simple yes when the bloody dagger in Sigran's hand flew straight past him, embedding itself in the wall. Kai panicked, his eyes wide as his whole body jolted. Sigran's eyes were fierce and intense as he looked at Kai and said in a frighteningly cold voice, "Was that person just now sent by your family?" Kai stammered in denial. Sigran approached Kai. The atmosphere between the two suddenly became much more tense, although it wasn't comfortable to begin with. Kai fearfully watched Sigran step by step towards him, and when Sigran's eyes glared frighteningly, his hand gently rose. Then he took the knife stuck in the wall right next to Kai. Kai let out a sigh of relief on one side, his face pale with fear. He couldn't help but think to himself, "I'm so scared. I don't think I can stay here anymore. This damned prince's palace." Sigran stood by the window, looking at Kai and thinking to himself, "It seems he's innocent in this matter." Sigran had been watching Kai closely, but unlike the Marquis, Kai wasn't suspicious at all. Sigran looked out the balcony as he placed the knife on his shoulder, enjoying the gentle breeze from outside. Kai stood behind him, his face worried, and said, "Your Highness, did I perhaps answer incorrectly?" Sigran coldly looked out the balcony and said, "I will deal with you and tell everyone that my guard died honorably fighting against an assassin." Kai's face turned pale and he sighed, thinking to himself, "As expected, he's still thinking of killing me." Sigran pushed the balcony door open wide, stepped outside and thought to himself, "I must be able to distinguish who is trustworthy." Sigran pushed down the grappling hook the assassin had used to climb up, continuing to think, "Only then can I maintain my position." Then Sigran turned back, sat with his back against the wall and closed his eyes. "During the time I'm here like this, I wish I could be with Fiona until the ball." Fiona stood leaning against the outside of the party's balcony. Her mind wandered to the previous attack. Then Fiona's thoughts wandered to how she had now broken the plot. At that moment, Sigran appeared with a glass of wine in his hand. Standing right beside Fiona on the balcony, Fiona glanced over at Sigran. She asked him if he had nothing to do. Sigran gently looked over at Fiona and replied, "No." The two of them started talking about various things as Sigran gently caressed a lock of Fiona's hair while they talked about her previous attack. Fiona noticed Sigran was touching her hair too gently. More so, she gently stopped him, using the excuse that there were a lot of people inside the party, and they might see. But Sigran acted as if he didn't hear, still fiddling with Fiona's hair. Then he gently kissed her hand and nuzzled his face into her shoulder. Fiona's face flushed red as she thought, "He's getting bolder." Sigran continued to play with her hair. Fiona quickly. He reminded her that her hair would get messy. "I can't comb it if you." He kept doing that, Sigran said, as he gently pressed against Fiona's shoulder, licking. "Stop right there." Fiona's face grew redder. Fiona quickly and awkwardly stopped him. Sigran reluctantly backed away, muttering, "I'm sorry. If you don't like it, I won't do it again." Fiona quickly denied it. Then her mind began to wander to the idea of taking the final step with Sigran. Or maybe that's even a good thing. But she hesitated when she thought that later on, Sigran would also return to the original female lead. Wouldn't it be very strange if Sigran spent the night with another girl? Despite Fiona's confused face, Sigran still looked at her blankly. Sigran looked at Fiona and said that if she hated it, he wouldn't do it again. Fiona smiled gently and denied it. But when she caught Sigran's worried gaze looking down, and his slightly flushed cheeks, she paused. When comparing the young Sigran and the current Sigran, there really is a big difference. Fiona suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest. She told herself that her feelings for Sigran were growing, and that scared her. In a flash, Fiona turned and headed back to the party. Before leaving, she added, "Sigran, we might not be able to make it to the end." At that moment, Sigran's expression darkened. Fiona said a simple "see you later," and then entered the party, leaving Sigran standing there. Fiona walked down the dark and cold palace corridor, lost in her own thoughts. For Fiona, if Sigran grew tired of her, she would feel a little more at ease. Lost in thought. Then a golden voice rang out. Fiona immediately turned around, perhaps thinking it was Sigran. But when I saw him, it was the Crown Prince. Although Fiona's face was still smiling, inside, her face had scrunched up into a ball. She quickly bowed to the Crown Prince. He said it had been a long time since they had met. Immediately, Fiona feigned ignorance, saying that it seemed she had never met him before, even though she had previously appeared to disrupt the Crown Prince while he was flirting with the Duchess. The prince's eye twitched. He almost glared at Fiona. But then he realized this was a good opportunity to talk to Fiona without Duke Aban or Lon around. So he suppressed his anger again. The prince flashed a wicked smirk on his face, saying that he had sent a gift to Fiona. At this, Fiona paused for a moment. She thought to herself that she had never received any gifts from the royal family, until Fiona remembered the words of the Merchant Guild leader before. The client has a higher status than Hylon. Fiona's face scrunched up slightly as she thought, so this madman is the client. The prince smiled profoundly and said that although the result was not what he had hoped for, a look of anger appeared on Fiona's face. Fiona smiled gently, a little reluctantly, as she asked the prince if she had offended him in some way. The prince shamelessly agreed, even dragging Sigran into it, which made Fiona even more annoyed. After that, he started to flirt with Fiona. She immediately pushed his hand away. The prince's eyes widened with anger. He began to insult Fiona, calling her an illegitimate child. He even went so far as to say she must have used her body to seduce Duke Aban Hylong. Because you're not his biological child, yet you're treated so well. This time, Fiona's restraint almost snapped, as she kicked the prince in the leg, causing him to fall to his knees and scream in pain. He glared at Fiona as she looked down at him and said, I understand, Your Highness. It's true that in this world, there are people who open their mouths and only trash comes out." The prince was truly angry. He got up and swung his fist towards Fiona, but she dodged backwards. She even mocked him, saying her reflexes weren't bad. The prince growled, saying that Fiona thought she could get away with messing with the royal family. Fiona even challenged him to go and tell everyone, to tell them that he had lost a fistfight to a young lady, and had even been beaten back. Just then, Sigran appeared from behind the prince, causing his face to pale. Sigran gripped his arm tightly, his cold eyes looking down as he asked, "Hey now, what are you doing?" The terrified prince cried out, "Sigran, let me go!" Fiona immediately saw that the situation was not good and quickly pushed Sigran away. Before leaving, she turned back to look at the crown prince. Then she smiled and said, "Ah, and also, Your Highness, I hope that next time you won't spout such trashy words, but say something normal." Immediately, the crown prince screamed and cursed Fiona. In the carriage, Sigran's mood was definitely not good. He grumbled, his eyes narrowed, looking away from Fiona. "Why does that guy keep hanging around you?" Fiona said that she was also very curious and praised Sigran's restraint. Sigran said that the second time, he almost broke his hand. Then, Sigran asked Fiona if she was angry with him. Fiona thought to herself that from Sigran's perspective, it probably looked that way. Sigran started to lower his head, one hand on his head as his cheeks gradually flushed red, saying that he hoped Fiona wouldn't hate him for this. If she hated him, he would be very scared, with his two blushing cheeks. This made Fiona stop and look surprised. "Sigran's face," he said shyly with his blushing cheeks. "I'm so scared of being hated by you." Fiona was slightly surprised. Then she gently moved to Sigran's side and sat down next to him. Fiona quickly pulled down Sigran's collar. Then she pressed her lips to the side of his neck. Sigran's face flushed red, his eyes widening slightly in shock. Fiona pulled away, leaving a small hickey. She gently patted Fiona's shoulder as Sigran slumped down, his hands clenched tightly from trembling. His cheeks flushed red. Sigran gently lifted his head. He looked at Fiona with a shy expression while she was still smiling brightly like a flower and said, "Are you trying to harass me?" Fiona smiled and said, "No, just think of this as something similar to that. And don't worry about what happened earlier." Then Fiona asked Sigran if it hurt. He said, "Let's just say it is." Then Sigran reached out his hand. He gently pushed Fiona back against the seat and asked, "Can I kiss you?" Fiona decisively and bluntly replied, "No." Sigran grumbled, saying he'd rather be hit, but Fiona told him to endure it. Sigran had no choice but to cross his arms and sit still, with his blushing cheeks, and turned his face towards the carriage door. While Fiona smiled, Fiona thought to herself, "I'm sorry, Sigran. I'm a bad person. Although I can't open my heart to you, I'm really happy to see your expression when I sway you." Arrived. Before Fiona went back to her place, she looked up at Sigran and smiled, saying she loved him the most, and reminding Sigran to always remember that. Then she said goodbye and turned to leave, but she heard Sigran call her name. He asked her what her happiness was, unrelated to him. At this, Fiona paused for a moment and answered hesitantly, "Happiness, I don't really know either." Lying in bed, restless, she felt confused, because ever since I came here, struggling to survive, Fiona had forgotten the things that made her happy. This is the real problem. The next morning, Fiona was processing documents at her desk. Beside her was Duke Aban nanny. She gently reminded Fiona that she needed to attend a dance party of the Priscilla family today. Fiona nodded and asked the nanny to get her ready. She also took the opportunity to thank her for helping her prepare all the documents. The nanny smiled and said that it was her job. Fiona smiled and gently exclaimed that the nanny was truly an angel. Only then could she take care of Duke Ambel or Lon. So why couldn't the Duke be as gentle as her? Then Fiona thought again and wondered if the Duke was well, and the words and scowling face of the Duke, "I'm not dead yet," appeared in her mind. Then Fiona looked down at the pile of papers. The dead land has appeared again. She wondered how many times it had appeared. It didn't used to appear this often before. Fiona even marked the dead land on the map, but it appeared without any pattern. Furthermore, Sigran had said he liked her many times because they had become closer. People also couldn't find any clues about the dead land during the hunting competition. The 3 people necessary to eliminate the darkness are Eunice, Sigran, and Fangna. Fiona thought to herself, the shadow has no form, so to annihilate it, there is still a vessel to trap it in. But not just anyone can become the vessel, but it must be someone who can maintain their body's shape, even when facing the darkness. That's right, that's Fiona. According to the original story, Fiona had become the vessel. Eunice had pushed the maddening darkness into Fiona's body. And then Sigran had fought a very difficult battle and won. As Fiona thought, if she also became the vessel this time, everything would be resolved. But she wanted to survive. She needed to find out how Eunice's power had grown, and also investigate more about the darkness and the person who contained it while still maintaining their form. Fiona's expression fell slightly. It felt as if she were looking for someone to die in her place. As if she were an ally of the original Fiona. Then Fiona's thoughts returned to where the original Fiona was. Could it be that because I appeared in this body, the original Fiona has disappeared? Just as she was thinking, the servant beside her called out softly and asked if she wanted to let her hair down today. Fiona would look up at that maid and ask why she was asking that today. The maid smiled and said that there was an insect bite on Fiona's neck. She looked in the mirror and realized it was a hickey left by Sigran last night. Her face flushed red, her eyes wide open. In the night, under the bright moonlight and starry sky, the Priscilla family's villa was magnificent and splendid with many sparkling golden lights. Above was a golden chandelier with pearl-studded gems, extremely luxurious. Below, the nobles were dancing to the melodious music. At this time, on the stairs, Sigran bent down and kissed the back of Fiona's hand. He looked up, his face flushed, and said, "You look so beautiful today too, Fiona." She looked at him shyly, her face flushed red with embarrassment. Sigran looked at her and continued to speak softly. "You're letting your hair down this time too, aren't you?" He was mesmerized as he played with her hair. "It suits you very well." She let out an angry sigh and said, "Do you know it's because of you that I have to let my hair down?" He paused and replied, "Because of me?" She frowned and said, "That's right." Then she reached out and pulled down the choker on her neck to reveal the hickey. She said, "Luckily, my maid is still young and very innocent." He pursed his lips tightly, his face flushed red as he looked at her. He said shyly, "I'll be more careful next time." She replied, "Didn't you say you wouldn't do it again?" She continued, "Anyway, please be careful for me in the future." He smiled and said, "All right, I'll be careful from now on." She paused and asked Sigran, "Why are you laughing?" Just then, a red-haired woman approached, covering her mouth with a fan and giggling. "Hihi." It was Lady Libya. Libya said gently, "Greetings, Your Royal Highness, Prince." "Lady Fiona, thank you for accepting my invitation." Fiona replied, "Hello, Lady Libya. Lady Fiona." Fiona gently curtsied and said, "I'm the one who should be thanking you for inviting me here." Crown Prince Sigran, beside her, also nodded along. Lady Libya signaled to a servant to bring 2 cocktails. She said, "You two, have one each." Fiona looked at the 2 sparkling glasses with shining eyes and said, "This is the peach cocktail I love so much. It tastes so good and sweet." Sigran, on the other hand, looked at the 2 glasses with an unchanged expression. Fiona cheerfully said, "Thank you," and then without hesitation, picked up the glass and drank it down. Sigran, beside her, helplessly said to her. Sigran placed the glass back on the tray and said, "Switch mine to a non-alcoholic drink." Libya then asked, "Your Highness doesn't like to drink?" He replied, "It's not that, but it seems it's better if I don't drink today." "Thank you for your kindness, Lady Libya." She smiled and said, "As expected." As she spoke, both of them looked at Fiona with flushed faces, while she, oblivious, was full of questions. Libya smiled and asked, "If that's the case, may I have a drink with His Highness's dance partner?" Fiona smiled brightly, thinking, "Wow, she's so beautiful." Sigran, on the other hand, was silent. He closed his eyes in annoyance and frowned. Libya continued, "If only for a short while." The scene has now shifted to another luxurious room with a piano in the middle. Fiona cheerfully closed the door, a peach-flavored cocktail still in her hand, and asked, "Is there something you wanted to talk to me about?" Libya covered her mouth and giggled. "My lady, you are truly straightforward." Fiona replied shyly, "Huh?" In her head she thought, "I suddenly forgot how to make small talk. It's because when I fight, I always speak my mind." Libya spoke up and asked, I wonder if you still remember our promise from before. Fiona remembered when Libya had said, If you help me, my lady, I will help you establish a foothold in society. She said, Of course I still remember. Libya touched the rim of her glass with her fingertip and said, If you don't mind, my lady. Lydia leaned closer to Fiona's face and asked, Can we restore that promise? Fiona paused and asked back, Restore? Libya turned away and said, Lately, the Queen has been keeping an eye on me. Fiona thought curiously, What on earth did the Queen say? She paused and said, My current self can't just kick His Royal Highness the Crown Prince out. In her mind, she saw a scene of herself flying the Crown Prince. She thought to herself, Of course, I also beat him up in a secluded place, and in the future, I will pay him back in full. Even so, I don't know if I can be of any help to Libya. Libya sat down in a chair, leaning back against the piano behind her, and said elegantly, I know. In this situation, I'm pretty much pinning all my hopes on you. Fiona sat on the sofa next to her and said, Instead of asking me, wouldn't it be better to ask His Highness Sigran? Libya replied, I like strong people. Although His Royal Highness is also a strong person, what I clearly see is not something from His Highness, but rather your talent. At this moment, in Libya's mind was the scene of Fiona using magic. Libya spoke up and continued, I've also confirmed it twice. Libya had now returned to reality. She said, Actually, I have no ill feelings towards His Royal Highness. But Fiona's eyes widened in surprise when she heard Libya speak. She quickly asked back, But what? Libya puffed out her cheeks and pouted at her. Libya said angrily, I hate people who can't remember my face. And also, those who are involved with other girls. Libya recalled, Before, I accidentally bumped into His Highness Sigran. I thought when he saw my face. In Libya's memory, when she looked up, Sigran had said, Ah, so you're the one close to Fiona. Libya told Fiona that he had started the conversation with that sentence. Returning to the present, Libya said with frustration, Until now, there has never been a man who couldn't remember my face from the very first meeting. Fiona could only laugh shyly to brush it off. In her mind, she thought, Even if she says things like this, I don't feel any dislike. This is also a kind of ability, isn't it? Fiona spoke up and said, Anyway, what you mean is that you will expect my future potential, and you will also help me, right? Libya immediately replied, It's a pity that this is only Libya's help, not the Priscilla family's, because my father always tries to maintain the family's neutral position. Hearing this, Fiona immediately asked, So what is the help that Lady Libya is talking about? Libya immediately replied, It's the matter of you and me, Lady Fiona, becoming closer in society. Fiona pointed and continued, If so, then doesn't that simply mean we become friends? Lady Libya was startled when she heard her speak, her sparkling eyes wide open. Fiona was embarrassed when Libya said nothing. The two of them looked at each other in silence. Fiona thought to herself, What is this? This awkward silence. Suddenly, with a swish, Fiona's hand was extended. She said shyly, Well then, that's fine. Fiona stood before Libya and smiled, saying, I hope for your kind consideration in the future. Libya looked at her with a dazed expression. Then Libya smiled gently and thought to herself, Friends. They shook hands. Libya thought to herself, I hope you will also take care of me, Lady Fiona. Then Fiona came out of that room. She said cheerfully, Ah, Your Highness. Have you been waiting long? He looked at her silently for a moment, and then replied, No. Fiona cheerfully went to his side and took his arm, saying, Come on, Siren. Lady Libya has invited me to join a group. Hearing her say that, he was quite surprised. The two of them went to another room. Fiona continued, "She will be politically neutral. But aside from that, it seems she will contact us because she really hates the Crown Prince. Someone might be able to hear. So let's just go outside for now." He took her hand and led her out to the balcony. He replied, "I also hate that bastard." The two of them stopped. He gently turned towards her and said, "But I also hate having to share my time with you with that young lady." She asked doubtfully, "What?" Then she laughed out loud. She said, "Oh, why are you joking like that?" He replied seriously, "I'm not joking." And just like that, she was pulled forward. She was now held in a tight embrace. He leaned close to her face and said, "Playing with me is much more fun than playing with Labia, you know." He brought her hand to his face and continued, "I'll do my best to make that happen." Her face, at some point, had turned beet red with shyness. He rubbed her hand against his face, then smiled and said, Fiona?" She immediately called out for Sigran, thinking to herself, "Right, I have no choice but to admit it." Fiona trembled, her face flushed, thinking, "This method really works." She pouted and said, "Is it because you know I have a soft spot for you that you're being so obvious, huh?" In her head she thought, what happened to the innocent boy who blushed at our first kiss? Give me my Sigran back. As she thought this, she pulled her hand away and turned her back to him. She continued, "No way. I'm going to get closer to Lady Libya." Hearing her words, Sigran could only sigh and say, "What a shame." Fiona turned her head back to look at Sigran, completely bewildered. Then she said, "Let me borrow your hand for a moment," and took Sigran's hand. He asked in confusion, "Why?" She took Sigran's hand and rubbed it against her own cheek. Fiona closed her eyes, enjoying the warmth of Sigran's palm on her cheek. Sigran's face flushed bright red as he watched her rub his hand against her face. He quickly turned his face away, saying shyly, "That's very impressive." Fiona thought happily, "That's right. Of course it's impressive." Sigran continued, "Why are you suddenly doing things like that? You look incredibly detestable trying to seduce me with my own face." She stepped out onto the balcony and replied, "Anyway, ... Don't worry too much about Lady Libya." She hugged herself and continued, "Because to me, you'll always be the most important person in the world." He turned his face away and said, "What I'm concerned about isn't Lady Libya. What worries me ... He looked down at where Lady Libya was chatting with other nobles. He said, "Is that Lady Libya is always surrounded by so many nobles at the ball?" She turned her head to look down and asked, "What's wrong with that?" He angrily pinched her cheek, making her cry out. "Ah," he said, "if you go with her, they'll pay attention to you too." Fiona immediately asked, "Are you jealous?" Sigran answered bluntly, "Yes, I am. Just try switching places with me, and imagine that scene." She listened while rubbing the cheek he had just pinched. She said, "Switch places, huh?" In her mind, she immediately imagined Sigran holding two other women in his arms. Then she fell into a contemplative silence. Fiona's face darkened and she angrily looked down, saying, "Sigran, you absolutely cannot ... She lifted her head and pointed, continuing, ... Use both hands." Her face was now completely crumpled with anger. Sigran smiled and said, "Exactly, Fiona. Now you understand how I feel." Fiona replied, "If you no longer have feelings for me, then I guess we'll have to end it." His face darkened when he heard her say that. She raised her hand seriously and said, "If you want to meet other people, you have to clean up your previous relationship first." She continued, Got it. Sigran, now looking incredibly sad, lowered his head and said nothing. Sigran said coldly, "So that's how it is." The atmosphere around them suddenly turned icy. Sigran had returned to the grand, luxurious, and beautiful royal palace. A knight walking behind him said, "Your Highness, are you going without an escort again?" Sigran thought, "Of course. If a knight were with me when I'm with Fiona, it would be a hindrance." The knight angrily trailed behind, saying, "You're being too unreasonable. At least answer me. If you keep acting like this..." The door slammed shut with a bang, startling the knight before he could finish his sentence. The knight stood before the door, huffing angrily. He continued to grumble, "If you keep up that thorny personality, you'll be dumped by a girl sooner or later." Sigran was now furious. He kicked the door hard with a loud bang. The terrified knight scrambled away with a gasp. Sigran wearily plopped down on the bed. He pulled at his collar, revealing his firm chest muscles, and said in frustration, "I haven't been dumped yet." His hand, pulling at his collar, suddenly froze. The image of Fiona taking his hand and rubbing it against her cheek appeared in his mind. He remembered her half-closed eyes and her flushed cheeks. He looked at the hand that had touched Fiona's cheek, lost in thought. He then slammed his hand on his forehead and fell back onto the bed, saying, "Damn it," he thought to himself. "I thought that once she and I became a couple, I'd be satisfied to some extent." He sighed, thinking, "That's not it at all." He recalled Fiona's image and thought, "Just seeing Fiona gives me these wretched thoughts. I want to see her laugh happily, but I also want to see her crying while clinging to me." In his memory now, he was holding Fiona in the greenhouse. His eyes suddenly turned sad, as if he were lost. A memory surfaced of Fiona pointing at his face and saying, "If you no longer have feelings for me, then I guess we'll have to end it. If you want to meet other people, you have to clean up your previous relationship first." Back in the present, he was tossing and turning on the bed, hugging a pillow. Suddenly he laughed and said, "I probably won't get dumped, right?" Then he buried his face in the pillow. Outside the mansion, rain was pouring down as if the sky was falling. Raindrops hit the window pane with a pitter-patter sound. A man's voice spoke up. "Libya, your marriage proposal has arrived." Libya replied, "Oh my, why don't you look very happy, father?" He hesitated and replied, "Well, this..." He continued, "This is a marriage proposal sent by His Highness the Crown Prince." She couldn't believe what she was hearing. Libya took the letter, remained silent for a moment, and then said, "It truly is the symbol of the royal family." Holding the letter, she thought, there's a huge difference between simply being teased by the Crown Prince and formally receiving a marriage proposal. She trembled, clutching the letter tightly in her hand. The Crown Prince's smirking face appeared in her mind. She thought angrily, "So he disregarded my opinion and sent a marriage proposal on his own." Libya then asked, "Father, you won't accept it, will you?" He replied, "If you don't like it, I'll do as you say, my daughter." But, before he could finish, she nodded and said, "I know." She thought to herself, "This is an official proposal from the royal family. To refuse it properly, I need a clear justification." An image of the royal palace gates appeared in her mind. Back in reality, she continued her thought. For example, ... Before she could finish, she spoke aloud. "All I need to do is ... All I need to do is get engaged to someone else, right?" After saying this, she smiled cheerfully. Libya placed a hand on her chest and asked with a smile, "I just need to get engaged to someone else, right?" Her father stammered in confusion. Well, and is it okay to find someone so hastily?" he asked her. Libya sighed. "But we don't have any other choice, do we?" He sat on the chair, intertwining his fingers, and sighed in confusion, wondering, why are the Queen and the Crown Prince in such a hurry? Although I know they are wary of His Highness Sigran, but... He paused, not continuing. Libya voiced her thoughts. They probably want the Priscilla family to strengthen their power through a political marriage. Her father looked up at his daughter with dark-circled eyes and advised, even so, Libya, please think carefully about finding a fiancé at this time. She listened to him quietly. Libya had a plan in mind. She glanced away, thinking, if that's the case, the easiest way among all the remaining options... She concluded. Then she formulated a plan for herself. Create a scandal so big that she couldn't get married. Then, those people would point fingers at her, while she would nonchalantly ignore them. Libya sighed. But should I tarnish the honor I've built up for so long just because of the Crown Prince? I haven't done anything wrong. So why should I be the one to suffer? The thought of this made her angry again. It had started to rain outside. She walked alone on the corridor with her arms crossed, still thinking of a way to avoid marrying the Crown Prince. Libya stopped in her tracks. Suddenly she remembered, there's still another way, isn't there? Her eyes lit up. She concluded to herself, it's to start a damaging rumor about the Crown Prince. She imagined his image being tarnished. At a certain residence, Fiona read a letter from Aban with the content. Everything at the Halo estate is being handled smoothly, and there are no particular invasions. So, I'll be back in the capital soon. At the end of the letter, a postscript. Aban Halo. She saw an image of him sitting in his study, writing a letter to her. Fiona sat happily on the windowsill, holding the letter and smiling. I'm so glad nothing happened. She took off her shoes and placed them on the floor beside her. She remembered Aban's proud face and thought, lately I feel like Halo would be much better than the capital. Some merchants intentionally came down from the capital and told me everything. A merchant cried while saying that the demand for bribes in the capital is extremely severe, which worried her. Suddenly, Fiona noticed a letter peeking out from the pile of documents in front of her. She let out an "oh," then flipped the letter over and said, isn't this the letter sent from the Mercenary Guild that caused trouble for me? She wondered. Fiona held the letter up to look at it and remarked, a pure white letter, huh? Then her hand emitted fire, burning the letter. She thought, although it seems like they're playing with me, sending this letter can also be seen as a warning for me to be careful. She thought to herself, it seems the Crown Prince was so angry that he's lashing out at something. Then Fiona recalled their meeting. She became cold, her eyes ruthless as she said, it would be best for you to go meet everyone and say those words yourself. She then reminded him that he was beaten by a lady of lower status who appeared weak. The Crown Prince froze, unable to respond to her words. Fiona continued, after arguing with her... Back in reality, she assessed in her thoughts. He looked furious. Next time, he might even send a real assassin. She worried. Fiona looked up through the window. Then she saw a guard of the residence. Fiona called out Isaac, and he stood before Fiona, bowed, then raised his head with his hand on his left chest, smiling. Lady Fiona. He then added, anyway, I was on my way to see you. Fiona left the windowsill, leaning her hands on it and looking out, responding to his greeting with a question, is something the matter? Isaac clasped his hands behind his back. Then he answered, an intruder broke into the residence last night. This surprised Fiona, who looked at him. Then Isaac added, thanks to the young lady's request for us to strengthen our defenses beforehand, he couldn't get inside the mansion. She asked, did you catch the intruder? Isaac quickly replied, my apologies, lady. The soldiers chasing him got caught up in another matter and lost the intruder. Fiona, still leaning on the desk, asked, "What else happened?" He answered seriously, "Well, the thing is ... Then, recalling the event, he said, "I heard that a mid-level monster appeared on the streets early this morning. A monster with the head of a spider and legs of a man scared everyone around, making them flee." Fiona thought seriously. A mid-level monster appeared in the middle of the capital. Then he bowed his head and continued his report. "Fortunately, it didn't break through the barrier," Fiona explained. "Around the capital, there is a barrier created by the first goddess, so this is a very safe place from darkness and monsters. The people inside the barrier played without fear." A deadly thought appeared in her mind. And if the barrier were to be broken, it wouldn't just be one monster, but probably dozens of them would attack. A swarm of monsters in the air crashed into her thoughts. Fiona placed her hand on her chin, deep in thought. So the barrier really didn't have any problems. If that's the case, then... She turned sharply back inside. He called out to her, "My lady." Fiona, reaching for the coat on the rack, asked Isaac, "Could you prepare a carriage for me?" Then she firmly put on the coat and said, "I'm planning to stop by a place for a little while. In a small corner of the town. The head of the merchant guild who tried to assassinate her, sweating profusely like a drenched dog, dared not look up straight, hugging himself and saying, 'We have kept silent as promised and even sent a warning letter.'" Then he asked her, "But why have you come here again?" But before he could finish, Fiona cut him off with a sharp, cold gaze. She said, "I was just passing by." Her hand rested on the table where he was sitting. She paused for a moment, then spoke again. "I was wondering if you could find and catch the mischievous rabbits that dared to sneak into my house." Hearing this, his face turned pale and he quickly looked up to deny it. That wasn't us." Fiona, not believing him, asked for confirmation. "Really?" He also answered honestly, "Yes, because we failed once. They were very angry." Realizing he had misspoken, he fell silent. Fiona stared at him intently, thinking to herself, "It seems this guy won't open his mouth anymore." She asked him another question. "All right then. Do you know anything about the monster that appeared this morning?" He immediately replied, The body of that monster wasn't handed over to us for disposal." Fiona coldly reminded him, "Oh? Am I asking about the monster's body?" This made him tremble like a leaf and fall silent. Then she asked again, "Anyway, I'm planning to investigate where the monster's body went." "Very well. So where did that monster come from?" He glanced away without speaking. Then he pulled the window curtain shut. He held the edge of the curtain, grimacing, and asked her, "If I tell you, will you protect us?" Fiona stood with her arms crossed, looking at him. Then she assured him, "All right, since you kept your promise once." He looked up at her with fear and said, "Actually, it's not directly related to our guild, but ... He paused, then spoke again. "Lately, the mercenaries from another guild have been doing something very special. It seems they've been capturing monsters alive. They are locked in cages and traded. A buyer shines a torch in its face." Fiona asked him, "So what did they do with those captured monsters?" He also cooperated, covering his mouth with his hand and whispering, "They're mercenaries. As long as they get money, it's fine." "I don't know that much. I heard the money they received was a lot." Fiona closed her eyes, understanding. So the monster didn't break through the gate into the capital. It was brought in by humans? She connected the dots. Now I understand what's happening. She stood in her own space of thought, telling herself, although there were a few incidents that made me forget, in the end, this is still inside a novel. Her novel continued to turn to the next pages. Something was already decided. Fiona brought a hand to her mouth, still lost in thought. If monsters are appearing due to human intervention, there's only one event that happens at this time. A monster shaped like a mad bull was drooling. She screamed in her mind. It's the illegal gambling event. Fights between monsters are happening. And the audience bets on them. She remembered the plot. Those nobles who were engrossed in playing at the gambling den. They wore masks and had fun with the betting, and would gradually lose their honor in society. Then Fiona thought again. Wait a minute. She clasped her hands in interest and thought, it seems I can use this in a helpful way, can't I? At the royal palace, during a grand party, many young ladies surrounded Libya, all admiring her. Someone asked, I heard you received a marriage proposal from His Highness the Crown Prince. Another exclaimed, congratulations to you. But Libya maintained a professional smile. The girl in front of her exclaimed, His Highness also talked a lot about this. It just goes to show how much the Crown Prince loves Lady Libya. The people around nodded in agreement. She only replied softly, Ah, yes. Then she raised a hand to cover her mouth and smiled brightly, shyly thanking everyone. But internally she cursed, that bastard. I haven't even replied, and he's already making a fuss about it. She screamed in frustration in her heart. Everything is really so. Suddenly Fiona's voice interrupted her train of thought. Fiona called out worriedly, Lady Libya, are you all right? She arrogantly crossed her arms and replied, Of course, I'm fine, huh? Seeing this behavior, Fiona took her arm and said, Then there's no other way, I suppose. Libya stood silently with her arms crossed. Then she called out, Lady Fiona, how do you make someone fall into hell? She was so surprised that she spat out the tea she was drinking. Fiona wiped her mouth and stammered, Who? Libya smiled, bringing a hand close to her mouth and just smiling brightly. Who else could it be? Then Fiona sighed in relief. I thought she was going to harass Eunice like in the original novel. Then she realized that the person she was referring to was the Crown Prince, not Eunice. Fiona stood up from her chair. Ah, there is a way, she said, her hair flowing gracefully. Then she remembered the Crown Prince's face. She walked over and whispered into Libya's ear, the way to make His Highness the Crown Prince fall into hell. Libya also listened seriously. A chain and blood-stained money slips. This was the illegal gambling event from the original novel. It was also the event that Sigran and Eunice worked together to resolve. She recalled the original plot where Sigran would point his sword at them, with the female lead by his side. Then she got lost in thought. According to the original novel, the two of them discovered the gambling den after a thorough investigation, and they had to resolve it cleanly to enhance their reputations. She determined, but the urgent matter now is to restrain the Crown Prince. So I'll have to skip the intermediate steps and handle it directly. Then she made her decision. The sky was clear blue in the mansion's flower garden. A voice said, the ones who ordered the mercenaries to capture monsters alive are probably the same ones running the gambling den. Sigran, understanding after she explained, glanced at her and confirmed. They make monsters fight each other and bet money on it. Fiona looked at him and affirmed, that's right, just like at the horse races. Sigran still cursed them. What a bunch of idiots. He doubted how long the operators could control those monsters. Fiona also spoke out in indignation. I had the same thought. We need to wipe out that gambling den quickly. He moved closer to her, getting in her face and calling out, but Fiona... He got close to her face, staring at her and asking, how did you know about the illegal gambling den? His sudden approach startled her. Her face turned red. She stared at his face, thinking, his face is so close to mine. Sigran continued, I think the way we both gather information is quite similar. Fiona shyly pointed at her own face and asked, Are you suspecting me right now? Sigran looked at her and denied it. Of course not. How could I ever suspect you? He closed his eyes, stepped back, and casually replied, It's because sometimes you know more than others. He then said, All right, you could say it's like you have great foresight. They looked at the picnic items inside the basket. She admitted, That's right. Aban also appreciates that about me. Then she glanced away, lost in thought. As expected, it's not natural at all. I need to be more careful in the future. She felt that for someone who knew the original plot like her, it was a matter of course, but for others, it might not be the case. Fiona understood. Sigran saw her. His eyes filled with her reflection. He touched his forehead to hers and comforted her. Don't worry about unnecessary things anymore. His face was slightly flushed as he said softly, Just like you once said you were on my side, I'm on yours too. He sat close beside her and continued softly, No matter what happens. Fiona sat to one side, listening, her face also turning bright red with embarrassment. He pinched her cheek and advised her, So just get straight to the point. Didn't you rush here because you had something to say? He asked her. Fiona, being pinched, cried out, Ah, ouch, Then he let go of her face, put his hand down on the rug, and leaned back, stating his intention. You want to catch the people investigating the illegal gambling den, and at the same time ruin the Crown Prince's reputation. Sigran looked at her, thinking, She's still blushing and saying things like this. It's really ... She firmly raised her hand and laid out her plan to trap the prince. To do that, we first have to make the Crown Prince enter the illegal gambling area. He sat beside her, looking at her and wondering, Is that even possible? He asked her. Fiona optimistically said, We have to try to know. Then she mentioned Libya. Anyway, we have a very capable supporter on our side. Sigran asked, confused, A supporter? On Libya's side, she was smoothing her hair, holding a fan in one hand and whispering to herself, Phew, I'm confident enough for that. Libya curtsied before the Crown Prince. She said, It is a great honor to meet the son of the Empire, Your Highness. He waved his hand, signaling to dispense with the formalities, and said, All right, the weather is nice today, so let's go up to the terrace. She also agreed, smiling happily at him and replying, Yes. Seeing his wish so easily granted, the Crown Prince smirked at her. Then he glanced at her and commented, She's been so obedient lately. Libya also looked at him with a look of adoration. He thought to himself, As expected, she's learned to be submissive. The two of them went out to the terrace corridor together. Suddenly, Libya spoke up. Your Highness, have you heard the rumor? The prince, not understanding, asked her, What rumor? Then, just as she'd hoped, Libya replied, I'm not sure, but I heard there's a place where we can see monsters in the heart of the capital. He stared at her, asking again as if to confirm, You're saying there's a place where people can go to see monsters? Really? He thought to himself, Why would anyone go to see such things? After he finished speaking, she opened the fan in her hand with a snap and exclaimed, Oh my! Then she covered her face to hide the smile on her lips and said, That's a sight that only the chosen ones can see, isn't it? She wondered. The Crown Prince's face became stunned. Libya thought to herself, Go on, take the bait. Just as predicted, he was taken aback and asked her again, Only the chosen ones? With his hands in his pockets. Then a spark of interest lit up in his eyes. He smirked and thought to himself, Isn't this a game made just for me? He crossed his arms and asked her softly, Where is that place? Libya was overjoyed internally. He took the bait. What an idiot, she cursed. Then she also told him, I don't know either. It seems only Baron Isaac and Viscount Owl know about this. But as you know, almost no one is willing to tell me about it. Then he looked into the distance and exclaimed, That's right. A flower of society like you must be treated with the utmost respect. His words left her speechless. She angrily lowered her fan and fanned herself, thinking, Should I just smack him one? She continued to hint to him, If your Highness asks those two, they will surely answer, right? She asked the Crown Prince. He then quickly replied, Exactly, Livia. She closed her fan and gently tapped it on her lips, calling out, Your Highness. Then she cupped her face and smiled dazzlingly, saying in an aggrieved tone, You must go see it, and then tell me about it. I'm so curious, she urged him. Seeing the beautiful woman's desire, the Crown Prince put his hands back in his pockets and smiled slyly. All right, of course. Sunset enveloped the entire mansion. Inside the main hall, Fiona, wearing a cloak that covered her completely, walked towards him and said, I'm sorry, Sigran. You're so busy. And I still asked you to come with me. Sigran, waiting for her, indicated it was no problem. Then he closed his eyes and said nonchalantly, I can't let you go to the gambling den alone either. Besides, ... He was about to say something, but then asked, Do you remember I told you to be as discreet as possible? Fiona looked up at him and replied, Of course. Then she slowly smiled and explained, pulling down her hood. After all, platinum blonde hair is quite eye-catching. Then she adjusted her hood and hair, adding, So I tried dyeing my hair like I told you last time. Seeing her, Sigran stood stunned, silently watching. Fiona touched her hair and looked at him, asking, How is it? Does it look strange? Sigran looked at her, his face already flushed red, staring at her, speechless. Then he quickly pulled his hood over his head to hide his face and said, No, it's not. Seeing him put on his hood, she pointed and approved, Oh, right. Let's hide our faces like this. But Sigran then said, Compared to my hair color, your beauty is much more prominent. Hearing him say that, Fiona complained, You're such a mood killer. Their carriage moved along a dark road in some town. The two, wearing masks, looked up ahead. Fiona exclaimed, Whoa. Then she looked at the mansion before her. She said softly, The mansion looks more ordinary than I thought. Inside the mansion's corridor, torches were brightly lit. Following the person ahead, a guide also wearing a mask walked down the corridor. Fiona observed her surroundings and wondered, How do they manage these monsters? Sigran, beside her, replied, I don't know. The door to the room was opened by the guide. Immediately, a loud cheer erupted. Wooa! The two looked inside as the door closed. Sigran covered his face to improve his vision, while Fiona was startled. Below, a crowd of masked people cheered ecstatically for the two monsters in an iron cage in the fighting pit. Someone frantically shouted, All right, get up. The match manager stood outside with a whip, yelling at the monster lying on the ground. The excited crowd shouted, Hey! Hit it harder. Crack! A man with a whip struck the monster repeatedly. He yelled, Move! Then he kept hitting it and shouting, I said move. Fiona, standing in the stands with Sigran, commented, This is really dangerous. He agreed, It is indeed dangerous. Then a manager cried out, Ooh! In pain. The monster grabbed his arm in the iron cage and bit down. The man screamed in pain, You crazy beast! The enraged monster chewed and gnawed on his arm. I'm the one who raised you. He screamed in despair. Blood splattered everywhere. Fiona, watching the event, silently remarked to Sigran, With them unable to control the monsters like this, An accident is bound to happen sooner or later. Sigran looked at her without speaking, silently agreeing. Then he turned to her and said, Fiona, the scale here is larger than I imagined. Also, he added, I recognize the identities of a few of the nobles gathered here. She looked at them and asked, with only the power of the Highland family and the Night Order under your command, would it be too difficult to overthrow this group? He voiced his thoughts. If we only arrest the humans, and by some bad luck, the monsters break out during the chaos, it would be even more horrifically dangerous. Hearing his opinion, Fiona also agreed. That makes sense. She added in her mind, furthermore, if only Sigran and the Hylon family team up, a bad reputation will spread immediately. She thought about the consequences. Fiona was lost in the question she had created for herself. If we want to handle this cleanly, it would probably be best to involve some neutral nobles. Suddenly, Sigran pointed in a certain direction, glanced at her and said, Fiona, over there. He added, the Crown Prince is there. In the direction he pointed, she only saw a dense crowd. Fiona asked again, Huh? Where? Then she denied it. I don't see him. At the entrance, the Crown Prince was being respectfully welcomed by the guide. Sigran pointed more clearly for her. Look a little lower. She made an observation. It seems he's going inside somewhere, as she saw them leave together. Fiona, confused, wondered, that place? Why is he going in there? Sigran said softly, Come on. He offered his thought. It's probably not for a good reason. The Crown Prince entered first, followed by the guide. A group of monsters, trapped in iron cages, roared at him. The Crown Prince looked at them and muttered, with a hand on his hip. Then he judged, What's this? Only this type? What about the high-level monster you mentioned last time? The guide scratched his head and said, My apologies, that one. Before he could finish his sentence, the prince interrupted. So slow. This made the guide angry, cursing silently in his heart. You stupid fool, do you think preparing that kind of thing is easy? Then he comforted himself. But it's actually a good thing that the Crown Prince likes my fighting ring. Just a little money, and those guys will turn a blind eye to the fact that this ring is illegal. The Crown Prince looked around as the monster's growls continued unabated. He thought to himself, That's why I can indulge him to please him. The owner of the fighting ring bowed with a smile and quickly said, I will immediately prepare something more interesting, sir, before the eyes of the beasts. They left in the carriage. Fiona sat in the carriage, took off her cloak, and leaned on her hand, remarking to him, I think the scale of this business is much larger than I imagined. Sigran, sitting opposite her, agreed, saying, I agree. Then she placed both hands behind her head, leaned back against the seat, and thought to herself, pulling the Crown Prince in with that crowd has made their business scale expand like crazy. Coming here, it seems my calculations were wrong. What a bad move. She told herself, at this point I have to borrow strength from other families. Even so, I can't borrow Libya's strength. She remembered her meeting with Libya at the royal palace party. Then she closed her eyes and decided, so be it. At a tea party, someone set down a teacup and said, How strange. Fiona spoke up. There's a matter that will surely interest you, Marquis Aran. Aran smiled brightly and said, I have no intention of siding with His Highness the Prince. Fiona gently picked up her teacup, looked at him and said, I have no intention of asking that of you either. Hearing this, he took out a pocket watch, looked at it, and said, If so, for what reason did the lady come here? I hope this will be an interesting time. Fiona saw his action and cursed silently in her heart. Why not just say you don't want to waste time? She asked, Marquis, have you been having a hard time running the Ministry of Finance lately? She had the answer in her heart. The Emperor and Empress both live quite extravagantly. The water in the fish pond below was still swimming, and the wind was still blowing gently. He replied, Is there any job in the world that's easy? Fiona put down her teacup, placed her hands formally, and looked at him, stating her thought, You're right, but lately it seems there are many people causing the Marquis a lot of fatigue. Seeing this, he was unexpectedly speechless, staring at her. Then Aaron looked at her coldly and called out, Lady Fiona. Then he cut in sharply. This is the first time I've seen a lady so ill-suited for high society as Lady Fiona. Fiona blushed, unable to argue, and grabbed her elbow. Then he continued, Excuse me, please return to the main topic. After all, I find beating around the bush to be a waste of time. Fiona, still blushing, took out a familiar-looking envelope from her person. Don't try to change the subject again, she reminded him. She handed him a stack of documents and said, Here. Aaron held the documents in his hand, looked at them, and asked her, What is this? Then he slowly put it down and looked at her, voicing his thoughts. Actually, I have received many proposals from noble ladies. Then he recalled and continued, like invitations to watch plays or to have tea together. He always used his watch to time his conversations with the ladies. Back in the present, Aaron smiled and said, But ... At the residence where Fiona lives. Libya sat drinking tea, sighing wearily. Then she asked, Lady Fiona, do you know that the Crown Prince has been pouring gold into dens of pleasure lately? Fiona, sitting at the tea table, asked back in confusion, Dens of pleasure? Then she wearily rested her head on her hand, tilted her head, and closed her eyes. Well, although I don't really care. Unfortunately, my Priscilla family is caught up in this matter. Fiona still replied calmly, I see. Then she thought to herself, if you consider modern society, it's similar to him womanizing and squandering money in bars. She imagined the scene of the Crown Prince, drunk and surrounded by beautiful women, and shivered. Then Libya came over and touched her shoulder, calling out, Lady Fiona. Then she moved closer and whispered, I support you, before asking, You know that, right? Fiona, understanding, smiled gently at her and softly reassured her. Don't worry, she concluded, I've prepared everything. That night, rain poured across the empire and at the monster fighting mansion. Inside the fighting ring, the people in the stands were frantically shouting, Wah! The echoes were deafening. Fiona sighed. She clutched her head and lamented, My ears are ringing. Sigran stood beside her amidst the noisy crowd below. The monsters were lying flat in the iron cages, with the match manager standing outside with a whip. She wondered in confusion, the match is over, so why are they still shouting? Suddenly, Isaac approached and whispered to her, My lady, the deployment of our people at the entrance is complete. Outside, elite knights were already waiting at the door. The voice of the ringmaster boomed, and the next match is the main event of today. Hearing this, Fiona and Sigran looked down. He said nonchalantly, Is that so? He continued, spreading his arms on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for waiting. Then a cage with a furiously growling monster was brought out. He cheerfully shouted, Today, we will introduce to you, ladies and gentlemen, a monster that has never been revealed before. He pointed at it. Then he approached the cage's lock. Then he opened the cage door and looked inside. Then he loudly introduced the monster found in the Deadlands. The huge monster in the cage was roaring. Seeing it, Fiona was startled. Isaac, surprised, covered his mouth and mumbled, "Monster from the Deadlands. These fools." She leaned her hands on the railing to assess the situation. "Look, it's a ferocious type of monster." The monster attacked its surroundings, roaring loudly, then a blue flash of magic appeared. These nobles were also a bit panicked, asking each other, "Is it safe?" The person being attacked scratched his head and thought to himself, "There's a magic barrier protecting us, so it should be fine." The sound of it banging against the front of his cage continued. The man, unafraid, put his hands behind his head and interlocked them, saying, "It's still holding up for now." Fiona noticed the situation wasn't right. She took off her mask and cloak and commented, "In a little while, the barrier will be broken." Then she asked Isaac, "You said you've properly positioned our people at the entrance, right?" Isaac put his hands behind his back and replied, "Yes." Then the three of them looked down at the fighting ring together. Fiona raised her hand, generating a lightning spell. She began to say, "If that's the case, let's start the plan early." With that, a bolt of lightning from Hearn struck the fighting ring with a sizzling sound. The nobles and spectators looked up in panic. "Huh?" Murmurs began to spread. "Lightning?" A noble among them shouted. Outside, the Night Squadron looked at each other. "Signal." The one who received the order nodded. Fiona shouted, "Now!" Then she raised her hand to cast a spell, her body glowing, her platinum hair flowing, and commanded, "Take them all away now." Cries of pain echoed. "Ooh, ah." Around them, the crowd of spectators was still sitting, chattering noisily as the Night Squadron quickly moved in. They were caught and restrained, shouting in discontent. "Why? Why is this happening?" They yelled, "Where are you taking us?" The owner of the ring hid behind a corner of the wall, too scared to speak. He was sweating profusely as he observed the situation, cursing under his breath. Damn it. The Crown Prince's mind was in turmoil. Why did things turn out like this? He was terrified when someone called him, making him turn around. "Your Highness." That person asked him in a panic, "What is going on?" The Crown Prince yelled back at him, "Damn it, I don't know either." The Crown Prince clutched his head, grimacing, and wondered to himself, "Who the hell is behind this? If I catch them, I won't let them off." He clenched his fist and slammed it on the table. Then he screamed in his mind, "Are you crazy?" As he watched Sigran walk towards the monster. He wondered, in this situation, someone dares to enter the barrier. He took off his hood. The Crown Prince glared, realizing it was him, and thought, that illegitimate son. The Crown Prince watched as he drew the sword at his side and looked at the monster. The door was pushed open again with a slam. A command rang out, "Over there. Catch them." This made both the Crown Prince and the ring owner stare in shock at the knights. The Crown Prince growled in anger. Then he rushed towards the ring owner and yelled at him, "Give me the keys." His hand quickly reached into the man's coat and fumbled around. The ring owner didn't have time to react, letting out a, "Huh?" After the Crown Prince got the keys, he exclaimed, "Found them." Next, he pushed the knights who were coming to arrest him and shouted, "Get out of my way." The leader of the Night Squad shouted the order, "Don't let him escape. Catch him." But the Crown Prince had already run out. He ran for his life, his face pale and panting, cursing under his breath. Damn it. It's all because of that illegitimate bastard. He stood before the door, caging the monsters, kicked it open, and shouted in his mind, "You think I'll let you go?" He looked at the monsters and laughed. He looked at the monster with half a curtain draped over it and said, "This one will be useful." In his hand, he held the jangling keys. His eyes looked at the monster as he asked, "Do you want freedom?" He put the key in the lock and opened it, not forgetting to say, "I'll let you out." The lock sprang open and fell to the ground. The Crown Prince stretched out his hand, stood before the monster, and frantically screamed, "Get out!" The monster was roaring and challenging. He added, "And mince that illegitimate son for me." Finally, Sigran finished dealing with the monsters. He caught his breath. His face splattered with monster blood. The tip of his sword dripped incessantly with blood. On the ground, a monster lay dead. Sigran stabbed it one more time with his sword. He remarked softly, "Rampaging monsters, huh?" In his mind, he thought, if this thing had been released, the number of casualties would have been significant. Fiona's judgment to strike quickly and decisively was correct. He frowned as he looked at the pile of monsters. A knight frantically rushed towards him, calling out, "Your Highness." He quickly glanced back at the knight, pulling out his sword. The knight then shouted a report. "Many more monsters are coming." In the narrow hallway, a crowd of bizarrely shaped monsters pushed and shoved as they rushed forward. Fiona stood at the door, looking down below, startled. She watched them fight the monsters and concluded, it was definitely the right decision to come and check the situation. Someone released the monsters. She looked at the horde. Sigran raised his hand forward and ordered, "Everyone, take up your weapons." Then he shouted again, "Wipe them all out. Don't leave a single one." The monster from before, still alive with blood dripping from its beak, looked towards him. Then the monster roared. Sigran turned and glanced at it, thinking, "This one... The monster charged towards him with ferocity. He couldn't believe it, shouting in his mind, "It's still alive." He was caught off guard, watching it rush towards him. Fiona screamed, "Sigran!" She used lightning magic, gathering it in her hand to attack the monster. Thanks to her call, Sigran snapped back to his senses. The people around were blocked by a barrier. Sigran quickly raised his sword to block. Meanwhile, Fiona reached out towards them, her hand still radiating magic. She shouted, "I need you to deliver the finishing blow." Receiving her word, he quickly swung his sword. Immediately after, he brought it down in a single slash, severing the monster's head from its neck. The monster's head flew and landed behind him. The two remaining knights saw this and looked at each other in astonishment. They were startled and turned back to look at the two of them, exclaiming, "Truly the guardian of winter." In their eyes, Fiona standing with Sigran looked absolutely dazzling. She bent down to examine the monster and commented, "It seems this type of monster must be beheaded to be killed. Let me help eliminate the others too," she offered. Sigran looked at her and objected, "I'll do it with the night squad." Then Fiona turned and looked up at him, saying, "But it would be better to do it with me." She smiled. Sigran also smiled gently at her. Next, he rested his sword on his shoulder, bowed his head, closed his eyes, and said to her, "If you're that worried about me, then give these lips a little kiss." Faced with this surprise, Fiona froze. Then she turned her face away, pouting and frowning. "You've been enjoying life a lot lately, haven't you?" she asked teasingly. Fiona tapped him on the head. Suddenly, from a distance, someone approached with a voice saying, "Hurry, hurry." Then they called out to her, "My lady." That person continued, "You must come over here, sir." Her hand was still pinching his face. They both glanced over at the person who added, "Finally caught him." They said to her, "The owner of the fighting ring." He was brought before them, tied up. Behind her was Aban, wearing a hat that concealed him, with his arms crossed. She stepped towards him. The man, unmasked, looked at her in confusion, wondering, Is that slender girl the one responsible for this whole affair? He couldn't believe his eyes. Fiona smiled and said to him, "Hello, Mr. Cruz." Behind her was Aaron. The man was secretly pleased. "Finally, someone who speaks my language." He continued, "Beautiful lady, if you treat me this way, you will surely regret it later," the man warned her. Fiona looked at him, confused, and asked, "Why?" The man smirked, thinking, "So naive. I should probably scare her a little." Acting on his thought, he threatened, "I'm only telling you this special piece of information. I have many terrifying figures backing me up, you know." He began to list them: Baron Darren, Viscount Owell, and even Count Isaac. Aaron, while taking notes, let out an "oh" in admiration. He smiled in admiration. All of them are neutral parties. "Thanks to this, we should be able to avoid a deficit this year." He wrote non-stop in his notebook. Fiona worried. "They'll probably all be completely cleaned out." He continued to list more. "There's also a person of high status whose name I dare not speak." He paused, then made a condition. "Let me go, and I'll act as if nothing happened. I hope the lady here makes a wise choice." Before he could finish his sentence, a clamor erupted from outside the door. "Ooh!" he screamed. "Let go!" The door was opened. Knights escorted him and the struggling crown prince, who was yelling, "Do you have any idea who I am?" Fiona glanced at him and thought, "The crown prince." The knight beside him said, "There's one more," as he was found inside the fighting ring. They restrained his hands behind his back. He shouted, "Let go!" The crown prince raised his voice. "In this empire, I am ... Before he could finish his sentence, Fiona spoke up. "The what of the empire?" He yelled back, "You. You don't need to know." Fiona stood before him with her arms crossed and said nonchalantly, Well, if that's the case, this gentleman here has just committed another crime of disrespect." Then she ordered, "Kneel." Then the two knights beside him forced him to kneel on the ground. The impact of his knees made him cry out, "Ooh, ah!" Sigran walked towards him. He looked down on him from above and said, "It seems things are all settled over here, huh?" The crown prince glanced at him with fear in his eyes. He angrily and furiously shouted, "You ... You monstrous bastard child. I will definitely kill you." He screamed at himself. Sigran looked down at him and asked, "Huh? You know me, criminal?" The crown prince shouted a curse. "You bastard!" Then he quickly stepped on the man's back and questioned, "You dare shout at a prince?" Sigran crossed his arms as he stepped on him, pinning him to the ground, and said, "I'm curious to know who this person is who dares to be so bold. Let's take a look at the identity of this criminal of unknown origin." He said it gently. Seeing this, the crown prince's face turned pale with fear, and he thought to himself, "No ... don single quote t ... Sigran reached his hand towards him. His hands were clenched tightly. He thought, "Don't ... no ... no." He struggled and shouted, "Take this off." He screamed, "You crazy people!" His face was filled with fear. As he removed the mask, the three of them looked at him, with Fiona and Aaron there as well. Sigran held the mask and smirked. He commented, "Why are you in a place like this, dear brother?" Tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. The crown prince was stunned, thinking to himself, "It's over." His eyes stared at them. The mask was thrown down beside him. He screamed in his mind, "I'm done for." At this time, the news that the crown prince was caught red-handed at the illegal fighting ring spread like wildfire. The upper echelons of society were buzzing with rumors about the crown prince. Upon hearing this news, the emperor flew into a rage. The emperor immediately summoned the prince to question him. Upon meeting his father, the prince immediately knelt before the emperor. He asked, "How dare you bring shame to the honor of the royal family?" The prince became shaky and hastily explained, "Father, I fell into that bastard Sigran's trap." At that, the furious emperor said, "I don't want to hear it anymore, you foolish son." The prince was extremely anxious and tried to explain, but the emperor quickly dismissed him. "I don't want to see your face anymore either. For now, you are forbidden from appearing in high society. Behave yourself and stay in your palace." After saying this, the emperor left with a voice full of hatred. All of this is because of that wretched boy. The prince was so resentful that tears welled up. "I will definitely kill you." The prince then stood up, dazed after his father had left. Definitely. The scene changes to a magnificent, splendid white castle. Libya held both of Fiona's hands and asked, "Why are you so modest, miss?" After the illegal fighting ring incident, a certain blonde-haired young man was so devastated and hopeless that he couldn't stand and collapsed to his knees. His hands touched the ground. He angrily shouted, "Why? Why is it like this?" Thanks to that, Libya was able to refuse the marriage proposal without any trouble. High society also showed sympathy and understanding for Libya's situation. Libya said that for the time being, she would play the role of a pitiful young lady. Fiona assessed Libya as a girl with a very easygoing personality. Aaron seemed to be extremely satisfied as well, which was very much like Aaron, and rightly so. He had seized the assets of so many nobles. Aaron was extremely happy with the bag of gold in his hand, constantly thanking the young lady. "This is enough for me to not worry about finances for a while." Libya, puzzled, turned and whispered to Fiona, "But miss, are you okay?" Even the young lady didn't understand what her blonde-haired friend was saying. "Huh? What's okay?" From a distance, Fiona and Libya saw Sigran surrounded by 2 or 3 girls. After that incident, the prince's reputation skyrocketed. "Look at him. He's so cool now," she remarked. Libya suddenly realized something. "Those two seem to be dating. Is that okay?" Fiona replied with a deadpan expression, "Yeah, probably." Libya exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my, you're so laid back." A moment later, the female lead and the male lead went out to the back of the splendid white flower garden for a walk together. Sigran's expression was completely emotionless. Fiona couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up. "Hey, you were the one surrounded by all those girls earlier. Who else could it be?" "I should be the one with the gloomy face." Sigran, not willing to back down, told Fiona, "Do you think you're the only one who gets annoyed? We're not children anymore, to get jealous over every little thing." Seeing his girl turn her face away, Sigran immediately changed the subject. "Let's drop that. Are you still in contact with Aban?" The young lady quickly replied, "Ah, I just received a letter yesterday." Scene changed to Abel writing a letter to his adopted daughter. In the letter, Abel wrote his thoughts as follows. To Fiona, "I heard you went to investigate the truth of the death. Even for you, it will be very difficult. The work in Hylon has kept him busier, so he probably won't be able to return for a while. Although I won't stop you, I will send you a hybrid dog. It will be useful to you in the Deadlands." At this detail, Sigran paused for a moment, pondering the hybrid dog that Abel mentioned in the letter. Even the recipient of the letter was curious about it. But the next line was even more surprising. She continued reading the letter, and Aban smiled to express his pride for his beloved daughter. "You did well this time. I'm proud of you." During his time away from his master, Sigran missed Abel, wishing for Abel's swift return. Fiona also found it quite amusing and chimed in. "Oh my goodness, you're missing your master already," Sigran said in a jealous tone. "Only with Aban around will those weird guys stop loitering around you." Fiona, seeing this, also played along. That's true." Suddenly Libya appeared, fanning herself with a fan. Along with Arin, with a charming smile that could attract any girl. Fiona thought to herself, what on earth is this situation? Fiona's luxurious and noble dress was being taken off. The sound of ripping, rip, rip, appeared. The whole conversation seemed to have hit a dead end, making Fiona feel awkward. Arin asked, "I don't see what business she has with Lady Libya, do you?" Libya replied, No, Lady Fiona is very busy." Fiona explained, "Lady Libya, I'm really fine. Besides, even if I managed to escape now, the Marquis would find me anyway." After hearing this, Arin whispered a warning to Fiona. "If that's the case, then you must be careful, miss." Fiona, at this moment, was also quite scared, and only managed to mumble, "Yes." Scene changed to Fiona following Arin. Arin, walking on the stone platforms in the grassy field, said, "I'll be direct. Miss, are you even human? Actually, because of matters related to the darkness, I have some doubts about the lady's true identity." Fiona was flustered, but she still smiled and said, "What? I don't understand why you're asking me such a question." Arin smiled back. "You can't exactly tell the reason to the person you're suspecting, can you, miss?" Arin turned his back and walked away. "All right, I'll take that silence as an answer." Fiona hurriedly spoke up. "Hey, wait. How did you come to that conclusion on your own?" Arin turned halfway back to continue the conversation with Fiona. "I apologize in advance if that question made you uncomfortable. I didn't mean it that way. I hope you can forgive me for anything." After finishing his sentence, Arin opened the door and left, leaving Fiona standing alone and bewildered in the middle of the green grassy garden. Huh? What was that? So sudden. She wondered, could he know I'm not the real Fiona? She comforted herself and lying down, she let out a sigh of relief. No. How could he possibly know that? But she still couldn't feel at ease. Thinking about it over and over. If there's no answer, then there's nothing to be done. All right, time to get to work. She held the letter with its incomprehensible text and pondered. I thought the official document would arrive slowly, but it came right on time. It's just that the situation is more critical than I thought. The content of the letter was roughly as follows. A deadline has recently appeared, and its scale is larger than the previous ones. Furthermore, some of the rocky areas were once villages, so there have been casualties. She continued reading. Moreover, many rampaging monsters have appeared around the area, so other regions are also facing difficulties. Honestly, at this moment, a very tragic scene was unfolding in her mind. Fiona, with a very determined expression, thought, the royal family has requested it, so I can't refuse. I must work hard to help as many people as possible. It seems Eunice will be coming too. As the creator, I have to set an example. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door from outside. The person outside spoke up. "Excuse me, my lady. I'm sorry to disturb your rest." She, in the room, called out, "It's all right. What's the matter?" The messenger replied, "There is a person, I don't know if they are a guest or a rogue, who has come here. It must be the lady herself who assesses them." She was surprised. "Huh? What's this?" When she opened the door, a long-haired young man handed her a golden tray. On it was a small letter. "This is a message from the master." Fiona scratched her head, wondering if it was the Duke. The gist of the letter was, "If you don't know, go ask Sigran." Even she had to put a big question mark. What on earth is this message? Fiona told the person who brought her the message, "Please send a message to the prince's palace as well. Tell them that someone has arrived." The long-haired man obeyed Fiona and left. She kept mumbling, "Who could it be?" As soon as she turned back into the house, there was the sound of a heavy jingle, of a strange man with a hood pulled over his head, covered in scratches, with messy clothes, sitting on the sofa. He had taken off his shabby hat. To reveal a head of blonde hair and matching eyebrows, he asked, "Are you Fiona Halo?" To Fiona's bewilderment, the strange young man offered to sit down and talk with the girl. "Let's just sit down and talk comfortably. I've been waiting for you for so long my neck is stiff." Suddenly, Fiona stepped in front of him. The height difference between her and him made her exclaim, "So tall." She answered him, "I am indeed Fiona Harlow. And who are you?" The man was certain that Fiona would recognize him, but no. "Huh, you don't know me." Amidst Fiona's suspicion, "Why does he keep speaking so informally?" she asked further. "Please reveal your identity." To be sure, the guy asked again, "You really don't know?" This time, Fiona got angry. "Because I don't know, I'm telling you to introduce yourself. I really can't stand this annoying guy anymore." Suddenly, she realized something from the letter her foster father had sent her. "Instead, I will send you a hunting dog to help you with the incident in the Deadlands." The moment she realized the hunting dog might be him. Could it be that you're that hunting dog? He gritted his teeth in anger. "What? That Aban guy, what on earth did he introduce me as?" Fiona joked back, "Any dog is cuter than you. I don't know why Aban would suddenly send a coarse man like this here." The guy quickly corrected her. "Guanto. My name is Guanto. You've probably heard this name before, right?" I remember now. Gonto. A character from the original work known as the Dragon King. However, his appearance rate was not high. To be frank, he was just a minor character who wasn't mentioned much. In the original work, this person took on the role of Eunice's bodyguard for a short time. And of course, that was also a plot point that was still very far off. But I never expected to meet Gumto at this time. Guanto plopped down on the chair. "I know about you, miss. A few years ago, I was in Halo for a while." "Really? We've met before?" He replied, "No, I just heard rumors." "What a pity. But it seems the young lady doesn't know anything about me. I'm not one to pay much attention to rumors." Perhaps so. The conversation between Fiona and Gonto was cut short by Sigran, who ran to Fiona's room and threw the door open. Fiona, in a state of confusion, asked, "Sigran, why are you sweating so much? Did you run all the way here?" Sigran ran over only because he heard some strange guy was here. From inside the room, Guanto, sitting arrogantly on the chair, said, "You look pretty good, Sigran." Sigran was surprised. "Gonto, why are you here?" After Fiona's question about their relationship, Sigran replied, "Just a little." Gonto cut in, "Anyway, the Duke was the one who threatened and forced me to come here. My lady, do you still need me? If not, let me go back." "No, of course. You seem quite useful." Sigran wondered, "What's this for again?" Fiona explained, "This time we are going to the Deadlands at the Royal Palace. If we can take the knights and soldiers of Halo, we can create a gap in the guard post." "Wait a minute, the Deadlands. Why are we going there?" "I'll explain later. Now is not the time to worry about that." Suddenly, Sigran turned to stare into Fiona's eyes, making her feel self-conscious. At this moment, Fiona had no idea that Sigran had registered for the position of chief officer in charge of the division. Scene change. All three of them, including Fiona, Gonto, and Sigran, are on horseback. Fiona turns to ask Sigran, although I know you care a lot about me, I didn't expect you to go this far. Guanto spoke up with admiration. That's the power of love. Anyway, don't you have a formidable rear guard? Fiona replied, and you're the king of mercenaries. What more could I need? Guanto replied, I only came here to protect you. Huh, he's more honest than I thought. Suddenly everything became quiet. A moment later, Fiona turned to ask Guanto, I'm suddenly a bit curious, Guanto. Can I ask how the Duke threatened you? It was nothing special. I once killed a nobleman, and the Duke promised to keep it a secret for me. The truth is, that trashy nobleman kidnapped children and women, and committed horrible, depraved acts. He made all the victims want to commit suicide. But anyway, I ended his life before letting the friends die. And that needed the Duke's help to cover up. Yeah. Right? Now that I see your reaction, it seems pretty normal. Fiona asked further, was your choice really forced upon you under someone else's control? He replied, I understand why Sigran is so worried about you. Fiona denied it. What are you talking about? Scene changed to nighttime at a rest stop midway. The residence of Viscount Aban. Fiona and Sigran entered the palace. Viscount Aban and the Viscountess Aban welcomed them very enthusiastically. Please come in. It is a great honor for us to receive His Highness the Prince. The Viscount's daughters also came out to greet them. The two introduced their 3 daughters. While Sigran stood with a serious and straight posture, Fiona bowed to express her gratitude. Thank you for your trouble today. Wow, the young ladies are my age. The Viscount's family welcomed them very kindly. Well, everyone must be tired. We will show you to your rooms right away. Follow me. Upon reaching his room, Sigran plopped down on a chair and let out a sigh of relief. Phew, I haven't even had a chance to say a word to Fiona today. He sat on the chair, thinking about Fiona. No, I have to go and ask her for a kiss. Just as he opened the door, the Viscount's daughter stood before Sigran's door with a seductive voice. Your Highness, where are you going at this late hour? Sigran replied in a serious tone. Viscount's daughter, is something the matter? Before he could finish his sentence, the Viscount's daughter pretended to fall into Sigran's arms to embrace him. Tonight, can I be with your Highness? Sigran's face darkened. He quickly and politely tried to send the Viscount's daughter away. Miss, Sigran called out softly, as she was now leaning against his sturdy shoulder. Seeing this, his face fell for a moment before he continued, If your father forced you to come here, please go back. Hearing this, she hugged him tighter, her mouth gently denying it. No, sir. She looked up at Sigran with her knowing purple eyes, her brown hair swaying with each gust of wind. She smiled coquettishly. It was all my idea, Your Highness. As she lightly ran her hand over Sigran's body, she shyly said, It's a little embarrassing for me to say it myself. Me, am I not pretty good? As she said this, she pointed to herself, her eyes half closed, a cunning smile on her lips. Up until now, wherever I go, I've never, ever been rejected, she whispered softly in his ear. Not good, Sigran thought to himself, his emotionless eyes staring at her for a long time. To me... Suddenly his gaze unconsciously softened, as the image of someone else appeared in his mind. It was the image of a beautiful girl with platinum blonde hair. That girl had fair skin like snow, a face as exquisitely crafted as a doll's. And the most striking feature on that beautiful face was her pair of ruby-red pupils, sparkling like expensive gems. The beauty of that girl appeared in every line of Sigran's thoughts. He silently admired her. Besides Fiona, other girls mean nothing. Returning to reality, in front of Sigran now, the daughter of Marquis Aban was still there. Looking at her, he sighed to himself again. Huh, this is such a headache. It would be better to send an assassin. I'd slice them in half right away. Sigran lowered his head. He thought to himself, Fiona is going to nag me again. Thinking of Fiona, his face fell. Sigran, you have to be polite to the young ladies. T-sk. He clicked his tongue at the bewildered expression of the young lady from the house of Marquis Aban. He just silently walked towards the door, saying as he went, If you're not leaving, miss, then I will. Hearing this, she was bewildered, her face frozen. Wait a moment, sir. Her voice called after him. Along with Sigran's receding back, her calls grew louder and louder. Your Highness. Your Highness. In another place, at this time in a certain room, Fiona was showing a surprised expression. Her ruby eyes were wide with astonishment. She exclaimed, What? She tried to seduce him with her body. At this, she clutched her stomach and burst out laughing. My goodness, so our prince is quite the catch, isn't he? In contrast to Fiona's amused expression, Sigran's face was grim. He said sulkily, I knew it would be like this. In response to his pout, Fiona playfully said, Does my laughing so hard annoy you? Fiona propped her chin on her hand, leisurely commenting, Anyway, that young lady's courage is quite admirable, isn't it? It seems she quite likes Sigran. I didn't expect her to play so hard. Sigran, you're the type that kills people with your manliness. She talked for a moment and then burst out laughing. Sigran, sitting beside her, could only look at her helplessly. He leaned back in his chair and said helplessly, So interesting, huh? Fiona was still smiling brightly. She raised a finger high and said cheerfully, Of course. Who would have thought that tiny little kid would grow up like this? As she was chattering away, a sudden sound interrupted her story. Hic! Fiona was startled, her face clearly showing her hiccup. Hic! Hic! I laughed too hard. Now I'm paying for it, Fiona said bitterly. Along with her voice, the hiccups continued without stopping. Sigran looked at her. He sighed. That's right. Then he slowly reached for the teacup on the table and pushed it towards her. He gently said, Drink slowly. With his other hand, he gently rubbed her back, soothing her hiccups. Thank you, she replied. Ooh, it won't stop. Her face contorted in pain. Hic. Looking at the calm Sigran, she continued, Hiccups. Getting a scare will make it better. Scare me, Sigran. Looking at her, Sigran asked in surprise, Really? I can do anything, you know, he said, his face turning serious. Hurry up, Fiona urged. Well then, Sigran said, glancing gently at her. He gently lifted her small, beautiful chin, then lightly caressed her soft lips. Fiona looked at him in confusion, her ruby-like eyes wide with astonishment. Her cheeks turned a rosy pink, too shy to speak. Sigran reached his hand towards her, his eyes looking at her with deep affection. He said, How about this? Fiona looked at him shyly, her cheeks flushed red, strands of platinum hair falling to cover her exquisite face. I get it. Don't drag it out, Sigran. We're on a date, but constantly kissing is a bit weird, Fiona said shyly, looking at Sigran. On the other side, Sigran suddenly lunged towards her, getting close. He gently lifted her small face. Suddenly, he placed a passionate kiss on her lips. Smack, smack. The ambiguous sounds echoed softly in the empty room. The image of two people, wrapped in a passionate embrace, appeared. Siren ... slowly, Fiona thought. She moaned softly. I can't breathe. Fiona lay dreamily in Sigran's arms. She whispered, Placing Fiona down on the chair, Sigran gently moved closer, pressing her body down onto the chair. Then he reached out, lifted a lock of her platinum hair, and sniffed it gently. His voice whispered, "I'm sorry, Fiona." Hearing this, Fiona felt shy. Her cheeks flushed red. She started sweating. What? It feels like I've become prey, she thought to herself. Sigran sat beside her, smirking. He chuckled softly, his mouth forming a grin as he said, "I was just planning to kiss you, but I don't know how it went so far." As he spoke, he lifted a lock of Fiona's hair. "If you go any further, you're going to get a beating." Fiona sat up straight, she said angrily. Sigran smirked to himself. He raised his hands in a gesture of innocence and said, "I'm also having a hard time holding back any longer, so I won't go any further." As he said that, he glanced at her, smiled lightly, and muttered, "Smack." A surprise kiss was gently placed on her slender shoulder. She cried out angrily, "Sigran." Seeing this, he quickly continued, "Doing this will stop the hiccups, so that's why I did it. Let's go to sleep now, Fiona." The sky had darkened, and night seemed to envelop the world. The room, which seemed so noisy just a moment ago, had now returned to its usual quietness. On the chair, Fiona was still sitting with a grim face. She unconsciously leaned back into the chair. She reached out and lightly touched her lips. A little warmth from the boy still lingered. She thought to herself, "I don't understand why ... I feel a great sense of anticipation for the next time." In the silent night, the sound of the girl with golden hair's racing heart echoed, as if tearing through the quiet sky. Perhaps this was the beginning of a newly blossomed love. Thump, thump. Thump, thump. Thump, thump. In the night sky tonight, the starry scene has been swallowed by the intensity of the first rain of the season. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter, whoosh. In another space, at the same time, a tea party was taking place in the greenhouse today. A lovely pink invitation card was being held up by some hand. "I wonder if I can meet her at the tea party." An image of a blonde-haired girl appeared, looking like an angel. The girl had striking blonde hair that cascaded down her back. With sparkling rose quartz-colored eyes, her cheeks were rosy as she softly called out, "Lady Fiona Highland." Pitter-patter, the sound of raindrops seemed to envelop the entire sky. By the window frame now, Fiona was standing with her legs crossed, a pretty invitation in her hand. "I would like to invite you to attend the tea party at the greenhouse this afternoon. I hope you can spare some time to attend. Lady Viscountess Hitler Aden." Fiona looked at the letter, her brow slightly furrowed. Leaning back, she sighed and said to herself, "Ugh, this person, isn't she the one who was playing games with Sigran yesterday?" Fiona propped her chin on her hand and thought. She tilted her head slightly and thought, "Should I go to a tea party organized by someone like that? There's no reason for me to care. They were the one in the wrong. Who knows? I might even meet Eunice at the tea party." "Hello." After thinking for a while, Fiona looked at the man cowering in front of her. She said, "Please pass on my message. I am very happy to accept this invitation." Time quietly passed, and soon it was late afternoon. On the corridor now, the slow footsteps of a few girls echoed continuously. "Ah, Lady Eunice," Fiona exclaimed happily. On the other side, the blonde-haired girl also smiled brightly. She replied, "Lady Fiona." Fiona looked at the beautiful girl before her, then asked, "Lady Eunice, were you invited too?" Eunice nodded upon hearing that. She politely said, "Yes. Even though I'm accompanying Lady Fiona, I can't see her face continuously." Eunice showed a look of regret. On the corridor now, The usual silence was broken by the lively laughter and conversation of the two ladies. Following them were two maids. Fiona looked at Eunice and said cheerfully, "Because I came on horseback." Eunice put her hand on her chin. Her cheeks flushed red. She said shyly, "Anyway, please ride in the carriage with me. It's so boring sitting in the carriage alone." Fiona looked at Eunice. She smiled gently and thought to herself, "It seems she's surrounded by knights and soldiers, so she must be lonely." As they walked, they chatted, and before they knew it, they had both arrived. As soon as they reached the door, a brown-haired young man spoke elegantly. "Please come in. This way to the greenhouse." As he spoke, he slowly opened the door. Before them now was a scene dyed in the green of nature and plants. "The lady is waiting for you inside," he added. "Oh my goodness." A feminine voice rang out softly, breaking the silence that enveloped the garden. A beautiful arm reached up, gently touching the warm locks of hair. "Lady Fiona, Lady Eunice. Thank you for accepting my invitation. I was waiting for you," the brown-haired girl said with a bright smile. Fiona stared at her for a long time, and then exclaimed to herself, "Wow, what a magnificent beauty. And such a beauty is falling for Sigran." As she thought, she and Eunice stepped closer to the party table. Lady Viscountess Hitler Aden smiled cheerfully. She said, "Well, please have a seat." Fiona and Eunice slowly sat down in their chairs. They expressed their gratitude. "Yes, thank you." Hitler smiled brightly, her eyes looking towards Fiona. Her hand rose, gesturing towards a lady beside her. She introduced, "This is the lady of the neighboring land." On the other side of the chair, another brown-haired young lady also smiled cheerfully. She turned her head to look at Fiona and Eunice, then smiled brightly. She said, "It's an honor to meet the two famous ladies of Sagan." Opposite her sat Fiona. Fiona looked at them. Her eyes slightly narrowed. She replied calmly, "Yes, I hope for everyone's cooperation." A strange atmosphere seemed to be enveloping the entire garden. Fiona glanced over at Hitler. She still had a bright smile on her face. However, the way she was looking at her had a somewhat wicked feel to it. Fiona thought to herself, "Huh? That look feels a little off, doesn't it?" Back in reality, the strange atmosphere Fiona felt was still there. However, on the surface, the garden seemed to be filled with joy. Eunice gently looked at Fiona. Then she smiled and asked, "I heard that Lady Hylon is from the north." Fiona heard this and gently replied, "That's right." Eunice, encouraged, asked further, "It must have been very difficult for you, right?" "I heard that a very savage and cruel sorcerer lives there," Eunice said worriedly. Fiona, hearing what Eunice said, did not deny it. She looked at Eunice gently. She said calmly, "Any land inhabited by people is the same." Although she said this out loud, in her heart she was silently dissatisfied. Oh my. That rumor has spread all the way here. Opposite her now, Lady Aden was cheerfully propping up her chin. She chuckled softly and said, "The rumor has spread, so that's why I'm saying it. I heard ... Your bloodline is a bit special, isn't it?" Fiona was somewhat stunned to hear that. She looked at her. Seeing that, she continued, "Originally, you weren't from Hylon. As far as I know, you are an illegitimate child," she said, smirking. Her voice was somewhat mocking. Boom! A single sentence from Hitler was like an invisible gunshot that started a battle. The strange atmosphere in the garden was now palpable. Under the invisible pressure from the ladies, the cheerful atmosphere that was present was gradually being swallowed by an indescribable stuffiness. In such an atmosphere, Fiona's voice rang out softly. "That's right. That's not wrong. I am an illegitimate child. I have always known that, Fiona said gently. A faint smile was on her delicate face. Hey. Hitler frowned internally. She thought, in a critical tone, she then said, furthermore, that real family. Before she could finish her sentence, Fiona quickly added, right. That family's assets were confiscated for drug trafficking. I was the one who reported them. Fiona looked at her. She gave a cold smile and said calmly. Hearing this, Hitler raised an eyebrow. She flicked her hand and said in a sarcastic tone, oh my goodness, if it were me, I probably couldn't have done that. No matter the reason to betray your own family. As she said this, she glanced at Fiona. She smirked and continued, that is the act of a beast. Fiona narrowed her eyes and looked at her, her ruby-red eyes emitting an icy chill. A silent, suffocating atmosphere once again enveloped the entire garden. Under the harsh words uttered by Hitler, Eunice angrily shouted, wait a minute. In a fit of anger, someone's hand gently stopped Eunice. She said in a daze, Lady Fiona ... Fiona didn't look at her but at Hitler. She said emotionlessly, all right. So what is it you want to say? Hearing this, Hitler got angry. She yelled loudly, huh? I mean, you need to know your place. So what if you were lucky enough to become the eldest daughter of the Hylon family? As a noble lady, you must know your limits. Creak. A small sound rang out, catching Fiona's attention. She was slightly startled and looked at the door that had been slightly ajar. Opposite her, Hitler was still wailing. So miss, also ... Ignoring Hitler's words, Fiona was now looking at the door. On the other side, Sigran was leaning against the door. He glanced at her, then smiled. Fiona thought to herself, Sigran. Bam bam. A loud noise rang out, breaking her train of thought. Hitler angrily slammed her hand on the table. Then she pointed at herself and said, why is Lady Fiona looking elsewhere? Don't you see I'm talking to you? She said angrily. I still have a few things to say to you. Miss, you're staying as a guest in someone else's mansion. Yet you're seducing His Highness. My maid saw everything and told me all about it last night. Fiona listened grimly to what she said, as she was still engrossed in her own story. Suddenly, a lock of brown hair fell down, as if to end her boring story. Ah, but there's one thing the clever Lady Arden hasn't grasped yet, Fiona said nonchalantly. Hitler was now cowering, her eyes wide, beads of sweat rolling down her pale face. Double quotes, ... is that I have both power and authority, both of which are in my hands, Fiona said, as she stood up. She walked slowly towards the door. Furthermore ... Fiona waved her hand. Click. The door that had been closed all this time suddenly swung open. A surprisingly familiar figure appeared. Your Highness the Prince. Hitler stammered, trembling with shock. That ... that thing ... As she said this, she blushed and turned away, her body shrinking. Fiona then walked over to Sigran's side. She thought to herself, because of what happened yesterday, she can't even lift her head now. Placing a hand on his chest, Fiona turned her head slightly to look at her. She said, Lady Hitler Aden, I will give you one last piece of advice. As she spoke, to everyone's astonishment, Fiona reached out and hugged Sigran, pulling him towards her. Smack! A light kiss suddenly touched Sigran's lips. Under the surprised gazes of everyone ... Fiona held Sigran tightly. She said clearly, don't be greedy for other people's men. Hearing this, Sigran blushed. He looked at her shyly. This one belongs to me, you hear? Fiona thought to herself. Hitler Aden now trembled with anger. Her eyes narrowed, she bit her lip hard, and her breathing became heavy. Gasp, gasp. Slam. Hitler slammed her hand hard on the table. She jumped to her feet, turned around, and said as if giving an order, then hurriedly left. Another lady in a green dress called after her. "Oui, Lady Hitler." "Wait!" Then she quickly ran off. Slam. Now, only 3 figures remained in the garden. Fiona looked at the door. She said repeatedly, "She's gone." "It's better to do that to make her give up," she said, then glanced at Sigran. Her eyes narrowed slightly, her mouth murmuring, "Right. See Sigran." Looking at him, he was now shyly covering his reddened face with one hand. Seeing this, Fiona couldn't help but wonder, "What's wrong with your face? Snap out of it. We did more than that yesterday." Hearing this, Sigran shyly scratched his head, his cheeks flushed red. His eyes were tightly shut. "My feelings and yours are different," he said shyly. Seeing this, Fiona pressed on, questioning him further. "Anyway, it was just a light peck on the lips." Yesterday. In the midst of her chatter, Fiona's voice suddenly stopped as a sound was emitted. Cough, cough. Eunice coughed lightly. Looking at Eunice, Fiona was startled. She thought in panic, "That's right. Lady Eunice." Looking at Eunice now, a girl with hair as golden as the sun was sitting there shyly. Her cheeks were flushed red, her eyes wide open. Fiona looked at Eunice. She panicked and covered her head with her hands. Her eyes squinted, and she broke out in a sweat. "Excuse me, I'll leave the 2 of you alone." Eunice jumped to her feet. She shouted in embarrassment. Fiona averted her face and burst into tears. She raised her 2 hands to stop her, her mouth shyly explaining, "Ah, no, we'll go outside." "Let's go, Your Highness. We have to prepare for tomorrow's march." As she said this, Fiona hurriedly pulled Sigran away in embarrassment. Eunice, behind them, shyly squeezed her eyes shut, clenching her hands tightly. Time continued to pass. The next day, somewhere else. Majestic mountains, babbling streams. Green covered everywhere. Beneath this beauty, a bustling crowd of cart drivers was preparing for something. Noisy, noisy. In this poetic scene, the thought that one would have at this moment would be, "I need to rest." However, some people were not so lucky. Fiona was sitting on a rock by a blue stream. She covered her face and sobbed. Her voice was weak. "It's over, it's over. I absolutely cannot ride in the same carriage as Lady Eunice." She helplessly held her head. Beside her, Sigran was standing with his hands on his hips. As he picked up a small stone, he said, "What's the big deal about that?" Hearing this, Fiona yelled loudly at him, "To me it is." She thought helplessly, "I tried to get closer to test Eunice's power, but in front of her, I threatened someone else and even flaunted my relationship." As she spoke, Fiona hugged her legs dejectedly. Her face was grim. She replayed the past events in her mind, from directly threatening Hitler to kissing Sigran in a public place. She thought dejectedly, "I wonder what she thinks of me now." On the other side, Sigran was throwing the stone he was holding into the water's surface. Splash. He snorted lightly and then said resentfully, "You like her that much?" Plink, plink, plink. The sound of the stone skipping across the water mingled with Fiona's affirmative voice. "She's cute." Ever since the tea party, every time she saw her, she would blush. Hearing Fiona's words, Sigran no longer looked at her but turned away resentfully. He said with a scowl, "I didn't even know that." "Huh?" Seeing Sigran turn away resentfully, Fiona narrowed her eyes, looked at him, and then wondered to herself, "What's wrong? Is he jealous?" Then she simply let it go. Taking a deep breath of the fresh air, Fiona stretched. She thought to herself, well, it's true. The two of them have to fall in love for Eunice to come to her senses and save the world, right? Taking a deep breath of the fresh air. That method doesn't seem to be working. One wish I had a hint this time. Lost in her aimless thoughts, the appearance of the blonde-haired lady completely captured Fiona's attention. Sigran, I'll be right back, Fiona said to Sigran, and then hurriedly ran off. Whoosh! What? Where are you going? Sigran asked, watching her with curiosity. Fiona glanced at him, sweat beading on her forehead. She said, I'm going to rescue an innocent girl. In the green forest at this moment, somewhere else, Eunice was standing there. Looking at the scene in front of her, she exclaimed to herself, excellent. Being alone is the most comfortable. As she spoke, her eyes lit up. She smiled happily. There were too many people in the procession, so I was a little tired. Lost in her thoughts, a hand from that person unexpectedly grabbed Eunice. Smack. The hand gently placed itself on the pretty young lady's shoulder. Seeing this, Eunice was startled. Her eyes widened. She turned her head in panic. The other man continued, Miss, what are you doing here? Let's play together. The rough-looking man looked at her and then laughed. Beside him, a bald, scarred man also grinned. Let go of me. Eunice struggled to break free. The rough-looking man now leaned in slightly, placing a hand on Eunice's slender shoulder. He said nonchalantly, Hey, don't talk so much. Drowning in worry and fear, a feminine voice suddenly rang out from behind the two ruffians. She is indeed very beautiful. Fiona, at this moment, was angry. Her eyes narrowed as she looked at the two men. She said in a stern voice, You two, let her go now. Fiona commanded. On the other side, Eunice was looking worriedly at Fiona. Miss, she thought to herself. What the heck is she talking about? The bald man beside her burst out laughing. He said provocatively. On one side, the rough man also stepped forward. As he walked, he praised her. She looks pretty good too. Come on, you come over here too. Thump, thump. As he spoke, he stepped closer to Fiona. On this side, Fiona, hearing this, got angry. She thought, it seems these guys don't know me and Eunice. Fiona glared at them. A bright red flame erupted from her hand. Well then, I'll just have to show you who I am. The flame, just about to incinerate them, suddenly had to stop due to the appearance of someone else. Wait! A deep male voice rang out softly. He put his hand on Fiona's wrist, stopping her. At the same time, he whispered, You don't need to get your hands dirty with things like this. The appearance of the man made the two thugs afraid. They looked at him and then fearfully backed away. Their mouths mumbled, The Mercenary King... Guanto. Over here, a tall man with tanned skin put his hand out to block Fiona. He said, Let me handle this. The rough-looking man now began to get scared. His voice was weak. I didn't know she was one of your people, Guanto. I was just about to let her go, so please forgive us this time. As he spoke, he raised his hands to explain. The bald man on this side also looked at Eunice fearfully. He urged, Come on, let's go. Quick. The burly man continued, Since the person has returned, we'll consider this matter closed. As he was about to retreat, a hand suddenly grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. If I let you go, the Duke will scold me. Guanto held him by the collar with one hand. Then he looked at Fiona and said gently, Hey, boss, should I cut off their precious parts and hang them up? He turned his head to Fiona and asked, while the burly man was sweating and trembling with fear. Hearing this, Fiona hesitated and thought, Placing a hand on her chin, she said to herself, no, that's a bit much. Hearing her say that, the ruffians showed immense relief. The bald man bowed his head, kneeling, and said gratefully, "Thank you very much, sir. I won't do things like this again. I'm so glad you've forgiven me." The bald man rubbed the back of his neck with one hand, his face covered in sweat. A bolt of lightning suddenly struck the very spot where he was standing. Asterisk zap. "Ease!" Fiona looked at him and shouted. "Who said I forgive you?" Ah! He screamed in terror. His face contorted. Over here, Fiona was gently comforting Eunice. She smiled reassuringly and said softly, "Miss, it would be better if you close your eyes. I'll cover your hands for you." Eunice looked at Fiona, her eyes full of gratitude. Then she replied, "Yes. Oh, yes." Eunice now followed Fiona's advice and closed her eyes tightly. Fiona raised her hands to cover Eunice's hands. Fiona turned to Guanto and said calmly, "Then don't do it all at once, but do it slowly." "Yes," Guanto replied. Hearing Fiona's cruelly terrifying words, the ruffians trembled with fear. They screamed, "Ah! Ah!" amidst the utter confusion of the foolish ruffians. Fiona tilted her head slightly, then smiled at them. She said in a raised voice, "Before that, remember my eyes, okay? So that next time, you don't mess with the wrong person." Hearing this, the two ruffians cried out. The one being held by the collar whimpered, "Yes, we are very sorry, ladies." The bald man beside him also collapsed helplessly. He thought in pain, "Can we just forget what happened?" Guanto then looked at Fiona and said, "Even though the sermon is over... Now, his eyes suddenly narrowed, a flash of coldness passing through them. He said softly, "I will carry out the sentence." Thump! Thump! Ah! A scream of pain suddenly erupted from the burly thug. Then Guanto continued, "Next." Another scream was let out. "Next." In a different scene, night has fallen. Two young men in military uniforms are frowning at something. They are trembling and sweating. Before their eyes now are corpses hanging with a white flag of surrender. Sigran stared at the scene before him. He was silent for a long time. After a while, Sigran tilted his head slightly. His brow furrowed as he said, "This place has been completely swallowed by darkness." As he spoke, he looked into the distance. The scene before him was a desolate ruin. The fortress in front looked like it could collapse at any moment. Red flames seemed to swallow everything. Black smoke covered everywhere. Stepping inside, Sigran gently bent down. He touched the shoulder of a man who was kneeling. Suddenly, upon touching him, his body dissolved like a puff of smoke, and then drifted away with the wind. Sigran watched without saying anything. Standing beside him was KLS. He asked, "These bodies can't be saved anymore." "Your Highness, what should we do?" he asked, puzzled. Sigran didn't look at him, but crossed his arms and said, "We will set up a base in its direction. Even when we officially begin, we must still eliminate all the monsters in the forest." Hearing this, KLS wondered and asked, "Wouldn't it be better for Lady Fiona to stay with the researchers from the academy? It seems like there's quite a lot of work." But Sigran couldn't help but sigh. Looking at Erez, he said seriously, "If it were you, you certainly wouldn't let the person you love go to such a dangerous place, would you?" Swish! In a different space of a different timeline, Fiona's slow footsteps seemed to pull Sigran out of his memories. Standing before him now, Fiona called out, "Hey, you need to distinguish between public and private matters," Fiona said, reaching out to touch Sigran. In that sweet moment, their eyes were locked in each other's gaze. Fiona whispered softly, "This isn't the place to do that," she said gently, and pulled him closer. Pressing close to him, she whispered, "You know that, right?" Sigran looked at her with resentful eyes. He mumbled to himself. The beauty trap worked. Then lowered his head. Beside him, Fiona smiled innocently at him. She said gently, "Because we received an order from the Emperor. I came here to work." Hearing this, Sigran sighed. He rubbed his head, furrowed his brow and said, "Let's go for a little walk." He suggested, "Okay." Fiona cheerfully accepted. Sigran looked and then asked again, "But if you're here, who will take your place?" Fiona, hearing this, playfully said, "Well, I can still direct everyone." While the two were engrossed in their conversation, in the distance, the image of a young soldier smiling as he approached. As he walked, he commented, "The relationship between you two is still as good as before, I see." Despite the man, Fiona still frowned at Sigran. Her lips pouted in a sulk. "What on earth are you thinking?" Then looking at the two men in front, Fiona said playfully, "Oh my, you two look exactly the same as when you were kids, even though you've both grown up so fast." Fiona's words were cut short when the sound of metal clashing with the ground suddenly echoed. Fiona was slightly startled. Her eyes widened as she looked at the object on the ground. She gently picked it up and said, "Ah, Kaiying, you dropped this." Kaiying cheerfully reached out to take it, smiling brightly and saying, "Ah, thank you." Fiona asked further, "Is this yours, Kiyoung?" She wondered. Kiyoung held the necklace in his hand. He asked Fiona cheerfully, "Yes. Do you want to see it?" It was just a simple bronze chain. What was striking was that the pendant could be detached. Inside, the image of a gentle woman suddenly appeared. Click. "This is my wife who's back in our hometown. Before I left, she was already pregnant," Kong said shyly. He rubbed his head with one hand, while the other held the necklace. Fiona looked at Kiyoung with complete bewilderment. Her mouth hung open in astonishment. She said in surprise, "Oh my goodness. Why didn't you tell me? And why aren't you at home with her? What are you doing here?" Fiona grumbled. Hearing this, Kiyoung just laughed quietly. He said gently, "There's no other way, because this is a mission, you see. Even so, I'll be back before her due date, so don't worry," he said. Click, clack. Hearing this, Fiona thought to herself, "Aban, he's really cruel." Then she looked at Kiyoung and smiled brightly, saying, "All right. I'll do my best to help you complete the mission as soon as possible so you can go back to her." Kiyoung, hearing this, was immensely grateful. He said cheerfully, "Thank you so much." In another place, not in the same timeline, Guanto was now standing, pointing forward. He said emotionlessly, "I'm done." Then he looked at Fiona and gently reprimanded her. "No matter what the reason, if you shoot lightning in the forest, my troops will be scared." Fiona at this time smiled innocently. Then she said to herself, "Even so, thanks to you, everything has been resolved." Guanto, hearing this, remained silent. Suddenly, Fiona caught sight of a familiar figure. She called out happily, "Ah, Lady Eunice." The lovely blonde-haired girl, upon hearing her name, turned her head slightly and said with a bright smile, "Lady Fiona." Walking slowly towards Eunice, Fiona asked softly, "I wonder if your power can restore this dead land?" She wondered. In response to Fiona, Eunice said regretfully, "Although it's possible, this is also the first time I've seen a dead land this vast. It's because I'm not capable enough." Eunice blamed herself sadly. Hearing this, Fiona looked at the young lady. Another woman's voice rang out. She said firmly, "That's not true, miss. There is only one census, but there are many deadlands. It was already too much for one person to bear from the beginning." Hearing this, Eunice's eyes lit up. Encouraged, Fiona continued to console her. That's right. It's not because Lady Eunice isn't capable enough. Don't worry anymore. Let's take it slow. Agreeing with Fiona's opinion, another person spoke up. That's right, we'll help you. Another voice kindly comforted. Miss, don't worry too much, you'll get sick. Before the warm sympathy from everyone. Eunice was moved, her voice trembling. Everyone. In her heart at this moment there was a change. Everyone believes in me. I can't keep being scared like this forever. The lovely rose quartz eyes were now different. Hidden within those eyes now was the resilience and unyielding spirit of the once lovely blonde girl. Snapping out of her thoughts, Eunice now spoke up. I'm sorry for making everyone worry. I will do my best. Fiona looked at her and smiled happily, then said, That's a good attitude. Another cheerful voice also rang out. At this rate, the mission will surely end quickly. Eunice was startled and worried. She said tremblingly, That thing. Anyway. That voice cheerfully rang out again. Just kidding. Contrary to the cheerfulness of Fiona's group at this time. In another place, at the same time, the figure of a woman wearing a black cloak. She was kneeling on the ground. Whoosh! Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly blew by, knocking off her hood. Her platinum blonde hair was thus let loose, flowing like a snake, its length touching the ground. Her eyes were closed, strands of golden hair flying and covering her lovely face. Suddenly her eyes slowly opened, revealing pupils as red as blood. She looked into the distance with lifeless eyes. Even more peculiar, this face was identical to Fiona Halo's. Back with Fiona's group. The sky was clear blue, the air somewhat gentle. On the steep slope, 4 people were still toiling their way up. The silence of the atmosphere was suddenly broken when Fiona spoke up. But, is there no way to eliminate the existence of the darkness? Fiona tilted her head slightly. She raised her hand to brush her hair. Her cheeks were lightly flushed. She said calmly. Behind her now, another brown-haired girl was rubbing her forehead. In her hand, she was holding a handkerchief to wipe away her sweat. She looked at her and said in surprise, Oh, you speak just like Marquis Clovis. Do you know the Marquis? She asked again. Of course I do. Fiona smiled brightly. She replied cheerfully. Behind her, Eunice was now frowning. She panted, her mouth silently complaining, This hill is so steep. Beside her was the presence of a young man. He was kindly offering his hand to help. Returning to Fiona's story, the brown-haired girl raised a hand to point at the group. She smiled and said, He is the biggest sponsor of the academy. He is also very popular with the ladies. Under the surreal description of the brown-haired woman, the image of Arend Clovis appeared with an outstanding appearance. His fiery red hair, like the sun, would capture the hearts of the coldest girls. His amber eyes seemed to be able to understand life. The brown-haired girl proudly added, Everyone greatly admires him. And besides that, he is a very wonderful person. All 3 said in unison. Thinking of Arend Clovis's appearance, Fiona quietly rubbed her chin. Her eyes slightly narrowed. She exclaimed to herself, Ah, that's right. He's handsome. Of course. Why wouldn't he be? Burst out of her mouth. A stream of memories about him was slowly flowing through Fiona's mind. The brooch made of magic stones suddenly appeared. As if to remind her of that day, she thought to herself, Even so, although he is very hard-working, Aaron is indeed a very wonderful, albeit very suspicious character. The brown-haired woman's voice rang out once more, pulling Fiona from her thoughts. She said slowly, Actually, we are also researching with the goal of eliminating the darkness. Fiona stood beside her, listening silently. The brown-haired woman continued, but it's very rare to get a big result. She was silent, regretful. Magic power and darkness, the divine power of God. Although we have discovered that they all have a symbiotic relationship with each other. Fiona silently listened to the brown-haired woman speak. She smiled to herself, quietly looking at her, and then gently saying, "Divine power is a power completely opposite to magic power." Hearing this, the brown-haired woman looked at her in astonishment. She showed a look of curiosity. Seeing this, Fiona continued to explain, "Magic power is basically a property similar to darkness. Magic and magic stones also interact with each other." Eunice, walking behind them, also stood silently listening. She looked at Fiona with curious eyes. Fiona smiled. She looked at the brown-haired girl and said cheerfully, "So if you study it, you'll have your answer." The brown-haired girl looked at her, slightly stunned, and she exclaimed in amazement, "You know so much, don't you?" As she said this, she smiled and exclaimed in admiration, "I'm so happy to meet someone who shares the same interest." Looking at Fiona, she slowly introduced herself. "My name is Jane. You can just call me Jane." Hearing this, Fiona cheerfully replied, "I'm Fiona Green. The Green family is often attacked by demons, so I'm always interested in this topic. I hope you'll take care of me," Fiona said with a bright and sincere smile. And so they walked on and on. By then, the sky had darkened, and the air had become colder. The conversation between Jane and Fiona was still ongoing. Jane looked at Fiona. She said cheerfully, "I have a question I want to ask you. Miss, why do you think the darkness has been more active lately?" Jane asked with curiosity. But Fiona's face fell when she heard this. She sighed and said, "That's a difficult question." As she spoke, she thought to herself, "Actually, I'm very curious too. Everyone in this world thinks darkness is a natural disaster." But Fiona's face fell when she heard this. She sighed and said, "That's a difficult question." As she spoke, she thought to herself, "Actually, I'm very curious too. Everyone in this world thinks darkness is a natural disaster. If 1 or 2 darknesses appear within a year, that area will become chaotic. The dead land will recover to some extent after a long time. However, recently, darkness has been appearing frequently, and everyone is feeling scared. Many people are curious about the reason why the darkness has erupted just like now." Lost in her own thoughts, Fiona was startled back to reality when she realized she had arrived at her destination. Jane was now gently bending down. She placed a hand on the dry, barren land. She said softly, "Some people say that lately, the fact that darkness appears so frequently, so clearly ... Rustle, rustle. The sound of rustling leaves echoed softly with each of Jane's words. On the surface of the lake were dead crows. Because the gods are angry. Jane raised her head and said seriously, "Caw, caw." The sound of the crows cawing in the dark night sounded so mournful. They hovered, perching on a headless statue. Fiona looked up at the statue. She was silent. Jane then turned her head to Fiona and said softly, "I heard there's even a religion related to it." Hearing this, Fiona was slightly stunned. She crossed her arms and asked in surprise, "Even a religion?" In the silent dark night, the voices of the 4 people seemed to echo endlessly. Jane looked at Eunice and asked, "Saint says this is the north side of the village. Should we clean the village first, or—" Eunice looked at Zenko and said quietly, "It would probably be better to go into the forest." Fiona at this moment was not looking at them. She looked at the headless statue and slowly walked towards the lake. As she walked, she thought, the wrath of the gods, and even a religion. I already knew this content. At this point, Fiona's footsteps stopped. She gently bent down and touched the water. A stream of thoughts flowed through her mind about things like this. Is it really because the gods are angry that this is happening? Then she came up with her own answer. No. There were no gods to begin with. If that's the case ... Fiona bowed her head, her platinum blonde hair gently blowing in the wind. She looked down at the water with a grim expression. In the water, the image of the blonde-haired woman silently appeared. And yet, a strange feeling arose in Fiona's mind at this moment. She thought to herself further, if it's not the work of the gods, then is it the act of humans? Fiona wondered silently. In a different space at a different time, Guanto was now sitting on a wine barrel, looking at Fiona. He rubbed his chin and asked, Hey, it was you. After you finished your investigation, when you came back, your face looked very complicated. Looking at Fiona, her face was now grim and sad. And yet, after I noticed I was staring, you immediately changed your expression to a bright smile. What's wrong with you? Guanto said angrily, his eyes narrowing, a vein popping on his forehead. Looking at Fiona, she was now smiling very brightly at him and said, Am I smiling? A sudden thought flashed through Fiona's mind. She exclaimed to herself, He's truly the most beautiful dog I've ever seen among all the dogs. Thinking this, she chuckled to herself, then scratched her head and looked at Guanto, saying, It's nothing. Guanto stared at her intently. He said nothing. Seeing this, Fiona was bewildered. She said shyly, Is there something on my face? Ignoring Fiona's words, he chuckled softly. HMPH, and then turned his face away. Guanto didn't look at her. He whispered softly, I was very surprised, because the guardian of winter I initially imagined was someone with a burly physique. Hearing this, Fiona appeared to be even angrier. She replied sulkily, Sorry for just being an ordinary person. Hearing this, Guanto burst out laughing. He looked at Fiona and said, What do you mean, ordinary? There's no one more special than you. Fiona's face was grim. She looked at him. Guanto looked at her, or rather behind her. A plume of black smoke suddenly flew towards them. His face stiffened, his voice strained as he asked, Miss? In the distance, a plume of black dust was rushing towards them, engulfing everything. Can I get to the same place twice? He said in a dung voice. Toot, toot. A horn was blown as if to signal something terrible was about to happen. The darkness was slowly returning. Everyone was terrified now. They were shouting at each other to run away. A man looked up and shouted loudly, Run away! The darkness is coming. In the distance, the darkness was chasing the group of people. Ah! Ah! One, then two, then many screams echoed. Many unlucky people collapsed. The sound of footsteps grew more and more hurried. Thump, thump. Fiona shouted, Evacuate! There's no time to pack your luggage. Get on the carriages and move as fast as possible, everyone. She yelled as she ran. Soldiers and knights, stay as close as possible to those who can't fight. Fiona Hector ordered. A female soldier at this moment supported the trembling woman and replied, Yes, ma'am. Looking at the approaching darkness, Fiona thought anxiously, The darkness is coming too fast. What should I do? On the other side, a loud neigh suddenly rang out. Guanto had returned. He was leading 2 horses. He said, Hey, I brought horses. Fiona went ahead and said softly, Thank you. How is Sigran? Fiona looked at Guanto and asked. Hearing her, he quickly replied, He's in the north helping people evacuate. Fiona jumped onto the horse's back. She said seriously, If you see him, please pass on a message for me to take care of his health. Then she prepared to leave. Wait! A deep, warm male voice suddenly called out, stopping her. Guanto looked at her and said seriously, You're not planning to stay here, are you? You should go with everyone into the forest right now. Hearing this, Fiona glanced at him. She said coldly, "You don't need to worry. I'm the one in charge. If I run away, everyone might die. In a dangerous situation, if the leader is taken out first, the chaos will be even greater," Fiona explained. On this side, Guanto was just silent, his mouth mouthing the two words, "I'm sorry." Then he gripped the sword in his hand tightly, pointing it at Fiona. He continued, "I have already accepted a request from the Count. If my daughter jumps towards death like a fool, then I must have her at any cost." "That person said so," Guanto said, looking at her seriously. As he pointed the sword at her neck, he said. Fiona was slightly stunned, then narrowed her eyes in anger. She said in a strained voice, "If you want to, then go ahead and attack, because I'm confident I'll win," she said seriously. Then she suddenly stomped her foot and jumped onto the horse's back. She looked at where Guanto was standing. She smiled brightly and said, "Don't worry too much. I'll bring everyone back safely. Evacuate quickly," a loud voice shouted, causing everyone to rush and flee to another place. Black tornadoes swirled towards them. Some people shouted loudly, "Run! Don't let it touch the stream of darkness." "Where is the Senxes?" On this side, the sound of a horse's footsteps was rapidly approaching the people. It was the Senxes and Fiona who were approaching. The surrounding people, seeing the two of them, were overjoyed. "She's here! The Senxes is here!" The Saintess's feet touched the ground. "Well, miss, from now on, please evacuate with the knights," Fiona said, helping the Senxes down with one hand. The knights, following Fiona's orders, escorted the Senxes. She said, "The holy knights around, obey the order." "Yes." Then with a relieved face, she said, "Well then, I'll go ahead." "Wait a moment," the Senxes said, clutching her hand tightly in worry. "Miss, are you planning to go back to that dark place? There might still be people left at the main headquarters." "I'll be back soon," Fiona said, gently comforting her. Hearing her words, the Senxes was extremely panicked. She bit her lip, her mouth tightly sealed in extreme fear. Then the Senxes shouted loudly, "There's something that wants to kill you, miss." The Saintess's words left Fiona completely stunned. She asked back, "What?" The Senxes, with a grim expression, said, "I can feel it. Something in the dark." As she was speaking, someone ran over in a panic. "Lady Fiona Hanlon, please help me," he said, carrying a girl who looked extremely weak. He said, "One of my comrades is trapped in the main headquarters." Hearing these words, Fiona could not ignore them. She could only release the Saintess's hand. "I'm sorry, Eunice. We'll talk later." The Senxes behind her was extremely worried. She could only shout, "Lady Fiona." Then, with the sound of the horse's footsteps, Fiona galloped straight to the main headquarters. Likewise, the main headquarters had become a desolate place with ruined buildings. A person spoke up from behind the horse rider. "Thanks to you, I was saved, sorceress. I thought I was about to die when the darkness and demons came." Fiona, from behind, said, "You should thank Wanton. He didn't hesitate to follow me here despite the danger." Her words reassured him. "But there's really no one else inside, right?" he asked. "Yes, I'm the last one," he said. Fiona let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, that's good. Now we just need to go back." Just when she thought everything would go smoothly, the horse suddenly whinnied uncontrollably, as if it was afraid of something that startled Fiona. She didn't know what it was. A loud roarer monster with 2 rows of incredibly sharp teeth and a lolling tongue. It came charging, causing everyone to be terrified. With its scream and repulsive maw, it cut the two of them off. Wanton, from behind, shouted loudly, My lady. Worried about everyone's safety, Fiona had no other choice. She said hurriedly, "Go quickly." Then she raised her small hand in front of the huge monster that was roaring and growling, wanting to devour her. "Right now, I will use a wide-range magic spell." A flash of light appeared as she spoke. Then the monster was hit by flying beams of light, causing it immense pain. It then fell with a thud. The person behind asked Fiona, "Are you all right, sorceress?" She comforted them. "It's just this much, but it's dangerous. Let's go." But a stream of darkness from behind shot towards her. Wanton, in front, quickly shouted, "My lady, behind you!" But it was too late. She turned around to see the stream of darkness already closing in. She couldn't believe it. How could it come so fast? Fiona thought. This is the first time I've seen this dark stream. With astonishment, her eyes widened at the desperate calls of everyone. "Fiona! Sorceress!" The darkness seemed to swallow her, making it impossible for her to breathe. It felt like being crushed by a boulder. Even her heart was almost swallowed by this darkness. In the dark space, it made her head ache. She didn't know what to do. Everything seemed to be swallowed by it, to the point where she was no longer conscious. "Is anyone here?" The girl, with a distorted voice, shattered the darkness. "What is it?" Fiona asked. In front of her was a girl with no face, covered by distortion. She kept asking relentlessly, "Is there anyone here? Can you confirm?" Fiona, inside this thing, asked in confusion, "What's going on?" She kept talking relentlessly. "Can you see? Is there someone? Is this what Oins was talking about?" Fiona thought. No. After that, she couldn't breathe anymore. On this side, the Duke, from a distance, looked at where everything was happening. A knight behind him said, "Your Highness, it's dangerous. Can we go inside and wait?" He was silent for a while, and then said, "I'll go for a bit and then come back." The knight wondered, "Go where?" As if sensing something was wrong, he quickly jumped on his horse, and then said loudly, "Go find Fiona." In the silent night, the sound of horse hooves from behind galloped towards the dark vortex. Standing before the vortex, the senses was trembling. How could this be? It's clear that I had a premonition of a huge source of dark energy. Just looking at it is terrifying enough. Sigran panted. He said wearily, "Even so, there is now only one way to save Fiona. Is to break them." Hearing this, the two saintesses and Wanton were extremely surprised. "Your Highness, it's dangerous. Isn't Sigran afraid of losing his life?" Their worried words were only met with his cold gaze and indifferent reply. "I don't care. Lady Eunice, can you create a gap there?" The saintess was very flustered. She said in a timid voice, "I think I can." With the terrified horse, Sigran said seriously, "Then it's settled." Then he moved forward. He shouted loudly, "Create the opening right now." Then Sigran resolutely advanced towards the gloomy, desperate vortex, just to save the wife he loved so much. The saintess behind him was also very cooperative. She said yes once, then she gathered the power of light. Eunice forced herself to concentrate intensely. "I must create a gap there," she resolved. A stream of light shot through the darkness, leaving Sigran completely stunned. Fiona, inside the darkness, flickered in and out of sight. "That light is Fiona, his girl," he roared loudly. "I see her." But it only lasted for a moment before she was gradually covered by the darkness again. Seeing her disappear again, Sigran shouted, "Fiona!" He was completely desperate when he lost her. Then, in the darkness, voices called out, "Fiona! Fiona!" echoing. Whose voice is this? She couldn't open her eyes. The voices were screaming her name. Then she woke up. "That is ... huh?" She didn't know where she was. Turning to her side, she saw a man's chest with six-pack abs. Incredibly inviting. Fiona thought, I wonder who it is. Then she widened her eyes in astonishment. It's Duke Sigran. He was lying next to her in a very awkward sleeping position, as if he couldn't sleep peacefully. Fiona, seeing him lying on the bed, thought, what is this situation? Then she lifted the blanket. My clothes... Did we do it? Fiona silently imagined adult things. Her shameful thoughts made her so shocked that she screamed loudly with a flushed face, which woke Sigran up. He saw her place her hand on his body. He said in a panic, Fiona, you're awake. Fiona, seeing him like that, said in astonishment, I just woke up. Fiona thought to herself, how could something like this happen? But I remember I was facing something. In the misty, romantic scene, he held her hand. Fiona gently asked, why am I in bed with you, sir? Have I gone to heaven? Could that be it? Sigran didn't know what to say. You keep making me worry like this. He hugged her tightly. How can you say such things? This made her blush. She said softly, I'm sorry. He comforted her. But where is this? Sigran said, it's a temporary tent set up in the forest. The main base was burned down by the darkness. Sigran said worriedly, your body is still weak, so we can't go to the Marquis's residence right away. Everyone else is safe, so you don't have to worry. His words made her let out a sigh of relief. Yes. Sigran, seeing that she wasn't resting after just going through a major scare, asked, why aren't you resting? She was thinking, I don't know how hard everyone worked to save me. And what was that thing I saw in the darkness? I want to find out about it. She said to him thoughtfully. In the roaring fire, he said, no, you must recover now. Fiona said, I know, I don't have any strength right now, but I have to do one thing first. She said. Then she opened her arms. Sigran, come here with me. Seeing this, he asked in confusion, what are you doing? I think you might have cried, so I want to hug you. His words made him extremely shy. Sigran just sighed and thought, she treats me like this, making me feel like a child. It reminded him very much of the old days. Then he hugged her tightly and said softly, Fiona, you're driving me crazy. In that scene, the two of them hugged each other very romantically. 2 days later, in the cities near the affected area, the rebuilding of the city had begun. Fiona was sipping her tea. I was so worried. I was afraid something bad would happen to you. You were unconscious. The Saintess's tears streamed down her face. The three of them said anxiously, you were unconscious and your body temperature was low. In short, you basically came back from the dead. Amidst the three people's laments, she just glanced away to change the subject. I'm fine now, it's okay. Wanton on the other side still sternly reminded her, the Duke and His Highness Sigran don't think so. Fiona cringed and whispered, everyone, please keep this a secret from the Duke's family for me. Wanton said, who has the guts to keep secrets from him? Anyway, after this incident, I received countless thanks from everyone. The researchers at the academy and the knights also came to see me. Before Router, the lord of that place, also treated me very warmly. He even treated everyone to dinner. Through this incident, I also discovered Eunice's abilities, so you could say that everything went quite smoothly. On the way to the Marquis's residence, Fiona looked pensive, but there are still questions that I haven't found answers to. Who was that girl in the darkness? Could it just be a hallucination? Can darkness create hallucinations too? The more I listen, the more confused I get, and I still don't have an answer. And there's one more thing. She held out her hand and thought to herself, before I was engulfed by that darkness, Even if it was just for a moment, I was able to push the darkness back. Fiona thought, could it be that I can control the darkness? Her train of thought made her extremely happy, her heart pounding with excitement. Even when I was engulfed by the darkness, although it was only for a moment, I was able to stop the approaching darkness. I wonder if I can control the darkness. Her thought made her extremely happy, her heart pounding. If that's the case, then I have another question. In the original story, Fiona couldn't escape the darkness, but why was I saved? We have the same physical body. Fiona sighed at her own complicated thoughts. No matter how much I think about it, there's no answer. This is giving me a headache. Sigran, sitting beside her, looked at her pensively with a thoughtful gaze. Having arrived at the Viscount's residence, inside the residence was a noisy and lively scene of everyone eating together. After the party ended, Sigran and Fiona took a walk in the garden. She said to Sigran in a relaxed manner, "Anna, that was too much." Baron Lantung really prepared everything meticulously. So many delicious dishes. Sigran, beside her, said, "Yes." Fiona, seeing no enthusiasm, glanced at him. Is he tired? Is it because he didn't eat enough earlier? With the sound of their footsteps, Fiona started a conversation. It's a good thing I was sent here this time. What? Hearing her words, Sigran was puzzled. I got money and the people here are much nicer than I thought, she said cheerfully, smiling. Those people, because they think they owe me their lives, will definitely be much more cheerful with us in the future, Fiona said, winking mischievously at His Highness Sigran. Besides, you're more amazing than I thought, you know, she said with a smile. It seems I've been able to control that darkness. It will surely be very helpful in eradicating the darkness. Fiona's words made Sigran extremely surprised, and he became grim when he heard she wanted to join the next mission. He asked, Are you planning to participate in the extermination of the darkness again? With fear in his eyes. Fiona just smiled and said, Of course. Hearing Fiona's answer, Sigran was terrified, remembering the incredibly frightening scenes he had to go through. Of course, he couldn't let his girl, the fragile Fiona in his arms with a body as cold as ice, go through that again. At that time, how he trembled. How many times did he call her name? His world seemed to collapse. You have no idea, he just mumbled. I don't need your help. But Fiona couldn't understand his meaning. She thought, even if he's not happy, I thought he would at least wish me a happy birthday. While Fiona was still very confused. What? Then His Highness Sigran just gently placed his hand on her shoulder, his eyes pleading and his attitude extremely worried. He said, You can't act like you did last time. Don't do that again. I can't trust you. Fiona could only say, Even so, what I did was the right thing. Sigran, though reluctant, still said, I know. You just need to reflect on yourself. After that, their argument escalated. I am the one responsible for that position. That's what I need to do. That's right, you're right. You're right, but sometimes you also need to prioritize yourself. Sigran still advised him. Until the climax, Fiona Hector. My information about the darkness can help you. Why do we have to argue about it like this? Sigran also helplessly said loudly, That's why I said I don't need your help. Sigran, why would you say that? Actually, in his heart, he didn't mean it. He just didn't want to lose her again, no matter how stubborn he had to be. The atmosphere between the two suddenly became silent. Fiona called his name. If you find it annoying, then don't be sarcastic. Tears streamed down her face, which surprised him greatly. It would be better if you got angry at me, Fiona said. Sobbing, then she ran away, saying, You're an idiot. His Highness Sigran helplessly took her hand. Wait. Fiona cried loudly. She pushed his hand away. You go somewhere else. Don't follow me. He helplessly could only watch her retreating back and sigh. That's not it. At work, Wanton. He was extremely anxious and worried when he saw Fiona sobbing. He wanted to ask, but then decided not to. But not resolving it wasn't an option. He could only muster up the courage to say, "Should I bring you some sweets?" Anyway, he was someone who had never comforted a girl before, so he didn't know what to say. Fiona, seeing this, got angry and shouted, "How old do you think I am? I said to let me go, so why are you following me?" She cried as she ran and hid in the warehouse. "How can I go on like this? I'm just being direct," Guanto said. Fiona, on the side, was angry. "Can you only say things like that?" Fiona began to recount. "I had a fight with Sigran." She began to explain her situation. After a while, "So it's related to the darkness." "That's right. I think my actions were correct. That Sigran said such hateful things. I know he's worried about me," Fiona said, sobbing. He looked at her and raised his hand. He thought he should wipe away her tears. No. A straightforward thought made him hesitate. He clenched his fists tightly. "No. Fiona, you are a good girl. Although you are a bit reckless, you also have a sense of responsibility. In my opinion, your thinking is also one-sided, so I hope you don't mind what Sigran is saying anymore. Don't be swayed by anyone's words because you are very precious." With red hands, he said these clumsy words to comfort her. His hands turned red from his clumsy attempts to comfort her. "Don't think too much, not before anyone's words, because you are a precious girl." It was the first time in her life she had heard such clumsy, but sincere words of comfort, which made Fiona very startled. Surprised, she thought, "He ... Then she cheerfully wiped the tears from her face. Fiona said happily, "Thank you, Wanton." Hearing her words of thanks, Wanton also let out a sigh of relief. "This is just my personal question. Are you dating Sir Sigran?" he asked curiously. "Do you two have any intention of getting married or engaged?" Fiona, hearing Wanton ask her this, also shared honestly, "Yes, we are dating, but we have no intention of getting engaged or married yet." Sigran wondered, "But why are you suddenly asking that?" Wanton was blunt, "Because I feel like your relationship is a bit vague." Wanton scratched his face and continued awkwardly, "Is there some unresolved issue between you two?" "I'm just saying what I think." Fiona was surprised by Wanton's curiosity. She explained awkwardly, "It's not like that." Guanto asked again, "So is it because of the pressure?" A figure outside was eavesdropping on the conversation between the two. Anna pondered for a while. She felt that instead of pressure, she began to review what had just happened. Little by little, she had yelled at Sigran, "It would be better if you got angry at me." Ona felt that Sigran was probably under more pressure. It was accumulating more and more. "I want Sigran. So, if you ask me if I'm under pressure..." Then Fiona began to withdraw. She buried her face in her legs and said to Kwong Tan, "Actually, there is." At this moment, His Highness Sigran outside quickly heard everything. He gritted his teeth. Then, with the sound of the whistling wind and the slamming door, he left, resentful. Wanton, amidst the whistling wind and the slamming door, with his sharp hands, heard someone's footsteps. He guessed it might be Sigran. Seeing Wanton so contemplative, she wondered and asked, "What's wrong with you?" He just replied, "Ah, it's nothing," as His Highness Sigran's departing footsteps grew more distant. A few days later, in the capital, inside the magnificent, splendid white palace, a banquet was being held. One person said, "I heard you achieved a great accomplishment this time." Sigran, though dancing with her, was only half-heartedly present. A relationship will be very difficult if both people misunderstand each other. "Aren't we dating?" Fiona thought, pouting. Otherwise, is he under too much pressure? Your Highness Prince Sigran, he whispered in her ear. Fiona, how is your body? Fiona just replied pootily. It's fine, I'm completely recovered. Even though we're fighting, he still asked about me. That's a relief. He continued. After we finish dancing, let's talk. Sigran leaned in close to her. Fiona said sulkily, I don't want to. If so, then. He then tightened his grip on her waist and lifted her up unexpectedly, which greatly surprised her. Right now, Sigran said. His action made her blush with embarrassment. She trembled and said loudly, All right. Everyone is looking at us. Put me down. After the party ended, Sigran and Fiona went out to the back. Seeing that he wasn't saying anything, she began to press him. Where are you going? Sigran said as he walked. A place where we can resolve everything. Fiona felt uneasy. She felt a chill run down her spine. She thought, no wonder my mood has been so unsettled today. His Highness Prince Sigran in front saw that she seemed cold, and immediately took off his coat, about to give it to her. She hurriedly said, It's okay, you're cold too. Sigran, seeing Fiona like this, thought to himself, I should have just gone inside. Fiona, with a look that seemed to still be sulking at him, said half-jokingly, I'm not going into your room. Sigran immediately replied, I won't take you anywhere either. Hearing his words, she was at a loss for words. He continued, If Aban finds out, it will be troublesome. Sigran found a stone bench and then politely invited her to sit down. He said, If you stand for a long time, your feet will hurt. Then he helped her sit down. Fiona asked in confusion, Why are you beating around the bush like this? I don't know either. He was grim-faced, then thought for a long time. He called her name, Fiona, his hands on her cheeks, which made Fiona very uneasy. What's wrong? He said chokedly. I'll only say this once. You have to answer me right away. Fiona said, What's wrong with you? The atmosphere ... She looked straight into his eyes, worried. His eyes flashed with pain. Then he uttered the heartbreaking words. Let's stop. I don't know if you vaguely realized something. Sigran gently touched her face, looking into her astonished eyes. Fiona agreed to date me only because of our childhood feelings. But Sigran thought, I don't want her to lose herself. That's also because I want to cherish our childhood. Please, everyone. But Prince Run still thought, I still want to be by her side until now. I'll try to avoid that thought. Sigran believes that if he is a burden to Fiona, and if Sigran has hurt her, both now and in the future. Fiona, as if not believing what Sigran had just said, asked with a trembling voice, about to cry, Are we breaking up? Then she pondered for a moment. Huh? Sigran said. You know the reason why. Fiona suddenly remembered her words from the previous night. So is the relationship between you and Sigran stressful? She had clearly answered, Actually, there is. So Sigran heard that conversation. That's why he wants to break up with me. Fiona realized in a panic. But if I think about it more carefully, this is what I also wanted. Fiona thought grimly. Originally, I only thought of Sigran as the main character in the novel I wrote. Becoming his lover was just a temporary measure. Anyway, one day I'll go back. With the howling wind, whoosh ... In the dark night, a time when the sky has turned cold, two people stand silently, face to face. That's why this should have been a happy occasion. Anyway, this is what she decided she would do if this story ended. In her mind, Fiona was in complete turmoil. With the whistling wind, the night was gradually falling, the sky also getting colder. Fiona said to herself, but up until now, do I still think of Sigran as just the male lead of the original story? Fiona. His call startled her, interrupting her thoughts. He gently lifted her chin. If my existence is a burden to you, then let's stop. Fiona, hearing Sigran's heartbreaking words, also understood. So that's how it is. Sigran unintentionally said hurtful words to me, and I myself hurt Sigran. Sigran couldn't wait any longer, he said. Should I know the answer was decided beforehand? But in response to his words was her silence. Anyway, she didn't know how to do it. Sigran, seeing Fiona's silence, also shyly understood. If so, then goodbye, Fiona. He didn't know that in her heart she was screaming his name. Don't go. Please don't go. I didn't mean to hurt you. I know you said those things just because you were worried about me. Because you like me. But I have a responsibility to the world I created. So I had to turn a blind eye, pretending not to know your worries. Actually, I'm also very scared. I know you like me. Our ending wasn't perfect. One day you'll have to let me go. I thought now was the time to return happiness to you, according to the original story. But actually, I don't know if letting you go is the right thing to do, Fiona said, looking up at the dark sky. How can it be okay? Tears fell from the corners of her eyes, making her wipe them away. The ending I wanted, Fiona sobbed, tears endlessly streaming down her cheeks. She remembered her memories of him. I knew that none of it meant anything to me. But with the emotions that have grown over the months of being with Sigran, with my heart pounding, I want to be by your side. Sigran, don't go. Fiona's words made Anab stop in his tracks. I don't want to break up. It turned out that from behind, she had gathered all her courage to run up and hug him tightly. Sigran was stunned. What? Don't worry and don't cry for me, Fiona. He turned around and placed his hand on her tear-streaked cheek. How could that be possible? It's okay, Fiona thought. Sigran looked straight into her eyes and asked, Why are you holding on to me? Fiona hurriedly explained, It's not because you make me feel pressured. Hearing these words, Sigran hugged her tightly. I want you more and more. If you understood my feelings, you would feel very pressured. How could that be? If so, then give me ... give me Sigran. I'm not afraid. I beg you to continue to be by my side. I will make you happy, Fiona said, sobbing. Fiona, hearing her words, averted her face. Haha. Fiona was embarrassed. Why are you laughing? I'm being serious. Fiona, ever since you cried for me when we were little, I've liked you, Sigran said. I like you too. Now I won't avoid it anymore. I won't make you worry anymore. I'll always be by your side. From now on, I'll be jealous too. Even if you find a better girl, I won't break up with you. Fiona confessed her feelings. Sigran was moved and said, Just do as you please. I will be yours, Fiona. You have to keep me well, you know. After those words, their lips gently touched. She seemed to be suffocating from the joy welling up inside her. Now she knew she couldn't back down because this was what she had wished for. Now, nothing could tear them apart. At the royal palace banquet, at a party with a melodious, gentle concerto, everyone was excitedly talking to each other, creating a lively atmosphere. Somewhere in that party, the clinking of a teacup echoed. One person said, So you won't? It turned out to be Libya. She sipped her tea and said, I mean, getting married. Fiona, sitting beside her, was embarrassed, the chair creaking. Fiona pondered and then asked back, Engaged? Libya, sitting beside her, smiled at her and said, That's right. Usually you have to get engaged. I'm sure you're thinking about it, right? In the noisy, bustling atmosphere of the party, Libya sighed and said, Lady Fiona, you're always so calm, which made Fiona, sitting beside her, just give a forced smile. She fiddled with her teacup. Anyway, it's not an urgent matter, she thought. Fiona wondered, I wonder if Sigran has thought about it. And Aban hasn't even come to the capital yet. Fiona was wondering what Aban's reaction would be if she told him that she and her son were getting married. Aban would surely forbid Sigran from coming over after 8 o'clock, and Sigran would definitely obey his father-in-law's words like a high school student. It's curfew time. I have to go back. Leaving at 8? How can you follow the request so strictly? Are you a high school student? But on second thought, if she and Sigran were to get married, Aban would surely storm into the wedding hall and say, Who is your father? With a very cold expression and a thunderous aura. Baya, sitting on the side, saw Fiona thinking for so long and asked, What are you thinking about? Which startled Fiona and broke her chain of thought. The high society is peaceful also, because there is no crown prince and queen mother. Fiona turned and said, She put her teacup down on the table and thought to herself, I probably have to ask Sigran if this is okay. But the worry has been sown from many different aspects. Then Fiona said, It's nothing. In another place, the chirping of birds and the rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze. All the knights were training together. As everyone was loudly practicing their swordsmanship, Sigran stepped out. His handsome face, even in simple clothes, still exuded a noble aura. Sigran felt that the atmosphere today was unusually noisy. He turned to look around, wondering what was happening. Then he saw Kenarez talking to a blonde girl. He thought, Kenarez is flustered. The person standing in front of him was a young lady, probably about 5 years younger than him. 6 years old, who is she? Sigran speculated. From her looks, you can tell she's not of ordinary status, but her face isn't that of a noble lady, I know. Sigran fiddled with the sword in his hand. A bright light flashed in his mind. Could it be Kenarishu's ex-girlfriend? With a sharp, cold gaze, he thought, I must bury him in the ground to save this world. He gritted his teeth, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword, ready to draw. His bullet-like gaze made Kenarez shiver. Ken turned around, startled. He said fearfully, Your Highness, while Sigran strode towards him with a menacing posture. What are you doing during training hours? Seeing how surprised he is, it must be true. The girl, upon seeing Sigran, smiled. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Her words made his actions suddenly halt. Calling me that probably won't cause any problems. The beautiful blonde-haired girl bowed respectfully to him and said, Hello, big brother. Hearing the girl's words left him completely stunned. The blonde-haired girl smiled brightly and said, I am the Grand Princess. You can just call me Arya, big brother. Sigran seemed to remember something. The little girl holding a teddy bear in a black outfit flashed through his mind. As expected, that's right. Even though this is the first time I've seen this face. Is it the neutral princess? I heard she is the daughter of the imperial concubine, who came from a lower-class noble family, right? Arya said cheerfully, I'm sorry for interrupting your morning training, big brother, because I was sharing my story of being an engineer with Sir Ken. Sir Ken, hearing his name mentioned, was startled. Then Arya grabbed Ken and said, Can I take him for a little while? She then quickly pulled Ken away, leaving Sigran completely stunned. After all, Ken was once a knight in the princess's palace, so they also have a master-servant relationship. I also heard that Ken Erez doesn't work as a lackey for his father, Marquis Erez, for that reason. Anyway, I'm not interested in this half-sister of mine, just as I have no other blood relations besides my mother. Then Sigran turned away. Anyway, she hasn't decided to side with me or the crown prince yet. If the eldest son of Marquis Erez, with his vague attitude, naturally gets involved in this, we might find something interesting this time. Scene change to Sigran's residence, inside his office. Sister, I heard she's my half-sister. Fiona held the letters that had been sent and thought to herself, There was a young princess younger than Sigran, and no scene of her appearance was in the original work. Sigran, sitting on the windowsill, said, I heard her body was weak, so I've never met her. She only recently appeared. Fiona flipped the paper in her hand back and forth and said, She's a princess, right? So she's healthy now. That's good. Sigran said, I don't know. Maybe she was faking her illness from the beginning and was just waiting for the right time to appear. After the Queen and Crown Prince quieted down, all activities began, Fiona mumbled. So they've been watching the Queen all along. Fiona turned to look at Sigran. He said with a cold voice, Really? If she opposes me, I'll kill her. Surprisingly, there weren't many direct members of the royal family like that. Usually, almost no girls survived until the children were born. The Queen always dealt with the women the Emperor had touched and their children in a satisfactory manner. Although the imperial concubine was a low-ranking noble, she was still a noble. However, because she had no background, it seems her life was spared. Sigran pulled out the chair and sat down as Fiona said, Furthermore, isn't it because she's a princess and not a prince that they spared her? Her words made him stiffen. Fiona continued, Furthermore, if she just pretended to be bedridden, they would leave her alone, thinking that a weak girl isn't worth worrying about. The princess is smarter than we think, isn't she? She trusted and knew when to swallow her pride. Fiona continued, So you think a new power has emerged, right? Sigran looked into the distance and said, Duke Priscilla and Marquis Clovis. There are nobles who support neutrality very vaguely among the 5 families. But are those people really neutral? Hearing his words, Fiona said, That's right. The heads of the 2 families are maintaining neutrality in an unreasonable way. According to the original work, Aaron was supposed to fall for Eunice, but everything is completely different from the present. The same goes for Duke Priscilla. There's definitely a possibility that those people will choose a different path. If it really comes down to it, the family will have to be trampled from the very beginning. What do you want? Fiona asked Sigran. He said, I'll wait a little longer. Really? Then do as you wish. Anyway, she doesn't care much. Fiona smiled. Perhaps you and I are not obsessed with power. Actually, she thought, for me, as long as Sigran is happy, that's enough. However, she doesn't know Sigran's feelings. I'll probably have to discuss it with Aban again. But after reading the letter, Fiona was suddenly stunned. Sigran, beside her, saw this and immediately asked, What's wrong? Looking at the letter, she said in horror, Aban has gone missing. The sunlight streamed through the large window into the room, both warm and beautiful. A voice said, Fiona. Fiona held the letter. Her face panicked. She read, her expression tense. Fiona gripped the letter tightly. This letter was sent from Jerome. Recently, many monsters have been active in Halong. People say their numbers are increasing. Hearing her speak, Sigran's expression was surprised. His face turned pale. His face was full of tension to find out the cause of this. In the carriage, 2 other people were walking on a snowy road. The trees along the road were all bare. She continued. Aban went directly to that place to check on the situation of the monsters. But since he left, he still hasn't returned. At that splendid, sparkling white mansion, a servant asked Fiona in surprise, My lady, do you want to return to Halong Mansion? The servant's face was full of tension, as she tried her best to dissuade Fiona. You can't. Are you planning to go back to Halong Mansion alone? Fiona, in a noble pink dress, held the letter tightly, her expression determined. She explained that Jaren wrote me a letter asking for my help. If I don't go there, what else can I do? The servant hesitated at her answer. She stepped forward to dissuade her. The Lord's disappearance is not a normal thing at all, my lady. And besides, he must be fighting very hard against the monsters right now. The situation might even be very dangerous. Hearing their answer, Fiona was somber and silent. She thought, that's right. If I go there alone, it will be very dangerous. But if I leave Aban there to fight alone, it will surely be very disadvantageous. Standing in front of the servant, she crossed her arms and thought, the situation is too urgent, so I haven't found a solution yet. What should I do now? While she was thinking, a voice from behind her made her freeze. Let me go there for you. Sigran stood behind her with his arms crossed, his expression calm as he looked at her affectionately. Fiona asked back in surprise, You? Sigran walked closer to her, waved his hand to signal the servant to step back. Fiona continued, But you... Right now, we don't know if Abel is alive or dead. Would I let you go there alone? Hearing Sigran's answer, Fiona was surprised. Suddenly, there was a click. Sigran suddenly stepped forward and gently caressed her face. Gently caressing her face, stroking her soft, inky hair. He looked at her with a pained expression, his eyes welling up as he looked at her gently. She looked at him in surprise, her red eyes meeting his. In his eyes, there was only his reflection. His hand was still caressing her face. His gaze was still the same, looking at her with affection. Their eyes met and they stared at each other for a long time. Fiona thought to herself, Is he worried about me? But in the original story, Sigran also worried about me like this. So that means it's possible... Sigran was still standing there, grimly caressing Fiona's face. She thought grimly, Could it be that thing is going to happen? If that's the case, then I'll be all alone. Sigran gently turned her face and said softly, I know you're worried about this. Sigran looked down at Fiona with a gentle expression, a hint of worry in his eyes when he heard Fiona say, It's true that I'm thinking about that. I am Aban's daughter. Fiona bowed her head and took Sigran's hand. She said grimly, Since this letter was sent here to ask for my help, I'm the one who has to go. I'm really very worried and a little confused. And also because of Sir Aban, I know that everything will be dangerous for me. Fiona smiled brightly and pointed to herself with confidence, saying, But I believe that my decision this time is the wisest one. The scene changes to a night sky, with a sparkling moon and stars, illuminating the entire mansion. Inside that mansion was a banquet. The sound of people chatting and laughing, the elegant dresses and decorations, the noise, the chatter of the nobles, the melodious music, and the nobles inviting each other to dance. Fiona, beautifully made up and wearing a white formal dress with blue bow accents, looked stunning. She stood with a red-haired girl, Fiona holding a glass of wine to enjoy. Fiona's face was full of fatigue. The surrounding noise made her uncomfortable. Her face was pale, her eyes listless. I was so confident saying those things to Sigran. Now I don't know what to do. As Fiona thought, she drank, the wine flowing, which made the red-haired girl beside her very confused. Fiona thought, I have to prepare for the upcoming trip, but I don't know where to go. And I can't refuse these party invitations. This is so tiring. I think I'm going to die. Seeing Fiona looking distraught, the red-haired girl next to her reminded her, This wine is very strong. Drink slowly. This wine is really delicious. As Fiona spoke, she stood unsteadily. She thought, I was also invited to today's party. The red-haired girl beside her looked at Fiona with concern. Are you all right? I'm very all right, Fiona thought to herself. This scent must be the luxurious and trendy one, right? Why does Rivia look so beautiful today? Does the Priscilla family intend to support Queen No 1? If that's the case, she'd become my enemy. What a pity. While Fiona was still lost in thought about herself and Sigran later, with a dejected expression, her glass held loosely to her lips, Evan's footsteps approached them. The Duchess immediately turned her gaze towards that person. In front of the two ladies was a nobleman, with light beige hair and a smile on his lips, surrounded by insignificant chatter. The nobleman softly apologized for interrupting Fiona and the Duchess's conversation. If the Duke narrowed his eyes in annoyance, he would bluntly say, "If you know that, then please go somewhere else." The man who was always smiling faintly was Count Baccatis. Fiona's face was completely bewildered as she watched the nobleman in front of her reach out and tell the Duchess that he had come to see the person beside her. Who was Fiona? She cried. She couldn't help but think with a bewildered expression that the Count in front of her knew her. Fiona then turned to the Count in front of her and asked, "It seems this is the first time we've met. Is something wrong?" The Count, with a very friendly and even overly familiar voice, politely greeted her and ended by saying that Fiona could also call him by his name, which made Fiona think to herself, "What the heck? Are you kidding me?" Fiona then still smiled a friendly, sociable smile as usual, realizing that Duchess Spear seemed to dislike this man. Outside, he asked the Count again if there was something wrong, and if he wanted to see her about something. Count Buk still smiled politely, but it didn't look safe at all. Then, with a somewhat frightening smile, the Count asked softly, "Fiona, have you received any letters lately?" At that moment, as if something had just hit Fiona about the letters, her eyes widened slightly. A memory of a few letters sent to her lying in the letter. On the table, Fiona began to read one of them, her brow furrowing afterwards. Count Bill still smiled, looking down at Fiona. Eiko at this moment looked at him coldly with the thought, "Ah, little one," as she began to remember. She had forgotten about that letter because of Ambel's situation. Before that, Fiona had received a letter. It was a very strange love letter. In that letter, it was repeatedly stated that the person who sent it had always loved her, had always had a one-sided love for her. At this moment, Count Bill's smirk became more pronounced as he looked down at Fiona with amusement and said, "Well then, you ... Could you spare a moment to talk to me?" Fiona still showed no sign of responding. The current situation is that the three of them, Count Bill, Fiona, and Duchess Spear, are standing at a noble party, surrounded by other nobles. Fiona couldn't help but wonder when the Count had fallen in love with her. Her fingers fiddled with the wine glass in her hand as she continued to think, "He clearly doesn't know much about me, but he suddenly says he has a one-sided love for me. It's so suspicious." At this point, Fiona paused briefly. Duchess Spear's eyes still looked at Fiona with slight worry. Fiona then just smiled, a small smile as if amused by what was about to happen, or had another plan in mind as she accepted Count Bill's request to talk. In her heart, Fiona thought, "If he likes it, I'll give him a taste of his own medicine." She remembered that strange love letter. "I'm sure we'll have a great future together." Amidst the night sky sparkling with stars, in a small corner of the mansion, Fiona and Bill Curtis stood there in silence. My goodness, this is the first time I've ever seen a love letter like this. But unfortunately, I already have a lover, so I don't feel any excitement. Fiona stood there looking at Bill Curtis. She said, let me say something first. My not replying to your letter means that I have rejected your confession," Fiona said slowly, which made Bill Curtis's surprised expression freeze. Bill Curtis slowly calmed down. He replied, "I know that, but I just want to get closer and share more of my stories with you, miss." Hearing Bill Curtis's answer, Fiona thought to herself, "Wants to get closer and share stories? Is he trying to test my patience?" Fiona thought so, but her face was still smiling. She patiently replied, "All right then. What is it?" "I know a lot about you, miss." Hearing him say that, Fiona's face was still smiling. "And the things I know, are very different from what others know about you. So now, let me tell you about that difference," Bill Curtis said, smiling, with one hand on his chest and the other extended towards Fiona. His eyes lit up. "If we become a couple, I think I can do many more beneficial things than now." In the quiet night sky, he continued, "As I said in my previous letter, I hope you will make a wiser choice." Fiona and Bill Curtis stood on the balcony under the bright lights. He reached out his hand to her. Hearing his proposal, Fiona clenched her dress, silent. "To be honest, he's the kind of person I don't want to get involved with at all." Bill Curtis was still standing there, still holding out his hand. "Come with me, and I'll tell you what I know." Fiona stood there with a serious, contemplative expression. She thought, "A secret about me? Right now, there are many things hindering me, but I definitely can't be swayed by these words." Fiona said in a firm voice, "I'm not going anywhere, and I don't care about that. Can I go now?" Hearing her answer, Bu stood frozen, staring at her blankly, not knowing what to say. Bill Curtis walked closer to her, fumbling in his pocket. "What a pity. But I hope you'll accept this," Fiona said, looking at him with a cautious expression. He took a letter out of his pocket. He said, "This is an invitation. I hope you will accept." She took the letter, her eyes thoughtful. "I hope you will reconsider this matter." Hearing him finish, Fiona looked up at him. His expression was not the least bit friendly. As he spoke, he smiled. "At least right now, the best person to be by your side, even better than His Highness the Prince, is me. I am much more valuable than His Highness." Fiona was contemplative and silent. She said softly, "After hearing what you said, I have reconsidered." Bill Curtis looked at her with a happy expression. "Have you decided to choose me, miss?" A clean sound made Bill Curtis's eyes widen in surprise. Fiona smiled as she tore up the letter, with Baron Beau C.C. Titch. She tore the letter into shreds, which made him stare at her blankly. She emphasized, "That value. Do you think I'm someone who needs your value that much?" Fiona threw the letter on the ground. She stepped on the letter, crushing it. Fiona said in a contemptuous voice, "If you dare to compare value with His Highness one more time, don't blame me for not letting it go." Fiona looked at him with a terrifyingly cold expression. "Just one more time. You remember that?" The scene changes to a noisy and magnificent party. Rivia held a glass of sparkling golden wine and asked Fiona, "It seems something has made you unhappy. Is it about what happened with Mr. Baccatis earlier?" Fiona took the wine glass. She broke out in a few drops of sweat and replied, "I guess so." Rivia sighed. Fiona said, "Now I know why you don't like him." Hearing her say that, Rivia replied, What I don't like about him, It's not just about his behavior, but because he's dividing and creating a new group in this high society." Fiona asked back in a daze, "Factions?" Hearing her ask, Rivia was surprised. She explained to Fiona, "Well, I heard that he seems to be running a secret group among the nobles. This is really suspicious." Hearing Rivia say that, Fiona thought, if that's the case, then could that letter be an invitation to join that group? Fiona remembered the letter Bill Curtis had given her earlier. Rivia was serious. Her face was grim as she said, "I also heard that he is opening a rather strange business. He can also control monsters. This means he can save people who are obsessed with darkness. Bill Curtis called on other nobles to join the society. This is something that even the mages and priests of the royal palace cannot do. but it has not yet been confirmed whether that is true or not. Hearing Rivia's words, Fiona thought with a surprised expression. People obsessed with darkness, controlling monsters? Rivia continued. It's really surprising that people in the noble circle are so interested in this, while I don't like him at all. Hearing Rivia say she hated Bill Curtis, Fiona smiled brightly and said, Well then, from now on, I'm the second person who hates him. What do you think about that? Hearing her say that, Rivia turned to look at her in surprise. Fiona held up her wine glass with a bright smile, while Rivia was still quite surprised by what she had said. Rivia smiled brightly and said, So we've become allies. Fiona and Rivia clinked their glasses together to celebrate. The sparkling golden wine drops fell one by one. The noble ladies were chatting noisily with each other. In that noisy atmosphere, a large hand wrapped tightly around Fiona, calling her name. Fiona. Sigran appeared behind her, holding her. Fiona lay in his arms, her breathing even. Sigran held her, his face worried as he asked, Why is Fiona so drunk? Fiona lay in his arms, her face flushed. Her head was spinning. Sigran turned to Rivia, his voice full of anger as he asked, Do you mean it's because she was drinking with another man? Rivia held her fan and smiled wryly. She said nothing, not knowing what to say. Sigran hugged her and asked Rivia. Rivia tried to explain. I already told you. I don't know why she met some man. When I came back, I found her very upset and annoyed. Who was that man? Why don't you ask her directly? The surrounding nobles whispered among themselves. I wonder what's going on. I don't know. Rivia said with a dejected expression. But at this point, it's probably because of your highness. Hearing Rivia say that, Sigran frowned in confusion. What? Why is it because of me? Sigran was talking to some noble ladies under the sparkling lights. As he was talking to them, Fiona and Rivia walked by. Fiona noticed him and turned back to look. Fiona's face was pale and annoyed, which made Rivia pay attention. Rivia looked for a long time, but she remained silent, saying nothing. Rivia said, You should ask her directly about that. It would be better. Fiona, her face flushed, leaned against his shoulder and fell asleep. Sigran carried Fiona out of the palace. As he walked, he thought, She's so strange. I wish my Fiona wouldn't hang out with her anymore. But there's no other choice. He gently touched her hair, his footsteps echoing with each step. Thump, thump. You dare to talk to other girls? Rivia looked at Fiona in contempt. The nobles around looked at her and gossiped animatedly. Fiona leaned against him. She complained, It's because of you that I have a headache now. You were talking to another girl, weren't you? Hearing Fiona's words, he looked at her in surprise, breaking out in a sweat. Fiona hugged him tightly from behind. She raised her head radiantly, surrounded by flowers. She smiled brightly and said, It's best if you only have me. Because you are mine, Sigran said, carrying Fiona down the steps. As he walked, he looked at her, his face flushed. He held her tightly. He carried her under the sparkling, dim lights. In front of them was a sparkling carriage. Outside the splendid, white mansion, there were the sounds of rustling footsteps. Sigran's voice rang out. How are things arranged on the Halong side? Yes, everything is ready to start for Halong. All right. If anything happens, remember to report to me, Sigran said, carrying Fiona out of the carriage, which sparkled in the moonlight. Fiona lay in his arms, dozing off. As Sigran walked, he thought, I'm sure when Fiona finds out, she'll blame me a lot. But there's no other way. He carried Fiona to the entrance, where everyone bowed to welcome them back. I only have 3 days to prepare everything. I need to convince her about this Halong trip. This is a bit rushed, but I can't let her go alone. As he walked, he thought, could it be that she doesn't want me to go to Halong with her? She's always worried about me and shy around Aban, yet now she wants to abandon me like this. He carried Fiona to the door of her room. The splendid mansion was decorated with simple yet elegant lamps. He thought, but I just need to not listen to her. That's right. I have to do it my way. He thought, I can give her anything, but this time I definitely can't give in to her. Even if she uses her beautiful, charming face to seduce me. No. Absolutely not. As he was thinking, Fiona mumbled, which startled him and made him break out in a sweat. Fiona sleepily opened her eyes, her face flushed from being drunk. Her eyes were hazy as she looked at him, which surprised him. She asked hazily, Is that you? Fiona looked at him, her face flushed, her eyes sleepy. She couldn't open them wide. Her expression was uncomfortable. Seeing this, he asked Han, Fiona, are you awake? Is something wrong? She called out weakly, Sigran. She put on a cute expression and pointed her finger at him accusingly. How dare you flirt with those other ladies? Hearing her words, he said, Don't talk nonsense. Looking at Fiona like that, he thought to himself, She looks so cute, I want to kiss her passionately. He explained, Didn't you tell me the other day to talk politely to others? If you don't like it, I won't talk to them next time. She stammered in reply. Sigran sat down, placing her on his lap. He asked, Again, Fiona? He pressed his face close to hers and asked, Which boy did you talk to at the party? Fiona looked at him with sleepy eyes and replied, the person who sent me a love letter the other day. Hearing Fiona say that, he jumped back, his face contorted as he asked again, A love letter? Fiona, like a little white rabbit, said, Oh, it's nothing. After saying that, she lay down and pretended to sleep. Seeing her like that, he thought helplessly, Here we go again. I was just asking about Han for a little bit. He looked at her helplessly, surrounded by a murderous aura. He thought, Is Fiona's habit always like this? She never lets her guard down at all. She always thinks it will be okay. But compared to my judgment, things are not normal at all. Something is definitely wrong. Fiona Lin Jim sat up, paying attention. Sigran was still holding her like that. Still patiently waiting there, which surprised Fiona. Sigran looked at Fiona with a gentle expression. Fiona, what happened to you? His hand held Fiona tightly. He kissed her hair lightly, which made her blush. He asked gently, What love letter? Fiona smiled with a flushed face, hugging him without saying anything. Fiona wrapped her arms around him and began to tell her story. The other day, I received a very strange love letter. As she spoke, Fiona held him tightly. Fiona lay hazily in his arms, sleeping soundly. Sigran asked, What's his name? Fiona said hazily, It's Bill Curtis. Sigran said, looking at her with a gentle smile, holding her in his arms. The next morning, outside the carriage, the servants were busy, each carrying things into the carriage. Before Fiona's room, the sunlight shone in, dazzling the golden decorations. A stack of documents was opened. Fiona said, These are some of the documents I've already prepared. Fiona's face was pale. She put her hand to her head. She was uncomfortable due to a headache. She said, There's no need to rush. Just take your time and arrange things moderately. As she spoke, Fiona handed over the stack of documents. The servant reached out to take it. Seeing that her complexion was not good, he asked, Yes, my lady. But are you all right? Fiona replied, I'm fine. I just have a slight cold from the party last night. As Fiona spoke, she thought, this is the second time I've gotten this drunk. I don't remember anything from last night at all. When Fiona woke up, the sun was shining into her room. Outside the window, birds were chirping. Chirp, chirp. The servant beside her, holding clothes, said, Lady Fiona, please change your clothes quickly. Fiona thought, did I talk to Sigran while I was drunk? Fiona, with a pained expression, gripped the paper tightly and sobbed. She thought, my lover is handsome and has a high alcohol tolerance. I wonder if I did anything crazy last night. While Fiona was in distress, Sigran approached from behind and called out, Fiona. Sigran stood at the door, one hand behind his neck, and asked gently, are you planning to leave during the day or at night? Can we leave tonight? Fiona looked at him blankly and asked, huh? Sigran, you want to postpone until tonight? I don't think that's possible. I can't delay any longer. I'll probably leave right after I finish packing my luggage. Sigran looked at Fiona and said, you still don't look well. I bet you don't remember what happened last night. Have you never seen a beautiful woman drunk before? Fiona asked back. He looked at Fiona with a thoughtful expression and replied, well, that's true. The successor of Halong is naturally a beautiful woman. Hearing his answer, Fiona asked angrily, what do you mean by all this? All right then, what does my highness want? Sigran put his finger near his mouth, smiled slyly, and asked back, what do you think I want? The girl who hid the fact that another man sent her a love letter. Hearing Sigran say that, Fiona's face was panicked and sweaty. She thought, he's clearly angry with me. Fiona asked back, you're not going to kill him, are you? No, I'm just planning to investigate that Bill Curtis guy. He's not a simple person. He's quite cunning. Fiona, blushing, frowned and replied, I know, but I just find him very annoying. Sigran said, I'm a little worried about you. You seem to have changed a bit lately. Hearing Sigran say that, Fiona looked up at him with a curious expression. Sigran, with a contemplative expression, continued, I feel like you've become a bit more serious about this. I know you're very worried about Aban. Before, you also thought that it would be good if you changed. To be honest, being so carefree all the time is not very good. So that's why I want to take care of you even more. Fiona took Sigran's hand. He said, Fiona, I really need you. I always think so, Sigran said, holding her hand and looking at Fiona with an affectionate gaze. I don't know what you will choose in the future, but you should also make a decision right now, shouldn't you? Hearing Sigran say that, Fiona's eyes widened in curiosity as she looked at him. Fiona remembered her conversation with Bill, remembering what he said. Compared to His Highness the Prince, as long as you are by my side, I will surely be more valuable than His Highness the Prince. Me. Sigran looked at her, his head slightly bowed, his eyes sad as he looked at her. Did I make him misunderstand? Fiona was silent, then suddenly said, I live in this world not just for you alone, but I want to be a source of strength for all my loved ones. Her words made him look at her in astonishment. Fiona bowed her head and said softly, That's why I chose to go to Halong alone. I decided that from the beginning. That's also why I want to go alone. I hope he will understand this. I have naturally spoken the truth. I don't intend to be with Sigran in such a situation. I've tried to think of many reasons to be with you. But what's bothering me now is what Bill Curtis said. It's just that I don't want to admit it. Fiona's small hand rested on his. Sigran called out with difficulty, Fiona. First, you said you wanted to be with me, but then you won't let me go with you. What's that about? Hearing Sigran say that, Fiona got angry, grabbed his hand and explained, No, I mean, it can't be now. Fiona stammered. But ... Seeing Fiona stammer like that, Sigran chuckled softly. Fiona, you're so mean, Sigran said as he lifted Fiona up, which surprised her. He said seriously, Do you have any idea how much I want to be with you, Fiona? It's just like how you want to see Aban right now. Hearing him say that, Fiona froze slightly, her face sad as she looked at him. And if you didn't intend to abandon me like this from the beginning, can we go together? Fiona's hand moved slightly. Fiona thought, I've been tricked again. Fiona tilted her head, tears streaming down her face, silent. Seeing Fiona like that, Sigran thought, I don't remember drinking, so why is this happening? Fiona thought, he's using a beauty trap, isn't he? Fiona thought so. She smirked. She mumbled, Me ... Wait until I find Aban. Hearing her words, he looked up at her in surprise. Fiona's eyes widened. Her face flushed, and she smiled brightly. Then from now on, I'll listen to everything you say, okay? At the flower-filled gate of the mansion, the light shone through. Fiona smiled brightly and said, Now let's go find him, Sigran. Hearing the other man say, Huh? You two haven't broken up? Fiona and Sigran trembled with anger and replied, We are very happy now, you know. At Gunter's and the mercenary band's residence, Fiona shouted, What? There's no way those monsters are just a squirrel. Fiona stood up and yelled at him, Can you be more serious? This is a very serious matter. He burst out laughing after hearing what Fiona said. It's true that people in love are always so serious. Hearing those words, Fiona lowered her face slightly and sighed. All right. I came here today to ask a favor of you. Hearing that Fiona had come for a reason, he immediately asked, What is it? The truth is, she hadn't even finished speaking when a boy cut in. Hey, the captain is talking to some girl. Oh, really? They started to get noisy. Could she be the captain's lover? The guy named Leswy reminded everyone to be careful with their words. You'd better be careful what you say. If you talk nonsense, someone might punish you. Prince, what does his lover mean by that? Those people slowly stepped forward and said, Captain, we know you're always a tolerant and generous person. Fiona was annoyed but still wanted to speak her mind. You'd better listen to your captain. That they still teased her. Well, I'm sure this is clearly the captain's lover. I have to admit, this girl is really beautiful. And all this time you've been hiding her from us. Fiona smiled friendly. I'm a customer. Hearing that, the guys scratched their heads. Oh, ... really? They asked her. Well then, do you know that hiring us is very expensive? He pointed at the two of them and said, Many people come here to hire, but after hearing the price, they pretend to be arrogant and then leave. And it seems the captain still hasn't agreed to your request yet. Ah, is that so? She threw out a large bag of money. So, is this enough? Do you need more? I am a rich and powerful client. Hire all the mercenary groups. Gunter was surprised. She held the heavy bag of money in her hand. Are you from the nobility? How long do you want to hire us for? Fiona started to raise her voice at the dozens of apologies from the other guys. All right, I want to hire you until you find the Duke. Fiona whispered. Sigran, did you have a conflict with Gunter before? Of course not. His eyes averted as he turned away. There must be. Looking at Fiona, Sigran said. After I finished all my work, I ran straight here. Don't you think you're being unreasonable to me? I feel like you're running to find another man first, not me. Sigran leaned in close to Fiona and whispered, I have loved you with all my heart, yet now I feel as if I'm being abandoned. Ah. Fiona yelled at Sigran. No, no, I didn't come to find Gunter. I came here for Sir Abenko. Sigran, hearing these words, could only nod and say, I know. Guanto thought helplessly. Oh, you rich and powerful nobles, please go somewhere else and let the dog go. The wind, combined with the snow, blew fiercely. In front of a snow-white castle in the middle of the snowstorm, Sigran was standing in front of Halin's city, waiting for Fiona and Sigran. Suddenly he heard a thump. At this moment both Fiona and Sigran were standing here. My lady. Sigran, seeing Jaren standing outside, asked Jaren, have you been waiting for us for a long time? Due to the snowstorm, the journey here was slower than planned. At this moment Jaren said, I'm very happy that you are still healthy. Fiona, seeing the snow starting to fall more heavily, said, we don't have much time. Let's go inside and continue talking. Yes, my lady. In a flash, all three of them were back. Welcome back to Halong. Fiona was a little scared by the cold. I really hate the smell of the cold winter air hitting my nose like this. She thought, now that Aban is no longer here, it's like I'm back at my own home. This sentence implies that the female lead's family was very cold to her before. Going back home here means the old house, not Abeni's house. Hearing that, Jaren said, let me explain everything that just happened. Before she could speak, Fiona asked him, the dragon that appeared here, does that mean it's one of the 3 remaining dragons? Jerome replied, yes. Fiona stood there smelling something. If that's the case, then a Ben ... Sigran said in a panic. Aban certainly wasn't captured by them, was he? If 2 dragons appeared, why didn't Aban know? Jerome explained that no, he wasn't captured by them. To be precise, he went out to investigate them. The dragon appeared in the mountain range surrounding the Halong area. Perhaps that's why the number of monster attacks from the mountains has increased accordingly. Of course, His Grace the Duke did his best to protect Halong, but perhaps he couldn't eliminate them all by himself. Besides, there was a report that those 2 dragons once fought with the Duke's ancestors. Hearing these words, Fiona stood frozen for a few seconds. She turned to ask Sigran, Sigran, was the dragon you caught before very intelligent? Sigran said, no, it was completely different from the other monsters. Siren was a little curious. Fiona, what do you mean by that? At this point Fiona thought, there's something more to this, but it's nothing. Fiona continued, Jaren, how is the protection of the walls around the castle? Can it hold out until Sigran and I find the Duke? I can't say for sure yet, but I'll do my best. First, I've brought some mercenaries here. We've also prepared everything, so we're just waiting for the right time to start. Jaren, hearing these words, also agreed. Ah, yes, my lady. It has been several days since Aban went missing in a place where food is always scarce like this. Fortunately, I had prepared in advance. I hope he is okay. But now, I don't know if that food supply is enough to sustain us until we find Aban. But anyway, as long as Aban is still alive, it's fine. In the thick, white snowstorm, Jaren asked, is it okay for the 2 of you to go alone like this? Fiona sighed and thought, I think it's better to go with fewer people. Jaren said he knew that, but there are 2 dragons here. If we bring too many people to search, they will notice us. Hearing Fiona speak, the Halong army was also on its way to find Aban before I arrived, so they must be very tired by now. If we keep making them work, they will die of exhaustion. Jerome was still a little worried. Yes, my lady. Please be careful, you 2. Fion, seeing Jaren so worried, told him, don't worry. If there's an emergency, I'll signal with magic. But deep down, she was thinking, I really hate using magic, but ... To be honest, even if I'm lucky now, I'll probably only be able to find Aban's corpse. That's also why Jaren told me not to worry about finding Aban, as long as I return safely. Fiona thought to herself, I just hope that Sir Aban is still alive. Before Fiona left, she instructed Sigran, tell all the soldiers to watch the sky over the northern mountains. My rationality made me give a very decisive answer, she said, on the snow-covered mountain, which was extremely cold. Fiona at this moment seemed quite tired, having been walking for a long time. I can't take it anymore. Before I came to Halong, I was lucky enough to hire a group of mercenaries to search with me, so finding Aban in Halong will also be easier. The remaining problem is the dangers that can come at any time. Even if I can find Aban, it's hard to return safely. That was what Jerome had thought about giving up the search. But that's also the reason why I must come here to find Aban. Suddenly a loud roar echoed, startling everyone. This is a dragon's roar. That's right. From the sound of it, it seems to be in a lot of pain. Fiona said to Sigran, Sigran, can you come with me? Let's go to that dragon's place. Jaren worriedly shouted, my lady, that's very dangerous. If you go directly to the dragon's place, it will be very dangerous. Sigran said, all right. This made Fiona and Sigran a little stunned. Why am I not asking why it's so dangerous? Slowly drawing his sword, Sigran said that from the beginning, he had a feeling that there was something on his mind. Well then, let's try going there and see. While walking, the two of them stopped short. Fiona, it seems someone has burned wood here before. Fiona thought to herself, that's right. It seems Abel was here before. Sigran, in the past, there was a time when humans and dragons were connected. Those dragons were praised by everyone as the most intelligent in the world. After hearing these things, Sigran said, this is the first time I've heard about that day. He asked her, how do you know about that? Oh no, this is a story from the modern world. Fiona thought she was being a bit too obvious and stammered, this ... Actually, I forgot about it. It was a long time ago, so I don't remember it clearly. Sigran saw something. Fiona, wait. It seems there is blood in the cave. It seems to have dried up, but it looks like it just dried recently. On the other side, the wind is blowing very hard. There are also two on this side. A group of demonic beasts swarmed forward to attack. Fiona, she used fire to burn them and walked past them nonchalantly. Fiona thought to herself, if these monsters are gathering here, then it must mean that ... Aban and his group are very close by. But if that's the case, then Aban should be here, not the monsters. Buddha is gathering here, but is he around here? Fiona clasped her hands in prayer. I hope Aban isn't here. Otherwise ... Suddenly there was a thud. Fiona immediately ran. Sigran, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Sigran said that he was fine, that he had killed all the monsters here. Sigran then pointed up and said, but there are a lot of monsters gathering up there. In that case, wait for me for a moment. Fiona suddenly thought of something. She rushed towards the end of the cave. Sigran shouted, Fiona, damn it, wait. There, at the end of the cave. Aban! Sigran shouted. Stop, Fiona! She ran faster in a panic to find Aban. At the end of the cave, she froze. With the sight before her, a large dragon and Aban's bloodied body. Aban was sitting there, covered in blood, motionless. The stillness made her freeze, calling out, Aban! Sigran, from behind, also ran up with tired steps. Fiona, are you okay? He looked at the scene before him, equally terrified. Failed, it's a dragon. Sigran was scared, but he tried to find a way to protect Fiona. Fiona, get behind me. If it's a dragon, I'll handle it because I have experience. In the meantime, you... At this point, Fiona said immediately, "Wait a minute, Sigran. Just wait for me for a moment." Hearing this, Sigran didn't understand what was happening. "Clemente Edward, that's your name, right?" As the first dragon and also the wisest dragon, Fiona shouted loudly, "The only dragon left with reason is you." She said angrily, "If you are in a condition where you can talk, then let's talk for a bit. The story is that once upon a time, there were 4 dragons. With reason and wisdom that humans cannot compare to, those dragons communicated with humans. They coexisted and respected each other's existence. But after a long time, as their wisdom faded, the names of the dragons in human records were no more. And that is one of the worldviews of this novel." At this moment, Sigran, behind Fiona, thought. Suddenly the dragon became quiet. Could it really understand what Fiona said? The dragon spoke to Fiona, saying, "Little human, how do you know my name? It has existed in a forgotten age." As expected, I guessed correctly. Fiona clenched her fists and thought, "But I have to be careful. It's not a completely rational dragon like before. It's hard for me to explain the details to Sigran right now. Even if I only saw Aban's sword stuck in the dragon, it wouldn't be easy for it to forgive Aban. If I'm careless, Aban, next to the dragon, will be in danger." She looked at Aban's bloodied body as she thought. The good thing is that if it left Aban by its side like that, there's a high chance that Aban is still alive. Aban's head is bleeding, but it's not a fatal wound. Her eyes began to sparkle. Another noteworthy point is that there were clearly supposed to be 2 dragons, but now there is only one. Suddenly it growled angrily and asked Fiona back, "Talk? I have nothing to say to humans." Fiona looked straight at the ferocious dragon and said, "I have something to ask you. I'm curious if we can help you with your matter." The huge monster began to frown. "Help? Help with what?" "Yes," Fiona said at this point. "Right now, humanity is in crisis because of their war. They are dying because of the increasing number of monsters. They are injured or have lost their homes, and they are shivering in the cold. Humans can solve this problem. If the war ends and we leave here, I think the relationship between humans and dragons can be rebuilt as it was before. So I want to ask you something. Why are you fighting with your own kind here?" The dragon began to growl, saying, "It's been thousands of years since anyone recognized my existence, so I will answer your question." Fiona was overjoyed, but the next words made her freeze. "But the human standing next to you... I'm curious about the reason. Why is the smell of dragon's blood emanating from this human so strong?" Fiona turned back to look at Sigran. Fiona panicked and remembered, before, secret... has killed a dragon before. She panicked. "Please listen to me, Clemente. The reason Sigran had to kill the dragon was because humans had suffered because of dragons before." She explained in a complete panic. "I won't make any excuses, but please remember that many people have sacrificed themselves for no reason." Siren, from behind the hook, looked very shocked. "Please listen to me just once." Sigran rushed forward to push Fiona back. Sigran runs. Sigran gritted his teeth and told Fiona to get the hell back. Does he have another sword? Aban was about to attack her. At this moment, the fierce gatekeeper spoke. "Now, human, if you are worthy enough to transact with the wisest of dragons, then you must state the answer yourself. For the question you have asked me, this is the test." Fiona witnessed everything that was happening right now. The fierce beast's voice began to echo. "You must be very eager to find the answer. Then try your best to find it. This is just a test for now." 2 swords pierced the 2 men's bodies. Fiona stood stunned. She couldn't understand why. Why is this happening? Could this dragon be controlling someone to harm their own kin? Could it be that He made a deal with this dragon. There must have been some kind of agreement, but why is he testing us now? Sigran panted, thinking this was completely different from what he and Aban had practiced in Halong. The situation was now very difficult, impossible to resolve. Aban was truly treating this as a battle. The two men, holding two blades, faced each other. He had no defenses up at all. At this moment, Sigran said, "Fiona, you need to decide quickly. We can't defend against Aban's attacks." Sigran looked at Sarsam and said, "If this continues, both of us will surely be in danger." Sigran looked at Fiona and said, "Even if you hate me right now, I have to protect you and get you out of here. In 5 minutes, I will attack Aban." Fiona looked towards Sigran with many thoughts in her heart. "In 5 minutes, Sigran will put me in a really difficult position. His face looks like he's about to cry." Fiona shouted loudly, "Clemente!" She looked straight at it and said, "You are wasting too much energy. I know you can't hold on for much longer, even if you've cursed Aban so he can't recognize me. As I see it, this isn't a test at all. The person who wants to pass this test, could it be that you want to take revenge on them by making them kill their loved ones? If you want to know what revenge is, then put yourself in the shoes of those who are willing to stand up and fight to capture dragons. As I see it, if I wanted revenge on someone, I would definitely do it myself. It would be more meaningful that way." The beast faltered slightly at Fiona's words. For her to remain so calm in this situation, humans are truly strange creatures. Suddenly, something made Fiona and the beast turn their heads. The two men over here were struggling with each other. It was Sigran's voice. "I've already said so much. I have to make use of the little time left." At this moment, Fiona looked at the dragon and thought, "The dragon still hasn't answered me. I'm sure my guesses are likely correct. What should I do next, Fiona? Why does it want to give me this test? I'm sure there must be an answer in it." Her gaze towards the beast seemed to hold many unspoken words. This dragon was still willing to risk its life. It seemed to be trying to tell her something through this situation. Suddenly, a loud bang. Fiona looked in that direction, her eyes filled with horror. Aban, his hand trembling as he gripped the sword tightly. Sigran panted as he looked towards Aban. Fiona turned to look at Sigran. "Sigran, no matter how the dragon has cursed Aban, Aban's body still has its limits." Cgrn then said, "I can feel the force he's channeling through the sword." In this battle, Sigran stepped closer to Aban. Aban absolutely did not want this. Fiona looked at the two of them with shimmering eyes. That's it must be. Looking at Aban, DNAG staggered, trying to stand up. Fiona thought, "That's the answer this dragon wants." The three of them moved closer to Aban together. "Let me handle Aban." She used fire magic. She asked Sigran, "Sigran, do you remember what you told me? You said there would be a time when I would need you. You were right. Right now, I really need you. For now, please wait for me. I have something I need to do." "Is this what you want to do, Fiona?" Sigran asked in alarm as he turned around. She was looking very seriously at the dragon and her controlled father. She was completely helpless. Fiona said, "The correct answer is Aban. It's not about suppressing the opponent. Now, please do as I say." Sigran turned to look at her with a surprised expression. Then he smiled. He turned around in a fighting stance. "Your command? I will receive it with pleasure." On this side, the red dragon with its bright eyes. He thought, "Truly, perhaps because humans have such strong wills, I've used more energy than I thought. I even have wounds from the fight." He growled, the red dragon with its hazy, bright eyes. "I can't delay here any longer. Even with these humans, I'm still alone." Then, Fiona immediately used her power. The flames blazed up, incredibly bright, with fires burning all around, which greatly surprised and distracted the dragon. While he was distracted, Sigran leaped away from this side, causing him to be caught off guard, making him extremely panicked. Damn it! While I was distracted. Then, Sigran rushed in from another direction, catching the dragon completely by surprise. He couldn't dodge in time and was caught by Sigran, who grabbed the sword embedded in his body. Sigran held the sword firmly, leaving the dragon stunned. With a long slash, drops of blood fell from the dragon's body, drip by drip. The sword in its body had been cleanly pulled out, still dripping with a little of its blood. Rewinding to the time before the two had struck, when Sigran said, "Give me your command, Fiona," she had said. "The medium for the curse controlling Aban is the sword in that dragon. After all, hatred is the source of the curse. Sigran, I will use fireworks to obscure the vision of Aban and that dragon. You must dive into that gap and pull out the sword." The flashback ends with Sigran's decisive action. He has successfully pulled the sword from the dragon's body, freeing Aban from its manipulation. Sigran breathed a sigh of relief. Success. "I've removed the sword from the dragon," Fiona said joyfully, as expected. She praised Sigran for doing a good job, while Aban staggered towards Fiona, then stumbled. He fell onto her, startling her greatly. "Aban!" she shouted loudly, then caught Aban with both hands. She was breathing heavily, extremely tired. Her lips trembled slightly. She bit them tightly, then hugged her father. Sigran, on this side, also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems Fiona's judgment was correct. He turned to the dragon and said, "You used Aban's sword, stuck in your body, as a medium for the curse." The dragon narrowed its bright eyes and asked with curiosity, "Why? Why did you only pull out the sword? You could have used it to kill me." Hearing his question, he glanced over at Fiona and said, "Well, I don't think that's what Fiona would have wanted." His words made her pause after she had draped the coat over her father. Fiona stood up and called the dragon's name from before. "Clente. If you truly are the Dragon of Wisdom, I don't think you would use this curse without a purpose. So I realized the situation I had to face with you. It looks very similar to the battle you have had to fight all this time. Clearly, this dragon didn't really want to fight them, but they had to kill each other to stop that person. It is a tragic reality," Fiona said firmly, looking straight into the eyes of the Dragon of Wisdom. "You wanted us to know that, didn't you?" With brave eyes, she continued, "You wanted us to know about the situation you are facing. Your mood right now is you have to harm another dragon that has lost its mind." Fiona's words made the red dragon of wisdom ponder. Then he said, "One of my 3 best friends had to face death because of the human standing next to you. Actually, I am very grateful for that." His words surprised the 2 of them. Dragons have a nearly immortal life. Yes, that means even if our bodies have no reason or emotion left, we still have to live. My best friends have had to repeat an act of slaughter for 1,000 years. I don't think a life like that would bring me peace." Hearing his words, Fiona contemplated. "That's why you have to fight. You want to let the other dragons rest in peace before you lose your mind." He nodded and smiled. Truly a wise human. "Huh?" Fiona glared at him. "Even if you praise me, I won't forgive you for daring to use Aban to harm Sigran." The dragon spoke up. "You've got some nerve, don't you? Let me tell you. Before he met me, he was already injured by a monster." "Oh," Sigran chimed in. "If that's the issue, you don't have to worry, Fiona. After all, it's normal for a sword fight with Sir Aban to leave 2 people dissatisfied." The dragon found Fiona interesting and said, "Let's make a deal before my consciousness disappears." A moment later, Aban's hands trembled slightly. He opened his eyes, which had been tightly shut until now. His body was covered in wounds and blood, his own blood. He was in pain, not knowing where he was. Suddenly, a small pair of hands grabbed him. Aban. Sigran and Fiona both shouted. Aban. Seeing the two of them, he said, "What's this? Is this an illusion?" Which made Fiona feel extremely embarrassed and pained. "This isn't an illusion. While Aban was unconscious, we made a deal with the Dragon of Wisdom." Sigran added, "The deal is that the dragon will no longer attack us, and the mercenary troops and knights are on their way." Hearing this, Aban's lips trembled and he said, "Fiona, I think it's too late." It made her freeze. In her desperate eyes, Aban, with his last breath, said, "Call me father," one last time. In the cave, Aban's voice echoed, "Call me father one last time." He said to Fiona, who was kneeling beside him with Sigran, his head covered in blood. Hearing this, Fiona was extremely alarmed and stared at him. She couldn't believe her ears, and after a moment of silence, she asked again, "What do you mean? One last time?" She shouted in worry, "This isn't the last time." But Aban just smiled. Then he urged her, "Hurry up and call me." In Fiona's stunned silence, she gritted her teeth, her expression darkening. After a moment of silence, she called out, "Father." The call hung in the air, making the whole space silent. They remained frozen, motionless. Aban looked at her, a mix of astonishment and joy, as she bowed her head towards him. Then he looked at her and smiled gently, his head still covered in blood. Then he spoke, "If only I could hear you call me father more often, that would be nice." Worried, she quickly replied, "As long as you're alive, you can hear it." Sigran, on the side, couldn't take it anymore. He stood up and kicked Aban with the tip of his foot with a thud. It made Fiona turn in shock, stunned, while Aban looked up at his action. Then he spoke up, "Master, you should be a bit more mature now," Sigran said with a gentle, mocking tone as he looked at him. Fiona was surprisingly frozen by his words. She yelled at him, "Sigran, how dare you do that to a patient?" Ignoring her, he continued to kick, while Aban smiled, watching her worry about him. "Court," he admitted, "I'm using the same method you use in front of me every day, so you're annoyed, right?" This statement made both of them freeze, Fiona still holding onto Sigran's collar. She glanced towards Aban. A rustling sound was heard. Aban sat up, his head covered in blood, and looked at her, while Fiona also glanced at him in silence. Then he closed his eyes and spoke softly. He said, "In short, you've promised now, Fiona." Fiona's anger rose and she pouted as she stared at Aban. The three of them stood up with Fiona's furious aura. Sigran and Aban looked at her awkwardly. Aban tried to explain. "Fi." He looked at her, about to say something. She had already turned away, and then he called her name. "Fiona?" with a questioning tone. She turned back to look at him, tears already welling up and flooding her eyes, and angrily walked away. Seeing her reaction, Aban stammered awkwardly, "Ah, you don't have to be that angry." Sigran on the side pouted nonchalantly at his victory, sighing, "Poor thing." Fiona retorted to Aban, shouting, "Who wouldn't be angry in this situation?" Aban tried to explain, but he froze when he saw her expression. Fiona burst into tears and expressed her frustration. "I thought you were going to die." Her face turned red from crying. Her eyes couldn't stop shedding tears. Then she made a decision. "I will never," to the astonishment of Aban and the bewilderment of Sigran. She continued, "Call you father again." Her words struck Aban like a thunderbolt. He was stunned, silent, speechless. She turned and walked away, while he fumbled, reaching out to her, stammering, "Fiona, don't cry anymore. Please reconsider." At Aban's words, she snapped, "You're so noisy." Don't follow me, while Sigran watched her walk away. Then Aban tried to defend himself. Actually, this method was Sigran's idea. He couldn't finish his sentence before crying out in pain, making Fiona, with tears in her eyes, turn her head in shock to look at him. Then she confirmed again. This time it's not an act, right? Aban clutched his aching side, his face dark with pain, and replied, Of course. Fiona covered her face and rested her elbows, remarking, Sigran, your master is so foolish. Sigran added, Your foster father is too, with a nonchalant expression. Aban, seeing this, couldn't help but get angry. How dare you two talk to a patient like that? He questioned. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed in the cave, making the three of them stop arguing and look towards the sound. The rocks above their heads shook and fell. Then they quickly began to fall more heavily from many places. Aban guessed, Is it starting again? Fiona replied, That's the content of the deal. Amidst the rumbling sounds, Sigran quietly looked around. She continued, We have to help the dragons and not obstruct them until they die. Hearing this, Aban, full of surprise and confusion, asked again, Help them until they die? Sigran called her, Fiona. She turned to answer his call. Sigran, hearing her response, asked, Should I tell Aban what happened? Fiona agreed with Sigran. You tell him. In Aban's curious anticipation, Sigran called, Aban. He turned towards him. Then he continued, Before we go help the dragons, I have something to tell you. He walked over to Aban and stood near him. Then they walked and talked, Sigran supporting Aban's shoulder, while Aban put his arm around his neck. When the story was told, he understood. So that's how it was. I was wondering why my clothes still had soot on them. Fiona, walking beside them, added, Both Sigran and I were focused on defense, so we weren't seriously injured. It probably wasn't from the previous injury. Upon hearing the story, Aban still replied nonchalantly, Since this is something I often do with Sigran, even if I hear those words, I don't feel anything special. He added, Whether it's a great war or a curse or whatever. Hearing this, Fiona couldn't say anything more, thinking to herself, Why do all the priests talk the same way? But then he said, But if it were you, the story would be different, which made her look up at him in surprise and confusion. Aban continued to speak. I can't believe I attacked you, Fiona. He glanced at her, speaking with guilt. Fiona looked back at him and replied, No, Aban. I thought it was the result of carelessness. The other two, hearing this, both turned their gazes to her in astonishment. Aban looked at her sadly and called out gently, Fiona. He didn't realize and said to her beside him, Why have you been talking like it's your fault all this time? Fiona looked ahead, while Aban and Sigran didn't notice the group of people standing at the front of the cave. It wasn't until Aban saw them that he was startled, his eyes wide. Fiona thought joyfully, finally found them. The main character of the commission. Her heart skipped a beat when she saw the group. Fiona smiled happily, while Aban was stunned. One of them spoke up. Just in time. Tie up the Duke. I heard he's going to use that body to cause chaos. Aban stammered in defense. Tie? No, Fiona. No wonder this doesn't seem to be the way into the cave. Only now did he realize he had been set up. Then Fiona spoke up. I heard from the dragon. He said that many in the group were injured, so he fought alone to become a decoy. Two from the group stepped forward, nonchalantly and cheerfully grabbing both of Aban's restrained hands to his astonishment. Fiona stepped forward, pointed at herself and said, If something happens to the Duke, what will you do? She was determined, while Aban couldn't say anything, just remaining silent. Then she looked at Aban with determined eyes. Then she continued, I will not let him give up like that ever again. Neither will I, nor will Aban. Footsteps echoed in the snowstorm. The wind howled past them, led by Fiona, followed by Sigran and the client. In the snowy wind, Fiona gently looked down from the rock ledge. Below, a large army had long gathered in the snowstorm, fully equipped. Both the client and his companions were also there. Fiona looked at them silently for a moment. Then she said, Good. Then she shouted loudly, It's time to catch the second dragon. Is everyone ready? She raised her hand, rallying everyone with great spirit, with Sigran and the client by her side. The people below also raised their hands, shouting in response. Before this force, Fiona smiled resolutely as the wind howled and snow flew everywhere. She looked at them and commanded, All right, let's move out. Behind her, Sigran and the client smiled, looking at her back with trust. Renatus leapt, a black dragon known by this name. Renatus is the dragon with the strongest life force among the 4 dragons. And that is the name of the dragon Clemente is fighting. KSC, the dragon cried out in pain as dozens of sharp arrows pierced its flesh. Renatus slammed itself into the rocks, causing them to tumble down. It stood before the people, roaring and flapping its wings fiercely. They reminded each other, Be careful. Don't let its wing movements sweep us away. The fierce dragon, they said to each other again, Reform the ranks. Someone shouted, To the right. Ooh, ooh. Fiona stared at the dragon in front of her. It flapped its wings and flew over their heads in the snowstorm. It's escaping. Ready the arrows. Someone in the crowd urged. But Fiona stared at the dragon with a determined gaze and let out a HMPH. Then Fiona shouted loudly, Clemente. And with a roar, the purple-red dragon charged at Renatus. Then Clemente bit down on the dragon's neck decisively. Blood gushed from the dragon Renatus's neck after Clemente's bite. The dragon roared in pain, craning its neck back. Flap, flap. It beat its wings trying to escape, but it was impossible. The people below watched the fight between the 2 dragons in the air. Everyone held a weapon. Fiona also watched them, clenching her fists, thinking, I can't just let it get away. Then she shouted, calling the red dragon's name, Clemente. It was still persistently biting and holding Renatus tight. She told it, This way. Clemente paused when it heard her call and glanced at her. Sigran, at her side, realized her intention, his face darkening with worry as he shouted at her, Wait, Fiona. What are you planning? Before he could finish his sentence, she had already run forward. In the snowstorm, Sigran reached out for her, but she looked resolutely towards Clemente, holding out her hand. She looked at it, holding out her hand and shouting, Take me with you. Fiona's hair flew in the howling snowstorm. She was riding on Clemente's back as it flapped its wings majestically. Her eyes were fixed ahead with determination. Clemente asked her with confusion, Why did you follow me, human? Amidst the howling wind, she answered it. Just think of me as a missile on a fighter jet. Her explanation only confused Clemente more. Realizing she had just said something strange, Fiona corrected herself. I will act as your weapon, so you just chase it well. Suddenly, Clemente spotted something and didn't reply to her. Then, having a clear target, it told her, It's that way. Next, it flapped its wings and flew quickly to where it saw Renatus escaping, which startled Fiona a bit. She told it, Clemente, please fly above Renatus. Ahead of them, Renatus, with an injured wing, was flying unsteadily. At her suggestion, Clemente asked with confusion, What are you planning to do? She stared at Renatus, explaining while creating lightning bolts in her hand. I'm going to make Renatus fall. To be sure, she asked Clemente again, is that okay? Meanwhile, the lightning in her hand grew larger as Clemente continued to chase Renatus. Clemente saw the lightning flash past its eyes. Then it agreed. Go ahead and do it. She raised her lightning-filled hand, staring down below, concentrating as the crackling sounds of colliding lightning filled the air. Then she curled her fingers down. A loud boom quickly erupted as lightning bolts struck down from above towards Renatus below. Then another boom, and this time Renatus was hit and surrounded by lightning. Then a massive bolt of lightning made it look up in astonishment. Finally, the snowstorm subsided, and the sky gradually turned to dusk. Renatus, severely injured and covered in blood, lay motionless in the snow. It panted heavily, blood dripping from its mouth. Renatus's wings fluttered, indicating it was still alive. Then it stretched out in pain with a final thud. Clemente landed, using its foot to hold Renatus down, and bit its neck hard to end its suffering quickly. Clemente bit down hard, blood flowing from Renatus's neck, until it showed no more signs of life. Renatus's eyes hazed over as it looked at the last lights on the treetops. Fiona ran frantically from a distance, witnessing the entire event. Her face showed astonishment. Clemente whispered to Renatus, "May you rest in peace." Then it called, "My friend," and bowed its head under the sunset and over its friend's corpse. Fiona stood silently watching them, not saying a word, as she slowly approached. The sunlight shone on the leafless dry trees. After mourning his friend, Clemente turned to look at her and asked, "What is your name, human mage?" She quickly looked at it and calmly replied, "Fiona Halong." It nodded and said, "That name is the name of the one who will rule this land." Then Clemente probed further, "Surely you also know about my deceased friend, right?" She replied to it, "Yes, the bravest dragon, Renatus Letma." Clemente reminisced, "It's been a long time since I've heard that name from a human's mouth," as he looked at his friend's blood-splattered corpse. Clemente was silent for a while, looking at her. Finally, unable to hold back, he asked, "You know our forgotten names. So what is your true identity?" Caught off guard by the question, Fiona was a little startled. She was silent for a while, looking at them. Then she lowered her eyelids, looking sad. She answered Clemente, "I am the one who originated this world. And you?" Clemente sat beside his friend's corpse, quietly looking at her, listening to her every word. It stared at her. Fiona's face darkened as she struggled to say, "But I couldn't end it." Clemente looked at her, slightly astonished. Then it asked, "Then what is that body?" It looked her over from head to toe. Fiona also looked back at it, a little surprised by the question. Fiona gently replied, "This is not my body." He listened to her seriously, as the sunset gradually faded and snow began to fall. Fiona looked at her hand and continued, "This is the body of a girl who has to live a sad life because of me." Under the fading sunset and falling snow, Fiona spoke with a sense of guilt. "Perhaps." She clenched her fist. "I am being punished." Clemente was not too surprised, he understood. "Is that so?" At his calmness, she looked up at it in astonishment. She asked back, "So you're not angry, Clemente?" It explained clearly, "We have suffered for hundreds of years, and caused suffering to many others." Then Clemente continued, "But," and Fiona continued to listen. His voice echoed through the long millennia. She remembered the dozens of pages of her stories about them, stacked on top of each other. Clemente said seriously to her, "Our lives were very happy." Under the sunset, Fiona was silent. Clemente reminisced, "Those were days as brilliant as the dawn, as sweet as wine, and as sparkling as gems. The scene of it flying freely in the sky under the sunset and the sun's rays. Then Clemente concluded, "If you are the one who caused us to suffer." She looked at her hands again. Clemente continued, "Then the one who brought happiness to my friend was also you." Fiona was amazed to hear Clemente's comforting words and stared at it. Clemente's voice echoed again. "Forgetting happiness just because of a period of misfortune is a foolish thing to do." She looked at it in surprised silence. The two of them faced each other under the fading sunset and falling snow. "When the sun rises, the sun must also set," Clemente stated the obvious. Under the twilight, he spoke eloquently. "Even if life doesn't go as planned, whether life is brilliant or happy, it has its own meaning." His face was resolute. "Like this long life where I have received more joy. I have received things that I could not have known if I had not been born." Under the last light of day, Clemente approached her, resting his head against her. Then he nuzzled her comfortingly, which endlessly surprised Fiona. Clemente continued, "So you can leave your guilt here, little creator." She widened her eyes in astonishment at what Clemente said to her. Fiona looked at it. Then, as if a burden had been lifted from her heart, she raised her hand and gently touched Clemente's head. Under the brilliant light of the sunset and falling snow, she hugged Clemente. They were silent for a moment, as if comforting each other. A small bird somewhere perched on a branch, looking at them. Fiona silently let go. "The world began because of me. The world has changed so much because of me." They just silently hugged each other, offering comfort. "It seems this is the first time I have been forgiven in this place." A look of joy and peace washed over her face as she gazed into the distance. The sun had gradually set. She looked at her shadow, imagining the owner of this body. She decided, the one trapped in eternal darkness, like a sunset like me. "Can you forgive me?" she asked her shadow. Then with a thump, something fell into her hand. Clemente gave it to her. "Here, keep it. It will be useful someday." A brilliant red crystal was in Fiona's palm. Fiona looked at the sparkling crystal in her hand in surprise. Clemente explained, "That gem is the crystallization of a dragon's power." She held it in her hand as Clemente's voice continued, "My other close friends have lost their minds and their gems have also disappeared." Fiona hesitated. "You don't have to give this to me." Before she could finish her sentence, Clemente interrupted, "Just take it." Then it looked at her and prayed, "May wisdom always be with you." Before Fiona's silent gaze, she now understood. "You're asking me to bring the hearts of the other dragons here, aren't you?" Clemente didn't deny it. "That's right. I want to rest in peace in the same place as them." Then Clemente continued, "Now you should go. The voices of those looking for you are echoing throughout the mountains." Fiona now remembered. Oh. Her hand still holding the gem. Fiona asked Clemente, "Will you stay here forever?" Meanwhile, she was thinking of Sigran calling, "Fiona," with anger and, "Where is the client?" Their faces appeared in her mind. He answered her, "Yes, until you bring the hearts of my friends here. I will fall into a deep sleep to protect what's left of my sanity." Clemente looked at her comfortingly. "Young creator, don't worry too much about my friend's affairs or anything else. You just need to sow the seeds to harvest the golden wheat fields." Fiona listened silently to Clemente. Then she smiled, her hair flying in the wind. Her face softened, having let go of the sorrow in her heart. She assured Clemente, "I will do my best." Clemente looked at his friend's corpse beside him, then looked at her and smiled. Fiona turned and walked away. In the falling snow, she turned back to glance at them. The cold wind blew as the sun gradually set, and night began to fall. Clemente lowered its body closer to its dead friend. Then it rested its head on its friend's neck, mourning as the snow fell. She stared at them without saying anything. Then a flicker of pity appeared in her eyes. She thought to herself, I hate the cold of Halong. Then she reconsidered, but, while trying to find her way in the snow and growing darkness, she told herself, I don't know if I can call this lucky or not. Fiona clutched her cloak tightly. She recalled Clemente gazing at the sky with his best friend Renatus lying prostrate on the cold snow, thinking to herself that it would become their eternal coffin. At the fortress the next morning, sunlight had covered the entire fortress. We have successfully defended the walls of Halong. Clink, clank the sound of wooden beer mugs colliding. Everyone in the fortress was celebrating boisterously after the battle. After that day was a series of parties for the soldiers who had fought hard. They laughed and drank beer together. The noisy chatter of everyone. And a person in black clothes stood with their arms crossed. It was Sigran, staring at her as if carrying a storm of anger. His gloomy expression made everyone dare not approach. Fiona, sitting in front of him, felt so guilty under his gaze that she faded into the background, speechless. She now understood the seriousness, worried to the point of turning pale. She thought to herself, I'm screwed. Knock, knock a knock was heard at the door. Fiona called out, Sigran, are you in there? Sigran, sitting on the bed wiping his sword, didn't answer her. Then the door slowly opened and Fiona stepped inside. She looked at him a bit stiffly while Sigran, still wiping his sword, glanced at her. Then he said, Come in, to her surprise. She walked over and asked him, Sigran, are you drinking? Sigran denied it. No. She asked again, So are you mad at me? She gently placed her hand on the bed. Then she sat down obediently beside him, while Sigran put down his sword and wiping cloth to the side and looked at her. His expression softened as he looked at her thoughtfully. How could I be angry at this girl? In his eyes, she was so innocent and pure. After a silence, he suddenly spoke up. I want to talk about today. Fiona was startled and looked at him with wide eyes. But instead of a reprimand, it was a hug he gave her, to her surprise. Sigran continued, But it seems everything turned out well, so there's nothing left to say. He held her waist tightly. In his arms, she giggled. Then she said, But if you want to say something to me, just say it. Her words made him pause for a moment. Then Sigran's expression changed, sullenly remembering the image of everyone clinking glasses while praising her with sparkling eyes. She's so strong, Sigran said. Just now, they were all cheering and praising you for being a very strong person and all that stuff. I really want to bury them all alive. Fiona was startled by the change in his expression and quickly changed the subject. I feel that way too. So is there anything else? Besides that, are there any other secrets you're hiding from me related to dragons? He asked her seriously, holding her in his arms. Fiona froze at the question, looking at Sigran in silence. Then, under his gaze, she stammered, Well, about that. With her stammering, Sigran lost his patience. Finally, he pushed her down onto the bed, pinning her with his body, to Fiona's surprise. She looked up at him innocently, bewildered. Sigran, from above, stared down at her. He gripped the bedsheet tightly. How should I ask you to do this now? He thought to himself. Sometimes, when I look at our current situation. Sigran pinned her down on the large bed, holding both her hands as the two of them looked into each other's 4 eyes. Sigran looked down at her chest, thinking to himself, I want to test how much I can restrain myself. She called him with a questioning tone. Sigran? Her hand pushed against his forehead, making him look up. Then she stroked Sigran's head to his surprise. Fiona used her big, innocent eyes to comfort him, Just relax. At her words, he pursed his lips. All right. He swallowed. Seeing her carefree and innocent face is driving me crazy. I don't know what to do. Fiona complained softly. You're too heavy. He pressed himself closer to her, their eyes meeting. She put her arms around his side. Their chests touched. I said you're too heavy. Do you hear me? Fiona complained more. Flustered. Sigran pursed his lips, closed his eyes, and let it go. That's not the problem right now. Then he bent down and hugged her, to Fiona's surprise. He kissed her neck. Fiona called him questioningly. Sigran? He called her back, Fiona, which made her eyes widen and her face turn red. Then, as they leaned against the headboard, Sigran suddenly spoke up. Halong is very important to you, isn't it? This startled her. He was still holding her from above, and she was hugging him back. He thought to himself with frustration. That's why you were willing to risk your life to face that giant red dragon, right? Fiona was silent at his question. Then she put her arms around him and patted him. She expressed her feelings. To be honest, I've never thought about how important Halong is to me. To be frank, I think... She recalled the time she worked at Halong with the knights. It seems like a job I enjoyed. Before that, she had also thought, if I value this place too much, I might go crazy. Fiona came to a conclusion. She remembered during the banquet that night. It was still snowing outside. While sitting at the banquet table, only Sigran and Aban sat with her. Fiona realized. But when I stepped out of this place and came back, she remembered the image of Aban happily talking while holding a beer mug. There was also the image of the knights joyfully talking and laughing, holding wooden beer mugs. She sat between Aban and Sigran, witnessing the entire party. Fiona smiled to herself at that moment, resting her chin on her hand on the table. Currently, looking out the window, it's still snowing. Fiona continued, I realized in my heart, I really like this place. Then she held her hand forward, still talking. So now, I just want to do the best I can for this place. She smiled happily. Fiona concluded, governing the territory of Halong is no longer my duty, but a responsibility I must fulfill. She hugged his arm, while Sigran was stunned to hear her say that, still pressing on top of her, staring at Fiona. After hearing her speak, Sigran remained silent in thought. Outside, it was still snowing. He gently whispered, That's right. You will fulfill your responsibility well. He hugged her and sat up, letting her sit on his lap. Fiona was shy at his words. She looked at Sigran and asked back, Really? Sigran looked at her and smiled, thinking, Since when? He realized, The person you said you have special feelings for. I know for sure it's me. Then the two of them laughed happily in each other's arms, as he still held her tightly. But I feel like you have too many secrets. My heart worries for you more and more. Fiona was laughing happily in front of Sigran. He thought, I feel so selfish, and blamed himself. Sigran answered her question. You will definitely be the best ruler of Halong. After saying that, Sigran touched his forehead to hers. But Fiona, he whispered to her, his arms still holding her tightly. He made a request. Please hold on to me tight. Hearing this, Fiona was a little surprised and opened her eyes wide to look at him. His eyes stared at her. Otherwise, I'll do things more troublesome than you think. Then they kissed, and he held her. Sigran said as he recalled, But Fiona, in the falling snow, then you must hold on to me tight. Sigran grabbed the red fabric from her clothes. His mood was complicated, his hand gripping the fabric tightly. He looked up. Clemente had flown away with Fiona. Sigran watched with worry, helpless against her decision, his hand also gripping the fabric tightly in anxiety. His eyes were filled with desperation and worry for Fiona. In that snowy night, he thought to himself, otherwise I'll do things more troublesome than you think. Returning to the present, he held Fiona tightly in his arms. She, however, didn't understand and looked at him. The space was silent. She let him hold her. Then Fiona gently patted his shoulder and called, Sigran. Then she continued, It's because you're by my side that I can endure it. Sigran raised his head to look at her, and Fiona put her arms around his neck. Then he was surprised by her words, his eyes widening. Fiona added, So Sigran, I've become much stronger. She nestled into his chest, her arms around his neck. While Sigran held himself still at her action, his arms still held her without letting go. Fiona smiled in his arms. Sigran regained his composure and looked at her, thinking deeply. Then his hand tightened at her waist. Therefore, it's only natural that I value you, Fiona said softly. Sigran thought to himself, You can't possibly know the strangeness in your daily whispers. He was lost in his thoughts, his mouth moving as if about to say something. He thought, Her words don't have the word most important. It felt like a sharp thorn in his heart, and his body was bound, with blood and flesh surrounding the fabric from her dress, representing her. You need to move forward. You need to be strong. Then that word became even more faint to me. Sigran called her seriously, Fiona. She also looked up at him. Sigran was still lost in his thoughts. Sometimes I wish you were weak and completely dependent on me. Coming out of his thoughts, he told her, You are also important to me. He sank back into his thoughts, even though I know I'm a coward. Sigran hugged her tightly again, to Fiona's surprise, and she also hugged him back, saying, You are the most important person in the world to me. He continued to judge himself as being this wicked. The next morning, sunlight covered the entire mansion. Not long after, everyone was still working and talking animatedly. We've returned to the capital. Everyone in the mansion was bustling in and out with the carriage that had just arrived. Fiona stretched her arms and said, Finally, it's over. Then she dropped her arms, sighed, and looked around. Fiona stood there thinking, Everything is arranged, but I have to go back to my daily life. You could say the prequel is over. Suddenly, someone approached her and said, Lady Fiona. The person, holding a stack of documents, continued, I'm so glad you've returned safely. Hearing the voice, Fiona turned to look and asked back, Mr. Rianda? Her face was gloomy. Is there something I need to check as soon as I get back? Rianda looked like he was about to cry for having to bother her at this time. He said, trembling, I didn't want to do this to someone who just got back either. What I said just now was sincere. Then he handed her 2 pieces of paper and explained, Actually, this is something we have to deal with to some extent. But first, you should look at the report. Fiona took the 2 pieces of paper. Then Rianda continued to explain, Ever since you left Halong, the number of people loitering near the mansion has increased. Fiona listened to him seriously. Fiona remained silent, not replying, her hand unconsciously clutching the paper a little tighter. She thought to herself, This is the report I've been receiving continuously since I returned from the land of the dead. She remembered Halong and imagined the scenes from the report, about people wandering around the mansion and continuously loitering in front of it. That they are simply loitering nearby, so we can't just arrest and lock them all up. If they were to break into the mansion, it would be a different story. Rianda spoke up, asking for her opinion. Should we increase the guards? No, they are not enemies like usual. Fiona assessed. They don't know how to cover their tracks and they're not trying to infiltrate. Just a threat is enough to make them run away. They imagined what she said and what was reported. Suddenly, Rianda continued. Furthermore, there was a special case today, which made her raise her head and pay attention to his words. He looked at her seriously and said, "You have to go see it for yourself." Rianda led her away, and now in front of Fiona was a little girl covered in mud. Fiona was startled to see the little girl, with Rianda following behind her. Fiona didn't know what to say. She wondered, a girl under 10 years old? She and 2 others stood to one side, while the little girl stood on the other. In this picture, the little girl looked so small. In the silence, the little girl spoke up, startling Fiona. "Is your name Fiona?" She stared at the child. Then she bent down and asked, "Yes, that's right. What's your name?" The little girl replied immediately, "Lice." Fiona thought, first I should just ask her gently. Next, she asked, Lice, why did you come to my house?" At the question, the little girl was startled and replied, "I have something to ask you." Then she hesitated, pointing her finger at Fiona, to Fiona's confusion. Then Lice continued, "Is it true that you can save my brother?" In the little girl's mind, an image formed of her hugging her brother and performing some kind of magic. Fiona was stunned by the little girl's question. She asked Lice with curiosity, "Who told you that?" Lice replied immediately, "My mom." She asked the little girl again, "Can you tell me your mother's name?" The little girl chattered on while Fiona was confused, thinking, it's one of the 4 common female names. Stuck on finding the name, Fiona asked the little girl again, "Did your mom say who she heard that from?" Lice remembered and naively said what she knew. "Mom said she heard it from a very noble person." Then the little girl added, "My mom calls him the Baron." Hearing this, Fiona's hand, which was about to touch the little girl, froze in mid-air. She understood. Her expression darkened with disgust. She lowered her eyelids, saying nothing more. Filled with anger, she thought to herself, "I knew it." Fiona was angry. How dare he use me for his own gain? She imagined him with a fake, smug smile looking down at her, with the little girl below, caught up in his scheme. Fiona screamed his name in her mind. "Bill Curtis." Then, under her questioning, Lay continued to speak. "My mom said this. My brother made a mistake and was punished by the heavens." The image of her brother being bound and dead was in the little girl's words. Then the little girl added, "So we can't make a grave for him." "But the Baron said that if you help." Lice remembered him spreading his arms, smiling brightly, and telling her mother. The little girl imagined her brother coming back to life and returning to their mother, and said, "Then he can come back. Then the 3 of us in our family can live happily," the little girl said naively. Fiona was helpless with what she heard, disgusted by his words. Then she asked Lice, "Your mother misses your brother a lot, doesn't she?" Lice looked at her. Fiona observed, "Even in a poor family, if parents take proper care of their children, it shows to some extent." Upon hearing the question, the little girl clenched her hand that was holding her skirt and replied, "A lot." The little girl gently recounted, "Ever since our father passed away, the 3 of us have always lived together." Her 2 hands clutched her skirt tightly. Fiona concluded for her observation, "But not this child." The little girl stopped her story. Fiona knelt on one knee and asked the little girl, "Can you tell me when you last saw your mother?" Lice answered honestly, 3 days ago. She thought, that means she hasn't come back since then. Lice continued, "Before my brother passed away, my mother was very gentle." Fiona was stunned to hear the little girl speak. Then she became sad and angry. A child this small. Lice expressed her thoughts to Fiona. "I miss my mom and brother very much." Blindly following their parents, Fiona looked at the little girl with pity. Finally, the little girl asked with hope, "Can you save my brother?" At this question, Fiona hesitated, but I can't lie. She bluntly denied it. I can't do that, which made Lys stare at Fiona with wide, astonished eyes. She added, "The dead can't back a second time, Liza," Fiona said gently to the little girl. Lys listened in silence. Next, Fiona looked at Lys with determination. She lowered her eyelids and took the little girl's hand, assuring her, "But I will try to help your mother come back home." Under the clear blue sky, the leafy trees provided shade as Lay walked away. Rianda led the little girl away, while Fiona stood watching their retreating figures. Lys glanced back at Fiona behind her. "I've seen many people lose their families in Heron." The scene split in two. One side was Fiona lost in thought. The other was Arianda holding Liza's hand as the little girl looked back at her. "I can't focus on every single thing like this, so what I can do is protect the living," Fiona decided. But deep down, she still had other thoughts. Even so, she watched them leave. Then her eyes filled with disgust and anger. She remembered Bill Curtis and him standing from afar, controlling and manipulating the little girl Lys. She screamed in her mind, "This is so annoying. Why are you dragging me into this?" From a distance, a group of soldiers approached, the leader speaking about the current situation. He asked for Fiona's opinion. "What do you think, my lady?" Fiona, hearing their voices, turned her head to see Helen's army standing neatly behind her. Then one of them spoke again. "Right now, that person is spreading baseless rumors to tarnish the lady's honor." Fiona glanced at them. Then they looked at her and continued to speak. "And the lady is the sole heir of Helen." She slowly turned to look at them. The client clenched his fist and said, "This means this is a matter concerning Helen's honor." He clenched his fist, his face filled with anger, and added, "Even if the opponent is the head of a noble family, we cannot let this go." The client spoke with determination. Along with the client's words, the people around also began to speak up. "That's right. Since we're in debt, we have to pay the interest too." The whole crowd chimed in together. Hearing this, Fiona smiled. She looked at them and thought with admiration, "These proud northern soldiers, it's like they haven't forgotten Helen's way of doing things." Then she spoke up, "That's right. I think so too." Fiona looked at them, smiling as she spoke. In her heart, she concluded, "I am very satisfied." Fiona remarked, "That is a very standard answer." Nilkatis is the fourth son of the third Baroness. Their symbol is the owl. Unlike his three brothers, he had no special talent or inheritance. The Curtis family portrait has 6 members. He lived and was pessimistic about his own useless circumstances. But, before the graves, a bouquet of flowers was placed on the central grave in the rain. Mayu stood under an umbrella in front of that grave. He smiled gently. The rain fell harder and harder, but Biyu just stood there, looking at the grave. And luck always came unexpectedly. Unlike his brothers in the darkness where everyone inevitably faced death, he survived and returned miraculously. "It seems he thought he was chosen," Fiona assessed. The darkness appeared more frequently, so the fearful people began to listen to Bill's words. Bill stood in the middle of a crowd, spreading his arms and saying something to them. The number of sacrifices in the darkness increased, which meant the number of people losing important organs also increased. Next, Fiona thought again. Although Bill runs a secret club for nobles, he reached out to the crowd. But in an old building with a large hall, he often holds sermons. The common people, fallen into sadness and helplessness, couldn't recognize anything. Tears streamed down their desperate faces. They begged earnestly, and their earnestness was Bill Curtis's strength. Back to reality at the mansion, Fiona sat on a chair, resting her hands on the table, and asked, "Lady Eunice was attacked?" She widened her eyes in surprise upon hearing the report. Sigran stood in front of her, Fiona asked him. Have you caught the culprit yet? He quickly replied, yes, he was caught on the spot. Fiona asked with curiosity, who is he? Who instigated it? At her question, Sigran shook his head. There was no instigator. On the contrary, he is an ordinary person. The special point is... Sigran paused, then continued. He is a strong sympathizer of Bill Curtis's ideology. Hearing this, Fiona was stunned, her brow furrowed as she looked at him. According to the investigation, Bill Curtis claims that the darkness is divine, and that God will punish what is wrong. Hearing this, Fiona angrily clenched her fist on the table, thinking to herself, Eunice has the power to resist that darkness, and that goes against their God. I didn't expect it to have such an impact, Fiona exclaimed. Suppressing her anger, Fiona asked again, the lady's security has been increased, right? How is her injury? Sigran quickly replied, it has been increased. I heard her injury is not very serious. Then he continued, but she must be very shocked. Fiona imagined the image of Eunice lying in bed in fear. Fiona agreed with him. Sigran was curious about her expression and actions. Aren't you going to visit her? I thought you would go right away. Fiona calmly replied to him. I think I need to prepare a gift to visit her. Next, she smiled gently, looking down at the table, resting her hands on it and standing up. If this is the first time the perpetrator has caused trouble, shouldn't there be a suitable gift? Fiona wondered. Then she called him. Sigran, I have a favor to ask you, which made him look at her with curiosity. Sigran gently crossed his arms and replied to her. Go ahead. Fiona rested her hands on the table, looked up at him and said, will this kind of thing upset you? If so... She hesitated for a moment. Then she continued, could you go to my father's place? She imagined through her own words. Sigran gets close and whispers to the Emperor. Fiona continued, and reveal Bill Curtis's affair, please. Hearing this, Sigran froze, completely confused. Seeing his expression, she explained, after all, I have to play the fool a bit. Sigran still asked with curiosity, wait, why? Fiona smiled brightly and explained, His Majesty has a high sense of self-esteem. She stopped smiling and said seriously, His Majesty will surely be extremely annoyed by this. Because right now, Curtis is looking down on the Emperor of this country. She imagined her father's fearsome face at his view of Bill and the actions of Bill's followers. She added, and considers himself special or chosen by the divine. Fiona smiled brightly and continued, as long as Bill Curtis appears out of the victim's sight, it's fine. If done well, they might even think he's a traitor. But that's a bit difficult. She assessed her own words, while Sigran, hearing her plan, raised his hand to touch his chin and chuckled softly. We have to make it so that His Majesty suspects him to the point that even if I touch the Curtis family, His Majesty won't care. Then he dropped his hand from his chin, stopped thinking, and looked at her, saying, anyway. He paused, looking at her with a doting and gentle smile, exclaiming, once you're determined to act, you're truly terrifying. Hearing the compliment, Fiona smiled in response. Then she lowered her eyelids and modestly said, oh, you're exaggerating. On their table was a pile of documents and a quill pen. Night had fallen on the mansion. In some hallway, torches were still burning brightly. At a door in the hallway, a hand touched the railing and said softly, so she's finally decided, huh? Bill Curtis stood on the hallway, looking down below. His face clearly showed interest and a smug smile. He turned towards the downstairs passage, looking at Fiona standing below, and said, Lady Fiona, welcome to the Baroness's house. At that greeting, Fiona remained silent, not replying. Of course I've decided. Bill extended his hand to her. He continued, "As expected, you've heard it too, haven't you? That voice you heard in the darkness. Him." He let out a savage smile, then raised one hand to the sky and pointed the other at himself. Hearing these arrogant words, Fiona's expression hardened as she stared at him, deciding, I must eliminate him. "Baroness Curtis, what you said is true, isn't it?" Fiona gently confirmed with him, while Bill Curtis had come down in front of her and continued to walk towards her. At this question, Bill smiled and raised his hand, nonchalantly answering, "Of course, I never lie. As expected, you've heard it too, haven't you? That voice." Her eyes looked at him nonchalantly, as if he were a madman, thinking to herself, "That voice?" He also heard that noisy, hallucinatory voice. Fiona mentally refuted her own thought. "No, it's not a hallucination," she replied to his words. "Yes, I heard it." This stunned Bill, and he looked at her with a smiling mouth. Bill closed his eyelids and said nonchalantly, "As expected, I did the right thing, because I heard a very familiar rumor about you." He paused, then continued, "You must be the person who received the same warning as me." Fiona looked at his words nonchalantly. After his words, he extended his hand to her. "Let's go." He invited her. Then he said, "Everyone is waiting for you, my lady." In the hallway, Bill led the way for Fiona behind him. Loud noises echoed all around. She assessed, "Just hearing the voices through the curtains, I can tell there are a lot of people. How many people are gathered in this basement?" Fiona walked while looking around. Bill Curtis called out a story. He told her, "Unlike my brothers whom I was destined to be born with in the forest, after surviving alone, even the monsters avoided me." Hearing his voice, Fiona paused and looked up at him. Then he continued, "That day I was certain. The owner of the voice I heard was divine. He saw a pair of hands slowly approaching him from above his head. In that rainy night, he let go of his umbrella and added, 'That God chose me to awaken the ignorant people.'" As he led her, he chattered on, "At first, no one believed me, but thankfully, as the darkness appeared more frequently, I am now able to gather so many followers." Fiona wondered at his words. "So many people have died, and you say you're grateful." They didn't notice someone covered in grime in the distance, looking towards them. Bill Curtis continued, "Actually, I have something to ask." Then suddenly that person rushed towards them. She grabbed Bill Curtis's arm, her face pale and tear-streaked. "Baron!" She was grimy. Bill, caught off guard by this scene, looked at her in shock. Fiona also widened her eyes, standing to the side and looking at her. She shouted, "I've been waiting for you." She cried and sobbed. "Baron, my son can come back to life, right? The precious things I gave you before were all I had." She pleaded relentlessly. "My son is a good boy. He loves his little sister very much. He traveled all over the country to trade and earn money." Miyu squinted at her with disdain. But she, not knowing when to stop, continued, "Clearly, the divine made a mistake in taking that child away." She pleaded desperately, but Bill, without hesitation and to Fiona's astonishment, kicked her down. "Please, I'm begging you earnestly. Please save my son." Miyu Curtis didn't stop shouting. "Didn't I tell you to wait? Because it seems the God sleeping in the darkness has not yet forgiven your son." He continued to kick down. Fiona's expression darkened. She spoke up, "Stop it, Baron Curtis," which made him startle and look over. His foot was still on top of that woman. She questioned, "You said you were chosen?" At this question, Bill Curtis didn't reply, just looked at her. Fiona laughed mockingly at him. "How foolish." She narrowed her eyes and looked at him with contempt. There are many people in this world who live in delusions just like you. These people in the end, Fiona thought to herself. She continued to expose Bill Curtis. You only survived by luck. The space suddenly became quiet, the two of them looking at each other, while the woman from before was still kneeling at Bill's place. Fiona continued. The truth is, you're still just a useless liar. In her thoughts, she also couldn't stand the fact that they were no different from others. Bill Curtis froze at her words. Fiona continued. With just such a coincidence, I can't pardon your actions. Suddenly, from behind the red curtain, a loud cheer erupted. The curtain was thrown open. Billy had looked towards Ohio behind him, while Fiona stood opposite him, and the woman was still kneeling on the ground. The crowd behind the curtain was boisterous and cheering, raising their hands. Cy smiled and looked at the three of them. Bill and Fiona looked at them. Below, the cheers were endless. The Baron has appeared. Someone else shouted. Baron, please save us. At these cheers he smiled slyly. Then he turned to look at her and said, I don't care what you think of me. Fiona looked at the message nonchalantly with contempt. Bill gave a smug smile towards her and asked, The truth. Next, he grabbed her arm. Miyu held her hand up and wrapped his arm around her waist, frantically saying, The truth is, you are the one who will be offered to my God in this place today. Fiona stared at him as he wore a victorious smile. He added in a frenzy, In this place, the God of Darkness will have its own body. Fiona stared at him. That's why you and I were chosen by that person, Bill told her. Miyu Curtis pulled her closer to the darkness. He said, I will, through you, prove to these people that I am special. Before the witnessing and cheering crowd, he pulled her hand away. The darkness was above their heads. Fiona was shocked to see the thing in front of her. She couldn't believe her eyes, thinking with disbelief. How can this be? Is it really the darkness? She looked at the dark green ribbon of darkness in front of her and wondered to herself. Miyu smiled and said to Fiona, You shouldn't even think about using magic. He told her the consequences. Unless you want to see your flames spread across the entire layer of oil on the ground and kill everyone. Then he shouted to the crowd below. Everyone, listen up. Below, they listened silently as he continued. The God of Darkness will enter Fiona's body and come here to fulfill our wishes. He gripped her wrist tightly behind her, his hand reaching down to the crowd in a stately manner. As he finished speaking, the crowd cheered for him. He looked up at his darkness and smiled. So, from now on, the scene before him made him startled, his eyes wide. He wondered, Before the darkness and the silence below. Fiona, witnessing the scene, was also silent, wondering to herself, what just happened? The darkness that had just arrived was gradually retreating. Bill Curtis's face darkened. No way, I can't believe something like this is happening. He gritted his teeth. Since it's come to this, it's better that... He shouted, commanding. Curtis soldiers, listen up. He continued to command. Don't let this get out of the mansion. Kill them all. Bill hastily gave the order in front of Fiona. She looked at him with contempt, mocking. Childish, or is it that it's just unrelated things? Just need to collect them again. Miyu was still frantically commanding. What are you doing? Hurry up. The Curtis soldiers raised their swords and pointed them at the crowd below, who stammered in confusion. What's happening? Suddenly, from the crowd, a laugh erupted. Someone stepped out, looking at the soldiers pointing their swords at the crowd of followers. That person raised a hand, took off their hat, and said mockingly, Well, this is an even funnier development than I thought. It was Aban and the Halin soldiers, with Sigran dressed in a robe mixed in the crowd. He continued to say with a laugh, I was just about to enjoy seeing how things would unfold. Fiona, standing on the platform above, watched the story unfold. The crowd of followers was noisy. Her expression hardened, and she closed her eyes to look at them. Sigran called her from behind. Fiona. He quickly walked over to her and asked with concern, "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Hearing his voice, she also turned to look and replied, "I'm fine, but..." She continued, "It seems the problem is over there." He looked questioningly in the direction she indicated. Fiona continued, "It seems he's in quite a shock." The two of them looked towards Bill with a satisfied gaze. He was on his knees, his face dejected, having collapsed at some point. Bill Sigran couldn't help but feel angry, remembering how he had held Fiona's hand and hugged her just now. He turned to Fiona and reminded her, "Whatever, just say something to stop me." She looked up at him. Sigran took her by the shoulders. He looked at him and said through gritted teeth, "If you don't do that, then maybe I'll tear that bastard to pieces with my own hands." His eyes were filled with a terrifying, murderous intent. Fiona, however, looked at him nonchalantly, her hand gripping the sword. Fiona heard him speak without a change in her expression. Then she gently touched the hand on her shoulder. She told him, "It's okay, Sigran." The two sides seemed to be split into two. One side had sunlight shining on the two of them, while the other side was Bill, who was in despair. Sigran was silent at her words. But she looked at Bill, and Sigran also looked at him, slowly saying, "I don't want to either." Bill, feeling the malicious gaze on him, glanced over with a face and body full of fear. Fiona added, "Stop you that much." After a while, the Curtis soldiers were captured, tied up, and kneeling on the ground. The crowd of followers stood around, watching and gossiping. Someone stepped on a man's back and shouted with glee, "Well, coming to the capital was worth it, huh?" Aban, with his sword on his shoulder and his foot on a Curtis soldier, smiled and said, "For a while now, I've been treated like an injured person. It feels so refreshing to finally use my body after so long." A subordinate came to report to him, "Duke, the Curtis soldiers have all been subdued." Aban replied with disappointment, "Oh, so soon?" Aban sneered at them. "So careless that you didn't even know the Holong soldiers were in disguise? They just have a shiny appearance, just like that person." He still had his sword on his shoulder. He looked at Fiona and Sigran and the crowd in front of him and exclaimed, Fiona's idea was right. The followers were all gossiping, their faces all grim. Suddenly Fiona called out, "Bill," which made him jump. Then Fiona commanded him, "You, say it with your own mouth." He was sweating profusely when he heard her. His eyes filled with fear. Fiona looked at him calmly and reminded him that you are very useless, that you have no special powers. She emphasized to him, "You're just an ordinary person," before the eyes of the followers and Sigran and everyone present. She added, "You played with the hopes of sincere people, so now you must pay the price." Her words made him remember the followers who had cried and begged him. "I said the voice was the same as mine." She urged him, "Come on. Have you proven your specialness yet?" She confirmed, "Now it's your turn to deny your own specialness. If so, then this time I also hope to hear the same voice." She said to him angrily, "You are nothing." She bent down and whispered in his ear. Her words made Bill startled, and he glanced at her with fear. His pupils contracted as he saw her terrifying expression. The world around him collapsed. Bill was stunned, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at her. The crowd of followers below wouldn't stop gossiping. Under the threat to his life, Bill spoke. As he spoke, the stunned eyes from below began to stare at him. Bill continued, "I can't do anything." The surrounding air was silent. Only his voice could be heard. Bill hung his head down, his hands tied, his legs kneeling on the ground with Sigran behind him. And Fiona in front. His hundreds of followers' eyes were on him. He continued, "I can't save the dead." Bill shouted loudly in the silent space. "May you confessed. Even the matter of the divine, it was all a lie." The crowd below looked at him in silence. Then they started to get angry. "What are you saying?" They began to complain. "What about all the money we've donated until now? You said you could save us, right?" Bill, criticized by the crowd's voices, turned pale and looked up at them. Then he turned to Fiona and pleaded hastily, "Lady Fiona, I've done as you said. So now..." Fiona looked at him. Suddenly a hand grabbed his collar from below, to his astonishment and fear. "I vaguely understand why they are so angry now." The sound of a crash echoed. Her eyes lowered, lost in thought. "It must be because they have realized a truth that I had forgotten all this time. That in a place with countless people, a happy ending absolutely cannot exist." Under the witness of the two, the crowd rushed onto the stage and beat up Bill. Fiona's thought that in a place with countless people. The pen in her hand moved relentlessly across the book, writing a tangled web of lines. A happy ending absolutely cannot exist. The next morning, light filled and enveloped Fiona's mansion. Above the mansion, the sky was brilliantly sunny. The next morning, Neil Curtis had been accused by many nobles for the acts he had committed. At some party, people were gossiping, except for one lady in a red dress sitting on a chair, covering her mouth with a fan. Of course, that happened thanks to Libya's help and my influence. She lowered her fan and smiled. The Emperor's expression at that time was serious. The Emperor generously overlooked Bill Curtis's suffering. Sigran would never show mercy to the Emperor. Fiona grasped a handful of the blanket. She smiled gently and said, "I'm very curious as to why he behaved that way." Her two hands held the blanket in front of her, leaning against the bed. Eunice sat gently on the bed, looking at Fiona and listening. Fiona, disappointed and sad. I couldn't bring Bill's head as a get-well gift for you, because the royal family needs to investigate Bill further." In her imagination, his head would have a red bow on it as a get-well gift. Eunice panicked. "A gift from the heart is enough, my lady." Fiona considered. "But it seems he has fallen into a state of collapse and lost his mind. So there's no gain on that front either." Eunice asked with curiosity, "So what will happen to Baron Curtis's followers?" Fiona answered her, "They will probably try to get through this in any way they can." Her eyes looked down, she continued, "Of course, in a more normal way." Eunice was surprised to hear that. "Miss Fiona, I have something I want to talk to you about." This statement made Fiona look at Eunice, ready to listen. The sunlight shone into Lady Eunice's room through the window, along with Fiona's voice echoing. "So what Lady Eunice means is..." Fiona continued, "You want to become someone that people can rely on emotionally, right?" Fiona, sitting next to Eunice who was lying in bed, summarized what the two had just said. Eunice replied slowly, "Yes, that's right. Of course, I'm not that great of a person, and I'm not good at anything." Hearing this humble remark made Fiona unsure of what to say, just staring at her. "It's not a problem at all. That was the position of a senses from the beginning." Fiona thought, "People will find something to rely on again this time." Then she said seriously, "That's not a problem, but I'm curious about your reason." Eunice listened to her ask. Fiona continued, "No matter how determined you are, this is a very difficult path." Fiona imagined the scene of Eunice becoming a senses. After hearing Fiona speak, she lowered her face and smiled gently. Eunice grabbed the blanket covering her. "I think I want to help people," she said. Fiona asked back, "Even those who harmed you? Aren't you angry at them?" Eunice replied nonchalantly. That's why I say, why can't I be angry? She added, I think it's strange. And I don't know if you think this is hypocritical, but I'm fine with it. I think this incident is also partly my responsibility, because I couldn't keep everyone at ease. I also want to do this more sincerely. Next, she looked at Fiona and said, Furthermore, among the people I want to help, that includes you, Lady Fiona. Hearing her words, Fiona was stunned for a moment. She looked at Eunice in surprise. A righteous heart that wants to protect someone will make Eunice stronger. Before Fiona's eyes was a gentle and radiant Eunice looking at her. Everyone is changing and always trying their best in their positions. She realized that both Aban, Sigran, and Eunice were changing. It's not because of me, but because they want to change themselves. She realized one more thing. I believe Lady Eunice can do well, Fiona encouraged her. After saying that, she smiled happily. I will support Lady Eunice's determination. Encouraged, Eunice smiled with even more confidence. I have to try my best too, she resolved. Eunice said softly, Thank you, Lady Fiona. The light shone on Lady Eunice's mansion. Sigran sat quietly outside and saw her come out. Fiona looked at him from afar, and he also looked at her. Fiona, you're out early. Aban has gone to check the carriage, he said, as her hair flew in the wind. Fiona ran up and hugged him, catching Sigran off guard. He held himself back for a moment, his eyes wide as he looked at her. Then, under the shining sun, Fiona called him, Sigran, let's get married. The fountain next to them splashed, breaking the silent scene. Sigran still didn't react, just stood there hugging her without replying. He said nothing. Fiona waited for him quietly. Then Sigran touched her shoulder and gently pushed her away. He called her Fiona. Then Sigran shouted loudly, Why did the story suddenly turn in this direction? He looked at her, confused, while Fiona stood frozen, confused as to why he pushed her away. She said firmly, Because I don't think there will be a second man like you. She remembered her conversation with Eunice just now. She held flowers and smiled, saying to Fiona, Marry me. Fiona blushed. It's not like that. It's not like I received a confession from Lady Eunice. Before she could interrupt, Sigran cut in. No, I don't think I'll let a second man appear in your life. Fiona thought shyly to herself. Oh, that's a big commitment. Sigran looked at her with a red face and stammered, I absolutely can't keep up with your flow. Can you make a commitment so I can prepare myself mentally? Seeing his expression, Fiona looked at him quietly. Then she lowered her eyelids gently. She said, I just want to live as I am now. Sigran was surprised by her words and listened quietly, his hand still on her shoulder. Which choice is the right one? She thought about her identity and the boundary between her body and soul, and who she really was. She remembered the 3 people walking in the snow in robes, then remembered herself reading this story in the present, then the dragon battle in this reality. I've seen it. She remembered Slade, the scene where Sigran protected her. This place is no longer a world made of words on a page, she concluded. Then she remembered Aban, injured in the cave. Then she was commanding everyone to kill the dragon. I want to live a little more fully. She remembered Clemente sitting next to her with her own corpse, which was Gian Otis, after the evaluation began. That was Bill, as she had seen in the incident this time. She remembered him grabbing her hand and hugging her, saying threatening words. At that time, if the darkness wants to take back this body, I might not have much time to prepare. And the time she threatened Bill, the things she had been through ran through her head. Coming out of her thoughts, back to reality under the clear blue sky, Fiona smiled and said to Sigran, I think I should be honest with my feelings. Sigran was stunned by her words. Fiona continued to express herself. I also want to start with things that only I can do, just like Lady Eunice. She stood before Sigran and said gently, while he listened in stunned silence, staring at her. Fiona's hand took his. Sigran, receiving her confession, blushed even more. He closed his eyes to process her words. Then he decided, all right. In the courtyard near the fountain in Eunice's mansion, he continued, let's. Fiona looked on silently, waiting for Sigran's decision. He blushed and paused for a moment. Then he said, get engaged first, Fiona. Suddenly, a nearby sound was heard, something falling to the ground. The two of them turned to look towards the source of the sound. It was Aban. He froze. Then his face changed, staring at the two of them, shocked by the information he had just heard. After processing it, he glared. He shouted at the top of his lungs, you were in an OO. Fiona also panicked and shouted, Father, Father, while Sigran stammered, calling, Master, Master. He shouted in indignation and anger. It's useless. Somewhere, a chandelier was lit. Someone's voice echoed from behind the door. Marquis Erez, please say that again. Inside, a meeting was taking place with the Empress seated in the center. On the table were some scrolls. Someone was about to speak but hesitated. Their voices were heard. One person said, about that? The Empress, holding a fan, sat seriously and listened. Someone reported that Prince Sigran had returned from Halong. They continued to report. Along with that is the news that the Mad Dragon has been put to sleep. The matter related to the is not widely known, but the prince's fame is increasing day by day. The atmosphere around them suddenly became tense. The Empress smiled. Then she said, Marquis, when do you think is the time when men are most distracted? The person she asked stammered, Well, that is. It's when he's embracing a woman. They thought of that scene. The Empress fanned herself and gave an order. Find me someone. Someone beautiful and charming. She covered her smile with her fan and continued. If we want to kill the prince, we have to create an opening. At the party. Dancing before at. The great hall. Princess Arya touched the hallway railing. She was happily looking down at the party below, standing with Can. Arya looked on in astonishment. Princess, please maintain your composure. If anyone sees. Looking down below, a beautiful and elegant girl was entering. That beautiful older sister is Fiona Halong. Yes, the princess is back. You suddenly left me and disappeared. Arya asked him. I heard she brought great news that she has eliminated 2 dragons. At the party they were meeting and greeting people. All the attention for the rest of the social season will be on the 2 of them. She suddenly called him, Sir Can. Then she turned her head and smiled gently at him. How do I look today? Can froze for a moment, then answered her question. Yes, you always look beautiful. From Can's perspective, she was always a beautiful, radiant person. Arya had a look of disbelief and pouted. Please be a little more sincere, he sighed. But why did you suddenly ask me that? I have to seduce him. You're no good, but it's also a bit dangerous for Brother Sigran to become emperor. Arya fell silent. If Brother Sigran just ascends to the throne like that. She quietly turned to look at Can. If we're not careful, a storm will rise. Hearing that, he looked at her, completely astonished. Arya gently closed her eyes. So it's only me left. She opened her eyes and smiled gently. The 2 of them stood above, looking down at the grandly organized party below. She looked at them. The emperor will be me. Fiona gently tucked her hair behind her ear. Now her hair is old, 2 red pearl earrings, This earring was made by processing the gem that Clemente gave me before. The first thing when I put it on, I still haven't felt anything. At that time, One person held the other's neck, their face emotionless, holding a bag of presents. She walked forward. All right. I'll just have to slowly figure out what I can do with this pair of earrings. But I don't know why my hands have been so itchy lately. Suddenly, someone from behind called out to her, Lady Fiona. She turned to look at the two of them. Her eyes widened in surprise. Just in time. This person is... There's only one person Libya uses honorifics with like that. Fiona gently pulled her skirt and politely bowed to them. She introduced herself. I am Fiona Halong of the Halong family. It is a pleasure to meet you, Princess. Arya smiled at her, gently closing her eyes. As expected, Fiona held her greeting pose. Arya's eyes widened. The person I have to seduce is this person. Can stood nearby, thinking as he looked. Is that the person? In Arya's thoughts, if I seduce Lady Fiona, then my love-blind brother will follow me, right? He's just a bonus gift. And she's the main product. Fiona stood there, not understanding what was happening. So I will make Lady Fiona stand on my side. Arya approached and greeted her cheerfully. It's a pleasure to meet you. I've been wanting to meet you. Can I call you Lady Fiona? She replied softly. Princess, you can do as you wish. Arya was stunned. Lady Fiona, you don't need to address me so formally. Then I'll call you Princess Arya. Arya was happy and full of anticipation. Fiona, faced with that gaze, didn't know what to do. Sigran, you've never praised your sister as beautiful. If I'm not careful, the princess and I might have to face each other politically. Arya asked her happily. My lady, are you free? She was startled. I'm not busy at all, Your Highness. So can you chat with me for a bit? At that time, in her room, she sat on the bed looking out at the light shining in through the window. My body is very weak, so I'm very curious about the outside world. Arya moved even closer to her, smiling brightly. So every time I hear rumors about you, my lady, I always want to hear you tell the story. I'm also curious about Halong. What do dragons look like? Fiona smiled gently, thinking to herself. I don't know her inner thoughts, but as expected. As the princess wishes. Outside the window, the warm light shone into the room. It's hard for me to treat a girl like this coldly. Fiona was biting a small cookie, then said to Sigran, Your sister is very cute. He, holding a glass of orange juice, looked at her in astonishment. You've met her? She was still eating the cookie in her hand. The princess kept looking at me with sparkling eyes. It seems she didn't treat you badly, did she? Not at all. Does the princess have hostile intentions towards us? I know you don't like it, but please be friendly with the princess. Princess Arya is your sister. About that, if you don't mind, then it's fine. She looked outside. In the palace hall, everyone bowed together. The Empress has arrived. Fiona looked up. Although this is a ball hosted by the royal family, has the period of self-reflection ended? Has the period of reorganization ended? She said sadly to him, I knew I should have brought Aban along. Next time I have to drag him with me. Sigran asked coldly, Did something like that happen a few days ago? He looked up and said no more. Fiona, do you see the person standing next to the Empress? The girl in the lavish dress was standing above. She was also very surprised. That woman with the long black hair, the Empress, standing next to the girl, glanced over and smiled slyly. Long time no see. So today I've brought everyone a wonderful form of entertainment. The three of them were standing on the hall balcony, looking down at the ball below. A stream of light radiated from the woman. She lifted her clear singing voice. The light and music combined to create something strange. Everyone below was stunned, including both Fiona and Sigran. Below, people began to whisper and exclaim, Wow, that person sings so well. Sigran clenched his fist. Right, Sigran? He looked up. The clear singing voice was still echoing above. The candle that you lit finally created a flame. Everyone in the banquet hall was intently listening to her sing. Finally created a flame. Fiona stood there, staring up in awe, her heart full of admiration. Amazing. It's like she's radiating a halo. If she was brought by the Empress, could she be the person named Gahi? She glanced at Sigran standing next to her. Seeing his face didn't look too good, she asked with concern. Sigran, are you okay? He looked at her. I'm fine. Lady Fiona, the marriage proposals have arrived. On the table were many letters. She walked over and took out a marriage proposal. Oh, the second son of the Count's family. I probably shouldn't be fake, right? Fiona smiled brightly and replied, Her adoptive father sat there, looking at her thoughtfully. Just say you have no intention of explaining. In the room, the father and daughter just talked like that. As Halong's power increases, there will be more people wanting to pull strings. Otherwise, Sigran is also busy with his own work. It's gotten complicated, hasn't it? So that's how it is. You look like a noble lady. He chuckled softly. It makes sense. If they want to line up at Halong, the easiest way is to propose to me. Remembering back then, her father approached Fiona and hugged his daughter, while she was still lost in thought. Because I am the only daughter of the Duke of Halong. The Duke looked at his daughter, who was resting her face on her hand. Because you are living a life like a battle, that's why. You really are a noble lady. This kind of thing will happen often from now on. For reference, I am your father. The Duke pulled his daughter's hand. Fiona was startled and panicked. Why are you saying this so confidently? He sat back down in his chair and smiled at his bewildered daughter. Or should we just get rid of them? Fiona shouted, No matter what, you can't get rid of the suitors. Facing her father, she touched her face in helplessness. Anyway, I'm dating Sigran, so I'll reject them in the most normal way. He replied to her, Your situation and Sigran's are the same. Fiona looked at her father in front of her. Otherwise, the Emperor is also very interested in Sigran's fiancé. It seems because his child has become famous. He has the intention of being a father. In high society, if a relationship isn't officially recognized in writing, it's not considered official. Do I have to get engaged quickly? From now on, if any guy obsesses over you strangely like that guy, just tell your father. I'll make sure his body can't do that again. She smiled and explained to her father. Wouldn't it be better if I got engaged to Sigran? If I get engaged to Sigran now, there will definitely be troublesome things happening. Besides, Sigran hasn't officially asked for permission from me, your guardian, yet. Fiona, hearing this, was a little surprised and looked at her father. So can I get engaged to him? The Duke looked up. No way, not until dirt falls into my eyes. Fiona had a smile on her lips. In the mansion, he laughed. I'll have to go get some dirt from the garden. In a palace, the king was sitting, deep in thought, talking. Siren, you're all grown up now and about to reach marriageable age. He stood there looking at him. The Empress said this. The Empress said that you are very close to the lady of the Halong family. Sigran just remained silent. Lately, the Emperor has been interfering a lot in this and that. Disgusting person. The woman was massaging him. The Halong family is also a problem, but I heard that lady is adopted. Did the Empress twist the story? As expected? He clenched his fist in anger. And the thing at the banquet hall too. He smiled and looked at him. Besides, Duke Aban is a cunning man. Maybe he's been whispering in the ear of a young man like you all this time, and told you to marry his adopted daughter. You see? It's as clear as day. If so, Maybe Duke Aban brought his daughter and said, "Marry my daughter. I don't want to." He still. The only reply was silence. Could it be? From now on, I hope you will take good care of this father of yours. He was in a cheerful mood. When you choose your wife, you shouldn't be swayed by temporary emotions. Sigran fell into thought. I want to say I don't need to. But now is not the right time to make more enemies with the Emperor. Of course, your wife's lineage and family must be good. She must also be trustworthy. If you care about Lady Halong, then I will allow you to enjoy it as your brother did. Sigran said to him with a panicked expression. I'll be taking my leave now. He walked towards the door. Outside, he met someone. It was the Empress. She also glanced at him, smiled faintly, and then spoke. Don't stare at me like that. After all, it's just a temporary emotion. Or do you covet the power of Halong? So you have to use her? Sigran was in a bad mood, and hearing her say that, he replied, It seems this is not something you need to concern yourself with. How do you find controlling your son, Empress? She intended to walk past him. Hearing that, she stopped her steps and walked past him. Believe in the rear. Sigran walked forward. Behind him, she screamed, her face filled with anger. You're just like your mother, the one who ran away like a coward. Yes, what you say is very true. She raised an eyebrow, looking at him annoyed. But Sigran stopped and quietly turned his head back. Things are different now than they were back then. I will definitely send you to where your mother is, no. Not only him, but everyone involved in my mother's death. It was as if souls were surrounding her. In the quiet hallway, the two of them stood a distance apart. I think you should prepare to beg for forgiveness from the women you killed. That would be better. She let out a faint smile. Sigran turned away. You're the one who should wait and see where temporary emotions will lead. We'll see. He glanced over. Because today, the trees outside were bathed in warm sunlight. Fiona was walking, holding a bouquet of flowers. Those flowers were in full bloom. She gently looked at the flowers in her hand. A voice was heard, I've met Lady Fiona. On the dry branch, the twilight was clearly visible. A bird on the branch was perched there, looking down. Lady Fiona was walking under the sunlight. She looked at the blooming bouquet in her hand. This is bad. This is someone I don't know, but in my confusion, I accidentally accepted it. It was a tall man who came up beside her and gave her this bouquet. She gently looked up at his face. It seems this is a servant of some count's family, she thought, staring at the bouquet in her hand. Or should I just throw it away? Someone called out to her, Lady Fiona. She looked in the direction the voice came from. Arya approached her. That bouquet, you can't just hold it like that. If you don't mind, I'll take it. Fiona looked at her. Arya was calm, her face expressionless. She reached for the bouquet in front of her. It's often used as a drug. In the mansion's hallway, Sigran was talking to a woman. He raised an eyebrow and looked at the person in front of him. That person glanced at him. Sigran grabbed Gahi's hand. She spoke up. Your Highness Sigran. He questioned Gahi. Why did you appear at the ball? He was frustrated. I remember our negotiations didn't include this. Gahi looked at the man before her. He was still holding her wrist tightly. It seems the rumor hasn't spread in the ballroom yet. We are known by the palace servants for sharing a room. The area around them gradually darkened. If I appear at the ball, that rumor will be talked about enthusiastically. So the Empress didn't miss that opportunity. The servants on the other side were looking at the two of them. Sigran seemed to realize something. The maids standing there gossiping. They all became flustered. Someone stood where Gahi and Sigran were standing in the hallway, the sunlight shining hazily. The two of them simultaneously looked in that direction. This caused the group of maids to run far away, and things gradually became more awkward. The flowers were arranged in a vase displayed in front of the window. "What is this bouquet?" The maid told her. "I put the bouquet that was sent to you in the vase." She was a little surprised. "Sent to me?" Fiona looked at the flowers and fell into deep thought. "This flower is the same as the one I received last time. Isn't its scent a bit strong?" The maid standing beside her heard her and was surprised. "Ma'am, I don't smell anything." The vase in front of her. "It's so strong it's making my head spin," she instructed the maid. "In short, from now on, if this flower is sent again, throw it all away." Fiona contemplated again. Where did this flower come from? If it's a dangerous plant, its cultivation should be strictly managed. Shouldn't it be banned? Looking at the flowers in the vase she had taken out and was holding, the maid thought, "It really doesn't have any smell. I don't know exactly why Princess Aria helped me, but if it weren't for her then, something big probably would have happened." Princess Aria took the bouquet back from Fiona's hand and looked at it. Fiona, on the other hand, was looking at Aria's face. It seems she knows a lot about this flower. The two of them were standing there, when suddenly Sigran appeared in the middle of their conversation, so they couldn't share much and the situation was resolved. Sigran's face was cold as he looked. As expected, I need to discuss this with him properly. Outside, someone knocked on the door and called her Fiona. She, standing with the maid, turned to look. Duke Abel said, "If you're ready, let's head to the prince's palace." The female lead approached the duke. "Yes, I was just about to go down." Aban crossed his arms and looked at his daughter. "You're meeting him too often. I'm not announcing my visit today, so I'll just talk to him for a bit." Outside, the sky with its clouds was flying across the clear blue sky. She, along with a guard, entered one by one. Outside she met a person. Princess Libya. Both were extremely surprised by the other's presence. The servant beside her bowed her head slightly to greet her. Lydia asked the female lead, "Lady Fiona, are you going to the prince's palace?" "Yes, I have entered the palace with the duke, but I am on a private errand." But her expression. Libya said to her, "Lady Fiona, please listen carefully." The main character had a look of confusion at her words. "Do you know the rumor that spread among the nobles after the ball?" The two of them stood in a corner of the hallway. Fiona didn't understand. "Huh? What rumor?" Libya closed her eyes slightly. "Just now, I heard the maids of the prince's palace passing by say this. Do you remember the singer who sang at the last ball?" The female lead's eyes widened in astonishment. Her mood sank. She walked quickly into the prince's palace, passing through, but saw no one. Fiona entered the room with an expressionless face. Gahi, the person the Empress brought, and His Highness Sigran. I heard they just went into the room together. Inside, she met someone. Lady Fiona. Ken looked at her in surprise. "I came to see the prince, your highness," he stammered. His Highness just went out." The main character raised an eyebrow at him. "What are you talking about?" "Someone saw His Highness go into the palace." Lady Fiona Halong. Someone approached and said seriously, "His Highness is currently away for a moment." Hearing this voice, her mind became hazy. "If you don't mind, would you like to take a walk with me?" That person smiled gently at the female lead. The two of them stepped out of the palace together. The sunlight from outside shone in, filtering through the large, leafy trees. The main character walked in deep thought. The man beside her let out a gentle smile. This one. What is this situation? She didn't expect to follow him here. The person next to her exclaimed in admiration. "Wow, the weather is so beautiful." Fiona was dazed. Wait a minute. Doesn't this situation look more like an affair? I got carried away by a handsome face again. They looked at her in silence. "But we haven't introduced ourselves yet." She looked up at him. "Up close, you look a bit like His Highness Sigran." The fact that you recognize me, and that you came out of His Highness's room as well. What on earth happened? He introduced himself to her. I am Can. He turned and explained to her. Sigran's mother is my mother's older sister. Her face showed surprise. I've also heard a lot about you, Lady Highness. Fiona thought to herself. What he means is he Sigran's aunt's son? They're related. Can thought, actually, I didn't mean to reveal that much, but if she saw me coming out of the prince's room, then it's best that I clarify my identity to her. I guess this is the first time she's seen me this close, but it seems she still doesn't recognize me. Fiona put her hand on her cheek and sighed in helplessness. Why does Sigran keep letting me meet his family members alone? He looked at her. Aren't you looking for the person named Gahi in that rumor? Why don't you ask me? The main character froze. Ah, about that. Instead of looking for Gahi, I'll just look for His Highness. They just looked at her, hearing the female lead say, Anyway, I want him to tell me the whole story himself. Now that I've confirmed he's not in the room, I feel more at ease. No, anyway, I don't think Sigran would ever do something like that. He chuckled happily. Fiona turned to him, her face slightly annoyed. Speechless. Why are you laughing? She really is a more lovely girl than I thought. He pretended to speak truthfully. I've also seen that girl named Gahi. But it seems she is very afraid of you, my lady, so you don't need to worry. She replied in a dejected tone. Is that so? Well, it's true. After all, my status is... He glanced over. Fiona fell into deep thought. I don't believe everything Can said, but for some reason, I feel so guilty. In short, I will directly see how His Highness got caught up in that rumor. He didn't reply to her. The sunlight shone into the place where the two were talking. Can saw the shadow lurking behind the wall. The two of them walked around the estate. For a while now, there's been a shadow lurking around here. His eyes were thoughtful. If I cause a commotion, it'll be difficult for me too. My lady, before His Highness returns, I have to keep her here. I wonder if you felt anything strange lately. After the two of them left the manor and entered Sigran's room, he sat there silently looking at her. Fiona smiled gently. The two of them sat opposite each other. Is there something you want to talk to me about? Sigran lowered his head, closed his eyes, and explained to her. It's just a misunderstanding. They stood behind him and smiled. As expected, he's angry. The main character looked at him and then asked, Then please tell me where I misunderstood. First, I had some business with the knights, so I was away for a while. Gahi went to the Empress's place. A few days before the ball, the Empress led that girl down the hallway to a secluded corner where few people went, and I saw the image of the Empress trying to push her into the Emperor's bedroom. Sigran went to where the two of them were. I couldn't just stand by and watch because I know what happens to commoner women who serve in the Emperor's bed. He opened his eyes and looked down at the ground. That was the Empress's trick. I knew everything, and I fell into the Empress's trap. She must have thought that I couldn't turn my back on a woman in the same situation as my mother. The main character, holding the teacup on the table, then mumbled, So that's the reason. Why did she bring that girl here? If you were a man who pretends to see a girl in danger, I would hate you too. Sigran, hearing this, looked up at her in astonishment. She picked up the teacup and drank, then said, All right, you've told me the truth now. If you need my help, just say so. Outside the palace window, the sunlight shone in, brightening the room. She left and closed the door. In the room, only Sigran and Cap remained. He sat looking up at them. I told you not to approach Fiona. He shouldn't be stroking his own hair. Sigran called them. He turned to look at the calm face. Oh my, so scary. I remember the shadow standing behind the wall. I only saw His Highness chasing away the flies following the young lady. He sighed. Please don't joke around. If you can, Please just behave. All you need to do is distract the Empress's gaze. You're pretending to follow Gahi and deliberately appearing before the Empress who was looking for prey. You also know that was a reckless act. Can, hearing this, turned to look at him. Can picked up the teacup Fiona had just drunk from and thought, the prince who used to fear the words of the girl he loved is now gone. Sigran sat there looking at the teacup in his hand, and replied to his question. All right, because I just need to not forget my initial promise to your highness. Sigran glanced at him slightly. There's no way I would forget. They held the handle of the teacup. That's good enough. The blood of those who harmed my mother and my poor aunt. He held the teacup up in front of him. I will definitely fill this cup with them. Duke Aban Halong stepped out of the palace. He turned his face away and fell into deep thought. It's already this late. He touched his hair. I've met so many people I didn't need to meet. He remembered talking to the female lead earlier. Aban, if you have nothing to do right now, please come with me to the prince's palace. He replied in confusion. I have a lot of work to do too. She was a little disappointed. Yes, sir. Right now, just hearing about Sigran makes me want to explode. There, the nobles won't miss the chance to meet the Duke. He put his hands in his pockets and walked while thinking. He let out a soft tch. Since Fiona met Sigran and went back first, I'll take a different carriage. He held himself back and stared at the carriage parked in front. In the same room, Gahi and Sigran were sitting opposite each other, talking. A shout was heard. Your Highness! He was startled. It's Aban. Sigran stood up and opened the door. Duke, what's the matter? Ken was blocking the Duke outside. Aban called him. Your Highness. He approached Sigran to question him. Didn't Fiona come with the prince? Sigran replied. About 30 minutes ago, I sent a knight to take her back. The mansion's carriage is still at the palace, so I asked the coachman. He said before leaving, the girl said she forgot something and went back to the palace. Sigran, hearing this, panicked. What? She didn't come back and disappeared in the palace. The formula began to get worried, unable to speak. This is not the time for this. We have to find her. Gahi stood behind, looking at the two of them. She spoke up, breaking the atmosphere. Your Highness, I heard this when I was talking with the young lady during the day. The two of them turned to look at her in surprise. I felt many strange gazes around her, and when I asked her, she said there was someone who kept giving her strange flowers. In the room filled with darkness, only the light shining through the broken window frame could be seen. Those strange flowers appeared again inside this room. Fiona was standing, leaning against the bookshelf. She slowly opened her eyes, her face covered in sweat. Maybe that person. The bright sunlight shone into the room. Isn't this a forbidden flower to grow? In Arya's room, she was talking to a woman. But Mom said it's dangerous. She stood behind her mother, thinking. I was planning to grasp the weakness of the nobles related to the origin of this flower. That plant is a bit special. To be precise, people of a special group hate that flower, almost to the point of being oppressed by it. She raised her teacup and said to Arya, in the past, the royal mages eliminated all those flowers and forbade any records of their effects. Because that flower only affects those who can use magic. Outside, Arya and Can walked together, one after the other. In front of her, she was deep in thought. I've confirmed it with my mother. If she received a bouquet like that, the other person must have wanted to convey something. I heard that Lady Fiona entered the palace this morning, right? Yes, but didn't she already go back? Yes. First let's go to the prince's training ground. At least we have to let Brother Sigran know. Outside, the two of them stood there, noticing something ahead. Sigran and the Duke were standing in front of a soldier, questioning him. Can and Arya stood there, looking bewildered. The Duke of Halong and His Royal Highness the Prince. She quickly stepped forward. It seems something has happened. Arya called, "Brother." Sigran turned to look, slightly surprised. "Arya, what are you doing here?" She approached the two of them. "I was on my way back after meeting the Empress." She approached the two of them. She looked at these two before her and pondered, if they are together in the palace, there can only be one reason. Could it be that something happened to Lady Fiona? He panicked and explained to her. "That's right. It seems Fiona hasn't returned to the mansion yet. I heard she had other business to attend to, that she disappeared in the palace." "How did you know that?" "As expected. Lady Fiona must have come to my palace." Sigran, hearing this, was surprised. She placed her hand on her chest and explained. "She came to discuss a type of flower with me." In the room with little light left, footsteps approached. Fiona woke up and looked at the person in front of her, smiling at him. Failed. It's been a long time since I've seen this face. Because I was in chaos over Gahi's matter, I forgot to talk about that flower with Sigran. That person slowly approached. A drop of blood fell. That face, with an injury on the forehead, was now bleeding. Relying on the light, Fiona looked straight at him. "As expected, I should have given your head to Lady Eunice." In the room, he picked up the bouquet and approached her. "That flower was also sent by the Empress, right? You saved your own life. But it seems you've become the Empress's dog, Bill Curtis." The female lead looked straight into his eyes. "I didn't expect the Empress to use such a pitiful person who was already gone half mad." Fiona tried to calm herself, clenching her fists behind her back, thinking again, as expected, I wasn't mistaken. After entering this dark room, I've been continuously unable to use my magic. Turns out it's because of the presence of this flower. A flower that hinders magic. But even so, is your head okay after I threw a chair at it? The female lead, leaning against the bookshelf, said to him, "Come on in. This time, I'll crush you thoroughly." Bill Curtis's eyes were dark as he looked at her. "You think I'll just let you harm me?" He just stood there looking at Fiona, leaning against the bookshelf, the light from the window shining on her beautiful face. "I still can't predict Fiona Halong's actions. I thought if you couldn't use magic, you would just be a lowly, ordinary little rabbit." Fiona glanced down at the burning bouquet on the ground. Then he also looked down at the bouquet. "But you keep forcing me to use my last resort. The Empress wants Lady Fiona to break up with His Highness Sigran, and the Halong family to turn their backs on Prince Sigran. A life already ruined because of you." Curtis drew the knife in his hand. He moved forward, grabbing her neck and holding the knife to Fiona's fair neck. The two of them looked into each other's 4 eyes. For the Empress, ruining your reputation to the bottom is not a bad option. Lady Halong, who was lived by the prince's infidelity, finally has feelings for another man. Doesn't this make a lot of sense? The shadows of Fiona and Bill Curtis were cast on the ground. "I think you should have kneeled before the Empress from the beginning." He pressed the knife in his hand against her neck. Her eyes were filled with anger as she looked at him. Deep in thought, "The smell of the flowers is making it hard for me to breathe. Both Gahi and this flower, it's all for this." Curtis looked up and said to her, "This is the princess's palace. It doesn't get much attention from people, so even if we're discovered by others, it's fine. Because the more people who witness it, the better." There were footsteps outside. A voice rang out, "What if the person who witnesses it is the owner of this palace?" His eyes and body stiffened. He glanced over. "The princess. The princess doesn't like to stay in the palace, so normally she wouldn't come back this quickly." In the dark room where light could shine in through the window where the two of them were standing, Fiona turned her head to look. Bill Curtis's hand was holding a knife, moving towards her. The 4 of them entered the room at once, their faces angry as they looked at him. The 2 of them turned to look. She clenched her fists. What is it? Fiona used all her strength to push him off of her. She looked at him in bewilderment and laughed. Duke Aban ran to her. Arya looked at him in bewilderment. Seriously, she's having a tough time. Aban draped his coat over her shoulders. Fiona was looking at him, the Duke's face filled with alarm. Outside, Arya was talking to two knights about something. Both were extremely surprised by this. In the mansion, Duke Aban hugged Fiona. On the ground was Bill Curtis, being held by Sigran. His eyes stared at him. Sigran, did you know things would turn out like this? Because you wanted to hide this from Fiona, I tried not to ask too much. Because everyone has a bottom line they don't want others to see. Sir Aban continued to speak. But since things have turned out like this, I guess I have no choice but to say everything. The main character looked at her adoptive father. Outside, someone entered. Duke Aban, the female lead, and he both turned to look. It's all my fault. Rehai knelt on the ground. Although I realized there was a suspicious person lurking near the young lady, I was afraid my identity would be revealed if things got chaotic, so I couldn't tell anyone. So now I will tell you everything. Both of them turned towards her. Fiona looked and thought, that person is Gahima. Who is that person? She seemed to realize something. Wait a minute. This voice. Could it be? To gain your trust, I must show my true self. Duke Aban stood watching, not saying a word, leaving a silence. Then he was the one who broke the atmosphere. He laughed out loud. So it's a man? Suddenly, a hand reached out and covered the female lead's eyes. It was Sigran's hand. The Duke standing beside him was speechless at this action. Sigran, take your hand away. The carriage just sped into the night with a sky full of stars. Sigran must have grasped this to some extent. Aban turned to look at her sitting there gloomily. I don't know either. Sigran knows that Khan is a good man. He lied to you from the beginning. He didn't lie about everything. Because if that kid went into the Emperor's bedroom, he would be discovered as a man, and he would be dead. Fiona sat in the carriage, sadly bowing her head in thought. Even so, why did he hide it from me to this extent? No, Duke. He turned around, ginger. I'm fine now. Can you let me go? In the car was the image of Aban holding Fiona tightly. The carriage just drove into the night. Inside, the two were chatting. The Duke replied to her, No. The female lead was also speechless at this action. So annoying. The full moon in the sky was casting its light down on the ground. Outside the mansion, Fiona was standing outside on the balcony. According to Sigran's words, remembering that time, she was raising her hand to rub her head and telling him, For now, don't hang around me. Sigran, hearing this, froze. Because I don't want to see your face. He said he couldn't turn his back on those who were almost in the same situation as his mother. They revealed that they were spies. Between the Empress who didn't know their identities, on the table was a piece of paper, and her cousin Sigran. They kept apologizing to me, but there was only one reason I could be angry. Fiona's lonely back stood alone on the balcony with the bright moon in the sky. She thought to herself, couldn't he trust me? It could be like that. From Sigran's perspective, I also hide a lot of secrets. She sadly rested her chin on her hand, her eyes looking down. The body that truly lost faith in someone has piled up and made him need another information network not related to me. She looked down in silence. Footsteps stopped. How long are you going to be like this? Sigran, she said without turning. He raised his head to look, his eyes pained. Fiona, you'll catch a cold. The main character just looked at him like that. Deep in thought. Anyway, is that what you say after a fight? She said to him, Come up here. Sigran walked over and stood opposite Fiona, who was sitting on her bed. The moonlight shone into the room. Her face was expressionless as she asked, Do you have something to say? He was silent for a moment, then answered. My aunt? Many years ago, outside the imperial palace, she helped my mother escape. At that time, then the empress found out and passed away. Fiona looked up, slightly surprised. So you want to take revenge on the empress? That's why they pretended to be the empress's subordinates, to find out who followed the empress's orders back then. And my desire for revenge. His eyes looked at her intensely. I'm the same way. I wanted to kill someone and planned it that way. Sigran clenched his fist in his hand. I hoped you wouldn't know. To be precise, I just didn't want you to know. In the room, Fiona sat there dazed. Of course, in life, everyone has to keep something that they absolutely don't want others to know. In her thoughts. If it's the person I love, it's even more so. 2 reports of revenge are just a response to someone's attack. Until now, it's been a different scope. Sigran was bowing his head. The main character reached out and touched Sigran's lips to stop him from speaking. The 2 of them looked into each other's 4 eyes. This is the bottom of his heart. All right, you don't have to say everything. Sigran's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at her. She touched his arm. From now on, if something like this happens again, it's better if you just confess. But I have to know one thing. Is that I was hurt. Fiona's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Sigran looked into her eyes. Suddenly, the female lead came forward and hugged him. I thought someone else had stolen you. Inside the mansion, the moonlight from the sky shone brightly into the room. Don't you have anything to say to me? Fiona crossed her arms, her eyes looking at Sigran. He silently avoided her gaze. He approached. This won't happen again. But in the main character's mind, she thought, this is a bit weak. I won't hurt you a second time. Sigran took her fair hand and he said nothing but kissed the back of her soft hand. Fiona was stunned by this action. Sigran looked into her face. I will listen to anything you want. She widened her eyes in astonishment at his words. The moonlight from outside the window shone into the room. Fiona stood on her toes, grabbed Sigran's collar and kissed his lips. I forgive you. She gently closed her eyes, placed her hand on Sigran's chest, and then said to him, because they are your family, I will let it go. He was shy, his cheeks slightly red, still holding her hand. So now, don't be wary of me anymore. He was happy in his heart, but only responded to her with a single sound. Fiona looked at him, thinking, he looks like a puppy. Sigran, the rumors about you and me in high society are very interesting. His face showed astonishment. I'm sorry. For now, just think of me as trash and throw me away. She looked at him with a confused expression. Oh, why? If we seem distant for a long time, at least the Empress will bother you less. You don't have to do that. Let me do it. Fiona looked at him, thoughtful. He's very stubborn at times like this. Ah, what will happen to them later? They have received the necessary information. Now they have to disguise their identities for safety. So for now, they have to stay in a safe place. In the dark hallway, they were walking forward in robes. The main character laughed happily, getting an idea. So should we let them stay at the Halong family's house? Sigran's whole body turned to stone on the spot when he heard her say that. What's with your expression? He stammered. No, nothing. Sigran thought again. Maybe she's still not over her anger. He held her hand tightly. Fiona, no matter what you do, I will always believe in you. The main character looked into his eyes. It's okay even if you kill me. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at her reflection in Sigran's eyes. Whatever it is, just do as you please. The next day, sunlight shone into the palace. So, the seductive Gahi manipulated the prince and disappeared from the palace in just one morning. The maids inside were whispering to each other. Meanwhile, in the palace and high society, there were many rumors about that person. Gahi's figure seemed to be bound by many chains. But that person's true identity was still unclear. Finally, in the Empress's room, the sound of shattering was heard. She stood up and threw the things on the table to the ground. The butler beside her was also stunned. Her face was filled with anger, her eyes filled with hatred. The scandal between the prince and Gahi had quickly lost its heat in high society. Of course, that charming young lady. Ah, no. Outside, the clear blue sky with clouds drifting over the Halong mansion. Inside, they were sitting in front of a vanity mirror, with Lady Fiona standing beside them. The handsome young man is at my house. He raised the scissors and cut his long hair. The female lead looked on in astonishment. You've had long hair for a while, don't you regret it? The strands of hair fell to the ground one by one. I'm a little sad, but it's okay because I feel sorry for you. Can I continue to call you by a different name? Yes, when I was Gahi, I also used a different name. Actually, no one really cared about my name. People are so mean. He smiled faintly. The young lady is so gentle. They had cut off their long hair, replaced by a short hairstyle. The main character took the hair he had just cut and asked, "Should I make a wig from this hair?" He smiled happily. "If I dress up as a girl in the future, it might be useful." Fiona looked at him thoughtfully. As expected, he's very similar to Sigran. Are they both from the maternal side? I think if Sigran were born a girl, he would look like them. I'm not a girl. I'm sorry. It's okay. In the room, the two of them just happily talked to each other. Fiona smiled gently, thinking, they are really good people. I heard they are the same age as me. That's right. I have something to talk to you about. They looked at her with deep eyes. On the dining table, many delicious dishes were laid out. She pulled him to sit at the table, smiling happily. Let's eat. They looked at the dishes before them. Don't you like to eat? The servants are serving the dishes with a smile. No, I love it. Because I have to adjust my diet to pretend to be a girl. It's been very hard. Good, then for now. Please try to gain some weight. Losing weight is not good for your health. They paused, looking opposite. But, is it okay for you to eat with me? Don't be too stressed. For now, the Duke will be very busy, so he can't dine with us. An image of Aban appeared. The third stone has rolled into the house. A third year is like that. The best way to get close to each other is to eat together, they said happily. Then I will eat with a grateful heart. He began to pick up a fork. Fiona put a piece in her mouth. Come to think of it, what has Aban been doing lately? After a period of chaos, I think I've found a moment of peace. She closed the door and sighed. Fortunately, he ate better than I thought. She smiled. From now on, they have to adapt more. Her gaze suddenly stopped. The room became strange, with flickering lights appearing. Until, the time has come. A terrible hatred was directed at me. The moment I had long awaited, which I had been wary of. That light was approaching her. Fiona looked suspiciously at the door, looking at the thing in front of her. All this time, I finally found it. A darkness appeared before my eyes. The eyes and face in that stream of light were so similar. That person brought the girl closer to her. Finally found you. She looked at Fiona faintly, while the female lead was astonished by her appearance. I thought it was a stranger, but this voice is a bit familiar. Looking closely, I thought she had recognized me. She shook off the entangled threads around her. She walked straight up to her. The two of them just looked at each other. And I also recognized her, Fiona. The evening light is gradually appearing. Sigran was walking hastily down the mansion's hallway, thinking to himself. They had dinner together. Fiona, isn't she getting too close to them? I have to be careful. I'm not worried about Fiona. But what I'm worried about is, I need to know how far things have gone between her and them. Well, she must be in her room. Sigran approached her room. What's that? That gloomy thing is coming from Fiona's room. Smoke. The male lead's face froze. Black. He rushed to the room. Why is that thing pouring out of Fiona's room? He threw open the door and shouted, Fiona, what's going on? He paused, looking at the thing emanating from her room. One was Fiona. One had white hair and was wearing a black outfit. A strange stream of power was radiating from around them. That person was standing near Fiona. He stared at the thing in front of him in bewilderment. How could this happen? What is that thing? The woman was radiating light. This is the first time I've seen this. But why don't I feel unfamiliar with it? Looking at that person, that thing looks like Fiona. That person turned their face and also recognized him standing there. Siren. When will... The male lead stepped in front of Fiona, who was trembling with fear. She turned her face. Darkness. His face showed astonishment. Is that girl the darkness? That person was looking at him with deep eyes. Why does she have a face that looks like Fiona's? But she was being surrounded by threads of darkness. She pursed her lips, looking at the two people standing in front of her. You cherish her so much, don't you? So you value her that much. You cherish her. Why do you only cherish her? She bowed her head and covered her face with her hands in pain. It's so unfair. Fiona said to him, Sigran, step back. The male lead was still standing in front of her. The girl, seeing them like that, got even angrier. I must also have what she wants. Everything. A loud clang was heard. Fiona looked at that darkness. I will have to destroy everything she has. A shout was heard. Fiona. Sigran held her tightly, protecting her from the continuous blasts of dark magic. It grazed past the two who were hugging each other tightly. Gradually, the power of darkness subsided. She's gone. Sigran and Fiona turned to look at the same time. Outside, the sky was a clear blue with clouds. Looking at the papers on the desk, what happened? Has Fiona's soul really turned dark? No, Fiona was dark from the beginning. The main character sat there, holding a pen, her hand on her head, thinking, that's the end of the story. In her head, there was always a voice calling, Fiona, Fiona. Every time she thought about her, she felt both pity and fear. She sat there, dejected. Because I know about Fiona's life, I also know how much she hates me. Destroying it is also destroying myself, right? That must be it. She fell into deep thought. Or does she want to take back this body? If I meet her again, what should I do? Lost in thought, a tap-tap was heard as someone knocked on the corner of Fiona's desk. Duke Aban looked at her with dark eyes. Fiona, what's wrong lately? Her voice stammered. Ah, Aban, it's nothing. He seemed to be thinking of someone, his whole body tense with anger, as if on fire. Abel gritted his teeth, the fire in his heart flaring up. Could it be that Sigran fellow upset you? That guy promised he would take care of you. Fiona panicked, seeing the situation was not looking good. She hurriedly explained, No, it's not like that. If anything happens, your father will grab Sigran first. The Duke glanced at her slightly. If there's any problem, just tell your father. What have I done to make you try to carry everything on your own? Fiona held the pen and gently scratched her hair. That's your father's praise for you. Aban approached her, placing his hand on her head and stroking it. Fiona's eyes sparkled as she looked up. She pursed her lips. Father, can I continue to stay here? The Duke, who was stroking her head, heard this. He paused slightly. Of course. Aban continued to stroke her head warmly. You are my daughter. Why did you adopt me? Was it because I had worked for a few years and had abilities? Her room window was open. The sunlight from the sky shone into her room. If I only valued your talent, I would treat you as a subordinate, not as a daughter. Really? Aban stammered, touching the back of his neck. It's a bit embarrassing to say this. But, of course, I felt sorry for you, so I considered you my daughter. Fiona looked at her father in complete astonishment. Really? He crossed his arms and asked her, "What's with your reaction?" She clenched her fists under the table. "So you really care about me? Like you care for a daughter? If I didn't see you as a daughter, I would have treated you like a loyal servant. Do you think anyone could replace you?" Aban was surprised by her words. "Why do you like to ask such difficult questions?" Fiona swallowed a gulp of saliva. "Dad, can I hug you once?" Aban looked at his daughter with gentle eyes and hugged Fiona. "Why are you so clingy today?" Aban held her tightly and whispered in her ear. "Anyway, from the first time I met you, I really liked you." In Aban's steady embrace, "I feel so lucky to have someone to rely on in difficult times, and I will absolutely not give up on becoming Fiona Halong." In the mansion, the father-daughter conversation continued. "So if anything happens, just tell your father. Is it about that kid Sigran? Did he cause any trouble?" Fiona was helpless. I said it's not that. Why do you keep targeting Sigran?" At the prince's palace, the afternoon sun shone brightly inside. Footsteps were heard outside. Sigran said to Ken, "Lately, Princess Arya has been crying for you to come back." Ken was surprised. "What?" "Thanks to you, I'm going crazy. I remember that time Arya cried pitifully to him. 'Brother, when will Ken come back? Probably, I have to fire you soon.'" Hearing that, he panicked. "Huh? Then I'll probably be fired for real. I've had to endure harsh treatment to be able to stand on my own 2 feet. And yet, Ken said, he wiped his face with a handkerchief. Sigran glanced back. "That's your intention, isn't it? It's really hopeless. It would be better if you went to see Princess Arya." "Huh? Princess, your Highness is really a good person." "I didn't mean that, but all right." Ken pushed, startled. Inside, Sigran knelt on one knee in salute to the Emperor. "Your Majesty summoned me." He smiled gently. "You've arrived, Sigran." The Emperor's son glanced at him, gritting his teeth in anger. "The reason I've summoned you all is because I have a matter to entrust to you." "Your Majesty means that matter is very important, right?" The Emperor smiled brightly and replied, Before that, Siren, sooner or later I will grant you a territory." He looked at Siren standing there. "Siren, sooner or later I will grant you a territory." He looked at Siren standing there. The Emperor's son shouted angrily, "Father, how can you give a territory to someone like him?" Sigran had subdued the dragon's territory twice and had made great contributions to the empire. Sigran glanced over at him. The Emperor had failed. The Emperor has long considered the close relationship between me and the Halong clan a thorn in his side. He smiled and said to him, "So Gyun, isn't it time to discuss granting you a territory?" Sigrin looked at him. "The Emperor intends to completely separate me and Aban." "Fiona," the male lead called her name. Fiona looked at him in bewilderment. "Do you want to own any area?" "What? Why are you suddenly asking that?" He sighed and replied, "The Emperor is going to grant me a territory. Refusing would be troublesome, so I plan to take land in an area that you want." The main character was startled. "You can't decide on things like that based on my opinion." Sigran raised his hand and caressed her hair. He looked straight at her beautiful face. "But to me, your opinion is the most important." Fiona was shy and embarrassed, her cheeks turning red. her eyes sparkling. Deep in thought. Siren, he suddenly said, if you don't like any of them, I'll just throw a dart at the map and pick one randomly. The female lead froze, panicked. Wait. No way. Sigran took out the map. You wait there for me. How can you choose like that? Looking at Senko holding a cake in her mouth, the two of them just stared intently at the map on the table. Fiona pointed to a spot and explained to him. They once told me about the land in the south. It's a very interesting place. Then I hate the south. I heard there are many interesting cultures here too. I want to go there someday. Then the west side is out too. The female lead turned to look at him, both helpless and annoyed. Sigran, don't you have any ambition? What's with that? Sigran stood with his arms crossed, looking at her. No, I'm very ambitious. Sigran hugged Elko tightly. Any more? Fiona was surprised by his action. Is there any other area you want to suggest? She closed her eyes and bowed her head, thinking, I can't stand him anymore. Anyway, if I'm granted a territory, now that things have come to this, if it can help him in any way, that's good too. If I take a piece of land that's too important, I'll be hindered. She opened her eyes wide and looked at the map. She discovered an area. Fiona happily pointed. So how about here? Cyprin followed her hand on the map. There's nothing here. That's right, there's nothing here for now. The Ugni territory is not a place for resort. And this place is very difficult to cultivate, because the land here is very barren. Because of this place is famous for being difficult to tax. The family that managed this land went bankrupt. Normally, if you requested a place like this as a territory, people would think you were crazy. He kissed her hair. Then let's just take this place. Fiona turned to look at him. You're not going to ask why I chose it. Since you chose it, I don't need a reason. The main character fell into deep thought. Isn't he trusting me too much? Sigran just kissed her like that. Anyway, it will help you. He looked at the map. Even if it doesn't help, it's fine. It's what you want. She took a piece of cookie and put it in his mouth. Fiona turned her face away. So embarrassing, stop it. Fiona asked him happily. Is the cookie good? I just baked this. With them. His eyes turned cold and he reached out to grab the remaining piece of cookie on his mouth. Hearing that, he gritted his teeth, and the rabbit-shaped cookie in his mouth broke. Why they didn't know anything, the two of you have become closer, huh? I don't know either. I guess he and I are closer than before. Are you close with them? Are you close with them? She repeated the question, but still saw his face remain silent, not answering. On the chair, Sigran placed her on his lap. I don't know, not very close. What a cold answer. The male lead's eyes drooped. There's no other way. We were suddenly separated when we were just kids and have only recently reconnected. Until then, I didn't even know if they were alive or dead. Between them and me, it's just a partnership for a common goal. She thought in silence. That goal must be the goal of avenging the Empress for her mother. He suddenly said, But I'm different from them. Fiona looked up at him, stunned. Different? How are you different? I'm still angry when I think about my mother or aunt's death. I can't forgive. Fiona. She turned to look at his face. Every time I think about you, I have the thought that I have to be very careful. Fiona's eyes sparkled as she looked up. Because I don't want to lose you. There are certain boundaries that must be respected. She placed her hand on his face. Sigran buried his head in her neck. You are the most precious person to me. Now I have someone I want to cherish and protect. But the markets... He buried his head in her neck, and Fiona just looked at him without saying anything. They are always polite and gentle, but it's quite hard to know what's really going on with them. Looking at their backs. To be honest, I don't want them to go down the wrong path. Fiona also leaned her head against his, saying, "This is not because I am a good person, but because guilt is like a habit, especially about the stories surrounding Sigran." In the room, the two of them just leaned against each other. When vague imaginations become reality right before my eyes, Fiona gently placed her hand on Sigran's face, who was sleeping on her shoulder. "I want to protect him from the scars created in the past." She closed her eyes and turned her face towards his. "And it's the same now." Night fell in the mansion. The flock is walking outside. I remember the image on the hallway. Sigran is wavering and hesitating about crossing the line. Fiona Halong must also be pleasing him. While in the room, he went away. Fiona's hair happily talked with them. "I don't hate the people in this mansion either, but I can't be soft-hearted." He pulled up his hood and grabbed his hair. "Once a hunt has begun, it must have an end. I have to leave this mansion." A voice came from behind. "Are you going for a walk?" Fiona was smiling gently at him. They turned around, slightly stunned. "I'm very curious how you knew that, my lady," she said calmly. "The attitude is different, but they tend to bristle up just like Sigran did when he was young, so it's not too hard to predict his actions." They bowed their heads. "Is that so? Murdering a noble is a capital crime." Hearing that, he was startled. "You'll also be arrested for treason." He replied softly, "It's not related at all." Fiona approached him. "Your self-destructive personality is really beyond my expectations." They turned to look at her. "Why are you interfering in this matter? Is it because I'm the Crown Prince's cousin?" She lowered her eyes. "I can't offer the comfort that revenge is meaningless, because it's natural for hatred to rob one of happiness. Even so, I can't let them just run to hell like that." She closed her eyes and thought of something. "Has been turned into two pieces." Fiona looked straight into his eyes. "There might be someone else seeking revenge for your mother's death." She called out to them, then looked down at the ground. What if I were that person, what would you think?" He stood opposite, looking at Fiona. In the night, the sky was full of stars. The two of them stood there, the wind howling past. They stared at Fiona. "You mean you're on my side in this revenge? You're joking." The female lead bowed her head and said in a low voice, "I acted so suddenly, it might have surprised you. But I'm not kidding." "Are you serious?" he asked Fiona. "Do you want to find out for yourself? If you do that, it will be easier for you to understand." Their eyes became gloomy. What was she thinking when she said that? Isn't she afraid I'll harm her later? Fiona stood there, the moonlight shining on her body, her eyes fixed on him. That person, after all, what did she know? Fiona tucked her hair behind her ear. "If you want to get closer to the truth, then come back with me." They looked at her with an emotionless face. The next morning, in the palace, Ken was shouting in astonishment at Sigran. Your Royal Highness." Sigran opened the box. "The thing you took out of the box, could it be?" "It's a rough diamond." On Sigran's palm was a sparkling diamond. "It's even a pink diamond." Sigran admired the diamond in his hand. "You knew it right away, just by looking at it once." The agent standing beside him bowed his head to him. Ken replied, "Ah yes, I was taught about this when I was young. But that stone must be very expensive, right?" Sigran silently admired the sparkling diamond. He turned and asked the agent of Ugni's territory, "Was this discovered in the territory?" "Yes, this time. His Highness has been rewarded with leadership, so we have started to conduct a field survey. Through that, we have discovered diamonds." Sigran stood there in silence, remembering the time he and she had chosen the territory together. Fiona happily pointed to the place on the map, while he just looked at her. "Anyway, that territory helped you." Siren, returning to the present, he felt that she was really good. The sunlight streamed through the trees. Thank you for letting me know. You've worked hard. Can I keep this rough stone? Of course, Your Highness. He arrived at the Halong mansion and called out, Aban, are you there? Aban came out to greet him happily. Oh, the noble crown prince. What brings you to the Halong mansion? Sigran placed the box on the table and opened it. This was discovered by my people in the Ugni territory. Duke Aban picked it up and looked at it. A pink rough diamond. You're so lucky. Sigran looked at the diamond in the Duke's hand. The person who looked it over and told me to choose the Egin territory was Fiona. Aban, hearing this, was very surprised and looked up at him. What? Fiona? He looked at Sigran. I don't know what on earth the girl is thinking. He said nonchalantly to the Duke. I don't know either. That's why I came here. Do you think I would know if you asked me? Fiona doesn't often show her true feelings. Sigran showed his dissatisfaction. I guess I'll have to revoke your guardianship of Fiona. Aban, hearing him say that, froze and gave a faint smile. So annoying. Why don't you go find Fiona yourself and talk to her? Just as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door outside. Father, can I come in? The two of them turned to look at the closed door. The Duke said to him, I guess we don't need to look for her anymore. Come in. Stepping inside, Fiona was both surprised and happy. Oh, Sigran is here with you, father? The Duke said to her. He said they just discovered diamonds in the Ugni territory. The female lead smiled brightly and happily. Oh, that's great. Aban sighed. Such a formulaic reaction. This time, I couldn't catch her true expression either. Fiona turned to look at him. So Sigran, are you planning to visit the Ugni territory sometime? No. No need. Sigran kissed her on the forehead. The territory was your choice. It will surely be a good territory. Sigran hugged her. Is that so? But I'm a little curious about diamonds. He thought to himself, Fiona, sometimes I feel like you can see my future. Sigran hugged the female lead. She smiled happily. Just now, it was clear that she reacted as if discovering diamonds in the territory was a matter of course. Your attitude makes me feel an indescribable sense of unease. I remember when I was young, she once said, I'm the type of person. One day, you will surely have many things in your hands. He looked at her face. On the contrary, I very rarely know what you're really thinking. Fiona looked at him. He reached out and touched her face. Sigran, what's wrong? Sigran froze. He smiled, took her hand, and brushed it through his hair, looking at her beautiful, smiling face. Just suspecting you like this won't do any good. No matter what happens, the person I love is Fiona, and I will only love you from now on. Sigran took her hand and kissed her palm. Right now, we should prioritize the engagement ceremony over the territory. Oh, really? It is expected that princes and princesses from other countries will also attend this exchange. While in the palace, the king said to Sigran and his son, Both of you will meet good partners. Both replied, Yes. Both of you will meet good partners. Sigran blushed shyly and said to her, I don't think we can delay the wedding ceremony any longer. So, Fiona's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at him. When can we announce the date? A loud noise erupted. Aban slammed his fist on the table. The two of them separated in shock, looking at the Duke sitting there. Aban clenched his fist. It seems like just now. The Duke roared, his eyes sharp and full of angry fire as he looked at the two people before him. It seems you two have forgotten my presence here. Sigran was calm. He's here again. Fiona panicked and waved her hand. Ah, father. Please calm down a bit. Calm down. Aban, the prince's smile, your highness. If you want to get engaged to my daughter, then first. The Duke's face was smiling as he looked at him. but his fist was still on the table. The prince must follow the customs of the north first. Duke Aban approached Sigran and said cheerfully, "Your Royal Highness, if you want to get engaged to my daughter, then first you must follow the customs of the north." The male lead looked at him. Whatever you want." Fiona, standing between the two of them, was stunned to hear this. She smiled forcefully. "What? Wait, you guys are joking, right?" Aban's eyes were serious. "Do I look like I'm joking?" Sigran showed a cautious expression at his words. Fiona smiled and sighed. Well, I guess the two of you only agree on things like this." Night fell and snow began to fall over the mansions. Because this place has always been harsh, they value strength more than anything else. There is a tradition here of holding a small duel between the father-in-law and son-in-law. This is just a procedure to test the strength of the future son-in-law, so the duel will not be too dangerous to determine a winner. In the arena area, where the audience usually sits to watch the match between the father-in-law and son-in-law, it is only conducted at a level sufficient to stir up the crowd. The place where people always gathered noisily. Fiona's beautiful face was illuminated by the sunlight. Her whole body seemed to radiate light. The female lead stood there thinking, just from the entrance, it's already full of people coming to watch. Looking at the people around here, she put her hand on her head in helplessness. So many people came to watch this, to witness the historic match between the prince and the duke. Fiona was shy. So embarrassing. I don't even want to look up and watch. She smiled to herself. I wish I could have prevented this from happening. The main character said to the duke angrily, "Father, you're really determined to embarrass me." Aban turned around and approached her. "How can that be? I just want to clarify some things." Fiona's eyes were cold as she looked at the person in front of her. Smiling without feeling ashamed is so strange. The formula raised his hand to her hair. He stroked her head and said gently, "Those who still doubt your origin and look down on you, they don't know how happy I was to have you by my side." Fiona was astonished by her father's words. The duke was still stroking her hair. Fiona looked up at Aban's face. "Those who until now have spoken rudely about my daughter." The duke smiled. "I want to let them know that the day they dare to repeat those filthy things is also the day I will send them to their graves." The main character blushed at her father's words, lowered her head, and chuckled softly. "Since you've said that, I have nothing more to argue about. It sounds a bit ridiculous, but it's also cute. It's also touching and all that. I'm sure Aban won't harm Sigran. Don't worry anymore." The two princesses looked at her with admiration. "Lady Fiona." The two of them approached her. Fiona was surprised by this appearance. "Lady Eunice and Lady Livia are here too." "Long time no see, Lady Fiona." Livia and Eunice smiled brightly and said to her, "Don't worry. Everything will end well. They are both famous throughout the empire for their swordsmanship." Fiona replied happily, "Thank you for coming. Thank you for following." She covered her fan again. "It's best if you just let them resolve it themselves." Fiona explained to them. "Even though I know their actions are ridiculously foolish, I can't do anything about them." She folded her fan and tapped it on her hand. "If the men who love you, my lady, are fighting each other for you, then what you need to do is clap for them." The lady fanned herself out and smiled brightly. The two of them stood there, astonished. Oh, she's smiling while saying such strange lines. She turned and asked, "Lady Fiona, if the Crown Prince wins, will he be engaged to you?" The main character smiled and replied, "No, in the north, we don't care about winning or losing. What's more important is that my father acknowledges him before the battle ends." "So what if the battle between them has no end?" Fiona froze at this question. She clenched her fists. "Then at that time, I will blow them both away and declare myself the winner." Inside the arena, People began to file into the stands and it became even noisier. The fighting area was also prepared. The sound of a sword echoed in the air. Sigran was pointing his sword at the Duke. He asked Aban, "How are you going to acknowledge me?" The Duke held the sword in front of him, facing him. "I have no intention of acknowledging you." In the clear blue sky with white clouds in the arena, the two of them were blocking swords. Sigran replied to him, "If we prolong this battle, Fiona will strike this training ground with lightning." Aban held the sword close to him. "That's right." Sigran was surprised. The two of them drew their swords together. Sigran's eyes were indifferent as he looked at him. Aban looked at the prince coldly. "I have no intention of dragging this out." Sigran thought about the Duke's movements. His attacks are still as fierce and sharp as ever. When I was young, during my training at the Halong House, he was also at a disadvantage and fell. I practiced a technique where he would attack me 3 times and I could dodge once. I couldn't dodge all 3 times and had to try to keep up with his deceptive movements. And after finishing sword practice, Fiona would come and sit down, wipe my sweat with a tissue, and comfort me that I had worked very hard. That the me of now, he looked towards Fiona's seat, is different. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly, slashing back and forth, creating a whoosh in the wind. He blocked Sir Aben's sword as it came towards him. The Duke smiled and looked at him. "It seems you can now dodge some of my attacks. Just as I thought, the Halong family is still the best." Aban was surprised. He asked again, "What?" Sigran was still blocking his sword. "No matter how long I stay in the capital, I can't feel attached to that place. Recently, my half-sister came to visit me. Looking at the stands, the people in the capital, the nobles there, and even the emperor, they all said I didn't belong there." Aban was stunned. "You mean Princess Arya?" Sigran took advantage of his opening and pointed his sword at Aban's body. The sword flashed past. He didn't have time to defend himself and looked at the sword. His voice was angry. "This kid. However, I have no intention of giving up anything related to Fiona. I don't know how you would have grown up without Fiona by your side." The two of them drew their swords and faced each other. The swords scraped across the ground, creating a line. "Speaking of which, Fiona told me that you would acknowledge me if I could get the dirt from the arena floor into your eyes." Fiona, in the stands, bowed her head. "Why do I feel so restless? What is this? Then I'll give it a try." "Dirt?" Aban was surprised. A handful of dirt flew straight into his face. The formula couldn't defend in time and was hit repeatedly. In the stands, the crowd began to get noisy. All 3 ladies were very surprised. The most surprised among them was Fiona. She let out a cry, and realizing it, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Her face turned bright red. She couldn't believe it. "What should I do?" "He really followed what he said, Sigran. Now, please allow me and Fiona to get engaged." Aban smiled, brushing the dirt off his face and clothes. "Sorry, but the dirt you threw at my eyes didn't get in them. If you want to marry Fiona, wait another 100 years. Unfortunately, I can't wait 100 years." Fiona sat there, her face bright red, now turned dark. The lady beside her glanced at her. "Lady Fiona, are you okay?" Hearing her ask, she became shy again and blushed. "I'm not okay at all." The sky, which was a clear blue, now turned dark. The dark clouds rolled in, and hearing the sound of thunder, she looked up. She exclaimed, "Oh, is it going to rain?" Fiona, sitting beside her, told her not to worry. "It's just a lightning storm." The lady turned to look at her. "Huh?" Fiona suddenly jumped up, her hands clenched, and shouted, "Stop!" The sound of thunder roared in the sky, continuously echoing. A bolt of lightning struck the area of their match. A large crater now appeared there from being struck by the lightning. Both of them were startled and turned to look. Fiona was standing up there, and everyone in the stands also turned to look at her. The two people on the field below also looked up at her. Fiona's face was bright red as she shouted, "Your clothes are all covered in dirt." At the Hayland mansion, Fiona was annoyed by the absurdity of the two people in front of her. Aban whined, "Oh my God, I was almost killed by my own daughter." And Sigran was no better, sympathizing. "Yeah, and I was almost killed by my girlfriend." Unable to take it anymore, Fiona snapped, "You two need to get a grip. It's so embarrassing. Anyway, what's done is done. You've acknowledged him, right, father?" Aban clenched his fist and slammed it on the podium, saying, "No, I haven't." Fiona exposed him. "You're lying. I saw everything when you went inside crying." Aban defended himself. "That's because I was heartbroken to see the daughter I raised with so much effort being treated so badly." Fiona, annoyed, put hands on her hips and said, "Don't talk such nonsense, father." Suddenly, Fiona fell into Sigran's arms, who was standing beside her. He placed a kiss on her forehead. Fiona was a little stunned, but also asked him, "Let's have our engagement ceremony at the Halo Mansion. Is that okay?" Sigran looked at her and replied gently, "As long as you choose it, it's the best place for me." "Siren." Fiona looked at him with affectionate eyes, while Abel, the bright light bulb, had a twisted expression on his face. While the young couple was in a flurry of emotions, he said, "My daughter deserves an expensive ring." Sigran, hearing that, also replied, "Of course, she deserves it. I will prepare a suitable ring for her." Fiona asked worriedly, "Does it have to be that much? It's just an engagement ceremony. Do we need to be so extravagant? Where will we get the money to pay for the wedding later?" Sigran replied, "At that time I will catch a dragon for you." Aban, at his side, encouraged, "That's right. That's what my daughter deserves." Only Fiona was completely speechless. Everyone has gone crazy. After going through so many ups and downs, we have finally started preparing for the official engagement ceremony. But at the same time, I also have to find a way to deal with you guys, with the dark threats lurking around me. Duke Aaron once came to see me and asked, "My lady, are you human?" He asked like that. At that time, I didn't understand what he meant by asking me that. But now I understand. Aaron had clearly heard Fiona's voice in the darkness. That's why he suspected me. Today, Fiona came to see Aaron to answer that question. I came here to say the words I couldn't answer at that time. "I am human," he replied happily. "Can I learn something newer than the fact that you're human?" Fiona pondered, "How much should I tell this person? Although I still can't completely trust Aaron, he is, after all, a character I created. That's an undeniable truth. While trying to find a way to deal with the darkness, at the same time, if I can help this person somewhat overcome the after effects, then..." Fiona began, "For now, I can only tell you, Marquis, that your suspicions are wrong. However, the problem that has been troubling you for so long will soon be resolved." Fiona said, "For sure. With your help." Aaron, hearing this, immediately became serious. "Can you help me?" Fiona asked, and extended her hand in front of the Marquis. Aaron Clovis rested his chin on his hand and asked her, "Are you trying to join forces with me?" A powerful mage and a radiant magic stone, Fiona Halong. Her power is never abused and always directed towards what is right. Arain said, "I'm also a little worried. You have more overwhelming power than I thought, Lady Fiona. That power is enough for me to trust her. This belief comes from the actions she has taken." This thought ran through the young Marquis's mind. "It seems this isn't a deal where I'll be at a disadvantage. If you need my strength, I'm willing to cooperate." Fiona, hearing the agreement, smiled comfortably and replied to him, Then I look forward to your help. There are still many unanswered questions about the real Fiona, but I can't ignore it anymore. I've also exchanged letters with the scholars at the academy I met before, and I've also been allowed to visit to see the research results. I also need to prepare myself for the engagement with Sigran to go smoothly. As the two were talking at that moment, Sigran appeared, looking at Aaron from behind with dark eyes. The young Marquis didn't even need to turn around to know an enemy was staring at him. He laughed awkwardly and said, He, it seems someone is waiting for Lady Fiona. She was also very surprised by Sigran's presence at this time. You surprised me, Sigran. Aaron, on the other hand, quickly said his goodbyes and left. Then I'll take my leave. I shouldn't interrupt your work like this. Siren Fiona gently reminded her lover. Then you should also care about the groom's feelings. The one whose fiancé spends a lot of time with another man. Fiona, Sigran said with jealousy. Fiona, at a loss for words, mumbled, Anyway, I was just saying. Sigran took out a blue box and tapped it on Fiona's forehead. Oh, what's this? I've prepared it for my beloved fiancé, Sigran said. Fiona quickly opened the box. You've prepared the engagement gift already. It was a sparkling diamond ring. Wow, is it a pink diamond? Fiona exclaimed in surprise. Is this the gemstone found in the mine you are talking about? It's the highest quality stone among those found in the mine, along with the pink diamond from before. I heard that it will be difficult to find a better one than this in the future. He's having it made into an engagement ring. Does that mean he's having another engagement ring made just for me? She thought to herself, her eyes fixed on the simple yet incredibly exquisite ring in front of her. I like rings that aren't too flashy and have a small stone. Sigran said, I think if it's a forest-themed design, you won't wear it often. Fiona smiled and said, You mean you want me to always wear it with me, right? Of course, Sigran replied. Indeed, Fiona admired the ring for a long time. With a design like this, there's no need to take it off anymore. With that, Sigran took Fiona's hand and said sincerely, If you have understood the heart I've sent through this ring. He said half of it and then kissed her hand. He knelt down, formal and reverent. Then please always wear it with you. Fiona. Siren. Fiona's eyes widened as she looked at the boy she loved. Sigran stood up and hugged her, their faces close together. I want to walk with you for the rest of my life. I sincerely hope that we will have a smooth engagement and finally get married. The young couple exchanged a gentle and passionate kiss. Fiona silently prayed in her heart. That is what I desire. Deep down, she thought, it seems having you is not enough for me. I crave so much more. If I truly want you, and want to reciprocate your feelings, then I can't continue to deceive you. The kiss ended, Sigran looked at Fiona. She reached out and touched his face, so close to hers. I want to respond to your sincere feelings with my own heart. Revealing my identity is a vow that I will never deceive your love. I have to tell you about my identity, that I am the one who created this world. Sigran, I have something to tell you, Fiona began. Sigran replied, What is it, Fiona? She hesitated. But, unlike what I had resolved, I can't easily say the words. I'm still scared that he will hate me, scared that he will turn away and leave me. I wouldn't be able to accept that, and I could also be easily hurt and broken by it. The greater the love for him, the bigger the wound. When I have a little more courage, I will definitely tell you. In the room, Fiona wore a white wedding dress, looking like a princess. She looked at herself in the mirror, seeming very satisfied, and said, All right, I'll take this dress. Ka said, This one suits you very much, my lady. Fiona smiled and replied, Thanks to Kay, my dress selection went more smoothly. The man named Kay smiled gently and said, Thank you for letting me stay at the mansion. If it's for the happiness of the crown prince and the young lady, then you're so multi-talented. You're not just good at handling information, are you? Praised by Fiona, Ka modestly replied, It's not that much. You still want to run now? Revenge on the Empress, huh? Fiona asked. Ka replied calmly, I won't deny that. But I also know the young lady wants me to act with caution. Is that so? That sounds touching. Fiona replied and then asked again, Have you looked into me? They didn't avoid it but calmly replied, Yes. I couldn't understand the true meaning of what you said back then. Fiona's eyes drooped slightly, and she said gently, You'll know soon enough. Just wait a little longer. But night falls on the floor. At the Halong mansion, Fiona was sound asleep on her large bed. In a dream, she heard crying and was curious where it was coming from. Who is it? The image in the dream gradually appeared. It was a little girl kneeling on the ground. The crying came from the little girl. She herself also appeared in the dream. When she realized it was the young Fiona, she approached and called, Fiona, why are you crying here? It's because of you. The child's words made the girl's soul in Fiona's body tremble. What? The child continued to speak. This is all because of you. Everything, everything, everything. Fiona's heart pounded violently. It seemed there was a black hand. It surrounded. By her, the hand touched Fiona's face. She covered her eyes. Yes, blame me if you want. If you want to take it, then take it from me. With a gasp, the nightmare passed. Fiona woke up and found that it was already morning. The sunlight had filled the room. Fiona slept. Thank you for watching. Pondering. I've met many good people here. A girl willing to help Fiona. In my opinion, maybe people will find it strange or hypocritical. But I'm fine. I think in this matter, I also have a share of responsibility for not being able to reassure everyone. So I want to be even more dedicated to this work. Furthermore, among the people I want to help, there is also you, Lady Fiona. There is also someone she is willing to trust and rely on. I'll leave everything to you from now on. The person who once smiled with her, considered her a friend. Annoy her too, Lady Fiona. The two of them held hands, showing their trust. There's also Kai, who used to jokingly say, Everyone is exaggerating. Our young lady is so kind. And then there's the third one, Aban, who always held Fiona in his arms to comfort her, gently saying to her, My daughter is being clingy again today. Anyway, from the first time I met you, my heart fluttered for you, my daughter. And also the most important person to her, Sigran. She once told him, I like you too. From now on, I won't run away anymore. I won't make you worry anymore. I will always be by your side. From now on, I'll be jealous. Even if the rival is much better than me, I won't easily let go. Despite her saying such words, he still stubbornly said to her, You can do whatever you want. I'm yours. The images of her loved ones appeared. In Fiona's mind, she found that everyone was too good to her. That's why I hoped Fiona, the one imprisoned in the chains of anger, will be the one who hates me the most and the first one to harm me. That is, I want to talk to her. I hope I can find her, or she finds me. But I never wished for this to happen right now. At least not. At this moment, on the day I finally mustered up the courage. Fiona, in a pure white wedding dress, her hair in an updo, looked noble and gentle. She walked side by side with the one she loved, leisurely down the aisle, amidst the happiness and congratulations of everyone. Congratulations on your engagement, my lady. The two of you are truly a beautiful couple. On the day I received everyone's blessings, she came to me at a completely unexpected moment. The engagement ceremony took place quickly, and the banquet that day was prepared with great care. Many distinguished guests were invited. The engagement between the Crown Prince and the Halo family is as grand as expected. One of the female guests praised. The prince's guard just followed her around, anxiously saying, "You shouldn't be leading me around like this, princess. I'm the Crown Prince's guard." But today, the Crown Prince is busy with his engagement ceremony. "You don't have anything to do either," she replied. "Just consider yourself my temporary guard." The tree cries out in anguish, "Please, give me some face." But obviously his wish did not come true. In another corner, Cider carelessly spilled fruit juice on a male guest's suit. She apologized profusely and explained, "I didn't know someone was behind me, so I turned around." Ah, it's Lady Fiona's mercenary from that time. Lady Fiona's mercenary. The man politely greeted Cider. "My lady, it's been a long time." He also added a joke. "Oh my, it's been a long time since I've worn a suit again. I guess I'll have to put the laundry bill on my tab." Seeing Cider's frustration, he chuckled and said, "I'm just kidding. I'll go wipe my suit first." In another corner, Lee put the things in. He chuckled and said, "I'm just kidding. I'll go wipe my suit first." Baya was chatting with Marquis Aaron Clovis. "Marquis, you're here too?" "Yes, I'm a guest of Lady Fiona." When the auspicious time came, the main character, wearing exquisite white shoes, finally arrived. "Thank you all for coming." The guests turned one by one to the voice, Lady Fiona. The main characters of the engagement ceremony had arrived. Fiona and Sigran, dressed in perfectly matched formal wear, approached. When she saw an acquaintance, she even waved enthusiastically. Libya came before the two of them with regret. "I was very sad to hear that Fiona is engaged. Anyway, let's just continue to be close as we are now." Hearing these words from her friend, Fiona's heart suddenly broke out in a sweat. Huh? Could it be that Libya is trying to get in Sigran's way? "Unfortunately, it seems that will be difficult, my lady." Sigran, from behind, put his arm around Fiona's shoulders, marking his territory. Libya, far from being angry, laughed happily and told Sigran, "What a cute provocation. A love triangle between such beautiful people. I don't know whether to be happy about this situation or not. I like both of you. I hope one day we can spend time together." Libya replied, "All right, I'll invite you next time." Then they left. Fiona was still enthusiastically waving goodbye, but Sigran had been crossing his arms and frowning this whole time. When he saw it was just him and Fiona, Sigran said, "You both agreed, Does that mean you and Lady Libya are in a similar position? Are you jealous of my friend too?" Fiona asked. Then she burst out laughing at Sigran's expression. "Because it's too cute." "I know. I'll correct myself, I don't like you." Fiona teased, but unexpectedly, this one sentence of hers made Sigran panic. Fiona approached him. She leaned in and gave him a kiss on the cheek, whispering into her lover's ear, "I love you." "Fiona, you." Sigran was flustered, but Fiona was still smiling brightly. "What's wrong? You wanted me to say these words. You should only say things like that when it's just the two of us," Sigran whispered, hugging Fiona. She replied immediately, "Then you shouldn't come anymore." "I think I should come more often." Sigran hugged his beloved. Unexpectedly, while they were having a sweet moment, Aban arrived. He wasn't seen, but his voice was heard first. "What are you doing?" Aban suddenly asked, startling the young couple. Aban narrowed his eyes gloomily at his two children. "Even though you're engaged, Sigran can only stay until 8 p.m. Does the Duke have a prejudice against pregnancy before marriage?" Sigran asked. Aban, hearing these words, screamed internally. "Your Royal Highness, I also didn't think I would say these words. From now on, I will act more rigidly." Fiona, seeing that things were starting to go wrong, spoke up to advise. You two, stop arguing. It's probably not going to work. Let's go out for a bit to avoid this nagging man, Sigran said, and led Fiona outside. Outside was a beautiful garden. The flowers were blooming in full glory. Fiona and Sigran walked side by side. Sigran said, "Sneaking out like this makes me feel like we're on a secret date." Fiona replied, "You come up to the rooftop every night to talk to Emma." But that was just talking. I'm surprised at my own patience these past few days. I can't believe it, Fiona replied. When you were young, you were such a good and innocent child. Your face is my type. Fiona replied shyly. That's true. Fiona looked at Sigran. She called his name. The times I get to walk side by side with you and laugh with you are becoming more and more precious to me. Being with Sigran makes me so happy. Now that we're engaged, I hope we'll always love and support each other, Fiona said happily, taking Sigran's hand. Me too, he replied to her. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the darkness. Fiona. Noticing something unusual, Fiona looked around worriedly. Sigran, seeing this, asked her, "Are you okay?" Around the flower garden, strange black streams of air suddenly rose, and black flower petals also flew through the air. The abnormality gradually became clear, making Sigran become vigilant. This atmosphere, Fiona thought to herself, while Sigran immediately shielded her. Fiona, you step back. This feeling is very familiar. Just like that time. It's her. Fiona seemed to realize something. So you finally found me. A girl with a similar appearance to Fiona, but with a cold, gloomy aura appeared from the darkness. Fiona thought to herself, at this moment, I hope things wouldn't turn out like this. Did you come to see me? In Sigran's arms, Fiona looked at the girl in the black dress. What do you want? Fiona asked the girl. She remembered in her dream she had told her, if you want to take it, then take it from me. The girl in the dream replied, I will come to take it. And now she really came. Fiona wondered, isn't it raining? If you take it, will you leave? Fiona, what are you talking about? Sigran asked worriedly. But Sigran, Fiona thought. I'm scared. She could attack the people in the hall. Inside are all the people I love. Is it that important? The girl asked. All the people inside and the child next to you. Sigran remembered. He said to Fiona, Please, Fiona, don't do anything. Let me. No. She reached out to shield Sigran behind her. She approached the girl. If you want to take it, then take it from me, because only then will things end. The young lady in black, her loose hair flying in the wind, glanced coldly at the two people opposite her. Sigran still held Fiona's shoulders firmly, wanting to protect her. His hands on her shoulders applied more and more force. Fiona knew he was worried, so she placed her hand on his to comfort him. A storm seemed to rise all around. Fiona looked resolutely at the girl who looked like a demon from hell. Even though she appeared at a time I didn't expect, but on the day I had that dream, I was already prepared. Although it's not time yet, I can't reverse the situation now. That means I must not miss this opportunity. The chance to appease her anger and the chance to protect my people. Sigran saw Fiona's silence. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. Fiona's hand clenched Sigran's tightly, and he just felt both worried and confused. Fiona. Why on earth? Why is she looking at that person with such self-reproach? Sigran, although still hazy about what was happening, his gaze when looking at the dangerous girl was still very firm. He thought to himself, the reason the person in the darkness has a face that looks like Fiona's, it seems to be related to that. But I don't know what to do. I don't understand anything. Sigran gritted his teeth. From within the black aura, the girl spoke in a gloomy voice. Let go. Seeing that she was about to attack in this direction. Sigran was not afraid at all. The only thing I can do now is to protect you from that creature. He swung his arm to block the blow, but found that the person in front of him had disappeared. Still stunned, Fiona, in his arms, had been caught from behind by that black aura. That's all I can do. No! Sigran shouted as he saw Fiona being swept up by the black aura. She was struggling to breathe. Fiona's eyes, they widened. She seemed to see a mirror with her reflection, while the person standing outside was the real Fiona. The sound of the mirror cracking echoed, crack, crack. Fiona was horrified. Her eyes were empty. Then Fiona fell into a coma. Sigran held the unconscious girl and shouted her name. But the real Fiona, in her black clothes, still stood there, cold and gloomy. Sigran looked at her angrily. You! But he didn't dare to act rashly, afraid that she would harm his beloved. The atmosphere was strangely quiet. The girl in the darkness spoke up. Why is it only me? Sigran called out urgently. Healer, is anyone there? Come help me. Early morning. At the Harlong mansion, the servants were clearing the food and whispering among themselves. How is Lady Harlong? She still hasn't woken up today, and her complexion is also a bit off. It's been days and the young lady still hasn't woken up. What should we do? The engagement ceremony should have been filled with happiness. Why did this happen? His Highness, because of this, has also stopped eating and drinking. I'm afraid he'll fall ill. On the large bed, Fiona was still deep in sleep, while Sigran kept watch by her side. Famous doctors came and went from the mansion, but no one could help Fiona wake up. The Halong mansion was as quiet as a tomb. Abel and Sigran took turns keeping watch by Fiona's side, both unable to do anything more. Sigmund looked at the sleeping Fiona, his eyes filled with sadness. He placed his hand on her hand, remembering a memory from his childhood. When he was sick, Fiona had also kept watch over him like this. That time it was different from now, wasn't it? He held Fiona's hand and prayed silently. Please, please wake up, Fiona. He suddenly remembered the words the other girl had said before Fiona fainted. Sigran wondered to himself, what did that let go mean? Why did it have to be Fiona? Why? He held her hand tightly, his heart full of helplessness. Again, I couldn't do anything. Suddenly he felt some movement. He looked up. Sigran discovered that Fiona was gradually waking up. He caressed his beloved's hair and called her name. Fiona, not yet fully awake, murmured and opened her eyes. Sigran was unexpectedly surprised. You're awake, he said happily. But in response to Sigran's words, Fiona pushed his hand away, causing Nan An couldn't help but be bewildered. Fiona, are you okay? The girl who had just woken up didn't know what was happening. What is this? She looked at the young man in front of her with both worry and confusion. She asked him, Who are you? Sigran was stunned, unable to believe his own hands. I heard that I have lost my memory. Maybe it's true. My daily habits and knowledge are still the same. No problem at all. Fiona thought, sitting on the bed. But every time she thought about the people around her, her memories seemed to be blocked by a wall, as if someone was deliberately blocking her memory stream. Are you okay? Aban asked Fiona. Sigran said you should go get some fresh air. The only thing I remember clearly is, Duke Aban Halo. Right now, I'm in the book I wrote myself. Aban's face became serious after hearing his daughter's answer. Fiona also noticed it. This person's face is not pleased at all. How much do you remember? About that, I still remember my name is Fiona Halo. Fiona, call me father, Aban said seriously, crossing his arms. Fiona was very surprised. Huh? How can... That being said, I don't see you as my daughter just to gain more benefits. He thought to himself, I used to think that way in the past. But what he said was, you can rest comfortably until you remember everything. Fiona was very surprised by Aban's actions. She wondered, why is he showing such special concern for me? There are many differences from the story in the novel. It's completely different from what I know. In the story, if Fiona wanted to do something, it would definitely start from her desire for revenge, not from warmth towards the main character. Strangely, from now on, you call me Cha Sai. The Aban in the original work would not say that. Fiona stood in the hall. Her hand fiddled with her ring. I'm engaged to Sigran, the male lead in the novel. In front of Fiona, a handsome, tall young man approached. It was Sigran, who was looking at her intently. Fiona was shy under his gaze. Oh no, I ran into him while walking in the hallway. What on earth have I done? Fiona began to speak. Why did you and I? Before she could finish her sentence, Fiona was interrupted by Sigran. Don't use honorifics anymore, just talk to me comfortably. Except for when we're working seriously, you always talk to me comfortably. She was very awkward hearing that. Why are we engaged? Is it for family? Or to deceive others? If it's not for those reasons, could it be some kind of private plan between the two of us? Fiona asked. Sigran, upon hearing this, chuckled. He said with great reluctance, why do you only think of those cases? We're getting married because we love each other. Isn't that the case? Fiona bowed her head without saying a word. That's right, Sigran. This person marries the female lead of this novel, Eunice. Sigran is also her destiny. Fiona is the villain who obstructs their love. Thank you for watching and see you again. She silently wanted to take off her engagement ring, but heard a voice call out. Fiona. Sigran leaned in close to her. Fiona turned her face away. Close, too close. You assume you don't deserve to be loved, but I will love you regardless of everything. So you can't go back to being a single lady like in your memories. Sigran gently stroked a strand of Fiona's hair. I will wait until you remember everything, and I will also try my best with you to make that happen. Fiona bowed her head, her cheeks flushed. She thought to herself as she watched the man's retreating back. I'm so sorry for not being able to give you the answer you want. Sigran left. When he was sure Fiona couldn't see him anymore, he bowed his head slightly. After waking up, Sigran was always attached to me. He kept his promise to help me remember everything. The two of them walked in the garden. Fiona thought to herself, it feels like walking a puppy. If I had to choose a silly dog breed to compare, it would probably be a black-haired sheepdog. No, compared to a puppy, it's too childish. Fiona thought blankly. But maybe a wolf living on a mountaintop would be more fitting. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. Oh, Snow. Those two kids. In Fiona's mind, an image of two children building a snowman appeared. She was silent. Sigran spoke up. Fiona, what's wrong? Was that one of the memories I'd forgotten? She asked Sigran. Did we ever build a snowman together? Yes, often. Sigran replied and then asked her, what about other things? There was a time you were skiing and fell into a snowdrift, playing to the point of burying yourself in the snow. At that time, Aban panicked and pulled you up. Are you okay? Seeing Fiona cover her face. Sigran asked. I feel like I remember, but I don't. Sigran held Fiona's hand and comforted her. Don't try too hard. I thought you wanted me to remember as quickly as possible, Sigran replied. But in the process, not only good memories will come back. With that, Sigran told Fiona about his memories of her in Helen. Fiona asked curiously, I've been on the battlefield before. Yes, that's right. What was I like back then? You were a powerful mage and a talented commander. Many soldiers admired you. You're lying. Fiona didn't believe him. I'm telling the truth. You always make the best decision for the greater good without any hesitation. Even if it's a choice that requires self-sacrifice. Sometimes I think I might have known. Must be because of responsibility. Are you with me or not? Fiona heard. Upon hearing this, Ban spoke up. He said to me, You told me you love me, right? Then don't doubt those words yourself. She looked at him sincerely. Because you know those are words from the bottom of your heart. Comforted, Sigran replied in surprise. The two of them held hands. Although I don't know if these words can comfort Sigran. I hope they can help him not to worry so much. I also want to quickly regain my own memories. The banquet at the Imperial Palace was prepared ahead. Fiona was also a little nervous looking at this place. There are so many people here. I have to stay calm. Fiona, since I'm going to the social gathering, I should take the opportunity to find clues to remember my old memories. Going to a social gathering, my child. I think if I talk to people who used to be related to me, maybe I'll remember something. But is that okay? Places like that are very complicated, you know. There are not only good people there for you. I'll handle it fine. All right then. Don't think too much, Fiona. Whoever dares to tease you, just punch them once to vent your anger. Leave the aftermath to your father. Why does that sound so sad? Let's go then, my child. Yes, father. Fiona hesitated slightly. I want to thank you for your advice, father. I'm going now and will be back, father. Sigran will also go with me. Don't worry, father. I hope these words can comfort Aban somewhat. Aban gently stroked her head. Yes, be careful, my child. You're ready for everything, aren't you? But a child like you shouldn't be here, please. Go home. Sorry, but I have. Can I ask a question? You can ask me anything. Did you used to want to kick me out? You said my death had nothing to do with you. Wrong. Why do you remember that first? Actually, at first it was like that, but then you treated me well. We're close, right? Abel stroked Fiona's head. That's right. We're very close. I'm not sure. But seeing Abel become much happier, it's probably true. Anyway, since memories are coming back in fragmented pieces like this, it's quite a troublesome thing. I'm a Sigran, huh? When we were young, did you ever hit me? Why are you suddenly asking that? I just suddenly remembered. His reactions like this make me so awkward. To avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings, I can't help but ask, what is it this time? Sigran recounted to her. At that time, you climbed on top of me and took off my shirt, making me flustered. Oh my God, that happened too. What on earth did I do? Instead of pushing you away, I should have punched you. What are you talking about? How could I punch you? Of course, now I'm very willing to accept that action, Fiona. Don't say such embarrassing things. I'm going to see Lady Libya for a bit. I heard she's a troublemaking beauty. Yeah. I heard I know Lady Libya. Maybe meeting her again will help me remember something. Oh, isn't this the famous Lady Halo? This is my fiancée, my lady. Didn't you receive my marriage proposal? So this is one of the people who sent a marriage proposal. I heard the lady had an accident and lost her memory. Fiona found this guy a bit annoying, smelling of alcohol. It's not to the point of worrying, sir. Talking to this person will only make me more tired. I have to go find my partner. Will you still maintain the engagement with the Crown Prince even if you don't remember anything? So even if you're in love, this is just a political marriage. Fiona carefully reminded him. You've had too much to drink. Please stop. My lady, you should pay attention to my words. The Crown Prince just wants to use you to gain power. This person's mouth is truly shameless. Everyone is gossiping about it, that this is high society after all. So, my lady, you should choose another man. Otherwise, you will be discarded when you are no longer useful. Sigran angrily grabbed the man. This guy is just spouting nonsense, Fiona. You don't have to listen. Hear words like this. Don't do that, Your Highness. Pious woman. Just want to grab people's necks. Like that. Before he could finish speaking, Fiona swung her hand and slapped the man's face. Because even if this person gets hit, the one who hits him must be me. Do you know which family I belong to dare to do this? I don't care, and I'm not interested. If you're so confident in your rude behavior, then send a formal complaint to Duke Haluk. She held Sigrid's hand. Under DC Grand Gnome. Talk to me for a bit. This is the end. Please comment Fiona Halong below if you want me to do the next part.